Thank you for tuning into the live show. We are back for another one. On this beautiful night, we will be checking out the legendary Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. A lot of people say he might potentially be the next president of the United States. He might. A lot of people are saying maybe JD Vance and Marco is going to be the vice. I don't know, but he's sure shown that he is capable and is he's proven himself. He's done more than he's been asked to do. And, you know, he's just proven that he is a well rounded person, brilliant, absolutely brilliant person, articulate, ready to go. Now let's just see. Let's just see how everything works out. Let's see how everything works out with Marco Rubio. But anyway, he was grilled mightily by both Republicans and Democrat. And, you know, it was just a very long hearing, a marathon. I think this goes to about he had 3 hearings. I think each was like 3 hours each, so we're probably looking at like a 6 to 7, maybe 8 hours hearing. But he obviously, like he always does, composed, well-spoken guy, and he just did what he does. He did what he does. Oh, he does what he did. Anyway, all right, let's get straight to it right here. This is Marco Rubio. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless this United States. It is the weekend. Put a smile on your face and let's go.
It's been calm and quiet. We haven't had to run anybody out of here. But if we have a problem, you'll be taken into custody and banned from the coming into this room for the next year. So with that, I would like to say a warm welcome back, Senator Rubio. We're always glad to have you here and so glad you're happy to spend time with us. You've picked up a little bit more responsibility since we saw you last time, but you don't look any worse for the wear, so I think you can handle it. And it's good to have you here again. Under President Trump and your work at the department, this administration has accomplished incredible things in a short period of time. To name a few, a secure border, a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, continued pressure on both the Russians and the Ukrainians to end the war, and the return of American hostages from the clutches of Hamas. You've instituted a return to the office for states' employees and a return to a merit-based hiring system, ensuring the department can deliver for the American people. And of course, the Trump administration has sought to overhaul our federal spending, cutting much of the waste and abuse that wreak havoc on America's bottom line. Indeed, today up here, one of the main concentrations we have of the view is the fact that we're going upside down $1 trillion every 150 or so days. You've done all of these things while maintaining our strong presence abroad. This committee has worked hard in a bipartisan manner to approve 31 nominees for posts here and overseas to make sure you have the staff you need. And we continue to do so because you can't be everywhere at once, and the U.S. must have high-level representation on the world stage. This is important because we face threats from all across the globe. Actors from China to Russia, from North Korea to Iran have united in an authoritarian axis bent on weakening the United States. I believe China is America's greatest long-term competitor. But the previous administration treated China like an ally we disagreed with rather than an aggressor that takes advantage of America and our allies at every level. The Chinese government is fundamentally different from the United States. Where America promotes free markets and innovation, the CCP clamps down on businesses and steals American intellectual property. Where we believe that every person has God-given rights, the Chinese government commits genocide against Uyghurs and other minorities in China and harasses dissidents here in America. We want to work with you to ensure you have the tools you need to counter Chinese influence, including through the Development Finance Corporation and the Millennial Challenge Corporation. To truly counter China, we need to catalyze private sector growth worldwide. Promotes free markets and innovation, the The CCP clamps down on businesses and steals American intellectual property. Where we believe that every person has God-given rights, the Chinese government commits genocide against Uyghurs and other minorities in China and harasses dissidents here in America. We want to work with you to ensure you have the tools you need to counter Chinese influence, including through the Development Finance Corporation and the Millennial Challenge Corporation. To truly counter China, we need to catalyze private sector growth worldwide where we can. As you know, China is not the only threat. Over the last decade, particularly in the last 3 years, Putin's aggression has created the largest security crisis in Europe since the Second World War. President Trump is working diligently to help end this conflict. We need to keep pushing our European allies to increase cooperation on security. Some have already boosted their defense spending to 5%, but many still need to take stronger steps to confront the threats they face from Russia. In the Middle East, even after the president's successful trip, tensions remain high. Hezbollah remains a disruptor to reform in Lebanon. Baghdad must work to disarm Iranian-backed militias. Israel remains under constant threat from Hamas and Iran's other proxies. And we all hope Syria's government lives up to the opportunity you and the president have given the country with sanctions relief. Meanwhile, the maximum pressure campaign this administration is reinstating on Iran is very promising. We stand a real chance at bringing greater stability to the Middle East. I know you and the president will continue this important work. Finally, I greatly appreciate President Trump's efforts to address long-standing issues with our foreign military sales process. Rebuilding our defense industrial base is critical to America's long-term national security, and FMS reform can play a vital role in that effort. However, I should note that many of the problems that plague the FMS process are the result of less than desirable policies and practices at the Department of Defense. It is in our interest to expand our defense production capacity and deliver needed capabilities to our allies. This committee has always worked closely with the administration on foreign military sales, and I know this will continue under your leadership. Secretary Rubio, as you and President Trump remake the State Department, I hope you'll consider this committee a partner and closely collaborate with us. As you bring the department into the 21st century through thoughtful reforms, I hope to finally see implementation of my Secure Embassies Construction Counterterrorism Act and Mission in a Box Act. These laws will help build new embassies easier, faster, and more cost-effectively, consequently freeing our personnel to conduct diplomacy abroad that advances American interests while better positioning the U.S. government to outcompete adversaries like China. Everyone who sits or has sat on this dais, including you, cares deeply about America's standing in the world. I look forward to hearing your vision for the ongoing State Department reorganization and how it will protect our national security interests. Thank you again for coming today. Again, a warm welcome, Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, welcome back. 4 months ago, you sat in that chair and you said that China is, quote, the most potent and dangerous near-peer adversary this nation has ever confronted. You called China an industrial competitor, an economic competitor, a geopolitical competitor, a scientific competitor. I believe you were right. And yet, this administration has eviscerated 6 decades of American foreign policy investments, undercutting our ability to compete with adversaries like China. And Beijing is not just sitting back. As Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and you proposed cutting 83% of foreign assistance programs, China has promised increasing its diplomatic budget by 8.4%. As we move to reduce our diplomatic workforce and discuss closing U.S. embassies, China has more diplomatic missions than any other nation on earth. And as the U.S. canceled PEPFAR, our most successful program fighting HIV/AIDS, China has been happy to replace our global health efforts across Africa and Asia. As this administration distracts from serious national security issues with threats against Panama and Greenland, Xi Jinping has welcomed Brazil's president and other Latin American leaders pledging more than $9 billion in investments. And as the U.S. has shuttered Voice of America and Radio Free Asia and crippled the State Department's ability to counter foreign propaganda, China pours billions into propaganda, spreading lies and eroding trust in the U.S. As this administration imposes tariffs on our closest allies, China is courting them in Europe, in Asia, and in our own hemisphere. Beijing is making the case that they are, and the term they are using is frightening, they are a more reliable partner than the United States. And it's not just our allies. Xi has deepened ties with Putin, shielding the Russian economy from sanctions. Because of that, and because President Trump has given away our leverage, Putin doesn't feel pressured to agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine. And for all the administration's talk, for all Elon Musk's promises, according to reports, DOGE has not saved a dime. CBS News reports that the federal government has spent $200 billion more in its first 100 days than it did last year. And according to the Partnership for Public Service, DOGE's cuts might cost American taxpayers $135 billion this year. This is in addition to the costs to American families and businesses stemming from the president's trade war. I recently met with a New Hampshire company that provides ball bearings to the aerospace industry. They do a lot of their business with defense. Their lead time for steel has gone from 20 weeks to 2.5 years because of the tariffs on steel. We can't support our defense industry with a 2.5-year lead time on steel. According to the Yale Budget Lab, consumers face an overall tariff rate of 17.8%, which is the highest since 1934. That's $2,800 per household each year. And these tariffs amount to the largest tax increase during peacetime in U.S. history. 4 months ago, Mr. Secretary, you said we were going to be safer, stronger, and more prosperous. But whether it's President Trump's deals with the Sinaloa cartel to let cartel members into the United States, or watching masked agents abduct a Tufts college student, I don't feel safer. With Canadians canceling summer trips to New Hampshire and hurting our tourism industry, I don't feel more prosperous. And after traveling to Ukraine and visiting the graves of people who were massacred on the orders of a Russian president, this administration has bent over backwards to please, I don't feel more secure. To your credit, Mr. Secretary, your trip and the statement from President Trump that he will be lifting sanctions on Syria was welcome news. And you've worked to restart some programs and grant waivers to others. But contrary to what we've heard, life-saving health and humanitarian aid is still not flowing in any meaningful way. My staff was just in Africa. We have photos of the empty shelves and closed-down clinics. We were promised a golden age for America, but instead our disease surveillance programs are down, our counterterrorism programs are in chaos, the ceasefire in Gaza has ended and fighting has begun again, and we have unilaterally disarmed against some of our most dangerous adversaries. You know, one of the things that I'll never forget in the past 4 months is my trip to Ukraine, where we stopped in Poland, which has been one of the most pro-American countries in the world. But because of the cuts and the stop work orders, we met with one civil society leader who was working with Ukrainian refugees. And he said to me, to the Codel, we always looked up to Americans. You are our trusted ally. My trust in America is broken. They were told to remove all the American flags with the halt on assistance to foreign assistance. Removing all the American flags is a sad commentary on the foreign assistance legacy for this administration. American flags coming down around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Senator Shaheen. Secretary Rubio, there appears to be a modest disagreement in view of the condition today. It's your turn. Close the gap for us, please.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the National Archives, and in addition to...
Yeah, we don't have time for you to list.
Okay, well, we'll focus on state today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. You know, when I came here 4 months ago, I told you that what I wanted was a State Department that was at the heart and soul of American foreign policy, that it was the single biggest driver both of action but also of ideas, and we're well on our way to achieving that. And the way I'll talk about some of the individual things we've accomplished during that time, but first let me explain sort of some of the processes by which we seek to arrive at it. The first is a reorganization of the way the State Department functions. And we have sort of previewed that with the committee and many of the individual members. Obviously, we'll have to we've taken input and are taking input now through the notice process, and then we'll come back to you with a formal congressional notification once. But we are taking a lot of the input, both provided by individual members and your staff, but also from inside the building. But if I could simplify, the goal is this, and that is...
Yeah, all right, first.
Stop the genocide.
Carry on.
The goal is to drive power and action in our agency to the regional bureaus and to our embassies on everything we do. We want our foreign policy to be holistic. So, for example, we recognize that the set of factors, both in diplomacy and foreign aid in Guatemala, or in Trinidad, or in Jamaica, are going to look different than they may somewhere in Africa, somewhere in the Indo-Pacific region. And we want those decisions and the influence over those decisions to be made, to be driven to the regional bureaus. And so what we've done is we've taken a lot of the functional bureaus and functional processes and moved them under the purview of the regional bureaus and the career individuals that serve there, and ultimately down to the embassy. One of our first tests, Senator Shaheen, is going to be in Syria. We don't have an embassy in Syria. It's operating out of Turkey. But we need to help them. We want to help that government succeed, because the alternative is full-scale civil war and chaos, which would, of course, destabilize the entire region. And we are going to allow our people on the ground, both our embassy personnel at the Damascus embassy located in Turkey, and for the short period of time, at least, or in the interim, our ambassador in Turkey, to work with local officials there to make determinations about what kind of aid they need. Is it humanitarian? Is it improving law enforcement or governance functions? We think it's going to be the first test of this new model, but I strongly believe that our decisions and the power to drive decisions and the decisions and the inputs that we're taking have to be driven in many cases from the bottom up, not from the top down, and focused on the fact that there is unique sets of factors in individual parts of the world that require different priorities and attention. And ultimately, foreign policy, mature foreign policy, requires a balancing of interests. That's just a fact. Okay, our human rights agenda is going to look different in certain parts of the world than it will in others. That doesn't mean that we as a people have abandoned it. That means that in a world where you need to conduct real foreign policy in a mature and structured way, there are ways you're going to have to balance all these.
Actually, Senator Rubio, we're making progress. There's protesting in English now.
Oh, remember that? Yeah.
Remember last time.
So we have to understand, and that's why we think it's so important that our regional bureaus be at the core and at the heart of everything we do. And so we feel good about that part of it. By the same token, I think critical to this are some of the reforms we're trying to make to foreign aid. And I said when I appeared before this committee, everything we do has to make us stronger, safer, or more prosperous. So we've undertaken a review of our foreign aid. And the reality is that there are many of these programs, some are good programs. Some make all the sense in the world, and we wanted to pursue those programs. Some of these programs make all the sense in the world, but frankly, on the priority scale, perhaps other programs are more important. Others, frankly, made no sense at all. And we can talk about some of those programs today. We funded things around the world that made absolutely no sense. I will say this, even with the reforms we put in place and what we're suggesting is changes to our foreign aid, we still will provide more foreign aid, more humanitarian support than the next 10 countries combined, than the entire OECD, and far more than China. China doesn't do humanitarian aid. China does predatory lending. That's what Belt and Road Initiative is. That's what all of their aid. They have zero record of doing humanitarian aid in the world. And frankly, they don't know how to do it. They have no interest in doing it. What they're very good at is going into some country, making you a loan, and then holding that debt over your head. And that's what they continue doing. By the way, you have to hire a Chinese company to do it. So I don't agree with this assessment that there's no evidence whatsoever that China has either the capacity or the will to replace the U.S. in humanitarian assistance, in food deliveries, or in developmental assistance for that matter. We provide development assistance. They provide debt traps. And that's a point over and over again around the world that we've made, and we found receptive audiences to it. Now look, anytime you undertake reforms of this magnitude that needed to be made, you're going to have hiccups and you're also going to have controversy. But these reforms had to happen. At USAID, 12 cents of every dollar was reaching the recipient. That means that in order for us to get aid to somebody, we had to spend all this other money supporting this foreign aid industrial complex. We're going to find more efficient ways to deliver aid to people directly, and it's going to be directed by our regional bureaus, and it's going to sponsor programs that make a difference, and it's going to be part of a holistic approach to our foreign policy. And I look forward to engaging with this committee and the appropriators as well, and ensuring that we get to the right place on that. My last point I would make, and this is something I am very proud of. I believe, and I'm not besmirching anyone else, but I believe that the approach we have taken at the State Department, and frankly at USAID, but at State Department, to move forward reforms that involved intake from all of our partners, that required input from people within the building. Many of the reforms we've made were driven by people inside the building, many of whom have worked there for 20 or 30 years. And now we are engaged with Congress, both in the House and Senate, in a comment period where we're taking many of your comments and are making changes to our organizational proposals that we look forward to bringing back to you with an official congressional notification. And even after that, there'll be an opportunity to move forward. But the State Department had to change. I'm telling you, it was no longer at the center of American foreign policy. It had often been replaced by the National Security Council or by some other agency of government, when in fact we have these highly talented people, many of whom have served in multiple posts around the world and have a holistic view of how foreign policy needs to be conducted, that were being edged out. Because you know what? When I get a decision memo early on at the State Department and they would hand me these memos, there were 40 boxes on this piece of paper. That means 40 people had to check off, yes, okay, before it even got to me. That's ridiculous. That takes too long. That's why people said, don't use State Department. They take too long and it's too cumbersome. And any one of those little boxes didn't get checked, the memo didn't move up the chain. That can't continue. We can't move at that pace in this world. Events happen quickly, and we have to be able to move at the pace of relevance. And so I hope to work with you in a productive way to make that possible. You're not going to like all the changes, but I want you to know what the intent of the changes are. It is not to dismantle American foreign policy, and it is not to withdraw us from the world. Because I just hit 18 countries in 18 weeks. That doesn't sound like much of a withdrawal. And I see some of these foreign ministers, including individuals from Ukraine, more than I've seen my own children. And I talk to them at least 3 times a week. We are engaged in the world, but we're going to be engaged in a world that makes sense and that's smart. And that isn't about saving money. It is about ensuring that we are delivering to our people what they deserve, a foreign policy that makes America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rubio. We're going to do a round of questions. We'll go 7 minutes since we have a secretary here. And I'm going to start. One of the things that you mentioned, and admittedly, what we're dealing with here is a large number of subjects. I want to focus on one that Senator Shaheen and I have worked together on, and that's the Syria matter. Thank you and the President for suspending or lifting the sanctions on Syria. I think the next step, and I think you agree with us that both Syria and Lebanon are opportunities for us. And we need to explore the opportunities with a careful eye on what's going on to make sure it stays on track. I think the next step, as far as I'm concerned, as far as moving Syria forward, is getting personnel on the ground there. And you and I talked about the possibility of opening the embassy. And I understand that this isn't a classified setting, but can you maybe describe for us the challenges of opening the embassy, why we haven't done it to this point, staying within the bounds of the.
Yeah, well, it's entirely driven by security concerns. By the way, it's not the transitional authorities. We don't think they would harm us, but there are other elements on the ground in Syria that we have to be able to protect our people.
Important point.
And there are the ability, you don't just have to be able to get people in, you have to be able to get people out. We have all kinds of requirements that are there for a reason. If someone is hurt, do you have a medical evacuation plan? Can you secure a facility from an attack from an armed group, many of whom are still running loose in the country, unfortunately? It's one of the fundamental challenges the transitional authority is facing. On the broader point of Syria, I would say when Syria, if you look at the history of the region, when Syria is unstable, the region becomes unstable. And this has certainly been true after the Arab Spring led to the Assad rebellion against Assad, and that really destabilized the entire region. And then it turned Syria, frankly, into a playground for jihadist groups, including ISIS and others, that used it to operate and to destabilize their partners. So you have this change in December. And my view, which I've discussed with many of you individually, is the bad news is that the transitional authority figures they didn't pass their background check with the FBI. Okay, they've got a tough history and one that we understand. But on the flip side of it is, if we engage them, it may work out, it may not work out. If we did not engage them, it was guaranteed to not work out. In fact, it is our assessment that, frankly, the transitional authority, given the challenges they're facing, are maybe weeks, not many months, away from potential collapse and a full-scale civil war of epic proportions, basically the country splitting up. The good news is that there is a Syrian national identity. It is one of the places in the Middle East where Alawis and Druze and Christians and Sunni and Shia have lived along, and Kurds have lived alongside each other underneath the banner of a Syrian identity until it was broken by a butcher, Assad, who pitted them against each other. So they face a number of challenges. The first is they are dealing with deep internal distrust in that country because Assad deliberately pitted these groups against each other. He claimed to be the protector of the Alawis and the Christians and pitted them against the Druze or whoever else he wanted to, and the result is a deep level of distrust. The second is the displacement, upwards of 6, 7, 8 million Syrians living abroad, very successful, by the way, in the countries they go to. But they need to come, we need to figure out how we can enable the transitional authority to create an environment where they come back home, where they can come back to their homes, where they can help rebuild their economy. But what prompted the president to move quickly on sanctions? Because we had a plan. You know, we engaged with the foreign minister at the UN here in New York. We gave him a visa to come into the country. We allowed their finance minister to come to World Bank hearings or meetings here in Washington, D.C. The next step was I was going to meet with the foreign minister, and some of you may have met with him already at Munich, but I was going to meet with him in Turkey at the NATO gathering. But the president had an opportunity to meet with al-Shara, and frankly, he made a bold decision. I'll do it. I'll meet with them under the Saudis and the Turks that encourage that. And the rationale and the reason is we need to, right now, the most important thing is that partnering nations, the nations in the region want to get aid in, want to start helping them, and they can't because they're afraid of our sanctions. So they don't. The lifting of the sanctions, its most immediate impact will be to allow neighboring countries to begin to assist the transitional authority to build governance mechanisms that allow them to actually establish a government, unify the armed forces under one banner and the like. But I want to be frank, that won't be enough. You know, with the Caesar Act, we can issue waivers, but these waivers, because of expirations on them, are not going to attract the kind of foreign investment. Ultimately, there's going to have to be something done congressionally or more comprehensively to ensure that if the right steps are taken, we can create an environment for private sector growth that begins to provide economic opportunity to the people of Syria. But one last point I would make is the outcome in Syria will have a deep impact on what happens inside of Lebanon, because Lebanon, too, has been hurt by a combination of clashes at the border, but also they've had to assume responsibility for some of these Syrian refugees.
We believe that, by the way.
So the combination, if you think about a region, let's say 2 years from now, where Syria and Lebanon are stable, that opens up incredible opportunities around the region for all kinds of peace and security and the end of conflicts and wars. Obviously, this is a big task. It's, you know, big picture thinking, but it's a historic opportunity and one that we are obligated to try to explore and see if we can make it work.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I think we're in full agreement with this, and it is a conundrum as far as the sanctions are concerned. We've got the 6 months, but as you say, the future, it's hard to predict the future since it hasn't happened yet, as Yogi Berra used to say, and there are real issues and risks in the future. We can take it a step at a time. You issued a visa to the foreign minister. Senator Shaheen and I met with the foreign minister in Munich. You issued him a visa to come to New York, which was important to meet with other heads of state. Do you have the ability to do that for the president also?
Sure. I mean, we could, and there may be an opportunity to do that come the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Yeah, probably will be, and I think that's important. Let me, you know, we do hear a lot of complaining and renting of garments over cuts here and there on our foreign assistance. But the number you laid out is absolutely stunning, that the United States contributes more to foreign aid than the next 10 countries put together. I mean, that's a stunning, an absolutely stunning number. So I guess what you're telling us, before we feel too guilty about it, that we need to look around and compliment ourselves for what we are actually doing and have been doing for a long time. Fair statement?
Yeah, there's no doubt, and we want to do it in a smarter, more targeted way.
Lastly, let me give you a minute on PEPFAR. People talk a lot about the cutting in PEPFAR, and I think virtually everyone here supports PEPFAR. But you've done some things to it to make it better. Can you give us a short dissertation on that. Very
Yeah.
short, please.
85% of PEPFAR is functional right now. I know there was some hiccups on the payment systems, not the waivers, the payment systems, because it goes to Treasury. Treasury has to push the money out. And there were some hiccups, which I acknowledged in conversations with many of you, but we have fixed that program and the money's flowing. So 85% of PEPFAR is functioning and is operating. There was reduction in about 15% of the, or individual pieces of the program, but PEPFAR today stands at 85% of functionality. And you know, when I hear these stories about, well, the money's, we're moving money out of the building every single day, 20 million one day, 35 million the other. I mean, money is moving out the door. It's going to somebody. Some of it is going to pay for work that was conducted in December, January, February before the freeze, so we are paying back invoices on some of them. But most of it, a lot of it, is going towards ongoing programmatic activities that are approved and that we've either through a waiver and or approval process are moving forward on.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have a number of questions, but I first want to go back to what you had to say about China, because I agree that their efforts are predatory. But I think somebody may be missing what they are doing in response to our ceasing of foreign assistance in places. And Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'd like to submit this fact sheet. The PRC supporting international assistance is U.S. withdraws. It's dated April 29th. And just to give you a few examples, earlier this month, General Michael Langley, who's the commander of U.S. Africa Command, I sit on the Armed Services Committee, and when we asked him about the end to specific USAID programs, he stated that the PRC is trying to replicate, in quotes, specific USAID programs in Africa that the Trump administration cut, including PEPFAR. And I mean, there are several pages of these examples. Another one is in Cambodia. After the U.S. terminated $2 million in demining programming in Cambodia, the PRC immediately announced $4.4 million to expand its own demining programs. The PRC also recently stepped in to fund child literacy and nutrition programs previously supported by USAID. So we can pretend that China is not doing these things and picking up and promoting themselves as a reliable partner when the United States is not. But we have specific examples that show where this is happening. But I want to move to Ukraine because we heard the conversation that the president had with Vladimir Putin, the phone conversation where Putin didn't agree to any meaningful negotiation that would end this war in Ukraine. As President Trump has admitted, Vladimir Putin is taking him for a ride. Now, we have a bipartisan bill in the Senate that's led by Lindsey Graham. It has 80 sponsors. I understand that the House members are ready to take this up on a discharge petition if we pass it out of the Senate. How much longer until we rein Putin in? And are you prepared to support that sanctions bill that Graham and Blumenthal and 78 other members of the Senate support?
Well, let me answer your last question first, and that is about the bill. We obviously can't control what Congress does, and we've told the Russians this. Not now, 6, 8 weeks ago. I believe, Senator Shaheen, you were involved in a conversation that made it clear to the Russians what would happen if there was no progress made. And that's been repeated multiple times. I would also make this point, and it's important. Every single sanction, not one sanction has been lifted on the Russians. Every single sanction that was in place under the previous administration remains in place. So this idea we've given up leverage, well, we have the same leverage today we had under the previous administration.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I would argue that the leverage that we've given up is taking NATO membership off the table, taking away a commitment to continue to help the Ukrainians with intelligence sharing and with military equipment and arms that they need to help fight this war.
Well, that continues. There was a pause for 1 week. All of that was restarted.
That was intelligence sharing, though, but it doesn't cover the equipment and arms.
Oh, absolutely. That program has not been rescinded. They continue to receive armaments from the United States.
And we continue to fund what the Ukrainians need as the president, and are you prepared to pass another supplemental bill to support them?
Well,
if
that's
they
a
need
different
it?
decision. That's a different question. That's not up for me to decide. The White House would have to make a determination about whether to come to Congress for a supplemental. But everything that's been approved and congressionally appropriated is ongoing. In fact, to the extent that the Ukrainians have asked for anything additional, what they've asked for is air defenses, Patriot units, which frankly we don't have. But we
Right,
are
I
working
understand
closely with our NATO allies. There are NATO allies that do have some batteries of Patriot missiles that they could provide or transfer over to the Ukrainians to defend, for example, the airspace of Kyiv and other places. And we've been encouraging in that front and working alongside our partners there to get deliveries of some of these systems. As you can imagine, none of these countries want to give up their Patriot systems either. But we can't make them fast enough, and part of the challenge we have in Ukraine is that munitions are being expended substantially faster than the ability of the broader West, not just us, but the West, to produce them. Now, that said, on the issue of Ukraine, here's what we can all agree on. There is no military solution to this crisis.
Right.
It will have to end in a negotiated settlement. And the fundamental challenge we have in Ukraine is this. Russia wants what they do not currently have and are not entitled to, and Ukraine wants what they cannot regain militarily. And that's been the crux of the challenge.
I don't disagree with that at one level, but on the other hand, what Vladimir Putin is doing now is playing for time, and he's playing this president like a fiddle. And the longer he plays it, the more opportunity he has to gain territory in Ukraine, and the harder it's going to be to get him to the table.
But
what we need to do is to put pressure on Vladimir Putin in every way we can to ensure that we can get them to the negotiating table.
Well, I disagree with this playing with a fiddle analogy, because the truth of the matter is when Vladimir Putin woke up this morning, he had the same set of sanctions on him that he's always had since the beginning of this conflict, and Ukraine was still getting armaments and shipments from us and from our allies, and the European Union is about to impose additional sanctions, and the U.S. is looking for no Patriot batteries to be able to transfer from other NATO nations into Ukrainian hands. And what the president's trying to do is end a war. He's trying to end a bloody, costly war that neither side can win, and people are dying every single day. And so, but this notion that, I don't, what has Putin gained throughout this? He hasn't gotten a single concession. He hasn't gotten a single sanction lifted.
And the more time he gets without additional pressure on Russia, the more incentive he's got to continue to gain territory and continue to play for time. But I want to just get to a final question because my time is running out. And that is, I recently wrote a letter to you about the issuance of executive orders on thousands of Afghan allies. These are people who fought alongside our military during the war in Afghanistan. They've been stranded in Qatar and Albania and Pakistan and Afghanistan. These are individuals who have been vetted already. They're ready to travel to the United States. And the question I have is this administration going to allow them to come to the United States as it promised? Because unless we're willing to keep our commitments to those people who were willing to fight and die alongside of us, then how can we ever ask people to do that again?
Yeah, a couple points. Some of those are I think the issues that's getting mixed up here is whether we are going to pay for them to fly to the United States once a visa is issued, or whether they have to find their own transportation to the U.S. So there's two separate topics: our payment to move people forward, but also the issuance of the visas. And when that is still going through an internal review as to who is going to be allowed in, there's been a review of the vetting process that's been used. Frankly, there have been some errors found in the previous vetting process that we're concerned about, and I'm separating out from that audience people who we have closely vetted because we've been working alongside them for many years with regards to their service alongside our intelligence forces or special operators on the ground from the broader. Remember, they're also bringing dependents with them. And so there were some concerns early on about freezing or slowing down this program until we could determine whether we were properly vetting people to come towards the United States. And that process is ongoing, and I think we'll have more concrete answers for you, which I know is not satisfactory at this moment, but we've obviously had a lot going on. But this is something that we've heard a lot from both our DoD partners and others in the intelligence community, and we're working to make progress on that.
I'm out of time, but just to clarify, on last week, Secretary Noem announced that temporary protected status, which I understand is not exactly the same, but for over 8,000 Afghans would end on July 12th. Many of those people are people, again, who fought and died alongside of our men and women in the military. And for us to send them back to sure death at the hands of the Taliban is just not what they were promised when they agreed to fight with us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, welcome. The United States is at its most dangerous time in our history since World War II. And we know, we can see what Russia's done in Europe. We know the increasing aggression of communist China, Iran, North Korea. I want to hit upon Iran real quickly here. As you know, this is a theocracy that's got brutal mullahs and corrupt military. They chant death to America, death to Israel. You've had 4 rounds of negotiations with them so far, and I think you framed it best when you said earlier this month they have to walk away from sponsoring terrorists, they have to walk away from helping Houthis, they have to walk away from building long-range missiles that have no purpose to exist other than having nuclear weapons, and they have to walk away from enrichment. That was your quote earlier. And that enrichment is particularly important, as you've stated, and Steve Witkoff reemphasized over the weekend, the ability to enrich at 3.67% for a civilian program. It only takes a few weeks to get to 90% for a military-grade weapon. Now, what I'd like you to just talk about real briefly is, what are you thinking about when you say they've got to get rid of their nuclear program, they've got to have complete disarmament? Is it still the policy that they cannot be allowed to enrich at all in Iran?
Thank you. Well, obviously, these are ongoing, I hope to be ongoing negotiations, because the alternative would be far worse, in my view, but maybe necessary. But we hope that we can reach an agreement with Iran. So here's the baseline that I've described to everybody on it. If what Iran wants is a civil nuclear program, energy, you know, the ability to develop nuclear energy, there's a model for that that multiple countries around the world currently follow. And that allows them to build reactors and then bring in enriched material and use it to generate electricity. And that's a model that will be available to Iran potentially if they choose to take it. If, on the other hand, they want to retain enrichment capability. And I just described this because if anyone's watching this or in the future, this can get a little complex. All of you understand it, but for the general public, it's important when you get into the details of this. Once you know how to enrich at any level, all you need is time to be able to enrich at a higher level. And they've already proven the ability to enrich at a higher level. In fact, they have, and are doing so now. In fact, their legislative branch passed a law requiring them to break JCPOA and enrich way beyond, almost well beyond 60%. So you're absolutely right. About 90% of the work of enrichment is getting to that 3.67 level. After that, the rest of it is just a matter of time, not to mention what the gap is from the 20% for medical isotopes, which is the other thing they insist upon. So the Iranian position is that they don't just want energy. They claim that enrichment is a matter of national pride. It is our view that they want enrichment as a deterrent. They believe that it makes them a threshold nuclear power and as a result becomes untouchable. And that is the crux of the situation we're facing right now. And there are other actors, and I won't go much deeper into that, but there are other nation states in the region that are also range from uncomfortable all the way to view as an existential threat the belief that Iran could ever be in a position of maintaining its enrichment capability in the long term that could quickly be weaponized. So that is the basis upon which we are negotiating with the Iranians. Our hope is that we can encourage them to show them a path towards prosperity and peace that allow them to develop their economy, that allow them, if they want, to have a civil nuclear energy program like other countries around the world have without enrichment. And it's our hope we can encourage them in that direction. The president has been very clear, and I won't elaborate any further, that they are never going to get a nuclear weapon. That is not going to happen. But he much prefer, I much prefer, and I would venture to guess all of you would much prefer, if we could reach an arrangement where they agree to this off-ramp, to this pathway towards prosperity and peace, as opposed to the road they have been on for the last 20 years. And it will not be easy. But that's the process we're engaged in now.
Right, thanks. So let's go to communist China, because they're the greatest existential threat that we face as a nation. We both agreed last time you were before this committee that we need an all-of-government, not just an all-government, but we also need an all-of-society approach on how we face communist China. This was illustrated in a recent table talk exercise that I did with Sarah Coons and others, and I'm talking about contingency where Beijing tries to do an energy quarantine on Taiwan to force them to capitulate. And obviously unlocking Americans' energy is one of the ways that we can help counter this with LNG and biofuels, some of our strongest tools to be able to help our allies and partners. Cutting red tape, unleashing American energy in the private sector, we're positioned to be an energy supplier here of choice. But we need the infrastructure in place, and that includes having a West Coast LNG terminal. Can you talk a little bit about what you're thinking about when it comes to this type of contingency with regard to an energy quarantine in Taiwan and how the administration would approach that?
Well, first of all, it would be devastating. The U.S., as you know, has agreements in place and assurances it's made on maintaining the status quo in that region, and those will remain viable without trying to be alarmist here. We know what those are, and we hope that never happens. But I think the broader issue that you touch upon, which I don't think is widely understood, again, members of the committee who follows this closely understand it, but more broadly, is the dangerous imbalance that has developed between China and the rest of the world on a number of fronts. The first is on access to rare earth minerals, which they have secured access rights all over the world on virtually every continent. They are predominant and or leading in their access. And it's one of the points of frustration that I have. You go to a country and you see how much money we've given in humanitarian aid, but when it comes to rare earth mineral rights and exploited, rights to natural resources, it's all on the Chinese side. So where's the connection between the aid we give to help countries survive and the fact that the Chinese are going in and somehow from these governments, bribery or otherwise, getting a hold of all these rare earth minerals and leases and contracts all over the place, not just in Africa, in Latin America, all over the place. The second is processing. They process all these rare earth elements. So we are literally, if they decide one day we're going to cut the world off, and they've threatened to do so to some extent with these trade negotiations, you won't be able to build an engine in this country. You won't be able to build a rocket or any of the things that we use in daily life. This is a very dangerous situation that's developed that has to be addressed as well. A lot of it will require domestic changes in our own country and building up our own domestic capabilities, for example, to refine rare earth minerals and to process, but also just to make things. Pharmaceuticals, another dangerous imbalance. We were, all this talk about them getting close to the Europeans, they're dumping on the European market. They're dumping electric cars. They're dumping all kinds of products because they're overproducing. They don't consume. So they dump all these products onto the European marketplace. But you know what the Europeans are very concerned about, the Italians in particular? They used to lead the world in pharmaceuticals, at least in the precursors and the key elements and the basic ingredients. Now the Chinese dominate 80-something% of that industry. They could cut off our medicine. So I think when you talk about energy, I could apply that to a host of critical industries in the 21st century. If we don't address that imbalance, which is what we're hoping to do with some of the trade proposals, but also domestic matters that the administration is taking on, we're going to be in real tough shape here very soon if we're not already.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I see my time is up, but I look forward to continuing to talk with you about how we can create this all-of-society strategy to be able to fight back against Communist China, because you just laid out a lot of the things that we're at risk at, and we have to have a way to be able to push back on them so that they don't decide to try to take Taiwan by force or try to do an energy quarantine, which could lead to a war which would be devastating for everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. A sobering analysis of where we are on the supply chain. Senator Coons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Look forward to 2 sessions together today. This afternoon, you'll be in front of the Appropriations Subcommittee. And I think there's going to be some themes across both of these. First, I think we all agree that China poses our single greatest geopolitical threat and that we have no choice but to deter China across the board and to outcompete China. Senator Ricketts and I just traveled to the Philippines and Taiwan and saw directly the challenges that we face there and regionally. And you've recently had some significant successes, the DRC, Rwanda, peace transition, the avoidance of escalation in India and Pakistan, the opening towards Syria. But I also frankly think that there's been a real lack of coordination and some serious harm to our standing in the world with some of the countries that we have worked most closely with over decades. The DOGE-driven, abrupt and largely illegal cancellation of billions of dollars of contracts for humanitarian relief and aid, and the disrespect and the dismissal of thousands of AID staff and our NGO partners stands in sharp contrast to the state reorganization process you just presented on in your following. You've submitted plans and proposals. We're having a conversation. You're going to send a congressional notification. We're going to have a hearing. That's the way that the reforming of USAID could have and should have happened. And so I just at the outset had to say, as someone who spent 15 years traveling the world, visiting both our partners and allies, looking at independent or semi-independent agencies like the MCC and the DFC and their role, and visiting NGO partners and the USAID. I reject the broad characterization of them by Elon Musk and Doge as criminals who were wasting taxpayer money. You've heard across all of us support for PEPFAR, concern about humanitarian relief, and the vision that this is a key strategic asset for us. It's my hope that we'll work together to actually make real a more effective, focused, and sustainable foreign aid component to what STAID does, and sustaining organizations that we help build together, like the MCC, the DFC, and the Global Fragility Act. So let me turn to this for a moment. My colleague, Senator Shaheen, made reference to places in the world where the CCP and the PRC have stepped forward. I agree, they're never going to deliver humanitarian aid the way we used to, and with the breadth, depth, and effectiveness that we have. But I also think they're taking advantage of the opening to say that we're not reliable, that our decades-long partnerships can't be sustained and extended, and to question our motivations. So I think we need to step out quickly to avoid creating a big hole in our credibility globally. Let me just start on a few questions with Ukraine. The previous administration worked closely with our partners and allies in Europe on sanctions to tighten them, to close loopholes, to extend designations. Are you continuing to do that?
Work with our allies?
To tighten the
Yeah,
sanctions?
so,
on Russia?
well, first of all, the Europeans have their own set of sanctions, and we've coordinated with them very closely. In fact, the president had a call with at least 6 leaders from
Yes.
Europe yesterday. I had meetings with what we call the Quint, that include Italy, Italy, France, the UK, the Germans, the French. So we are in constant contact with them on the work that they're doing, and they're proceeding along their own route. And in fact, in our conversations in the past with the Russians, we made clear to them that the Europeans and ultimately will have to be at the table because they have their own set of sanctions that they're imposing. So the answer to your question is we have worked very closely with them. The president understands fully the options he has available to him, some of which are represented in the bill before the Senate.
In the bill before the Senate that Senator Graham and others have led and that I co-sponsor, I think we have an opportunity to put more pressure on Russia and to push Putin to get to the table and to agree to a just and enduring peace. Do you support that sanctions bill? And do you think we should continue to arm Ukraine and to strengthen the sanctions against Ukraine in order to create the conditions for a real negotiation?
Yeah, look, it may come to that point. If, in fact, it is clear that the Russians are not interested in a peace deal and they just want to keep fighting a war, it may very well come to that point. The president has made that in the past. Our belief, the president's belief, is he believes that right now, if you start threatening sanctions, the Russians will stop talking. And there's value in us being able to talk to them and drive them to get to the table. We'll see. Look, they have to do this. No one's claiming that this is a guarantee.
President Zelensky reversed himself, showed up, was ready and willing to negotiate. And Putin, I think, my view, continues to play for time.
Well, so
I hope that we can work together to put more pressure on Putin to get to the table and to resolve this. The other thing that I see clearly, and I think many of my colleagues do, is that what happens in Ukraine sets the table for what happens in the Indo-Pacific. That there's an increasing coordination between the Russians, the Iranians, the DPRK, and the PRC. Do you see that as well, Mr. Secretary?
Well, we remind our European allies every day that were it not for China, Russia would not be able to sustain this. And they're fully aware of that. And obviously, we all understand the presence of the North Koreans and the Iranian role in this as well. But by the same token, I would say there's a flip side to that, and that is every minute we spend, every dollar we spend on this conflict in Europe is distracting both our focus and our resources away from a potential for a much more serious and much more cataclysmic confrontation in the Indo-Pacific. So the answer is yes, they are related, but they're related both ways. They're related on the one hand by the precedent that it could set, but they're also related by the fact that every minute that we spend on this conflict that cannot be won by military means, every resource that's expended into it is money and time that's not being spent on preventing a much more serious confrontation from a global perspective in the Indo-Pacific.
You made the point earlier that, in your view, we did not coordinate well enough between countries where we for decades had done humanitarian aid, disaster relief, public health work, and countries that ally with China in terms of resource mining and processing. One of the countries we visited was the Philippines. The Philippines is the most disaster-prone country on Earth. They have more typhoons, volcanoes, earthquakes than anywhere else, and they are a treaty ally of the United States. Yet we abruptly canceled a whole series of programs that provided disaster assistance, development assistance, and humanitarian aid. My hope is that we will work together to follow an appropriate and legal process to reform foreign aid and to align it with our values and priorities. I've long seen the MCC and the DFC as critical components in pushing back on what you correctly perceive as the PRC's extractive engagement with much of their region. What do you see as the future for organizations like the MCC and the DFC? And when we next speak this afternoon, I'll be pressing you on the America First Opportunity Fund and understanding how this nearly $3 billion Agile fund will fit into the picture for the future of aid.
Yeah, on DFC, you know, we don't control those two entities. They're independent. They're both undergoing a review. DFC, I think, has the opportunity to potentially even expand. That's not a commitment, but I'm telling you there's talk about that. On Millennium Challenge, I think that I saw some reporting out there that it was being imploded. My understanding is the way it's being approached is that it's being reformed but not done away with. It was actually created as an alternative to the way we did aid with USAID. And so there's work happening on both of them. So my personal view on DFC is I think DFC has an opportunity to perhaps do more. And it's the sort of investment we want to make around the world and the way it's structured. And on Millennium Challenge, it's undergoing a review right now, but the review is designed to improve it, not to eliminate it.
Well, we should talk more directly about that. I'm concerned that what's happened in other agencies is happening there. The overwhelming majority of the headquarters staff being suspended or fired, and then compacts eliminated more quickly than it's being reformed. Same thing with global communications through USAGM, Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia. I'm concerned that we are conceding spaces to the PRC when we should be working together on a shared objective, which is to deter and compete successfully with the PRC. Thank you.
Senator Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you talked about visiting 18 countries and not being with your kids, I had a pain of guilt with you being here today, but thank you for making this a priority and being with us today. This might surprise some of my colleagues and maybe even you, but for the last several years, I've led a Republican delegation over to the Conference of the Parties, COP. And I believe that a Republican voice is really important at that table. I would point to issues, for instance, like nuclear. When I first started attending COP, nuclear was out of power, and we were shouting from the housetops that we had to have nuclear power. And I think that's shown the influence of a Republican voice over there. Your agency has done, and I applaud, a lot of reduction in cost cutting. Part of that's been the State Department's Office of Global Change, which would normally handle the COP arrangements. I'm wondering who we would work with and if you've given any thought of who we can coordinate to make sure the U.S. and that we have a good presence over there in Brazil.
Yeah, so that'll be rolled into our Economics Bureau in the restructure. And I think on the energy front, it's actually going to be at the forefront of foreign policy for the next 100 years. One of the reasons why just AI alone and AI development alone is going to put a strain on the amount of energy that it's going to take to produce AI and AI-driven innovations will we just don't produce enough global energy to meet it. And so it's going to provide two things: the strategic opportunities for nations that can deliver cost-efficient energy and in a sufficient volume. It's going to become an enormous opportunity for these countries to be leaders in the AI space. But the other is it's going to put a strain on everybody else because it's going to use up those energy resources. So we need to be at the table to have conversations about how, not just what our role in energy is, but how we help invest or partner with countries that have a supply of energy. So as an example, Paraguay has a hydroelectric plant right now, and they were in a long-term deal with Brazil where they sold them 50% of the energy being produced. That deal is now expired. They're trying to figure out what to do with the 50% of electricity generated by hydropower that is no longer going to be going to Brazil. And they can't put that in a tank and ship it overseas. So someone, if they're smart, is going to go down to Paraguay and open up an AI facility. Guyana has just made extraordinary discoveries on natural gas and oil. This is a country that's going to become incredibly rich very quickly and has an opportunity to both invest that wealth to develop their society, but also become a platform for other industries that could help strengthen the region.
For the sake of time, I just would love to work with the State Department on that, make sure we have a good presence for that message. I also believe the United States can carry a message that you don't have to give up affordability, you don't have to give up reliability, and we can also be clean. I think that's a really strong message for us. Foreign assistance has been talked about a lot today, and I'd like to just point out that there are a number of philanthropic entities in Utah. We have the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints who are really ready to stand up and go to work. I know Catholic Charities, there's many like that. And just want to make sure you're factoring those into kind of your rebuild and restructure. I know there are a lot of people like that, ready to jump in and be part of this.
Absolutely. And just to go back on foreign aid for a moment, we're going to be doing foreign aid. We're going to be doing humanitarian relief, disaster relief. We're going to be doing all the things we've done before, maybe not some of the same projects, but we're going to be doing all of it. The difference is it's going to be coordinated out of the umbrella of the State Department, and it's going to be part of a cohesive, coherent foreign policy. And it's going to be driven by our embassies and our regional bureaus. So in the case of the Philippines, which was brought up a moment ago, we're going to rely not just on the region, the bureau here in Washington, but in our embassy on the ground to help us every single year construct what aid needs to be delivered, be it humanitarian or disaster relief or the like, to that country. And that's been missing, that sort of cohesive approach to how we treat foreign aid as a tool in our broader toolbox, as opposed to its own toolbox altogether. We want to make it part of our broader toolbox on foreign policy.
Yeah, and I think my only footnote is, as we do that, let's keep in mind that many people are willing to participate and be part of this without a drag on the U.S. tax dollar that I think can complement the vision that you just laid. I've had the opportunity to work with you on the House side on some legislation and to some degree fill some of your big shoes here on Taiwan and Hong Kong. And I just wanted to touch on that briefly. I know Senator Ricketts brought up Taiwan with the recent implementation of more national security laws and the blockade-style drills around Taiwan. How can Congress better work with you and your department to support you and make sure we're doing everything that we can do?
I mean, unfortunately, with Taiwan, I think with Hong Kong, as we've seen, as its autonomous stand, I think our law now reflects that, is no longer real. It is basically an extension of, and I think one of the great examples of that is a company named Hutchison Ports, which is headquartered in Hong Kong. And they control two of the main facilities, the two main facilities on the Panama Canal. And everyone was saying, well, they're not a Chinese company. They're not Chinese. They're a private Hong Kong company. Well, when Hutchison Ports decided they were going to sell, all of a sudden the Chinese government's put all kinds of pressure on them and has slowed down the deal. So how can it be, if this company is an independent Hong Kong company, why do they care what the Chinese authorities think? Well, the reason is because they are under Chinese control and Chinese influence. And the fact they're headquartered in Hong Kong is no longer a protection from that. So I think it's important for us to understand Hong Kong cannot become a place where China can evade, be it sanctions or restrictions, by simply hiding behind some company who has an address there. It is sadly, tragically, and unfortunately, fully under the control, for national security perspectives, of authorities in Beijing.
And sadly, as part of that, has lost all of the values that were in Hong Kong before, of a free press, of free people, that went with that as well.
Yeah, those are incompatible with, authoritarian rule.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, Senator Curtis. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. Before I ask my questions, I just ask that after this hearing, you go back and reconsider a claim that you made in your opening statement. It would certainly shock Americans to hear that only 12% of our foreign aid reaches recipients, needy recipients on the ground, the people who need the help. That is not actually an accurate number. That is the amount of our aid that goes directly to local groups on the ground. But as you know, most of our aid runs through bigger international organizations like Save the Children. Those entities are getting somewhere around 85% of the aid we give them directly to recipients on the ground. And so I think what you've done to shutter USAID is illegal, but I also think it's bad policy. And I do think it's important for us to all be operating with the same set of facts. And the fact is not that only 12% of taxpayer dollars are ending up in the hands of the people who really need it on the ground. Mr. Secretary, I wanted to talk to you about the president's personal business interests. During his first term, he made the decision to not enter into any new business deals during his presidency, that Trump-affiliated businesses would not enter into any foreign business arrangements. And that made sense because obviously it can be confusing for foreign governments to know how to try to win favor with the U.S. government if they have one route, making concessions that are good for U.S. national security, and they also have another route, which is perhaps helping the president's business interests. The president obviously changed that policy, and in this administration, his business interests are announcing new agreements and new investments into those business interests by foreign governments. And I think it stands to reason that creates a real problem for foreign policy, and it creates a problem for foreign governments in which they don't exactly know what the best way is to try to get on good terms with the U.S. government and with the White House. Is it to do what's right for American national security, or might it also be to do a business deal with the President of the United States or the entities that he controls? Just to clarify, when the President's businesses are engaged in negotiations, for instance, with the UAE on their stablecoin business, there was this big investment announced recently. You are not part of those negotiations. Those are being done by the president's family or those representing the president's business.
Yeah, I'm not aware the president's involved in managing any business. He's other than the presidency of the United States. His family is allowed to make business deals. They continue to operate the enterprises that his family ran. I also don't accept the notion that these deals, for example, in Saudi Arabia or the UAE or Qatar, had anything to do with the president. For example, the Qatar bought $200 billion worth of airplanes from Boeing. The president's not as far as I know, not a shareholder, certainly doesn't own Boeing. So the overwhelming, if you look at the deals that were structured, they were involved in investments in the United States. That's the deals he signed, and or investments in, for example, the UAE or Saudi Arabia involving artificial intelligence.
UAE did announce a massive investment in World Liberty Financial, and World Liberty Financial is controlled by the president. And the president does actively engage in these businesses. He uses his social media to market the businesses that are being run by his family. I mean, just go on to his social media feed and you will see him marketing his meme coins. So that is the president of the United States. That is not his son's doing.
But that, just to be clear, that was not part of this. That was not an announcement as part of this trade visit that was conducted into the Middle East.
Well,
whether
or not it was made during the time the president was there are obviously business deals being done between Trump entities and these countries. Let me ask you about the one that is probably most confusing to this committee, which is the planned gift of a plane to either the United States government or the president. Is it your understanding that this luxury plane that Qatar has offered the president, and the president has announced he is willing to accept, is a gift to the United States government, or is it a gift ultimately to the president himself that he can use in his library?
Well, you'd have to talk to the Department of Defense, because this is a replacement or at least a temporary bridge plane for Air Force One, the new Air Force One, which is way off its delivery schedule. And so that would have to be with the Air Force. They operate Air Force One. My understanding of it basically has been from the very beginning that this is a plane that was identified after talking to Boeing about what other planes around the world would fit the bill that are out there that could be used now. They identified the ones the Qataris had as an opportunity for one, and as a result, or the UAE had that as opportunity for one, and that's how that deal was.
And it's not your understanding that the plane ultimately will belong to the president or to the president's library after?
Well, I'm not involved at that level of it. I've never heard that before. What I've heard is that plane will replace Air Force One, which is an Air Force plane.
Let me ask you about the dinner that's happening this Thursday night. The president has offered access to him to the 200 top purchasers of his meme coin. Reports are that maybe about half or more of those individuals who will be meeting with him, many in a VIP reception, are foreigners. Do you have a list of those foreign individuals who will be meeting with the president?
I don't. I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know there was a dinner on Thursday night, so I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So you don't know whether any of the foreign individuals who are going to be meeting with the president this Thursday night, for instance, are on our list of sanctioned individuals, or whether any of those individuals have connections to, let's say, terrorist organizations abroad?
Well, I think if they had terrorist links, the Department of Homeland Security probably would not have allowed them into the country. But again, I don't even know there is a dinner on Thursday. You're asking me about something I don't know about.
Well, but listen, this is a dinner that the president is having. It is likely going to involve some very significant foreign interests. You have to be pretty wealthy in order to be able to get inside this dinner. Isn't that a relevant question for the Secretary of State?
Yeah, I'm not the social
Which foreign
secretary,
interests are
so-
going to be speaking to the president? I mean, it's kind of naive to believe that they
No.
aren't going to be in that room talking about national security matters.
Well, I don't think that that's the case at all, because I would be aware if it was the case. The truth of the matter is I interact with government officials and others in governments of other countries. That's what I don't say you're asking me about a dinner I don't know anything about. I can't answer you because I don't know anything about this dinner. It's the first I heard of it. Like I said, I don't keep the president's social schedule. It's not on my phone. It's not in my pocket. I don't even know. I can't comment on a dinner I know nothing about.
Yeah, I think that represents a real problem for this committee, because there is clearly a way around the State Department for foreign individuals of significant influence and wealth to be able to directly lobby the president of the United States.
But I don't think
your
that's
answer
fair.
is that you don't know
No.
this is happening.
Well, I don't know that there's
that
a dinner.
in and of itself is a
I don't know
problem.
that there's a dinner, and I don't know what the guest list is, but I can tell you, I've run into the president of FIFA from the World Cup. He's here all the time. I see him. He's a private individual. It's not a government entity, and he's met with the president and is friendly with the president. He doesn't have to go through me to meet with the president. The president has relationships and friends and people he's known for a long time. Some of them are foreigners. That's not unusual.
Yeah,
but
these
you're
are
asking
people
me
he's
about a
known for a
specific
long
dinner
time.
and
These are
implying
individuals
nefarious
who just
impact.
bought their
I
way
can't
into
comment on a
meeting
on
with
a
the
dinner.
president. I think you should probably endeavor to get your hands on the list to make sure that there aren't individuals there who are perhaps contravening national security interests that the
Well, I don't
Department
think
of
that's, I don't
State
have any
is
concern about that.
prioritizing.
Ultimately, I don't have any concern that the president having dinner with someone is going to contravene the national security of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. In response to an earlier question, you sort of posed a question back. What is one thing that has happened during the Trump administration that has strengthened Vladimir Putin's hand in Ukraine, mentioning that the sanctions were still in place? I just would like to introduce for the record an article dated February 28 from NBC News titled, "State Department Terminates U.S. Support of Ukraine Energy Grid Restoration."
That'll be entered in the record.
I was in Ukraine the day after the Palm Sunday bombing in Sumy and spoke to USAID staffers who'd all been riffed. They're going to be laid off either in the middle of the summer or early September. I'm aware that that's subject to litigation, but they talked about the fact that the grant cancellation canceled a grant that USAID had had in place, hundreds of millions of dollars, that has been used repeatedly to restore the Ukrainian energy grid after attacks by Russians. I could give other examples. That is the one that is most present on my mind since I was just there. Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you about the program. It's the United States Refugee Assistance Program, and this is a program that state is the manager of, but together with other cabinet secretariats, DHS and HHS. State plays the lead management role, and it is how to manage the U.S. refugee assistance programs in tandem with contractors who help the United States on that. By an executive order on the first day of his presidency, President Trump paused all refugee programs and has canceled contracts to the agencies like the U.S. Catholic Church or Lutheran Refugee Services or HIAS or Church World Services who've been resettling refugees. Those programs are paused. There's litigation about it, but as far as I know, the United States is not, or the administration has not withdrawn the executive order. So there's essentially from this administration no refugee programs for anyone except. In early February, the president announced a special refugee program for Afrikaner farmers, justified A, by some concerns about South Africa and foreign policy, but B, a claim that these were persecuted individuals. So right now, the U.S. refugee program allows a special program for Afrikaner farmers, the first group of whom arrived at Dulles Airport in Virginia not long ago, while shutting off the refugee program for everyone else. Do you think Afrikaner farmers are the most persecuted group in the world?
I think those 49 people that came certainly felt they were persecuted, and they've passed every sort of check mark that had to be checked off in terms of meeting the requirements for that. They live in a country where farms are taken and land is taken on a racial basis.
Okay. Do you think they're more persecuted than Uyghurs or Rohingyas, or more persecuted than political dissidents in Cuba or Venezuela or Nicaragua, or more persecuted than those who would be threatened should they be returned to Afghanistan by violence by the Taliban?
Well, the problem we face there is the volume problem, okay? If you look at all the persecuted people of the world, it's millions of people. They can't all come here. And we had refugee programs
So
that were
why,
acting as a magnet for
why
people to come here.
prioritize Afrikaner farmers?
Well, because it's a small subset, it's a new issue, and the president identified it as a problem and wanted to use it as an example. But that's different from having these refugee programs that were basically spending money to put people up in communities and accommodate them, and it was acting as a magnet. Millions of people entered this country illegally, and today the border is sealed.
Let me challenge you, and I'm just going to say for the public, if you want to understand about the, quote, persecution of Afrikaner farmers, go look at the composition of the South African government. Since July of 2024, there's a government of national unity, and the opposition party to the ANC, the Afrikaner Party, the Democracy Alliance, is part of the governing coalition. They joined the governing coalition a year ago, and the leader of that party was given the remit of Agriculture Minister, John Steenhuisen. He is the leader of the former Afrikaner Party, still widely representing Afrikaners. He is the Minister of Agriculture in South Africa right now. I assert that this claim that there's persecution of Afrikaner farmers is completely specious. Are you aware ever during the apartheid era in South Africa, did the United States establish a special program to allow South African blacks who were treated as second-class citizens in the apartheid program, a special program so they could claim refugee status in the United States?
No, because I was probably in 9th grade or 8th grade at the time.
Yeah, well, then I don't expect you to know. I'll just tell you, never has there been a program, a special program for Africans to come in as refugees to the United States. We've allowed special programs for people being persecuted for their religion, Soviet-era Jews. We've allowed special programs for people fleeing from communism, Cuba, Vietnam, the Soviet Union. We've never allowed a special program to allow Africans into the United States in an expedited refugee status until now. Afrikaner farmers living in a nation governed by a government of national unity that includes the main Afrikaner Party. And actually, an even more right-wing Afrikaner Party is also included in the coalition government. Now, would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, that if we're interpreting the statutory phrase, a well-justified fear of persecution, we should try to do that in an even-handed way?
I think we should try to do that in the interest of the national security of the United States.
So okay, I agree with you too. We should. Should we try to do it in an even-handed way? So for example, should we say, if you're persecuted on the grounds of your religion, we'll let you in if you're a Christian, but not if you're a Muslim?
I think that the United States has a right to allow into this country and prioritize allowance to who they want to allow to come in. But I think there's
but I'm going to ask you, so a well-justified fear of persecution?
Yeah, they thought that their farms were being burned down and they would be killed. I think that's a pretty good justification for wanting to come. They're afraid for their lives.
And should it be applied in an even-handed way? That's an easy.
No, our foreign policy doesn't require even-handedness. It requires prioritizing the interests of the United States.
The statutory phrase says you are entitled to entrance as a refugee if you demonstrate a well-justified fear of persecution.
No, you're not entitled.
So
you're
can
allowed.
You have a different standard based upon the color of somebody's skin? Would that be acceptable?
Well, I'm not the one arguing that. Apparently you are, because you don't like the fact that they're white, and that's why they're coming.
I'm just asking you to say that would be unacceptable.
Well, no, I would say that the United States,
a very easy thing to say.
The United States has a right to pick and choose who they allow into the United States.
Even based on the color of somebody's skin.
You're the one that's talking about the color of their skin, not me. These are people whose farms were being burned down and they were killed because of the color of their skin. Well, you've demonstrated enough because you think anyone should be allowed into this country for any reason because they met a certain criteria.
Who has said that?
We are going to prioritize people that come into our country on the basis of what's in the interest of this country. That's a small number of people that are coming.
But
you said
this weekend that
but
there
in
would
other
be more.
cases, it's harder to vet. In other cases, it's more difficult. And by the way, the United States admits people every year. 1 million people come to this country every year legally. 1 million.
And
people
now
a year come to this
there
country
is
legally.
one group
no
of
other
people that
country in the
have
world
an
is nearly as
easy
generous.
pass into this country. For the first time, this administration has said Afrikaners get an easy pass and refugee programs for the remainder of the world are shut off. And you can't say to the American public that we should apply this statute in an even-handed way.
No, I think it should be applied in a way.
No,
you shouldn't be shocked. It should be applied in the national interest of the United States. Our immigration policy should be based on the national interest of the United States, period. End of story. If there is a subset of people that are easier to vet, who we have a better understanding of who they are and what they're going to do when they come here, they're going to receive preference, no doubt about it. There are a lot of sad stories around the world, millions and millions of people around the world. It's heartbreaking. We cannot assume millions and millions of people around the world. No country can. So you have to have a process of deciding who do you prioritize, who do you allow in. We do it all the time. We do it in our immigration system now under our current laws. Unfortunately, it's primarily based on family connection and not on what they're going to contribute to the society from a merit standpoint. That should be changed, but that'll require statutory changes. But the bottom line is, this notion that somehow we have to accept anyone who wants to come to the United States is absurd. No country in the world has an immigration policy like that.
And no one is arguing that we should. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Daines.
Secretary Rubio, it's great to see you here today. Very proud of what you're doing in your role. Grateful to call you a friend and to watch what you're doing now around the world with working on implementing the president's agenda. Secretary Rubio, I want to talk about energy for a moment. Our allies in Europe are waking up to the security and economic threats posed by their reliance on Russian energy. Despite some progress, many of our European partners still are hesitant to diversify their energy portfolio, energy sources, and ensure they can literally keep the lights on. This recent nationwide power outage in Spain provided a timely reminder that intermittent sources of energy cannot replace reliable baseload power that comes from fossil fuels or other steady sources. So despite their acknowledgement of this threat, Europe is still making it very difficult for energy companies to do business on the continent. In fact, the European Commission promulgated regulations in the last year regarding ESG due diligence and methane emissions that will soon make it all but impossible due to these reporting requirements for major gas exporters to do business in Europe. Secretary Rubio, how can you work with our partners in Europe to build a more reasonable, broader, more diverse energy trade and regulatory framework that allows companies to deliver power that Europe so badly needs?
Well, obviously, when you talk about the European Union and these individual countries, they have a degree of sovereignty. They'll have to make these decisions. We can certainly, in our conversations with them, remind them of the vulnerability of their energy grid. It is, I think, everyone's consensus belief that one of the factors that went into Vladimir Putin's decision to invade Ukraine is his belief that Europe was so dependent on him for energy that they would do nothing about it if he did it. And that turned out to be the case. Now, you've seen some countries moving faster than others to diversify. For example, I believe on Saturday was the first delivery of U.S. LNG to Italy. They've opened up a terminal now to accept it. There are other countries that are looking, but obviously these things take time. But I think the case in point, if in fact that's what led to the collapse of the grid, and there was, by the way, a collapse today in their telecom system as well in Spain, is a reminder of the vulnerability of energy, the vulnerability for purposes of just conducting 21st century commerce and economics, but also vulnerability potentially to being used as a geopolitical weapon against you. So I sense that among many of our allies in Europe, particularly those on the eastern flank, there is a growing, and I would say not just awareness, but a growing fear of how vulnerable they are on energy, both to foreign actors and because of the strains that are going to be placed by AI and other new technologies on our energy grid in the years to come.
Secretary Rubio, I want to shift gears for a moment and come back to a part of the world that doesn't get a lot of attention, but very strategically important, that's Central Asia. Think about Central Asia, the 5 countries, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan. When they wake up in the morning, they look north, they see Russia. They look to the east, they see China. They look south to Afghanistan. They look south and west to Iran. There is great potential that I don't believe is being utilized. An example of that is the lack of a trans-Caspian pipeline. You've got these 5 Central Asian countries, the Caspian Sea. 20 miles is all that's needed right now for an interconnector to basically connect Turkmenistan into Azerbaijan and then into the network the gas line pipeline, certainly throughout Europe. It's just 20 miles for that interconnector. Turkmenistan has the 5th largest reserves of natural gas in the world. Huge potential. And obviously, with their neighbors of China and Russia and Iran, getting that gas out is a challenge, but there's a path forward through the Caspian Sea. Mr. Secretary, do you believe that completing that 20-mile Caspian interconnector would be in the best interest of the United States and our allies?
I think the answer is yes. That's what you're saying. I mean, it sounds to me that way from what you've described. I can't say I'm an expert on those 20 miles, but I could certainly see from your argument, the way you put it forward, that it makes all the sense in the world. And it reminds me, once again, of why we want so much of our foreign policy to be driven at the regional and embassy level. Those are exactly the kinds of opportunities that in a different context, where how we were conducting energy policy would be lost. Those are exactly the kind of opportunities that would be driven from the bottom up. Ideally, we would have embassies and we would have individuals in the bureaus that would identify these operations, and within that bureau be able to operationalize it by conducting energy diplomacy. Potentially, are there American companies or allied companies? I apologize. Are there American companies or allied companies that can contribute to that effort? That can help us to fill that gap and provide the contracting work needed.
Yeah, you know, and Secretary, what's fascinating is when you engage those countries, and I was the first U.S. Senator to be in Turkmenistan and Tajikistan in 13 years when I went over there last November.
As you can see, energy is a very emotional thing to me.
It is, Mark. I get choked up, too, thinking about it. But they talk about multi-vector diplomacy over there because you've got the Russians and the Chinese who are actively engaged right now, and I think there's a bit of a vacuum as relates to the United States, and we can help fill that vacuum because they want to work with us. They were thrilled with this election in November. I spoke with every one of the Central Asian presidents, each one of them, one-on-one meetings. They were very pleased to see the outcome in November, and now they're ready to move forward here with a close relation to the United States. And I think Azerbaijan and that interconnector could be, as they say, that is the cork on the wine bottle of Central Asia that could actually unleash some of this energy and move it towards allies and friends of the United States instead of being dependent on Russia and China. By the way, they've been a very valuable ally in the global war on terror as well. There's a counterterrorism mission here as well. I would just throw out in terms of your radar, because you've got a lot on your plate right now, Mr. Secretary, but I think we could encourage the modernization of trade relations in that part of the world where there's, frankly, a lot of great power competition going on. But anyway, Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you up here. Godspeed, and thanks for all you're doing for our country.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and greetings, Secretary Rubio. And it was a pleasure to work with you when you were in your Senate capacity on a number of human rights issues related to China, Taiwan, Tibet, Hong Kong, and certainly the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which I think is a standard and a strategy I hope will spread to other countries to reject goods made by slave labor in China. Today, however, I want to wrestle a bit with another what I consider to be a humanitarian tragedy, the conditions in Gaza. I very much supported Israel going after Hamas following October 7th, but we are now well over a year and a half into this, and there's a new phase of events, which I'll try to summarize. 6 months ago, Finance Minister Smotrich said Israel should thin the population through voluntary migration. He also used the term encouraged migration. These terms are considered a euphemism for forced displacement. And the strategies of forced migration are food denial, the demolition of homes so that there's no place to return to, and driving people from one area in the Gaza Strip south to the southern side. Then there is a new plan called Operation Gideon's Chariot, mass call-up of troops in Israel. And Netanyahu said a few days ago, he said, we're going to take over all the areas of the Gaza Strip. By the way, on that forced displacement or the demolition of homes, I want to put up a chart to accentuate the point. This is satellite images done by the New York Times that show before the war, the detailed homes, mass damage before the ceasefire, and then since the ceasefire, absolutely, the entire neighborhood turned to rubble. There's just basically nothing left that is habitable. So I wanted to just make the point that it's not some theory about the strategy. The strategy is being implemented and implemented very aggressively and effectively. But let me return to the issue of food denial. The Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs estimated that in February, 2,000 children were admitted for treatment of acute malnutrition. I was thinking about the strips that are used. They're called MUAC strips, mid-upper arm circumference. It's basically a measure of the bicep. And I saw them I went to areas that were under starvation in Africa, and I saw these being used, and you'd see a child, and you would think this child is just maybe 2 years old, and they'd be 5 years old, and their arms as thin as toothpicks. And I was struck when a UN health representative returned and said, and I quote, "I've seen them in the wards," referring to the hospital wards, "a child of 5 years old, and I thought he was 2 and a half. So Ulcha said 2,000 children, acute malnutrition. That's a nice way of saying we're starving. In March, there were 36 children admitted for acute malnutrition. The denial of food the blockade began March 2nd, so the numbers are undoubtedly up much higher in April and now into May. The World Health Organization reported a couple days ago that 57 children had died from the effects of malnutrition. That blockade shows signs of being changed. Netanyahu has made some public comments. He said, "We will not stand by." Let's see. "We cannot reach a point of starvation for practical and diplomatic reasons." He went on to say that mass starvation is a red line that could cost Israel support from the U.S. He didn't say it was a humanitarian problem, but support from the U.S. And yesterday, 5 trucks went in, and there's a plan to get up to 100 trucks. But 5 trucks is 1% of the amount needed for daily food supplements, and 100 trucks is still only 20% in an area that's already extremely hungry. This has led Canada, France, and Britain to say we cannot stand by while the Netanyahu government pursues these egregious actions. The level of human suffering is intolerable. So I guess my question here is the U.S. is a very close ally to Israel, both in military, security support, certainly in economic support. Is the administration conveying to the Netanyahu government that encouraging migration through food denial is an unacceptable strategy?
Well, let me say I won't discuss, obviously, for many different reasons, what we share with our partners and allies. But I will walk you through some of the steps you've rightly outlined, what has happened over the last...
It's not too long a speech, because I'm really trying to get where our administration is standing.
Well, I'm still trying to get the Senate out of me, so I still talk longer than I should, so I'll be more brief.
I'm going to have to reclaim some time, but go ahead, try to keep it very...
Well, you want me to answer?
I do want you to answer, but hopefully answering the question is pretty simple. Does the U.S. consider this an acceptable strategy of encouraging migration?
Well, I would say that we were pleased and to see that aid is starting to flow in again. I understand your point that it's not in sufficient amounts, but we were pleased to see that decision was made. I understand another 100 trucks are behind that and maybe more in the next few days. I'll also tell you that I met in Rome 3 days ago with the World Food Program to walk through some of the ideas and plans they had for distribution on the ground. And ultimately, the answer here is for this to end, hopefully with the elimination of Hamas, because the people of Gaza deserve a more prosperous, peaceful future, which they will never have as long as Hamas exists.
Well, thank you. That was brief and well done. Thank you. So then the second part of this is the systematic destruction of remaining homes as a way to make it impossible for people to stay in Gaza. Does the U.S. discourage that? Is it discouraging the Netanyahu government from continuing that strategy?
Well, we don't view that that's their strategy. We understand that they are targeting elements of Hamas, is what they have claimed and said to us and to the world, that they believe that they need to root out the remaining elements of Hamas, who, by the way, have been an impediment to multiple ceasefires that I know have been negotiated and even agreed upon by Hamas external and then vetoed by Hamas internal.
Is the U.S., it sounds like then, therefore, we're not concerned about that, or you characterize it differently. There has been reports of the administration working behind the scenes to develop a plan to help deport Gazans to Libya. Have you been involved in any discussions related to deporting people from Gaza, Palestinians in
No.
Gaza, to Libya?
No, there's no deportation. What we have talked to some nations about is if someone voluntarily and willingly says, I want to go somewhere else for some period of time because I'm sick, because my children need to go to school or what have you, are there countries in the region willing to accept them for some period of time? But those would be voluntary decisions by individuals.
Well, if there are voluntary decisions because there is no clean water, there is no food, and bombing is all around you, is that really a voluntary decision?
Well, ultimately, that's the point, right? And that is you don't want people trapped there. They may want to come back. They may want to live there in the future, but right now they can't. And if there's some nation willing to accept them in the interim period, yes, we've asked countries preliminarily whether they would be open to accepting people, not as a permanent situation, but as a bridge towards reconstruction.
Does that include Libya?
I'm not aware of Libya.
Thank you. I will just summarize since my time is up. I think the U.S. has a moral responsibility to fiercely convey to the Netanyahu government that using food as an instrument of war is unacceptable. It's a violation of international humanitarian law. It's mass punishment. We have now children who are dying, and while Netanyahu has said he doesn't want to see mass starvation, he's drawing the line at mass starvation, but we're seeing real starvation right now, and I think we owe it to our connection and our close relationship to Israel to powerfully convey the importance of not just 5 trucks a day like yesterday or 100 trucks a day, but enough food to end the starvation. Is that a policy you can get behind?
To ultimately rebuild and provide people a future in Gaza?
To get behind enough trucks to end the starvation.
Yeah, we've made that point. Look, I think ultimately, I don't think you would have seen the events of the last couple of days without our engagement, the engagement of others. Israel remains a strong ally. We're supportive. We understand why, for their security, Hamas cannot exist. We are also very happy to see that they have allowed aid to begin to flow, and we hope that that will continue.
Concluding comment, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your tolerance. It's an important topic. Netanyahu did say he was responding to remarks and pressure from American politicians. I assume that's the administration saying that we, America, cannot accept mass starvation, but I would encourage you to push not for 5 or 100 trucks, but enough food to end the fact that children are starving and adults are starving, innocents are starving. Our close relationship, we need to end it.
Senator McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Shaheen, and Secretary Rubio. Good to see you. It's always great to have you here. Let me start with Iran. I'm deeply concerned, as I know you are, about Iran's nuclear ambitions, and I agree wholeheartedly with President Trump's view that there must be complete dismantlement of Tehran's nuclear enrichment capabilities. A key flaw, as you know, in the JCPOA was its failure to address Iran's support for terrorist proxies, and we've seen the horrific results of that. What assurances is the administration seeking from Iran on its support for terrorist proxies as part of the negotiations?
Well, interestingly enough, the negotiations initially have been focused entirely at this point, although obviously we're aware of their sponsorship of terrorism in the region, including the Houthis and Hezbollah and other groups such as this, the militias in Iraq, and their efforts to get back into Syria. Right now, the focus at this point of this has been their enrichment capability, and they're insistent on enrichment capability. Ultimately, I would say that if in fact we have sanctions that are related, things such as sanctions that are related to the sponsorship of terrorism and their violation of weapons conventions and the like, their long-range munitions, those sanctions will remain. If those aren't part of the deal, then the sanctions will remain as a result of that. But initially, I could say that the focus of the conversations over the last few weeks with Mr. Witkoff and the Iranians has been on this enrichment matter, which is by far the sort of the core and most critical matter. As you know, the Iranian position is that they have a right to enrich as a matter of national pride, and our view has consistently been that they can have a civil nuclear program without an enrichment capability, and that an enrichment capability, in fact, would be weaponized at some point in the future, or could be weaponized, and that's a threat that cannot be accepted.
Good, thank you. On Syria, I know that many of us are eager to work with you on implementing the President's plan to lift sanctions and protect key U.S. priorities. What assurances is the administration seeking in your discussions with interim authorities on counterterrorism priorities, including the fight against ISIS, during the process of lifting the sanctions?
Well, ISIS hates the transitional authority, and they hate al-Shara, and they hate everybody in his government, and I think pose a grave risk to them. So I don't think the issue with them right now is a matter of willingness or a lack of willingness, it's a lack of capability. So there will have to continue to be a role to play in the interim period, both by the United States and our allies and the Kurds and others, in ensuring that ISIS cannot metastasize and grow. One of the most threatening things that we would face, for example, is an ISIS prison break, where suddenly you have a bunch of ISIS fighters loose on the streets and undermining the government. But I do think that part of this dynamic and why we're in a race against time is that every day that goes by that the transitional authority does not have control of the government and or of daily life in some extent, or able to provide basic government services, is a day that ISIS has the ability to reconstitute itself and grow as a threat, both to the transitional authority but ultimately to the broader region. So I don't sense from them a lack of commitment and desire to do something about it. I think, frankly, it's at this moment a capacity issue. They simply, at this moment, do not have the capacity to assume the anti-ISIS effort by themselves. But we hope that with a fully integrated Syrian military that includes the Kurds and everybody else, if you can have no other armed groups in the country except those under the authority of the Syrian government, then I think you begin to make progress. But we're not there yet. That's going to take some time to build, and we look forward to helping as much as we can and as much as little as they want.
Along those same lines, as you know, Turkey has significant interest in Syria and has been, I think, an important part of the steps that have recently taken place. But our allies in Israel and Jordan are concerned about Ankara's ambitions there, especially in southern Syria. How are you managing those tensions and allied concerns as it relates to Turkey's role in Syria?
Well, in the case of Israel, we've had conversations with them about this, what we view as an opportunity for Israel. If, in fact, Syria is stable and has in it a government that has no interest, as they have said, in fighting a war with, and the authorities there have said it. Now, obviously, you have to prove it, but they have said this is a nationalist project. They are seeking to build a nation. They're not viewing themselves as a launch pad for revolution. They're not viewing themselves as a launch pad for attacks against Israel. So we think this is an extraordinary thing. If, in fact, you have in Syria a stable government that encompasses all the elements of their society and has no interest whatsoever in fighting wars with Israel over borders or anything else, I think that's an extraordinary achievement for Israel's security. Obviously, they're concerned about the Turkish presence, and we've done some things to deconflict on that front. And I think one of the key points is going to be foreign military basing inside of Syria. And that is, at some point, the Transitional Authority will have to make a decision about whether they're going to allow foreign military basing. That includes Russians, but potentially the Turks have wanted that as well, especially in the central part of the country. Now, the Turks do have a presence in the north, as you know, and one of the things that our Central Command was very influential in doing is helping the Transitional Authority enter a preliminary agreement with Kurdish authorities in the north, which ultimately should lead to the Kurds becoming part of the broader Syrian government and broader security forces. And by the way, the Jordanians, despite concerns they may have been very helpful and very encouraging in our outreach to the Transitional Authority.
Very good. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Secretary, thanks for being here, and I appreciate our ongoing dialogue, even if we're in some disagreement about a number of things. I want to ask you, and I'm going to try to work the senator out of you here. A bunch of yes or no questions. They are not trick questions. Are you still the acting USAID administrator?
Yes.
Do you control hiring and firing at USAID?
Yes. Well, I delegate the authority to an administrator, but obviously, yes.
And you control hiring and firing at state?
Again, we obviously rely on our bureaus that do, I mean, it depends what you're, I mean, that's a highly technical question. I don't hire the line officers in every embassy, in this, but I mean, technically,
You're ultimately in charge?
Yes.
Okay. Did you personally review all the programs terminated during the foreign assistance review and personally make termination decisions?
Yes.
Do you have the authority to direct any state or USAID staff to brief Congress?
Yes.
Can you have Mr. Lewin or you come back to Congress and talk about USAID in the context of the coming end of the federal fiscal year and SFOPs and appropriations?
That's already planned to do that, not just him, but others, because we'll have to update you on that, on our reorg organization, whatever OMB decides to do with money. So there's a host of things for us to all talk about.
So I just want to illustrate, whenever I talk with you, I feel pretty encouraged, and then stuff doesn't happen. I wrote 8 unanswered letters, and I request to enter those into the record without objection. And my staff has sent 200 unanswered questions, 200 unanswered questions about this much paper. Consultation is not a courtesy. It is required by law, and we have now 200, and these are perfunctory. What are you up to? What does this mean? This is the kind of normal pace of operations. Radio silence. Other than, you're very responsive. Your department and USAID has not been very responsive. The Foreign Affairs Reform and Restructuring Act, the Empowerment Control Act, the Anti-Deficiency Act, the Foreign Assistance Act, and the annual appropriations bills for state and foreign operations have been violated in multiple ways. On March 12th, you wrote, "We plan to engage Congress as required both by law and reality before we start drafting a plan to bring USAID over understate." That did not happen. As you know, we have a pledge. We owe the Global Fund $1.3 billion. I spoke with the head of the Global Fund in response to my repeated requests and multiple other people's repeated requests. You told me that those funds were going to be released. It has not happened. I'd just like you to respond to that. And again, I like you, I like our working relationship, but what is happening is we have a good conversation, and then I don't know, it seems to be getting sandbagged underneath you in this vast bureaucracy.
Yeah, well, that's part of the reason why we want to reorganize, is to have less vast bureaucracy, but I wouldn't blame that on this. The first couple points, we believe and continue to believe that we have complied with the law on every step of the way, including through advising Congress of our roles, and even now with the reorganization. We have not issued a congressional notification yet. We issued a preliminary. We have taken input from members. I actually personally signed a letter that I think should have been delivered to you. I was overseas. I don't know if it was Monday or Sunday or Saturday, but it was in response to your latest letter.
Yeah.
So I hope you did get that. And obviously we'll continue to engage with you on all of this as well.
So the practical effect here, right? Because everyone can agree that, well, I don't know if everyone can agree, but it seems to me that most of us agree that there is virtue in reforming any big institution, and that aligning USAID's operations with the State Department and the President's and the Secretary's foreign policy objectives is beneficial. The question is, can we do this lawfully and in a way that doesn't damage our international reputation? Mothers who have fled Boko Haram in Nigeria are watching their babies starve. Children in South Sudan are dying of cholera. Families are dying because they have been cut off from their HIV medications. There are about 103 deaths an hour. And so we can talk about the reorganization of the State Department, but this becomes quickly not an abstraction, not a normal public policy tug and pull, because the way that this has been done, set aside our disagreement about whether it's been done lawfully, it's been done in a just catastrophic fashion. And so on some level, that's water under the bridge. But what I want from you is a commitment to try to get an appropriations bill that is done on a bipartisan basis that reconstitutes the foreign aid enterprise. I think we can do fewer things. I think we can be more narrow in our focus. But you are pushing on an open door, and instead of pushing on that open door, you are lighting the room on fire. Maybe that was not your intent. And I think we have two objectives right now: minimize suffering and reputational damage that's one line of effort. And the other is, how do we get back to the regular order where we can do a bill together? And I'd like your thoughts in the remaining minute and a half.
Yeah, well, first of all, that is the intent here, right, is to rebuild the foreign aid enterprise under the State Department. By the way, it's something multiple secretaries of states before me have wanted to do, because we want foreign aid to be a part of our diplomacy toolbox and our way we engage the world, not its own separate entity, but all of it coordinated one with the other. So that's our hope on the reorg, and that's what we're trying to endeavor towards. I also don't think it's fair, by the way, you highlighted a couple points I can in South Sudan, there's distribution problems there. It's not just a program. PEPFAR is 85% operative right now. So you touched about HIV medication.
Secretary, you are required to spend 100% of the money, not 85% of the money.
But 15% of that is funding of programs that we've canceled. We're going to cancel those programs. We've rescinded because they don't reach the purpose of those are elements of individual programs, for example, that were not meeting the mandate of the program. They were not being delivered. We just the other day at the embassy level in Namibia identified fraud, where millions and millions of dollars of U.S. aid was found on the store shelves being resold into the marketplace. It was our ambassador who discovered it. We tried to work with local authorities to fix it, and it was not fixed. And he was weeping at the conference while announcing this decision because he'd hated to do it. In some of the places you highlight, it's important to remember, even if the money is distributed, sometimes it cannot be brought out, the aid does not reach people because armed elements in Sudan, in South Sudan, are impeding aid from reaching their intended recipients.
It's a very complicated world in terms of the delivery of aid. The one point I'd like to
Senator, you're out of time?
With your indulgence, for 30 more seconds. And you and Senator Murphy had an exchange about this. It is just not true that only 12% of the aid reaches recipients. The way you get to 12% is it's 12% local NGOs. So that is excluding CARE, that is excluding the World Food Program, that is excluding Catholic Relief Services. And so if you're going to count that as like overhead or inefficiency, Secretary Rubio, you and I have honest disagreements, but that number has been given to you and is not an accurate assessment of the extent to which aid reaches the people who need it. And I will just say, if there's an enterprise to reduce overhead, count me in, but it is not 88% overhead. That's not what's happening. Thank you.
Well, that number, just to clarify, was actually Samantha Power's number. And she regretted that one of the things she was unable to do at USAID is improve upon that number.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in just 5 months, Secretary Rubio, and it's wonderful to have you back here in the committee. In just 5 months since you've been there, along with President Trump, I just want to take a moment to highlight the incredible work that this administration has accomplished with your leadership, and clearly President Trump's, restored U.S. leadership across the globe, unleashed American energy, secured our southern border, reduced illegal immigration by 95%, reimposed maximal deterrence on Iran, pushed back on Chinese aggression, created new deals for U.S. companies, secured the release of hostages and unjustly detained Americans. I really appreciate the strong leadership. And according to Monday, Mr. Secretary, and you see the wonderful picture of you in today's Washington Post, you and your bride Jeanette meeting with the Pope. If you take a look up here, Marco, you're going to see this great picture of you. And yeah. Want to comment on that at all? What it was, I've done all these things, and you got to meet the Pope. A new Pope, an American.
Well, I told people yesterday I started the morning meeting with the Pope, and I ended the evening at an event, a Kennedy Center event at the White House with the U.S. President, and they were both Americans.
Amazing times. I want to talk about Iran, if we could. So in the first 100 days, the maximum pressure campaign against Iran came into full force once again. The administration sanctioned 72 entities, 14 individuals, 74 vessels, as well as 18 additional entities, including 2 Chinese-based oil terminals, 13 vessels. I think the maximum pressure campaign is working. We're already seeing a reduction in Iran's ability to fund destabilizing operations across the region. How does the administration plan to maintain this momentum and then continue with the talks that are going on?
Well, I think it's clear for the Iranians. I mean, we're going to continue with sanctions until there's a deal otherwise. And by the way, there's also another set of sanctions out there that involve things like the sponsorship of terrorism and things of that they're doing. But when it comes to the nuclear program, until there's a deal, there's going to be sanctions. That's just the way it works. And so that's the president has issued an executive order for maximum pressure, and that's being executed on every single day. None of these are being slowed down while we're engaged in these talks. Ultimately, if we are able to reach a deal, then obviously that could be a part of it, but we're not at that stage yet. So look, we hope that there can be something done. These will not be easy. And by the way, one additional note on it, there's a separate set of sanctions out there, which are the snapback provisions that the E3 in Europe have. That's on another clock, completely different from ours. And I want to be clear about that. What they decide to do with their sanctions. Now, maybe we'll do a deal with Iran and they'll be satisfied with it and not impose their sanctions. But I met with the E3 again what day is it today? Tuesday? I met with them maybe 4 days ago in Turkey, and they are moving forward on their process, independent from ours, that could impose additional sanctions as early as July, August, September, October, November, September, October of this year.
I want to move to one of Iran's in the neighborhood neighbors with Syria. And President Trump met with the new Syrian president. He's urged the leader to deport foreign terrorists from Syria, help the U.S. counter ISIS. I want to just talk about ISIS, if I can, the concern for the resurgence of ISIS. It's been a significant concern. About 2,500 active ISIS fighters operating in Syria and in Iraq. Estimated 10,000 ISIS fighters in prisons in Syria. And what's your assessment of the threat posed in ISIS? And I know we have a presence. I was visiting our Wyoming troops who are in eastern Syria, and I want to know how that's helped to address the threats.
Yeah, so there's two major threats facing the Transitional Authority in Syria. The first is a resurgence of ISIS, many of them foreign fighters, most of them foreign fighters, and that's a very significant element because any space that's ungoverned, if there are parts of the country where the Transitional Authority does not control it, it creates an ungoverned space that ISIS can come in. So that's the first threat. The other is Iran. Iran has not given up its efforts to gin up former Assad officials and others to get behind certain armed groups on the ground and stir up trouble as well in the country. So these are both threats. They're different, but they're related, and they pose two of the most serious threats to the Transitional Authority's efforts to create a nation state in in Syria that does not threaten Israel, does not threaten its neighbors, and is able to provide the life that the people of Syria want to rebuild for themselves, including many who are abroad, who have expressed a willingness or an interest in returning. And in fact, we've seen some of those people begin to return just because of the U.S. sanctions announcement. But we want that trend to continue because Syria will need them in order to rebuild their country and reclaim it.
Can I talk to you about Gaza? President Trump's laid out a plan for Gaza. You recently said we support a future for the people of Gaza that is free of Hamas and full of opportunity. How do you envision a transition to a non-Hamas security and governance in Gaza?
Well, that's a central question and not an easy one to solve, obviously. We've engaged with partners. There was an Egyptian-led effort for a while. There's a Saudi effort now. We've obviously engaged with our regional partners to come up with the constructs of what that looks like. Not to be frank, I mean, in the midst of the conflict ongoing, most of the attention has been paid to the humanitarian situation and the freeing of the hostages and multiple failed efforts at a ceasefire, which are ongoing and continue, and the hopes of ending this and the cessation of hostilities at some point. But thought has been given to it. But I think at the core of it is, I think we can find the funds to do it. I think you can find the partners to do it. I think the central question for the future of Gaza is going to be who governs it. Because as long as there's a group like Hamas there, it's going to be very difficult to envision long-term peace and prosperity. So whether it's Hamas or some successor organization that spins out of it, that has to be a factor that you eliminate. And one of the ways you prevent it is by having a governing authority on the ground in Gaza that can provide the security necessary to allow there to be the peace necessary so you can have the prosperity we hope for.
I want to talk, last question, in terms of American energy. Last year the Biden administration chose to pause approvals of pending LNG exports. We know that Europe needs those. It created a lot of uncertainty. President Trump has promised in his unleashing American energy, he's removed a lot of the obstacles. Our LNG exports have surged. I think it's going to help in Europe. European countries have increased their purchases of U.S. LNG. How has lifting this pause that Biden put on here restored confidence in America as a reliable partner to Europe?
Well, obviously, I was just commenting a moment ago, I believe on Saturday, the first LNG shipment reached Italy, and there are other countries that are building terminals to receive it as well. So the fact that the United States joins now in the world as a reliable long-term source of liquefied natural gas as an export, I think improves our ties and our partnerships around the world. And it's a need for us because we have the capacity to export it and to develop it, and it's a need for our allies who need to diversify and in some cases make less dependent their system of generating electricity. It's a fundamental problem for multiple countries, for example, in Europe. It's not just the energy they need now, it's the energy they're going to need in the years to come. If you do an audit of where they're going to wind up needing, they don't have any way to generate that now unless they rely on things like U.S. exports of LNG. And that alone even won't be enough. They're going to have to find some other resources as well.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I served together in Congress for 15 years. We didn't always agree, but I believe we shared some common values: a belief in defending democracy and human rights abroad, and honoring the Constitution at home. That's why I voted to confirm you. I believed you would stand up for those principles. You haven't. You've done the opposite. And you used to speak with conviction about the importance of foreign aid as a tool to advance American values and interests. Then you stood by while Elon Musk took a chainsaw to USAID and other assistance programs. That has left a staggering toll: broken trust with countries, openings for China and other adversaries, and countless preventable deaths of children and others. Take Sudan, for example. The freezing of U.S. humanitarian assistance forced the closure of nearly 80% of the emergency food kitchens there. 2 million famine-affected people were left without access to food. People died because of those actions: mothers, fathers, and children. Tons of emergency food that could have saved their lives was left rotting in warehouses because you and Elon Musk refused to let USAID do its job. Sudan is a country where, by the administration's own determination, a genocide is unfolding in Darfur. But here's where it goes from cruel to despicable. While cutting off food aid to Sudanese families living through an actual genocide, you're fast-tracking white South Africans for refugee status under a manufactured claim that they are the victims of genocide. You tried to block the admission of individuals who had already been approved to come here as refugees, while making bogus claims to justify granting such status to Afrikaners. You've made a mockery of our country's refugee process, turning it into a system of global apartheid, where political ideology and race, more than truth or need, matter. And while you've turned away from a genocide in Sudan and invented one in South Africa, you teamed up with President Trump to throw the Ukrainian people under the bus, and have been played like a fiddle by Vladimir Putin. Of course, Donald Trump not only said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, he also said he would end the war in Gaza on day one. And yet last week, you were all running around to Gulf states, giving away very sensitive American AI and chips technology, but doing nothing to end the war in Gaza and get the remaining hostages returned. You know that for 78 days, the Netanyahu government did not allow a scrap of food to enter Gaza to reach over 2 million civilians. 57 children have died from malnutrition so far, and more than 14,000 children are in imminent danger of dying of starvation. As Cindy McCain said last week, and I quote, "Families in Gaza are starving while the food they need is sitting at the border." That is a gross violation of both U.S. and international law. What did you do? Nothing. Not once did you publicly call upon the Netanyahu government to end the blockade. Fortunately, other countries spoke out, and now we see a tiny trickle going in. Where have you focused your energy instead, Mr. Secretary? Well, your first trip as Secretary of State was to El Salvador, not to promote democracy, but to cozy up to President Bukele, who calls himself the world's coolest dictator. The result was a cash for collusion deal to deprive people living in America of their constitutional rights to due process. The Supreme Court, in a 9-0 decision, instructed you to facilitate the return to the United States of Abrego Garcia, who the administration admitted was wrongfully deported to El Salvador. Your response? You've openly flouted judicial orders. When asked whether you have been in touch with El Salvador to return Abrego Garcia, you boasted, quote, "I would never tell you that. And you know who else I would never tell? A judge." Clearly, you don't care about the Fifth Amendment right to due process, and you don't care about the First Amendment either, since you've been very busy snatching students off of college campuses for exercising their right to free speech. You dredged up a relic from the McCarthy era to claim that student protesters posed a threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Give me a break, Mr. Secretary. You know as well as I do, this isn't about national security. It's about punishing free speech. And you know that in America, the government doesn't get to use its power to punish speech it doesn't like. Yet in March, You boasted about revoking student visas, saying, and I'm quoting, "We do it every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa," unquote. Let's look at one of those lunatics, Mr. Secretary, Ms. Ozturk. Her crime was co-authoring an op-ed in her college paper critical of Tufts University's response to the war in Gaza. Your own department found 0 links to terrorism, no anti-Semitic statements, but you still yanked her visa and shipped her off to detention in Louisiana. And the list goes on and on. The federal judge in the case of Mohsen Madawi, who is the Columbia student who was ambushed by federal agents at his citizenship appointment, said, and I quote, this is the judge, "Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. Our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids. Like the McCarthy-era witch hunts of the 1950s, your campaign of fear and repression is eating away at foundational values of our democracy. Back then, it took one voice, Attorney Joseph Welch, to cut through the hysteria with the simple question that marked the beginning of the end of that shameful era. He asked Senator McCarthy, "Have you no sense of decency?" And I would ask you the same, Secretary Rubio. You have shown through your words and your actions what the answer is. And I have to tell you directly and personally that I regret voting for you for Secretary of State. I yield back.
May I respond?
You may sit.
Well, first of all, your regret for voting for me confirms I'm doing a good job based on what I know.
Well, that's
about
just
your
a
record and
flippant
what you
statement,
stand
Mr.
for.
Secretary.
Can I respond, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
I didn't ask
Senator,
questions.
please let the secretary have
I'd be
the floor.
happy to, but then I can respond to his
Your time's up, Senator, and willfully used, I might add.
Well-
Your remarks do not represent the view of this committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman-
Secretary, please.
Well, I'd like to. I can't respond to everything he said because much of these are untrue, but I'll go through a few. First of all, I'm actually very proud of the work we've done with USAID. For example, I don't regret cutting $10 million for male circumcisions in Mozambique. I don't know how that makes us stronger and more prosperous as a nation.
I raised
don't regret
Sudan, Mr.
psychosocial support services.
I
with
raised
USAID.
Sudan, Mr. Secretary.
Can I
not
respond, Mr.
Mozambique.
Chairman, or do I?
Senator, I'd ask you to suspend. You had 7 straight minutes of
I chose
railing
to
on-
use my time that way, Mr. Chairman. That's my right to
Please
use my
suspend
time that way.
Secretary Rubio.
Well, I can go on. I mean, there's other things here. We spent $227,000 for Big Cat's YouTube channel from USAID. We spent $14 million for social cohesion in Mali, whatever the hell that means. So I can go on and on. I got the list here, and there's more. I didn't even bring the whole list. In the case of El Salvador, absolutely. Absolutely. We deported gang members, including the one you had a margarita with. And that guy is a human trafficker, and that guy is a gangbanger, and the evidence is going to be clear. In the days to come,
Mr.
you're going to see
Chairman,
who you went to
look,
defend.
I'm sorry,
please,
Mr. Chairman.
Secretary
No.
Rubio has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, he can't make unsubstantiated
Senator,
comments like that.
Secretary Rubio has the floor. You've had
Secretary
your time.
Rubio should take that testimony to the federal court in the
Senator,
United States because
well,
he hasn't done it under oath.
Here's another point, okay? There is a division in our government between the federal branch and the judicial branch. No judge in the judicial branch cannot tell me or the president how to conduct foreign policy. No judge can tell me how I have to outreach to a foreign partner or what I need to say to them. And if I do reach to that foreign partner and talk to them, I have under no obligation to share that with the judiciary branch. Just like a judge cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister of Russia, they cannot order me to negotiate with a foreign minister or the president of El Salvador. And if I did negotiate with them, which we have responded to them, and we've told them, we've had communications with the president of El Salvador, I am under no obligation, under our division of powers in this country, and to share with the judicial branch how I conducted diplomacy of the United States. It would actually be counterproductive. If I started sharing with courts, or frankly, with the media, my conversations with foreign leaders and all of their details, no foreign leader would talk to me again, and we would break trust with them. So I have complied with every court order. What I won't comply with is an order to disclose what I'm saying and what we're talking about with a foreign leader, because then they won't talk to me. Diplomacy doesn't work that way. About the student visas, let me say this. I don't deport anybody, and I don't snatch anybody. The State Department does not have officers in the street snatching everybody. What I do is revoke visas, and it's very simple. A visa is not a right. It is a privilege. People apply for student visas to come into the United States and study. And if you tell me that you're coming to the United States to lead campus crusades, to take over libraries and try to burn down buildings and acts of violence, we're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what Ms. Ozturk did? We're not going to give you a visa.
Is that what she
and if you
did?
do
Come
that-
on, Mr. Secretary.
And every single
You're
one of
just
these
blowing
cases, the
smoke
factors
here
are
now.
different.
Senator,
the bottom line is if you're
Senator,
coming here to stir up trouble on our campuses, we will deny you a visa. And if you
Does
have
the
a
First
visa
Amendment
and we find
apply
you,
to
we will
people
revoke
living
it.
in the United
And
States?
we're going to do more. There are more coming. We're going to continue to revoke the visas of people who are here as guests and are disrupting our higher education facilities. People are paying money. These kids pay money to go to school, and they have to walk through
Writing
a bunch
an
of
op-ed
lunatics
to the
who are
Tufts
here on student
newspapers
visas.
disrupting the
Simple
foreign
as that.
policy of the United
I want to
States?
do more. I hope we can
That's
find more of these people.
pathetic, Mr.
In fact, the
Secretary.
other day, some guys led a riot. I forgot what university it was, and I asked, please, can you find the arrest records of all the people that were arrested at that riot at that campus? Because if any of them have a visa, we're going to revoke
I
it.
feel so much safer
All right,
when you lock
let's,
up people like Ms. Osterg, Mr. Secretary.
We've had enough time on the subject. Thank you very much. And we're going to move to Senator Lee.
Mr. Secretary, it's very good to have you back here. I want to say it's good to see the fauna in its natural habitat, but it's more like its former habitat, because your current one is also where you naturally belong. And I, for one, I know a majority of us feel the same way, have every confidence in your ability to serve us, and are very grateful for your service. One of the many things that I've always liked about you and I always agreed with you on is your clear-eyed vision for the Western Hemisphere. You seem to share the understanding that many of us have, which is that we've been blessed as a country throughout our 250-year existence by the fact that we're protected by a big ocean to our left, another big ocean to our right, and friendly neighbors to our north and south. Those natural barriers are good for us and gave rise to the Monroe Doctrine and things like that. And I appreciate the fact that we now have a Secretary of State who understands and appreciates the importance of the Western Hemisphere. So I want to ask you where the Western Hemisphere fits relative to other regions of the globe and, with the current administration. Now, as I understand it, the America First Opportunity Fund is intended to support, quote, America's most enduring and critical partners. As you, as Secretary of State, work to realign State Department priorities and funding programs with our national interests, will the countries in our immediate periphery, those in our hemisphere, our neighbors, be counted among our most critical partners?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, by the way, the new Prime Minister of Canada was here a couple weeks ago. We had a very productive engagement with the President. Their new foreign minister is coming on board, wasn't able to join us at the NATO gathering a few days ago, but look forward to interacting with her as well. We've obviously had some disagreements with Canada in with regards to the nature of trade between our countries. But I think there's hope here that we can work something out on the trade front with them, although that's not something that I'm involved in negotiating. And then we have a lot of other mutual interests. As an example, national security, on our shared obligations to NORAD and the defense of the North American continent. They've been a strong partner, and we look forward to building on that. And one of the most encouraging things is that Canada, that has historically not spent a lot of money, at one point less than 1% of their GDP on the military, it's now increasing, has made a pledge to get to 2% and has signed on to the NATO pledge to get to 5% over the next decade. So I think that's going to strengthen our partnership as well in providing security to our hemisphere. Thank you.
I want to touch next on the contributions to international organizations account. This multi-purpose account has been used to facilitate U.S. payments to over 40 international organizations. I think the current tally might be at 44. Now, as someone who has been skeptical of international organizations in the way we fund them, the way they've been used, and the way they've used our money, I very much welcome the proposed reduction in funding of international organizations. But the budget request before us mentions only the UN in that context, not the dozens of other organizations that we're also funding. As you keep up your efforts to review our participation in and funding of international organizations, can you offer us some kind of a glimpse into the universe of organizations as to which we might be terminating our funding this year?
Well, I think there are some already that we have with UNRWA and some of the other programs that we are not happy with what they do. But the assessment is very simple, and that is our participation in this organization further our national interests or not? It doesn't mean we have to agree with everything the organization does, because sometimes there's benefit to being at the table. Sometimes there's benefit to being there and being able to influence the direction that it's going. In other cases, these are just forums that are used for anti-American positioning, but we're paying for it. So you start to ask yourself, well, why are people, and in other cases, you're legitimizing it. So you look at the Human Rights Council at the United Nations, which basically doesn't do anything to sanctions. In fact, it has become a place where some of the worst human rights violators on the planet go to hide. And yet we're funding that, and we're participating and giving it credibility. So I do think there are agencies like this. And here's one that I would say, because you asked about the Western Hemisphere, and I'm not saying it's one of the ones we're going to walk away from. I'm not claiming that right now. I am saying this. We have a catastrophe in our own hemisphere right now in Haiti, that we are seeking to come up with an alternative strategy because the one that's in place right now isn't working. And Haiti's heading in a very bad direction very quickly. And everyone's bending themselves, twisting themselves into pretzels to try to figure out how can we get the United Nations or some other entity to fly a flag over the country that you could put a mission that deals with it. And I asked myself, the Organization of American States has not led a mission since 1965, I believe. Why do we have an Organization of American States if it is unable to collectively respond to what is a severe catastrophe in our own hemisphere? Again, I'm not threatening we're going to pull out of the OAS. And that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is we need to challenge some of our existing memberships to step up. Because you would think that one of the reasons why the OAS exists is to deal with a crisis like the one we have in Haiti, which is not like a crisis anywhere else, because these are not warring ideological movements. This is a country being taken over by criminal gangs. Or in fact, much of it's already been taken over by criminal gangs, and you have to deal with that very differently. And I want to say one thing here publicly. We are grateful to the Kenyans and to the mission. We remain committed to it because they've done it at great sacrifice and risk, but that mission alone will not solve this problem. And so that is one example of something that I want to see us be able to lead on, and that is to get organizations like the OAS, which we contribute to quite a bit, step forward and provide a mission with countries, member countries, to deal with the issue of Haiti, which is about to take a very dramatic turn if not addressed very quickly.
That's a great point. I'm glad you raised OAS. I know that Lee Rizzuto, who's been named by President Trump to be our ambassador to that organization, has a vision that aligns closely with that of the President and of you, our Secretary of State. Now, the Biden administration used the Development Finance Corporation as yet another vehicle for pursuing international climate alarmism with U.S. funding. Under the Biden administration, the DFC committed $20 million for sustainable tilapia production in Kenya, $50 million to purchase new vehicles for a car rental business in Ukraine, and $350 million for wind power in Turkey. These are just a few examples. As the Trump example seeks to lean on the DFC as an alternative for foreign aid, what sorts of projects and in which regions would you advise the U.S. To fund through the DFC?
Well, I think that's first of all, the DFC obviously is independent from the Department of State, so they have an own board and an own governing structure. Although I'm a member of it, I don't control it. But I think the broader question that you're asking is exactly the point of this reorganization, and that is it will now be incumbent upon our regional bureaus and our embassies under those bureaus to identify those opportunities for us. And then to elevate that at the leadership level and say, here's what we need to be funding in this country on the basis of our interaction. For example, in the Caribbean basin, when you talk to leaders there, they will tell you their number one need is to build up the capacity of their local law enforcement so they can take on these gangs. If they can get control of the gangs and the security situation, then they can expand to economic development and things of that nature. But it's difficult to do as long as it's insecure on the ground. These are the kinds of things that we want to be able to pursue, which is why we want to empower the regional bureaus and our embassies to have a role to play in determining what we fund and what we put our money towards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I see my time's expired. Thank you, Secretary Rubio.
Thank you, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to get right into it. Secretary Rubio, I'm going to embrace my Jewish mother instincts for a moment. So as a mother, a senator, and a fellow human being, I can tell you that I'm not even mad anymore about your complicity in this administration's destruction of U.S. global leadership. I'm simply disappointed. And I wonder if you're proud of yourself in this moment when you go home to your family, because I've always found you, Senator Rubio, to be a bipartisan, pragmatic partner, a true believer that the U.S. is stronger when we lead with diplomacy and development. You have a strong record on this, but I don't recognize, Secretary Rubio, A stalwart support of Israel, you've watched this administration abandon Saudi normalization with Israel in order to pursue business deals. You were once a fierce critic of Vladimir Putin, but you sat idly by as the president berated the elected leader of Ukraine for not capitulating to Russia. And worst of all, you've kneecapped foreign assistance, including programs that you previously championed, and made America less safe, less strong, less prosperous in doing so. I know you know this in your heart, and I can't make this point any better than you did yourself in 2019 when you said, anybody who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that will bring us to balance is lying to you. So with that, I'm just going to move on to my questions. Thank you. And I'm going to talk about international women's issues because during your time as senator, you were a champion of international women's issues. You helped introduce bills that would have codified the Department's Office of Global Women's Issues and Women's Global Development Prosperity Initiative. You supported several bills, including Senator Shaheen's Bipartisan Women, Peace, and Security Act. During your confirmation hearing, you committed to me that you would support women's economic empowerment abroad. And at this year's International Women of Courage Award, you waxed poetically about the administration's support for women abroad. So help me understand how to square your past with your present. You're proposing the full elimination of the Office of Global Women's Issues. You've terminated hundreds of programs that help women and girls. You provided no guidance to the department on whether they should continue to implement the Women, Peace, and Security Act, and I'm still waiting to see your support for women's economic empowerment overseas. How can you dismiss the concerns of women around the world? Do you believe that the data shows that women's economic participation includes greater economic development worldwide and that women's participation in peace negotiations guarantees longer outcomes? And I have a few questions, so I would respectfully ask for a yes or no. Don't you think that women's participation is important and allows for better outcomes?
This is not a game show. I'm not going to ask that with a yes or no. That's an important question. And I can answer it. We're not abandoning women's issues.
So do you believe the Office of Global Women's Issues should be eliminated?
One thing is to eliminate an office. Another thing is to eliminate the function. The function will still exist. It'll be driven at the regional bureaus. So every one of our regions will have someone who's looking at and driving that issue, and right down to the embassy. It remains a priority. The same with the law that you outlined that I supported. This is going to be executed on, but it's going to be executed at the regional level and at the embassy level. And the reason why is because the challenges facing women in Africa are different than the challenges facing women in Central America,
and
which
I
are
have
different
your commitment that you're going to support women around the world, because without the women being able to be successful in their countries, I believe we can't have peace, stability, and our countries move forward.
Sure, and it remains part of our agenda. It's just going to be, the service is still going to be delivered, but it's going to be delivered at the regional and embassy level, not through a standalone office in Washington, D.C.
When will we see the reports on this and how this will be delivered?
Well, this is what we're engaged in with this committee now, which is our reorganization process. We've made an initial presentation to the committees. It's not final. We've received input through the comment period, including from our own building, but also from members of Congress on both sides, and meaning the House and Senate. Now we'll come back to you based on all of that input on what we propose to be the final reorganization.
Do you have a timeline when you'll come back? Because I don't want to see women left behind around the world, and I think you'd agree with me. But I'm going to turn on to Israel. If you can give us a timeline of when you're proposing to do this, that would be helpful, and we maybe come back and revisit it, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a timeline of when?
Sure, we're engaged now. I think we'll owe you a congressional notification here within the next few weeks, which is but all of that is being built on the comment period in which we've taken input from staff and members of this committee as well as in the House.
Thank you. Can I move on to Israel for a second? So the Office of Security Coordinator in Israel, the OSC, was established by President Bush in 2005. The OC is widely respected, including by the IDF Central Command, for facilitating security coordination between the Palestinian Authority and the Israeli security forces, which has been crucial in preventing terrorist attacks against Israelis. However, it's reported that you plan, again, to eliminate OSC, which I believe, and many others, could lead to further destabilization in the West Bank and threaten Israel's security. So, Mr. Secretary, should the U.S. continue playing a role in facilitating successful security coordination between IDF and Palestinian security forces to safeguard Israeli lives? And if so, do you believe the State Department should continue to maintain the OSC and support it financially?
Yeah, there's news reports every day about things that aren't true. So the only thing that's been discussed about OSC is whether it should be brought under the authority of the ambassador and the embassy.
You're not proposing eliminating. Thank you. We'll move further on this discussion. With my minute left, I'm going to talk about vaccines abroad because Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, we are so proud, has prevented nearly 19 million children's deaths since it was created by providing vaccines to 50 countries. Diseases, they don't know borders. So a small investment from the U.S. can save American lives by stopping outbreaks really before they reach our shores. You were previously a champion of global vaccines, twice leading resolutions in support of continued U.S. investments in these programs. So, Mr. Secretary, again, do you consider vaccines, including for malaria, Ebola, to be life-saving? Given Gavi's proven track record of saving lives, preventing global disease outbreaks that could reach our borders, will you commit to prioritizing continued U.S. support for Gavi?
But we haven't canceled U.S. support for malaria or any of these other communicable diseases and or vaccines. What we have, there are some individual programs that may have been canceled because they weren't being delivered in the appropriate way. All of these functions will continue. The difference now is the function will be happening under the Department of State, as opposed to a set-alone entity, which you had very little oversight over, by the way, in this committee, even though we tried in the years that I was on it with USAID. And I don't want to, I may respond to one point you made just because I'm curious. We have not abandoned Saudi normalization with Israel, as you pointed. The Saudis are the ones that have expressed their inability to move forward on it so long as the conflict is happening in Gaza. But we would love to see normalization.
You know, when it comes to the Saudis and normalization, and we can have this as I'd be so happy to have you in my office or come to your office and talk about this. It was quite apparent on the last trip that the president was more interested in making business deals and trying to move forward peace in the region. It's not just about the business deal. There's a lot going on, and there is pressure to bear. But we did receive a list, I just want to say for the record, that showed Gavi was terminated. And so if you could send us something to show that it's turned back on, we'd be glad to see that. I know I'm over my time.
Senator Scott.
All right. Secretary Rubio, first off, I'm proud to have voted for you. I wish you were in the Senate, but I'm proud that you're Secretary of State, and I can tell you, Floridians are very proud of you. As you know, Miami-Dade, finally, for the first time in history, is now more Republican than Democrat. I'm sure they looked at you and saw all the success you've had, so one of the reasons it happened. Can you talk about what you're trying to accomplish with your reorganization and how that's going to improve national security?
Well, ultimately, the goal of reorganization is to make the State Department, put State Department at the center of our foreign policy, which people will look at and say, well, how, isn't that what it's always been? But it actually had lost that role. And one of the reasons why it had lost this role is inability to deliver quickly. In essence, the inability to deliver quickly on whatever policymakers determined they wanted them to do, and there were structural reasons for that and the like. The other thing is that we are now in an era that requires, I think every era has required this, but now more than ever, a foreign policy that's cohesive, where all the elements of national power, including soft power, which has been talked about here today with foreign aid, but also the hard work of diplomacy, of understanding that sometimes when you're dealing with another nation state, they're not going to behave the way you would want your country to behave, but it's in our national interest to have a relationship with them and be able to influence discrete decisions that they make on one topic or another. And all of this has to be coordinated, and that wasn't happening. We had functional bureaus that were basically in charge of some human rights issue, and then we had an embassy. And oftentimes when you would travel abroad, you would find that our embassy and or our regional bureau and our functional bureau were at odds with one another. Because the functional bureau was pushing one agenda, the embassy was pushing another. And this was also true with USAID. By the way, this idea that USAID got along well with the State Department is false. And embassy after embassy, during my time in oversight, you would hear complaints about how USAID was funding programs that State Department had no insight into and in many ways contradicted what the State Department was driving at the embassy level. So what we're asking for now through this reorganization is to bring it all under one roof so that we can conduct foreign policy at the regional and local level in a way that's cohesive and concise and can deliver results. But it's also where you're going to get the best ideas from. I read cables from our missions around the world every single day. Some of the most important information that I get as Secretary of State is not from intelligence reports, it's not from news articles, it's not from briefings from somebody. It is from a cable that comes directly from that embassy that is identifying a problem and or an opportunity that I may not hear about for months if it ever makes its way through the system. So we want to empower that, because that's our front lines. These are the people that are on the ground every single day, dealing with the government, dealing with society, and they're identifying opportunities and problems months, if not years, in advance of what Maine State or others are identifying. So the goal of reorganization is to shorten that time frame, because we can't afford to move slow. The world moves very, very quickly. This decision we made on Syria, had we run that through a traditional process, would have taken months and months and months of interagency this and people talking that and all the different boxes that have to be checked in some memo that gets to me. Our ability to move quickly on a discrete, on a unique opportunity in a time-effective manner, I think is going to bear dividends for the national security of our country if it works out. And we want to be able to see more of that. And that's really the goal of reorganization. People think this is a cost-cutting exercise. There may be savings. There need to be savings. We just had our credit rating downgraded. You talk about a foreign policy problem? That's the first thing our foreign interlocutors wanted to mention to me on Sunday in Rome, is that our credit rating was just downgraded. We have a debt problem, but that's obviously not a State Department issue, but that's our problem. But that's a problem. But this is not just about cost savings. This is about providing a more efficient, faster-moving, more effective State Department and as a tool of diplomacy. The State Department should be at the center of American foreign policy making. And that's our goal, to create one, to reorganize one that can deliver on that.
I want to thank you and President Trump for your focus on Latin America. Can you tell me, what do you think the proper role of the Organization of American States is? What should they be doing?
Well, you would think that they would be able to be a forum to deal with challenges in the region. None more pressing right now than what's happening in Haiti. I mean, Haiti's basically been taken over by a coalition of gangs who they're not interested in governing the country. They're not interested in running the country. They just think if there's no government, we're in charge of this territory, and from here we can do all the drug running and organ smuggling and human smuggling, all the stuff we want. And that's what they're trying to do, and that's what they're doing. That's a very unique challenge. Our traditional peacekeeping missions are designed to keep ideological groups from fighting each other, or tribal groups from fighting each other, or in many cases nation states from fighting each other. But that traditional approach is not going to solve this very unique challenge. It is a country basically taken over by 25 to 30,000 individuals who are members of criminal gangs who simply want to control territory so they can hijack trucks, steal and or charge exorbitant fees for fuel to move across the country, kidnap people and traffic in humans, traffic in drugs across the border into the Dominican Republic and through sea-bound lanes. And there's things that we need to do. For example, we need to figure, and we've been working with the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, the ATF, and others, on how can we cut the flow of guns that are leaving the Miami River on containers and reaching not just Haiti, but Jamaica and Trinidad and other places. So there's more we can do on that front. But from the OAS's perspective, if ever there was a regional crisis that you would think an organization like this could step forward and provide a force or a group of countries that working together could help solve, it would be the OAS. And we're prepared to play a leading role in that. But we do need buy-in from other partners in the region who are as affected, if not more so, by what's happening there. So that's one example of what the OAS should help on. And obviously the other is on the defense of democracy, which is the OAS is a collection of democratic institutions. In places like Nicaragua, there is no. In Venezuela, in Cuba, there is no democracy.
Can you talk about how you're working to reform the Foreign Service Officer recruitment?
In terms of reforms? Well, two things we're doing. On the promotion board, we're not getting rid of the promotion board. I read some the other day. We have simply suspended it for a month while we reevaluate how we promote people. We want to promote people on the basis of how good they are. I know this is a shocking view, but we want to promote people on the basis of how good they are. And frankly, on occasion, you will find that a more junior officer, meaning they've only been there 10 years instead of 20, is really good and deserves a promotion. And if you don't promote them, they're going to leave the Foreign Service. The same is true for how we recruit people. We want to widen the base of people. And in fact, one of the things we've thought about is, are there people in the middle of a career doing something else in the private sector that are interested in entering diplomacy? There was a program to do that back in the 1980s, and it was very successful. Maybe these are people that will give us 15 or 20 years in that regard. So we are looking to expand our talent pool, but ultimately, we are also seeking to have a system internally where we are rewarding merit and performance, and not simply seniority or where you are in the pecking order based on how long you've been there. And that doesn't mean that if you've been there a long time, you're not good. But it means there are some people that haven't been there as long that are just as good or not better. And we want to make sure they're promoted, because if not, we're going to lose them. We're going to lose them to the private sector.
Thank you. You're doing a great job.
Senator Booker.
Thank you very much. Marco, first of all, I just want to say I agree with what you said about it being a foreign policy crisis, the great debt and the downgrading that we just saw. To be pushing a bill right now that would add $2.7 trillion to our national debt is just outrageous. And I've been grateful for the small group of Republicans here in the Senate and a number in the House who have just called this out as plain as it is. To do this now will shake America's economy, give tax breaks to the wealthiest amongst us who are doing quite well, and not help with the current economic crisis we're facing. But that's frankly just something I didn't want to talk about right now. Where I really want to just continue our conversation about Sudan, and I know you know, as was said passionately by one of my colleagues, the gravity of the crisis that's over there. Full stop. It's the greatest humanitarian crisis on the planet Earth. There's ethnic cleansing going on, an active genocide as described by our own government and others. And people are fleeing right now with the recent attacks on Zamzam and more, but I know you're very aware of this. What I want to ask you about specifically is that not only did you acknowledge the genocide and say, I quote, being backed by countries that we consider allies elsewhere in the world, this is being fueled, you were saying, we must draw a clear line on that. You specifically mentioned the UAE, and you said, and I quote, take UAE, for example, they are an important partner in the Middle East, but we must be clear they are currently supporting an entity that is carrying out genocide. I'm just wondering, have you been able to draw that clear line in your conversations with the UAE, specifically addressing the issue of the supplying of arms?
Well, again, and I wasn't satisfied when people would answer this way when I was sitting on that side, but now on this side with diplomacy, you always want to be careful what you say publicly, because then people don't want to talk to you if they think it's going to happen in the future. Let me say this, we have expressed, not just to the UAE, but to other countries, that they are turning it into a proxy war, that it's destabilizing the region, that in fact it's creating an environment, not just in Sudan, but it's threatening to destabilize. South Sudan already faces pretty substantial challenges, but some of that threatens to spill over and make it even worse.
If I can interrupt, Marco, because I think your answer is justifiable. The UAE is a vital ally to the United States in a lot of other critical areas of the world.
But it doesn't serve their interest. But my point is, it doesn't serve the interest of some of these countries involved to continue to pursue this route, because instability there is going to create a breeding nest for
And I guess what my hope is,
radicalism.
and I know you and I can have further conversations privately, is that we are pressing hard on those people that are fueling the conflict. But I want to ask the next part of this question is the U.S. leadership is critical to end this. This is actually something that we can achieve. Not only alleviation of the suffering, but an end of this. If a humanitarian corridor is created and respected, this is something we can help to do. Finding diplomatic resolution to the conflict is something we can do. Now, there's a bipartisan a commitment in this committee, mandate to appoint a special envoy for Sudan. We know that that kind of leadership can help address this the worst crisis on the globe. Time is not in our favor. Are you going to get a special envoy appointed, as colleagues on both sides of this aisle want to happen?
We do. We want to. We'd love to have somebody in charge of that. We have a similar arrangement with DRC, Rwanda, and have seen it play dividends.
Mr. Secretary, all I'm looking for is a sense of urgency and an answer yes.
Yes, the answer is, but we have to find the right person, and that's the challenge.
Next, 30 million people in Sudan require humanitarian assistance. In February, it was reported that, and you heard this passionately, that the freeze in humanitarian assistance is causing untold suffering. I was there myself in Chad last year and saw the role that we were playing. And frankly, I saw how great American companies like Plumpy Nut here were doing good, a double bottom line. They were helping to alleviate the crisis over there, as well as helping American businesses here. I just am hoping that you can say that you will commit to resume and even surge United States humanitarian assistance, particularly food aid, as soon as humanly as possible.
Well, all of that has been approved. All of the life-saving food and medicine programs have been turned on. To the extent that there's been impediments, has been one or two things. Either A, on the payment system front, where we faced a couple of weeks where we couldn't get money moving through Treasury because of a variety of different reasons, including changes to the technology, but that's largely been resolved. And the other is the ability to distribute it once the aid arrives at site.
Marco, Mr. Secretary, you and I have been friends for a very long time. a sense of urgency is what I'm asking for right now. That every day that we delay or that we don't plow through the line of defense here, that's stopping this from happening. People are dying. I know you, and I know we can do better. And as you and I both were taught back in the days we were playing football, if better is possible, good is not enough. I want to move to my next question for you. Is the refugee camps, the U.S. main corridor to life-saving assistance, which I said to you, I visited. I just hoping that we can make sure that we are doing more. And I'll be specific in an example of another area. Despite the escalating humanitarian crisis, the United Nations Humanitarian Air Service is vital. The termination of those flights, makes it likely that all of Chad's aid into Chad will stop and end, and they will have no resources by the end of July. It can take a week to reach Chad's border from the capital via motorcade. And so this is a vital lifeline that we were supporting. During the rainy season, you can't make that trip by road at all. And I know, again, that you know this. Why was the award terminated for these flights? It is, to me, this is just very plain. This is the lifeline. And it was denied a waiver, which we reached out for. It's just, again, a very plain way that we could save lives. And I'm not sure if it's just because it had the UN in the title, but can we get a resumption of these flights that will literally save lives by getting resources?
Well, I think the answer to your question is that while you were talking about a mode of transport versus the actual aid, and I understand how important that is, then the question is what percentage of responsibility the United States should bear in comparison to other countries that have capability and are actually closer to the problem. So there's a broader issue here, and that is there does come a point at which we have to understand that the United States, there's great causes all over the world. And I'm not speaking specifically about the flight because I owe you a specific answer on that question. I don't recall that waiver. I don't recall the denial.
Marco, that's all, excuse me, Mr. Secretary, that's all I'm looking for.
But all I want you to understand is that not every program we've ever funded is going to be funded in the future because we have to balance these things.
Mr. Secretary, I am aware of that. I just want an answer. I mean, this is like Schindler's List. Doing a little more saves lives. And I know we are more capable than we are right now. And I'm asking for that answer.
I'll get you the answer on the flights.
And the flights and some of the other things I mentioned, and I'm happy to work with you on the special envoy. There are people on both sides that are willing to do that. And I'll say in conclusion, because I'm over, but other people did, I do not want to lecture you, especially because I know I've had enough conversations that I know your moral core. But what my colleague brought up very passionately about the Afrikaners, I want you to know as a person that talks to countries and leaders like you do all over Africa, they are already seeing us not prioritizing ambassadors. They see embassies being closed. But the torrent I got on the Afrikaners reminded me of the torrent I got from African leaders when the president called those countries like those in Africa shithole countries. The anguish and the anger and the disappointment and the feeling of double standards. So just from a diplomatic range, where we're in a competition in many ways on that continent that you and I talked in your confirmation hearings about the profound moral urgencies, economic opportunity, security mandates, the cooperations with these countries. We have got to do a better job, in my opinion, and I've worked with you on these issues when you were a senator, diplomatically in prioritizing these issues. And I will partner with you in any way possible to make sure that we are addressing what I believe is a diplomatic shortfall right now in advancing American interests on the continent.
If I might just real quick, we haven't closed any embassies, so I think people are responding to like articles talking about the potential for embassy closures and things of that nature, but we haven't closed any embassies, and we have been engaged. Listen, Africa, to me, is one of the priorities that I've set for us in terms of our global view because of the opportunities, because of the youth of the continent, because of explosive growth that we're going to foresee. And as an example of it, one of the things we prioritized, which a lot of people thought was intractable, was trying to reach a peace agreement between the DRC and Rwanda. Now, it's not done. But we brought them both here to Washington, D.C. about a month ago. They signed a memorandum of understanding. The negotiations are moving forward. They're actually moving forward very well. Our hope is to arrive at a peace deal there that ultimately ends what was turning out to be a very brutal and difficult conflict. So I take your point on Sudan and the need for an envoy. We would love to find the right person to handle that portfolio because it has to be the right person. And we have played a supportive role. For example, the UK, about a month and a half ago, led a Sudan summit in London for a day, where a lot of other countries, we sent someone, we've offered to be helpful and work with them on it, but a lot of other countries either didn't make commitments or didn't live up to the commitments. The summit sort of was a minor disappointment because while everyone talks a big game around the world about it, they're not stepping up. But I take your point. I'll get you your answer on the flights because I'm not aware of that specific waiver. And on the envoy, we'd love to work with you to find the right person.
And the ambassadors and other things, I'll reach out to your office on.
Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm proud of my vote for you to confirm you as Secretary of State. We all know you well, having worked with you for many years. We know of your the qualities that you bring to this job, and I think you're exactly the right person for this job in a very dangerous and turbulent world. When I look at what you and the administration has done just in, it's May the 20th, January the 20th, President Trump was sworn into office, but just a few of the things that have happened during that time, obviously the critical minerals deal in Ukraine, the Pakistani-Indian conflict, which could have resulted in a nuclear conflict between two nuclear-armed countries, things back closer to where I live, the Mexican water deal that was negotiated with Mexico. I'm frankly amazed at your stamina and what you and the administration have been able to do in a short period of time. And listening to some of the criticism that I've heard this morning, it reminded me of a quote from NFL quarterback Aaron Rodgers talking about dealing with criticism, things he wished he had known when he was younger. And he said, never listen to criticism from somebody that you never would have taken advice from in the first place. But let me ask you specifically about two issues. One has to do with Ukraine and peace negotiations. I applaud you and the administration, and particularly President Trump, for initiating these negotiations between Ukraine and Russia and try to bring a peace, or at least a ceasefire, between these warring countries. This is enormously dangerous, as you know better than most, because it could easily spill over into the rest of Europe, result in NATO becoming involved and the like. But I wonder what you believe Mr. Putin's motivations are. Do you think that he is engaging in these negotiations in good faith, that he intends to give something in order to get something, or not?
Well, I think that's, on the question of Putin, I think that's still an open question. I think he approaches it, we have to assume, from a cold, calculated cost-benefit, nation-state evaluation of what's in the best interest of his view of Russia. What I'm pretty certain of is this is not the war he thought he was getting. When he first invaded Ukraine, I think he anticipated that the government would collapse and that he would be greeted as a liberator, and it has not turned out that way. And in fact, Russia today controls less territory than they did after the first 2 months of the war. So they've suffered significant losses. They've suffered the losses of at least, by some estimates, 250,000 men in uniform, and the Ukrainians have suffered less, but nonetheless suffered as well. It is a battlefield today in which the front lines move 10 kilometers at a time in one direction or another. Even if they're advancing at a tremendously high cost. But the challenge Russia faces now is their entire economy is built around the war effort. Their entire economy is built around munitions production and, frankly, around the fact that you've deployed about 1 million to 1.5 million people to the front lines, and they're making a lot more money fighting a war than they would in the private sector. So I think that that's potentially a challenge here in terms of bringing this war to an end. What we've tried to do is find any way forward to end this conflict. We think it is costly, it is deadly, it is disruptive, and we want to see it end. We want to see it end because of the destruction to Ukraine. We want to see it end because of the strains it's placing on the budgets of countries, neighboring countries, and the fears that it's stirring up in their regard. We want to see the conflict end in a way that's enduring. meaning not a peace that lasts 3 months and then restarts again, but something that's enduring, that both sides could live with for a long period of time without it restarting again. And that's hard. There's a reason why. This an effort that I wish would have started 2 years ago, but it's starting now. We've done the best we can because we are able to talk to both sides. Obviously, only one side is getting American aid, and only one side is receiving American sanctions. But nonetheless, we think it's important to preserve our ability to talk to both sides. The president is fully aware and has intimated on a number of occasions that he has options available to him in the sanctions field that he could pursue if in fact he determines that Putin is not interested in negotiating. But by the same token, I think the president is very committed to ending the dying, ending the bloodshed, ending the destruction, and he wants to preserve, as long as he possibly can, the opportunity to influence both sides towards peace. The minute you do certain things, your influence over one of the two sides to at least lead to peace really diminishes. And then we're back to where we were in January when he went into the White House, which is with no one had a clear path forward. I mean, there had been no, the first time Russians and Ukrainians have actually met directly and spoken was 3 days ago in Turkey. They had not spoken since the Istanbul process in 2022 had failed. So there are 1,000 prisoners that are going to be released from both sides from a humanitarian standpoint. That's good. What we haven't seen yet is moves towards peace. It's our understanding that the Russians are going to write up terms for what they would require in order to reach a ceasefire that then would allow broader negotiations. We await those terms, and then we'll have a much better understanding about Mr. Putin's calculation once we see what those terms look like.
So to quote you, the jury's still out.
These are complex conflicts, obviously, that are difficult to bring to bear, and there are a lot of other things playing at stake. But I do think that whatever offer Russia puts on the table, if in fact they do, as they said they were going to do, they put an offer on the table and say, if this happens, we agree to a ceasefire and further negotiations. I think that offer will tell us a lot about their intent here in the short term.
Well, I applaud your and President Trump's efforts to try to bring a ceasefire and hopefully a peaceful outcome to this terrible bloodshed, which has devastated both sides, the Ukrainians and the Russian people. Since you wear multiple hats, including as the archivist and Secretary of State, one of those that you wear is the National Security Advisor, and I want to talk a little bit about the Indo-Pacific and the threat that we face from a potential conflict there. I am delighted to hear President Trump repeatedly say he believes in peace through strength. And I think that is exactly right. I think that's exactly the right approach. But I worry that the United States and our allies are not ready for what could be a conflict initiated by President Xi as early as 2027, when he's instructed the People's Liberation Army to be ready to take Taiwan. General Douglas MacArthur said these words which sort of haunt me in this connection. He said, "The history of failure in war is almost always to be summed up in two words: too late. Too late in comprehending the deadly purpose of a potential enemy, too late in realizing the mortal danger, too late in preparedness, too late in uniting all possible forces for resistance." I don't believe we are ready at this point, but can you share with us your view and the administration's view of what we need to do in order to establish that deterrence that comes from peace through strength in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, in the most simplistic terms, we have to make the benefit of a Taiwan event for China, we have to make the benefit of it less than the costs. In essence, it has to cost more than what it's worth in order to do something like that, and deterrence is the key to that regard. And I think deterrence obviously begins with Taiwan's own self-defense capabilities. And the harder they are to take militarily, the more time I think they buy for themselves in that regard. I think it continues by having a credible regional deterrent, not just the United States, but Japan and other allied countries around the world, and an increased interest in the Indo-Pacific, by the way, from our European allies. I was at the NATO foreign ministers gathering over the last week in Turkey, and multiple member states raised their concerns about the Indo-Pacific and what it would mean for the European continent if there were a conflict there. So I think that also underpins why it's important we have to understand that anytime there's a conflict in the Middle East or a conflict in Europe or what have you, that we have to dedicate resources and time to that. That's time and resources that we're not dedicating to the Indo-Pacific. We would like to be able to do all things everywhere, but the fact of the matter is there are finite resources and there's only 24 hours in every day. And so it would be of great benefit if we were able to conclude the war in Ukraine and with Russia and Ukraine, if we were able to establish some stability and peace in the Middle East, if we were able to deal with these issues, it would allow us to focus more time, energy, and frankly, resources on some of the challenges we face in the long term with regard to the Indo-Pacific and other parts of the world, but particularly the Indo-Pacific.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome back. When you were last testifying before this committee, you and I talked about water in South Texas, and we talked about the 1944 Water Treaty. As you know well, South Texas has, for the last 4 years, faced a severe drought, and that drought has been substantially exacerbated by the conduct of the government of Mexico, and in particular, its repeated and flagrant violations of the 1944 Water Treaty. Under that treaty, Mexico is obligated to provide 350,000 acre-feet of water each year to South Texas. Mexico was breaking that treaty, and there were 1.3 million acre-feet of water in arrears. As a consequence, South Texas is facing a massive drought. South Texas farmers are putting out of production up to half their acreage. They're laying off workers. Last year, the only sugar mill in the state of Texas closed because sugar farmers could not get the water to grow their crop. And you committed at that hearing to work with me and assist in pressuring Mexico to comply with that treaty. In the months since then, you have followed through on that commitment. You have leaned in vigorously with the government of Mexico. Your deputy, Chris Landau, has done the same thing. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has done the same thing. And then critically, President Trump put out a public statement on Truth Social, making clear to Mexico that there would be serious consequences, sanctions and tariffs if they did not comply with the water treaty. I will say, as a result of the president's leadership and your hard work, we've had a major victory for South Texas, and Mexico has committed to providing 400,000 acre-feet of water, which is desperately needed. So I want to just start by saying thank you. In 4 years under Joe Biden, the Biden administration would not lift a finger for Texans, for farmers in South Texas, to hold Mexico to account, and the Trump administration has done more in 4 months fighting for water in South Texas than Joe Biden did for 4 years. So I wanted to say thank you, and I wanted to ask how the State Department is approaching next steps on the 1944 Water Treaty.
Well, first of all, we have to understand that the commitment is met, and then we have to begin to prepare for the next cycle. This is a one-year problem. So we want to continue to work on that to make sure that those commitments are made, and that then in the next cycle, this becomes made permanent, that in essence, this becomes a new standard operating procedure and not a one-off. And by the way, it has to be something that exists beyond the presidency of the current president, because if the next president doesn't prioritize it, it could go back. So I just think this continued engagement with them on our expectations. The truth of the matter is, and in fairness, the Mexican government has grown increasingly cooperative on a number of fronts, both on national security issues and common security issues, but also on issues such as this. We're also happy, I think there's also the new treatment plant that they've opened, the Tijuana wastewater one, that we think will also be very helpful to water issues in the region and also the water quality issues. But this was a good news story. I think it's what happens when you make something a priority and then follow through on it. But we have to sustain it, and that really is our focus now, to sustain this through for future cycles, not just the short term.
So, and I'll tell you, earlier this year, I went down to the Rio Grande Valley with Secretary Rollins. And in December, I wrote a provision in the continuing resolution that provided emergency relief to South Texas farmers, $280 million. And Secretary Rollins came down. Now, Brooke is the first Texan ever to be the U.S. Agriculture Secretary, and she's the first Ag Secretary in history to go to the Rio Grande Valley. And Secretary Rollins and I did a roundtable, and I will say, you and I have both been very focused on the Hispanic community in particular. I will say the impact in the Rio Grande Valley of having a president and an administration that is fighting for them is enormously consequential. And so I was very grateful that she came down, and the farmers and ranchers in South Texas see that they've got a president and an administration that's fighting for them. Let me shift to a different topic. Today, South African President Ramaphosa is in Washington, D.C. He'll be meeting with President Trump tomorrow. You and the President, as well as other administration officials, have repeatedly and rightly criticized South African policies on issues ranging from human rights to activities that directly undermine American national security. Those activities, in turn, include what appears to be an explicit and extensive pivot away from the United States and towards the Chinese Communist Party. There are also serious and credible allegations that the South African government's decision-making is compromised by widespread corruption tied directly to Iran. They are working together to target our Israeli allies on the international stage. President Ramaphosa himself has taken an aggressive position, leading a charge of genocide against Israel in the International Court of Justice. And he has pushed for precedents and policies that will not just undermine Israel, but expose American officials to vulnerabilities as well. I have every confidence that President Trump will demand South African officials change their policies and will hold them accountable if they don't. And it's critically important for the American people to understand the bases for our policies. Please talk a little bit about the extent of South Africa's malign activities and how they are undermining American national security interests.
Well, it's one of the, first of all, we chose not to participate in this year's G20 hosted by South Africa, either at the foreign minister level or the president's level. And it had a lot to do with some of these issues, in addition to some of the issues they brought on their agenda, which we don't think reflect the priorities of this administration. So the president of South Africa is here today because he says he endeavors to reset relations between our countries. And President Trump, if someone says that, is always going to be open to resetting relations, but it will have to touch on some of the issues just pointed to now. Obviously, the position they've adopted towards Israel is way, not just off balance, but completely geared towards one side, and it makes one wonder about these allegations that are out there now of foreign influence, including with Iran. They clearly, on the global stage, and multiple multinational organizations have consistently been a vote against America's interests, time and again. Not one-off. You always understand when some country has to go in one direction opposite to you, because, you know, that happens. That's what diplomacy is ultimately about. Diplomacy is also about when we're aligned, we work together. When we're unaligned, we have to talk. But when one country is consistently unaligned with the United States on issue after issue after issue after issue, now you have to make conclusions about it. So all I could say about the meeting today, I'm not there obviously because I'm here with all of you. In fact, it may be going on right now as we speak, or was scheduled to go on as we speak, is this was an outreach on the part of the South African president. He said he wanted to come to Washington. He wanted to reset relations with the United States. I have no reports as to how that meeting has gone so far. If there's a willingness on their side to reset relations, obviously was something we'll explore, but we do so with eyes wide open to what they've done so far.
And how does their campaign against Israel undermine America?
Well, I think, first of all, because it echoes some of the charges that are being made by some of the biggest enemies of Israel that happen to be ours, whether it's Iran, whether it's these radical groups that chant death to America, death to Israel. So we're very concerned about that. I also think there's real concern in our mind about some of these international institutions that, frankly, South Africa has lined up strongly behind, who would seek to, if they could, jail, imprison, indict American office holders because of some of the positions we've taken on public policy, even though we're not members to the conventions that create these entities. So if you talk about these groups they are in essence utilizing their forum on the national stage as a nation state under this president and this leadership to echo the claims and the positions taken by not just Iran, but in many cases China as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cruz. Marco, thank you. I can confidently say I speak for the majority of this committee when I tell you how proud we are of what you're doing and your success as Secretary of State and the other hats you wear, too many of which there are to reiterate here. And I'm sorry that there were intemperate remarks here, as happens from time to time in the committee, but you know how that goes. You've served here. But thank you. There may be some questions for the record, which the members can submit until 5 o'clock tomorrow night. And we hope your responses will be as quickly as possible to any of those. With that, again, thank you so much for appearing here. Thank you for your time. I have finally figured out how to stop the protests from happening here. They haven't happened, except when you've been here. So maybe there's some way we can, maybe there might be some reference between the two. In any event, thank you so much. And with that, the committee is adjourned. Welcome.
The purpose of today's hearing is to examine the State Department's fiscal year 2027 budget requests and identify where we are achieving the greatest returns on our investment on behalf of the American taxpayers, and how the department is realigning programs and bureaucracy to support the President's America First policy agenda. I will now recognize myself for a very brief opening statement. Mr. Secretary, I appreciate you being here today. I know that members are eager to get to their questions, so I'll be very brief. We appreciate your attendance. I can give you a foreshadowing of what you're about to experience. My Democrat colleagues are going to sit up here and say that they haven't heard from the administration. I'm going to thank you for the 30 times just in this Congress that the State Department has briefed the full committee, the subcommittee, roundtables, other times that you all have been here to brief us on a myriad of issues. I want to thank you for the over 20 briefings that you've given to Congress by yourself with General Kane, Director Radcliffe, Secretary Hegseth, and others since the start of Operation Epic Fury. Some of my colleagues in here will say that we are in a war of choice with no real threat to the U.S. I want to say to you, thank you for choosing to kill those who have been attacking and killing us for over 47 years, specifically attacking us over 350 times in the 30 months prior to Operation Epic Fury. Under senile Joe Biden, they voted to, my colleagues over here voted to say use any and all means to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So I want to thank you for bringing the heat to Iran, even though most of my colleagues on the left now say that Iran poses no threat. They pretend as though they have never been attacking us. I also want to thank you for the work that you've done to reset the Western Hemisphere. While you've been focused on bettering our relationships in places like Panama, Cuba, Venezuela, throughout the Gulf of America, the Biden and Blinken administration focused on funding drag shows in Ecuador and transgender operas in Colombia. I would say your work is significantly better. So I want to thank you for the substantial change in putting America first in our foreign policy. And with that, I will recognize Ranking Member Meeks for whatever he has to say.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here today. You know, 18 months ago, you inherited the most powerful diplomatic institution in the world, built on 3 pillars that have defined American leadership since World War II. I call them the 3 Ds: diplomacy, dialogue, and development. And in just 18 months, the Trump administration has taken a wrecking ball to all 3. This administration has involved and have invoked a worldview from years past that has left the United States isolated and struggling economically. What you see is a greatest hits album of failed ideas from the last century. Tariffs, spheres of influence, attacks on civil rights and immigration, ignoring science and hoping for the best. Mr. Secretary, America cannot win the future by trying to relive the past. And your department is Exhibit A. We've seen the systematic dismantling of America's diplomatic corps. Over 100 ambassador posts sit vacant around the world. 1,300 career professionals, People with decades of expertise in energy, counterterrorism, and nuclear nonproliferation have been fired. Efforts to ensure U.S. diplomats represent the diversity of America have been squandered. While China increases its diplomatic presence globally, we have cut ours to the bone. America cannot win the future by retreating and ceding the field. On trade, this administration revived Smoot-Hawley, and we all know how that ended. Trump's tariffs raised costs for American people, harmed small businesses, and alienated our allies. We cannot build a 21st century economy on 20th century failures. Mr. Secretary, after decades of forever war in the Middle East, President Trump promised the American people no new wars, only to send a new generation of troops back to the Middle East. We've traded dialogue for bombs yet again. And where does that leave us today? The Iranian regime still has its missiles, its drones, its proxies, and its nuclear material. There is an Ayatollah still in power, only he's younger. With the IRGC more entrenched and more hardline. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. It wasn't before you started this war. It wasn't before we lost 14 American troops, before American bombs killed 168 Iranian schoolgirls, before Americans were forced to spend over $100 billion on this war. You helped spin the perfect pretext for this war and then failed to prepare American embassies and citizens when the bombs started falling. Those who have defended and enabled this war share direct responsibility for the economic pain American families are bearing as a result. Our allies knew this war was ill-advised, and that's why they are sitting on the sidelines while Gulf energy infrastructure and American bases take incoming. Trump said America first. Now America's alone. In our hemisphere, talk of reasserting dominance has meant illegally abducting foreign leaders, installing one autocrat in place of another, bombing boats without due process, and blockading civilian populations. That is not American leadership. Those are not American values. That is behavior we built the rules-based order to prevent. The Trump administration's attack on foreign aid and development efforts remain equally destructive and regressive. This administration's policies have directly contributed to famine in South Sudan and have undermined our ability to respond to the latest Ebola outbreak in real time. HIV rates are rising. Mr. Secretary, these cuts have resulted in the avoidable death of hundreds of thousands of children around the world. And we cannot protect Americans by ignoring science or forgetting what ignoring it cost us before. So, Mr. Secretary, on climate and energy, the story is the same.
Ranking member's time has expired. Other members of the committee are reminding that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We're pleased to have Secretary of State Marco Rubio before us today. Your full statements will be made a part of the record. I'll ask you to keep your spoken remarks to 5 minutes in order to allow time for member questions. I now recognize Secretary Rubio for your opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, and all the members of the committee for having me. I have a written opening statement. I'll submit it. I'll try to cut the 5 minutes in half if I can. Let's just get right to the point. I think that I would characterize the last 16, 17 months at the State Department as two things: a history of tremendous successes combined with ongoing and difficult challenges. And we will always have ongoing and difficult challenges in the world. Let me walk through them one by one. India and Pakistan were on the verge of an all-out war. The State Department and I personally were involved in de-escalating that conflict and bringing it to an end, a war between two nuclear powers. Thailand and Cambodia were involved in a war. Cambodia, a country we haven't normally had close relations with in a very long time. The U.S., the President personally played a pivotal role, not once, but twice, restoring ceasefires and ending that conflict. Obviously, the war in Gaza was brought to an end. Not only that, but all the hostages that remained were released, both the bodies and those who were alive. Armenia and Azerbaijan, that conflict ended. Not only did it end, but it ended with an agreement that I signed the MOU on yesterday, creating a new prosperity route, the TRIP route, which will provide extraordinary opportunities for both countries, especially for Armenia, while respecting their sovereignty, to really benefit from that. The Shield of the Americas was stood up. That means over 14 countries in the hemisphere, 14 countries in the hemisphere have signed up to partner with us on counterterrorism, counter-narcotics, and security matters. And we believe that that number will grow over the next few months as elections change leaderships in various countries. We held a rare earths ministerial that was attended by over 30 some odd countries from around the world, all who were signing up for an American-led effort to ensure that critical supplies of rare earth minerals around the world are available for our emerging economies, and we don't remain overly dependent on China. We also announced the Pax Silica proposal, which is growing, but it's at 14 members now. These are 14 countries that are cooperating with one another to protect the supply chains critical to AI and AI development in the future. In Venezuela, we now have a functioning and open embassy. We have people traveling there for the first time. It's not where it needs to be, but it is a long ways from where it was 5 months ago and poses not nearly the threat it once posed to America's national security. We're not satisfied with where it is, but we've come a long way. We're certainly better off than we were 5 months ago. On Nigeria, where many were very concerned about violence against Christians. We are now actively in counterterrorism cooperation with the Nigerian government and Nigerian security forces, including a joint operation a couple weeks ago that took out the #2 leader of global ISIS operating from inside of the country, and that continues. The Pacific Islands, small Pacific Islands under constant pressure and threat from China, have received more attention from this administration than they've received in the last 10 years combined, and deliverables are coming along the way. The Quad, an important alliance in the Indo-Pacific between India, Japan, Australia. We've had multiple meetings of that group, including a meeting just last week in India, and a follow-up that's going to occur later this year, including a leaders meeting before the end of the year. As I speak to you now for the second consecutive day, and for the first time in many, many years, the leaders of the legitimate government of Lebanon and leaders from the government of Israel are seated at the State Department for the second day in a row, and hopefully today we'll produce a joint statement and an action plan on a track for security in that country, independent from Hezbollah, independent from nefarious influence. They had similar meetings last week at the Pentagon at the military level. We have signed 32 health compacts. 32 countries have signed health compacts with the United States, where our aid to those countries will not just be dollars distributed to an NGO who then will go into the country and impose programs. Instead, we are partnering with 32 countries, many of them in the African continent, in which we will empower their native and domestic health industries and national health systems so that they can, not only are we treating the acute situations on the ground of people that are sick, we are helping them build the capacity and the capability to do this for themselves. This is what these countries want. They do not want to be perpetual aid recipients. They want to be able to take care of their people one day, and we are helping them as part of our aid to build that infrastructure. I could go on, but let me just say another point. We are better today than we have ever been at disaster relief. Today, the United States can respond to disasters around the world on a humanitarian basis faster and more effectively than they ever have because of our reorganization. And the proof is our response in Jamaica, our response to 2 typhoons in the Pacific, our ability to quickly deploy within 24 hours and bring aid directly, coordinating with the governments to people, is better than it has ever been because we cut out bureaucracy, we cut out the middleman, and we went right to the point. We still have challenges. On Sudan, remains a very frustrating situation. We remain deeply engaged with the Quad in these negotiations. As many of you are aware, unfortunately, Sudan has turned into a proxy war between multiple countries, and the divisions between the UAE and Saudi Arabia have truly complicated our ability to bring that to an end. What we're focused on there now is identifying 2 cities, or 4 cities, 2 on each side, that will serve as points of distribution for humanitarian aid. But the real frustrating thing about Sudan is that one side or the other will agree to something, but then they will not comply. But we remain focused on that, and we have people that work on that full time. We even had a donor conference just about a month and a half ago where hundreds of millions of dollars in pledges for not just humanitarian aid, but reconstruction. We're focused on that. It's an ongoing challenge. On DRC and Rwanda, they signed a peace agreement. Unfortunately, compliance has not been good. We've had to impose a few sanctions on the Rwandan side. We are starting to see some compliance. It's moving, not moving fast enough, but we're hoping to see compliance at some point in the middle part of next month in withdrawing the Rwandan troops from there. Of course, we still have the M23 problem that has to be addressed. So this is a host of issues we could go on. Obviously, the ongoing challenges of Iran remain, as I'm sure we'll speak about extensively in your questions today. So I apologize, that took 4 minutes and 55 seconds, but I tried to talk as fast as I could. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. I now recognize Ranking Member Meeks for 5 minutes of questions.
I'm going to ask you to answer my questions quickly because clearly the chairman wants to protect you. That's why he's cutting me off my opening statement. But Secretary,
you had 5 minutes.
Yeah. Secretary, you have the honor of serving both the acting National Security Advisor and Secretary of State. In these roles, you've played a central role in advising the President as Commander-in-Chief to launch a war against Iran, and the impacts of this choice have been significant on our allies and partners who immediately have targeted by retaliatory strikes, as well as for Americans here at home. 3 months into this war, gas and food prices are up, inflation is rising, American business owners and farmers are struggling from higher shipping and commodity costs, and yet the President said 2 weeks ago, and I quote, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation." That's a quote that should alarm every American. Americans are also rightfully concerned that while they struggle with affordability due to the war in Iran, the President of the United States is busy day trading on it. He disclosed purchases of stocks in energy and defense companies in the first quarter of this year that were made just as those companies' profits were soaring from the war in Iran. On March 23rd, the same day he reversed his threat to strike Iranian energy, infrastructure, and energy stocks rose. He bought stocks then in Phillips 66, Exxon, and Chevron. Secretary, I have a few questions, and again, given the amount of time that I have, I will ask you to give me yes and no answers. Did you warn President Trump before the war in Iran began that this conflict would drive up costs on gas, food, travel, and shipment?
Yeah, I'll warn you right now, I don't do yes or no answers.
Yeah,
So
well, I only have 5 minutes. I know when you were the senator, you know about this business.
I never did yes or no answers
and I know you're trying to go out so that you can run out my 5 minutes. That's a simple question.
I'm not run out your 5 minutes. You're running out your 5 minutes.
Did you?
I don't do yes or no question. You want to ask me a question, I'll answer your question.
You answer my question. It's my time. Did you?
Did I what?
Yes or no? Did you warn President Trump before the Iran war began that this conflict would drive up costs on gas, food, travel, and shipment?
The president,
yes or no?
The president and the full administration was aware that there would be consequences to action, but the consequences of Iran having a nuclear weapon were worse.
Did you warn him? Did you warn him that launching a war in Iran could result in the regime placing a chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz?
All the risk factors were understood, but the most important risk factor
I just want to know if you did your job. Did you warn him? If you did warn him, say yes. It's simple.
Everyone was aware of what Iran might do in retaliation.
I'm asking you, Secretary, did you warn him?
Everyone was aware.
Don't want to answer that. Let me ask you the next question.
But the worst part is
that they can't have. Did you warn the president that launching U.S. strikes against Iran would result in retaliatory attacks on U.S. allies, partners, and Americans living or working in the Middle East?
Everyone understood what Iran would do in response.
Did you warn them?
We were prepared for any response that they came out with.
Okay.
We knew it.
Just want to make sure.
But they can't have a nuclear
weapon.
weapon.
You're saying you warned them. Did you warn the president that the personal stock purchases and companies profiting from the war that he launched could present a conflict of interest?
I'm not aware of the president's stock purchases. I don't deal with that, and I don't even know what you're saying is true.
Well, we know because it is made public what his stock purchases were.
You say so. I don't read the president's financial disclosure, but I don't believe that to be true.
Well, I think then the president should be more transparent. Secretary Rubio, because these are basic questions that I'm asking you, and to be transparent with the American people. This is what this is all about, the transparency. So, for example, when you go and look at some of your statements that you made in regards to Cuba, I only have 58 seconds left, and I'd love to get it, but you talked about Gaisa, who was controlling the military and what's taking place there, and that they had the opportunity to benefit while the Cuban people are suffering. So what we're seeing here now, the one person that's benefited from this war by his purchase of stocks, him and his friends, they have made billions of dollars while the American people are suffering. You've accused, and I agree, with reference to some folks, what they're doing in Cuba and how they're making money while people suffer. That's what's taking place in the United States of America. The Trump administration and his friends are making billions of dollars while the American people suffer. And they continue to suffer.
Breaks my
as
heart, but
gas
ranking
prices
member's time
go
has
up.
expired. Representative McCall is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me thank you for your service. Secretary, I know you're wearing a lot of hats, a lot of responsibilities. I think you're doing an outstanding job. Let me just say, since 1979, a dark veil of terror descended upon the Middle East, and we've had it ever since. And every president since that time has said that a nuclear Iran is not acceptable. And every Congress has said that. In fact, last Congress, when I was chairman of this committee, I passed a resolution that said that a nuclear Iran was unacceptable and that the U.S. must use any means necessary to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The vast majority of Democrats voted for this. Almost all Republicans. It passed the House floor, a resolution stating that that is not acceptable. We've had a lot of talk in these Congresses and prior administrations, a lot of talk, but we haven't had a whole lot of action. Your administration, you, sir, and the president have taken action on this very dire, dangerous situation we find ourselves in with Iran obtaining a nuclear weapon. I also want to applaud you for your efforts in this Western Hemisphere. A free Venezuela, a free people, possibly one day a free Cuba. And people don't realize Iran is in this hemisphere, and Russia is in this hemisphere, China is in this hemisphere. This is all kind of tied together in a coherent foreign policy strategy that I see. So I want to give you the time, sir, to respond to that because, again, all talk and no action. But you, sir, have put this into action.
Thank you. Well, let me just, before I address that, the ranking member made accusations against the president, which I've never heard before, but number one, are completely false. Not once. Just to be clear, not a single time, not even for a millisecond, has the president ever discussed his personal economics in relations to war or any public policy that he's made for that matter. And I've been in every one of his foreign policy meetings for the most part. As to your point, what we need to understand is exactly what you just said. It's not just that we say they can't have a nuclear weapon. Everyone says they can't have a nuclear weapon. The Chinese say they can't have a nuclear weapon. The Russians agree they couldn't have a nuclear weapon. But at a point, you have to do something about it. What Iran was trying to do was build a conventional shield of drones and missiles and a navy and capabilities. At some point, they would say to the world, now we're going to get a nuclear weapon, and you can't do anything about it because we have so many weapons and so many drones and so many naval vessels that the price we will inflict on you for trying to do something about it makes us untouchable, makes us immune. And the president was not going to allow them to build a conventional shield behind which they can develop their nuclear program. Today, the Iranian Navy sits at the bottom of the sea. They do not have a Navy. It no longer exists. They have no Air Force either. Their missile launchers have been significantly degraded. Their defense industrial base has suffered upwards of 80 to 90% of attrition. It will take years for them to rebuild it. Those are facts. That is the reality. That was the purpose of Epic Fury. It achieved its purpose in degrading that conventional shield. And it has brought them to the negotiation table that hopefully will lead to the point where Iran will give up its enrichment ambitions, will turn over the highly enriched uranium, will stop sponsoring terrorism around the world.
You know, and I think the goal should be the fulfillment of the Abraham Accords. We know why October 7th happened, because Israel and Saudi were getting very, very close, and in Iran's perspective, dangerously close to a normalization agreement. And what did Iran do? They lit up their proxies. They lit up their proxies to stop that from happening. I do foresee a free Iran. I do foresee a free Venezuela and a free Cuba. But you have to start somewhere. And I think we're taking the steps so that future generations will thank us for these actions.
Look, and on the point of, we would love to see a change in Iran and that they be governed by people, but that was not the goal of our mission. The goal of our mission was to take away their ability to threaten the region with an overwhelming number of missiles and drones that would basically make them immune to any sort of external pressure, and then they could break out to a nuclear weapon. That was the goal. It achieved that from a military perspective. The reality of it remains that it's not just us. The entire world says they can't have a nuclear weapon, but no one wanted to do anything about it. And I can tell you this, they are not going to have a nuclear weapons program, at least as long as President Trump is in the White House. That's been made clear to everyone in the administration from the very top down. It was the motivation behind these actions, and it's the reason why we engaged the way we did.
I want to thank you again in the last 10 seconds for your service. I would hope we could unify as a nation behind this. I would hope our allies would unify behind us on this, because they've all said it, as we have said it in the past, and yet it was all talk and no action.
Representative's time has expired. Representative Keating is recognized.
Chairman, for the record, I ask unanimous consent to submit the President's financial disclosure form, which will detail those dealings that were referred to by the ranking member.
Without objection.
Secretary, thank you for being here. In conjunction with your job, you're also the National Security Advisor with access to the most sensitive intelligence secrets our countries and other countries have in the world. But before this, you had these two positions. You had a distinguished career as a member and a chair for 5 years of the Senate Intelligence Committee up to last year. And you and Senator Warner are some of the most respected and knowledgeable people at that time and voices in the entire intelligence community, earning the trust of Democrats and Republicans alike, Senator and House members, and other countries. So with all your Intelligence Committee experience, and now as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, and all those years of experience, have you ever, specifically in the context of the intelligence community, heard the name Bill Pulte?
In the context of intelligence?
That's what I said.
No. No, I have
Never heard his name. Okay, thank you for answering that.
Well,
never even heard his name. Given all your years of experience and your position now, never heard the name. For the record, Bill Pulte is a person Donald Trump has chosen for the acting director of national intelligence with no experience in the intelligence field, whose misuse, widely reported, of confidential information led to the prosecution of the president's political enemies, is now the person in charge of the nation's most closely guarded intelligence when he couldn't even conduct himself appropriately as the federal housing finance director. Now, Secretary, have you ever heard of the name Ira Zahari?
Who's that?
You've never heard the name Ira Zahari?
I mean, it doesn't ring a bell off the top.
In the context of security? Well, let me tell you. Mr. Zahari pleaded guilty for breaking into the Capitol on January 6th through a broken window, wielding a metal rod as a weapon. And Donald Trump appointed him to a team at the Pentagon focused on irregular warfare and, of all things, counterterrorism. That's ironic, given that he participated in one of the most significant incidents of domestic terror in our country's history. I think it's shameful, the people that are being appointed, and I think it's also shameful, some of the people that have been fired. Now, I want to move to Iran, because given your nuclear and intelligence background, which is extensive and appreciated and respected, I'm sure you're aware that Ukraine, the country at the time with the third largest nuclear arsenal, peacefully turned over their nuclear weapons in conjunction with the Budapest Memorandum, and in exchange for the U.S. commitment to defend Ukraine if it ever came under threat. The U.S. gave their word to Ukraine they would defend them. And I found this amazing. In your opening remarks, as you took us all over the world, and you mentioned 15 different incidents where you have interceded, 15, the top 15. Not once did you mention Ukraine when you were prioritizing the achievement that's there. Now let me go on.
Try to stay under
Let
5
me go
minutes.
on. Oh, you tried to stay, yeah, please.
Well, I
It's
can
not
answer
funny.
that.
It's not funny, Secretary. Now,
What's not funny
in
is
Iran
that-
now,
Well, you don't.
in
this is-
Iran
you
now,
can't even
I
answer
reclaim
questions
my
here.
time. I reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman.
You
He's
guys make
interrupting
these
me.
statements and no one
He
can
is
respond.
interrupting me.
Do something about it.
I'm doing it. I'm asking you to reclaim those seconds back.
No.
Now in Iran, what goes around comes around, Mr. Chairman. Now in Iran, the Trump administration issues a general license to Russia, providing billions in oil profits every month, several billion every month, fueling Putin's war machine. You didn't mention that in your opening remarks. And then this is a war of aggression of Russia attacking Ukraine, which we gave in our agreement. And this is to a country that's assisting us in Iran, Ukraine, and helping a country with a war machine that are aiding Iran against us and putting our service members in jeopardy. Look, we have an opportunity as members just today to vote on the Ukraine Support Act. I hope we do it, and I am confident that we have bipartisan support. But I hope this administration will act on its own. They could do things themselves that you didn't mention, like rescind these general licenses, complete a bilateral drone agreement with Ukraine, provide direct military assistance that has access to Ukraine, implement comprehensive sanctions packages,
Representative's time has expired. Representative
thank you,
Smith
Mr.
of New
Chairman, for
Jersey
taking
is
up
recognized.
my time and squandering it. That's not how a chairman should act.
Representative Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, if you need a moment to respond to it.
Well, I also didn't mention Cuba because I literally hand wrote what I was going to say to you guys, and I told you I was going to submit the written for the record, and I think everybody understands Cuba's a priority for me. Just on the Ukraine front, I'll address it now, if it's okay with your time that I could do so. I think it's well documented that we've been very involved in trying to get the two sides to the table. We've invested a lot of time in it. Unfortunately, so to this point, neither side has been willing to make concessions, particularly on the Russian side, necessary in order to bring peace about. We remain ready to play any role we can in that context of bringing a peace about, because we think the war in Ukraine, devastating war, has no military solution. It can only be solved through a diplomatic route, and it's been unfruitful. I would characterize it as the ongoing challenges. That said, let's be clear, we are not, to be fair and to be frank, we are not impartial mediators in that war. Okay? We don't provide weapons to Russia. We only provide weapons to Ukraine. We don't impose sanctions on Ukraine. We only impose sanctions on Russia. So we have clearly taken a side. We continue to sell weapons to Ukraine, by the way, through the Pearl program, unimpeded by what's happened in the Middle East or anywhere else. And look, we'd love to see that come to a negotiated settlement. As of right now, the prospects don't look great that either side is prepared to make the concessions necessary in order to reach an agreement. But we stand ready, and we've engaged and invested a tremendous amount of high-level time on that conflict over the last year. I think it's a source of frustration for the world. Hopefully this year will bring better news. I don't have any news for you on that front today, but we are ready. As I've expressed to both sides repeatedly, we're ready to step in and play whatever positive role we can to bring that devastating and escalating war to an end.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much. And just let me say, Claire and Sebastian Lai and all of us are deeply grateful to you and the President for everything you tried to do to get Jimmy Lai out. Obviously, it's an ongoing concern, and I know you will continue to push for that. But I know you did everything. The ball was in Xi Jinping's court. And he, unfortunately, erred on the side of continued incarceration of that great human rights defender. But thank you for that. Let me say on the Iran deal, I remember sitting right here and on the floor of the House talking about how egregiously flawed the deal was 10 years ago when the Ayatollah was able to get the language dealing with ballistic missiles out of it, because he said it would be stupid, his words, and then they built ballistic missiles like never before. On them never having, Iran never having a nuclear weapon, let's not forget that the agreement was in effect until October of this past year. Other nations were still a part of it, and yet they were building a capacity to create nuclear weapons and to use them, and the MAD theory does not apply to them, as we all know. Unlike Russia, Soviet Union in the past, even China, they don't want to be destroyed. With the Iranians, there's this sense of martyrdom that I think is perverse, and so they are not guided by a mutual assured destruction theory that holds both sides in check. Let me just say, too, on the Nigeria, thank you for what you've done there with not just CPC, but the most recent taking out of some of the worst terrorists who are slaughtering Christians, and the numbers continue, but I know you're engaging very, very aggressively there. On the DRC-Rwanda conflict, thank you for sanctioning some of the top people who are committing atrocities, and that just happened a couple of days ago, yesterday, for sure. That shows that commitment there. And on even the Armenian Azerbaijan, I've been working on Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan and Armenia for 30 years. They often called Nagorno-Karabakh the frozen conflict because nothing would ever happen. You guys stepped in, and the president stepped in and got a peace treaty. I mean, I've met with Aliyev in Baku on 2 occasions. He was totally unwilling to admit to the human rights abuses that he was engaging in, especially as it relates to Nagorno-Karabakh and the Armenians. You've come up with a solution. Thank you for that. And anything you want to speak to on the DRC or Rwandan or any of these issues, appreciate everything you're doing for this country. There's a full plate of horrible things happening, and we're so grateful you're at the helm. Please.
Oh, well, I just on DRC Rwanda, I would say, because just to elaborate on that a little further, as you know, we had an agreement signed and the compliance was not good in that regard. But to be fair, and I know that some other people disagree with this assessment, but we believe it's pretty accurate on the Rwandan side. And so we initiated some sanctions, targeted sanctions on Rwanda. They've come to the table. They've made some commitments. They are complying with the commitments, maybe not at the rate or speed that we'd like them to, but there's been some compliance on pulling back of troops. What we'll watch very closely, of course, is we don't want to see Rwandan troops change uniform into M23 uniforms and claim that they've pulled out. We got to watch that very carefully. And we also have to deal with the M23 issue there. But those are both DRC, Rwanda, and Sudan are two areas we remain very engaged in trying to find a solution to.
Representative's time has expired. Representative Castro, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming in today and for your testimony. I want to start with Iran. I'm hopeful that the President and the administration are able to reach an agreement that ends the war and also reopens the Strait of Hormuz. If there's a deal subject to congressional review under INARA, I'll approach it with a fair mind, and I hope that all of us will as well. I just ask that you keep the committee briefed on the details of that agreement, and I believe that it's in America's interest that this war end, and I sincerely mean that. We are at war alongside Israel against Iran. Iran has struck Israeli nuclear facilities at Dimona, and American service members are deployed throughout the region, as you know. Congress needs to understand the full risks of the conflict, including the nuclear risks. On May 4th, I wrote to you with 29 colleagues asking for details about these risks and Israeli nuclear weapons. On June 1st, your Bureau of Legislative Affairs responded and said, quote, "We refer you to the government of Israel for your questions about Israel's capabilities." I have to say, Mr. Secretary, that's a very bizarre response. 30 of us wrote to you and to the State Department asking our government for an answer, an assessment about a foreign nation's nuclear capabilities. In your opening statement, you referred to India and Pakistan as nuclear nations. We've also spoken in different sessions, both in closed and open sessions, you know, as a U.S. Senator, former U.S. Senator, about the nuclear capabilities of other nations, Iran, China, Russia, France, the UK, both adversaries and allies. And so I wanted to ask you the question today, will you tell us, the Congress and the American people, whether Israel, in fact, possesses nuclear weapons?
You know that that's a question that they've never acknowledged to have a nuclear program. People can have, as you know, in open source and other reporting, suspicions about what they possess. If we're speaking frankly, I think most of the world assesses that they do, but they've never acknowledged that publicly, and as a feature of our foreign policy for a variety of reasons, we don't discuss it in that way either.
Well, I guess a few things. This is the first time, especially for an extended period, that we are at war with an ally, Israel, against Iran, and we have service members deployed. And we don't, if they in fact possess nuclear weapons, and you're right, in open source reporting that has come across, we don't know what their red lines are for using those nuclear weapons. And so I guess I'm shocked that our government wouldn't make an effort to know, to understand, and then to give our oversight body the information that we need to make decisions about the war as well.
That's a fair observation, and I would answer that if perhaps you make that request and you're open to it being answered in a different setting other than a public
Classified
letter.
setting? A classified setting?
Yes, and both classified and sensitive. And if we could, I think you would get a better response to your question if the context in which it was answered were framed differently than a public letter for a variety of reasons. If we're being mature and grown up here, I mean, foreign policy, and I know that you are, and from the tone of your question, it's clear that it's a serious question. These things require delicate balancing acts between different equities, but I think you can get probably a more fulsome answer if we were to be able to respond to that inquiry in a different context, if that makes sense.
Mr. Secretary, I'll certainly take you up on that, and I appreciate your answer. Thank you for that. I have another question on Lebanon. The president and you are working to end this war with Iran, and according to reporting at least, one of the main sticking points is Israel's continuing military campaign in Lebanon against Hezbollah, which the president has called on Israel to stop. The president confirmed last night, in fact, that he in fact told Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu to stop the war in Lebanon. My worry is that Israel's insistence on continuing this war against Hezbollah will jeopardize the president's efforts and the American government's efforts to reach an agreement with Iran. And so my question is, do you agree that Israel should stop its military campaign in Lebanon and support the president's negotiations for a peace agreement with Iran?
I'd love to answer that question. It's going to take more than the 42 seconds, and I know I've seen already that people get pretty pissed off here when their time gets eaten up. But if I can answer that question, maybe the next person will let me continue, because that's a really important question. So let me just start by saying this. Let me walk you through this. We had an agreement. Hezbollah reached out 2 weeks ago and basically said, about 10 days ago, and basically said, we will not launch missiles into Israeli territory if they stop attacking into Beirut. That was the agreement, I think 5 p.m. 2 Saturdays ago. At 6 p.m., they launched missiles. And then they came back and said, well, we made a mistake. We thought it started tomorrow, not Saturday. Then they went again and violated it again on Sunday.
But also Israel has been bombing and launching throughout. Is that correct?
Well, there's two separate things. Actually, Israel has not conducted massive operations in Beirut for some time. What you see them operating is in the south. And what they are, what we've always said, and it's part of the joint statement, we've always said is Israel has a right to act in its defense. So as an example.
Well, but so then why did the president have to tell Israel to stop
Time
anything?
has expired. Representative Wilson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, Mr. Secretary, I want to thank you and recognize that we appreciate the U.S.-Israel alliance, and we appreciate very much the response that's being done against 1,100 missile attacks that have come out of Lebanon, as you've just identified correctly, and they need to know that, and how they don't know that, I don't know. But any attacks that are done by Israel are in response, not initiated. With that in mind, you are serving at a historic time with success of dictators on the run. Dictator Assad of Syria has fled to Moscow. Dictator Maduro of Venezuela is incarcerated in Manhattan. Dictator Khomeini of Iran has been eliminated, joining the 40,000 Iranians he murdered this year. As chairman myself of the Helsinki Commission for Security and Cooperation in Europe, you have achieved unprecedented unity in Latin America, supporting the liberation of Venezuela and soon Cuba. You have achieved historic unity across the Middle East of all countries supporting American efforts, except for the Republic of Georgia, to oppose Iran and its nuclear capabilities. And in Europe, NATO and the EU are united as never before, promoting defense increases for peace through strength to indeed promote Ukraine victory over war criminal Putin. With that in mind, another region is the South Caucasus, which is critical of the opportunity for the Trump route that you've achieved with Prime Minister Pashinyan of Armenia and President Aliyev of Azerbaijan. What a great achievement that is. With that in mind, though, the pro-Iranian regime and the Chinese Communist Party supported Georgian Dream government, which is illegitimate, threatens American access. There was a rigged election in Georgia. With that in mind, they're facilitating the Islamic Revolutionary Guard and evading sanctions to Tehran. What do you believe should be done to address the rapidly expanding radicalization promoted by the Georgian Dream government in the Republic of Georgia?
Let me, if I may, I want to answer the Georgia question.
You do
Can I
all the
steal
above.
30 seconds of your time to finish the answer to
all the
Representative
above.
Castro? So on Georgia, you're right. Everything you've just outlined is our pre-existing concern. Since that time, they have made some steps indicating to us that they want to improve their relations with the United States. We've outlined to them what that would take and what that would require. We've received some positive responses. And so our hope is that we can see a change of trajectory in the case of Georgia from where it is today. We obviously understand all the things you've just laid out as being pre-existing problems for us. They've asked us, what will it take to have a better relationship with the United States? We've responded, and hopefully we can build on that basis and perhaps change the trajectory, not just of our relationship with Georgia, but of their behavior. Is it okay if I just take 30 seconds of your time? I apologize. So on the strikes that you're referring to, here's what happens in the South. I'm just going to speak colloquially as best I can. The Israelis see Hezbollah moving around, maybe even launching a missile from the south, and they action it in defense. They go after it in the southern portion. And that's what we're seeing in many cases is these defensive strikes. What they're increasingly doing is taking more territory in the south to deny them launching space. Because understand, these rockets are being launched into northern villages and cities in Israel, and populations can't even return to their homes as a result of it. In the case of what happened the other day, the following was happening. We had indications, multiple indications, that Israel may be considering conducting anti-Hezbollah strikes inside of Beirut. And at that moment, we had reach out from the Lebanese authorities saying that Hezbollah had contacted them and said, if Israel doesn't strike Beirut, that they would stop launching missiles into Israeli territory. That's the message we got, and that's what the president pursued and said, okay, I had this outreach. If you won't do these strikes in Beirut, they'll stop launching against you in northern Israel. Unfortunately, within an hour or two of that conversation, they launched 2 waves of rockets from Hezbollah against Israel in Israeli territory. So it's an ongoing challenge. I think one of the reasons why we're engaged in these talks between Lebanon and Israel is understanding that Hezbollah is not just an enemy of Israel. Hezbollah is an enemy of Lebanon. They are an enemy of the Lebanese government. They have called for the overthrow of the Lebanese government. When Lebanon expelled the Iranian ambassador, he refused to leave. He said, I'm not leaving. You can't expel me. Hezbollah is protecting me. So Hezbollah is not just a challenge to Israel. It's a challenge to Lebanon, to the Lebanese state, and the Lebanese people. And we are hopeful that we can create a paradigm in which Lebanon's government and Israel can work together to disarm Hezbollah and allow the people of Lebanon to reclaim its country. But it's complex. This has been going on since OJ had isotoners and those commercials. So.
And Mr. Secretary, you're correct. I was with President Aoun in Beirut last year, and that what you're doing should address it. I do want to point out, give Syria a chance, and that's been your success, Tom Barrack, the president, giving Syria a chance. We need to delist Syria from the state sponsor of terrorism, and I urge that to be done.
Thank you for being so generous for Representative Castro's question. Representative Titus is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I just want to talk about some of the conflicting comments that we've been hearing about the status of Iran's military. The president just made some comments on Fox News where he said Iran's military, we sort of left it alone because we think that their military is somewhat moderate. We've taken different forms of leadership out, but we've actually left their military alone. People would be surprised to hear that. Well, I'm very surprised to hear it because we've had Secretary Hegseth say repeatedly that Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You've said the Iranian Navy is at the bottom of the sea and they have no Air Force either. Well, which is it? You're the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. If you can't tell us if the military's decimated or not, is it at the bottom of the sea? Was it left alone? This is a major point I think Congress needs clarity on.
Okay, thank you. Fair question. Let me address both of them. The first is on the military. I think there's a difference between the military's hardware and capabilities and the individuals involved in the military. As you know, the Iranians suffered tremendous losses in personnel, and that includes top leadership of the IRGC and other elements of their government. What the president is alluding to is that there are certain individuals in the Iranian regime who have indicated both directly and indirectly a willingness to approach the future perhaps a little different. Not ideal. I'm not telling you, look, everybody talks about moderates in Iran. There are no moderates. There are radicals and super radicals, okay? That's been our view of it. But there are some of them that believe that they actually need to do a deal because their economy is in shambles. And so I think what the president is alluding to is that there are some individuals involved in the negotiations and in elements of their government, including some in elements of their military that are more open to a deal than other. As far as the Navy is concerned, yeah, they have no Navy. What they have remaining is a bunch of small crafts, I would call them Boston whalers with machine guns. And these things are harassing ships. And these are the ones that go after, in some cases, they drop mines off the back of them, or they try to harass shipping with swarms. They are unable to form swarms the way they once did. They are primarily now threatening shipping through the use of one-way attack drones. But their Navy, which you would consider a Navy with naval vessels that can actually conduct naval operations, is non-existent at this point.
So is the war still on or is the war off?
Well, Epic Fury has concluded. What you're seeing reports of, including last night, is the following. A ship will go through the route, particularly both the northern and southern route of Hormuz. Those ships will come under attack. The U.S. will respond to that attack by shooting down those drones that are trying to sink a commercial civilian vessel illegally and unlawfully. At that point, the Iranians will respond to that by targeting some facility in the region in retribution. On occasion, in order to protect our own forces, we don't just strike the drones, we strike the people who launch those drones. These are completely defensive in nature, but they are happening in response to an Iranian action. If they don't shoot at those ships, we don't shoot. But we have to respond. You have a civilian commercial vessel transiting the straits, and they're being targeted by drones. And these drones are not like highly precise. They could hit any part of that ship, and they could create, including an ecological disaster.
Well, apparently some kind of military exists that's shooting these drones off. The military obviously isn't decimated.
Well,
if it can attack these ships with these drones.
Yeah, they still retain a drone.
When you say what the president was alluding to, the president's not a person who's known for illusions. He just shouts it right out, whatever he's thinking. So I don't think he was alluding to anything, as you suggest.
Well, drones are, as you know, a challenge in multiple battlefields around the world. It's going to be a tremendous challenge for warfighting in the future because they're cheap.
Yeah, I know what drones are.
I know you know what they are, but I'm saying that they're cheap and they're easy.
Yes, I know, and we're using things that are very expensive to shoot them down.
And that needs to change. That said, yes, they still have the capability to, they can't launch as many as they used to, and they can't launch them in the swarms they used to launch them in, but they still retain that capability.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you a quick question about something that Ambassador Barrack said, changing the subject a little bit. He compared Israel to Hezbollah, for one thing. That was a pretty concerning comparison. But also he said Turkey should join the F-35 program. These comments are inconsistent with law and longstanding policy, and I'm just wondering what your position is as Secretary of State. Can Turkey get F-15s and F-35s, or not? What if we seem to be helping the bad guys and not the good guys?
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, Turkey actually was in the F-35 program. The reason why they can't get them is because they purchased the S-400 system from the Russians.
That's right. They still have those, and they're still under mandatory sanctions because
correct.
of
So
that.
as you know, that's governed by statute.
Okay, or not?
Well, right now we don't have that choice because it's governed by statute, both provisions of the NDAA and the statute.
Out there saying that.
Representative's time has expired. Representative Perry is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll give you an opportunity to answer the ranking member, even though he didn't pose it as a question. But I, as an individual like many on the dais who have served in uniform, thank you for your actions regarding Iran and this administration's action. But if you want to answer it yes or no, you're welcome to. Who started the war between Iran and America 47 years ago?
Yeah, these yes or no things I don't like, but I could just tell you Iran has been at war against the United States since the minute the Islamic regime took over.
Yeah, and I feel the same way. And again, thank you on behalf and to honor the thousands and 10,000s of Americans who have been murdered or maimed by Iran. Thank you for honoring them. Just moving on to questions, did Pakistan's foreign minister personally deliver a message to you that Iran is prepared to demonstrate a nuclear weapon should the current escalation continue? That's been reported, and I just want to see if I can ferret that out.
I've not seen that reporting, and I'm not aware of any such message.
Okay, and if there were such a message, would that change anything in America's posture, or not only the message, but the action? Would that change anything regarding our goals regarding Iran?
The hypothetical question is, if Iran threatened that they're going to test a nuclear device if talks fail, I think it would confirm everything we believe about them anyways. And I think the president then would have to pursue, or at least have to consider various other options that are available to him in that context. But again, I've not heard that message relayed. I don't know the reporting you're referring to. You're talking about a press report?
Yeah, I am talking about a press report.
I would be surprised if that message had been relayed. I would be aware of it if it was. And
I would think so. That's why I'm asking, so that's enough on that. I know that the president, look, he's an America First guy. He's concerned about every single American citizen, regardless of their party affiliation or their ideology and affordability. The president is concerned about those things. And I shudder to think what Iran would do if they could, armed with nuclear capability and ballistic missile capability, coupled with that, seeing what they're doing right now, extorting the world economy without those things. So with that in mind, it's been reported that the UAE is building a pipeline to the Gulf of Oman, which would bypass the Strait of Hormuz, essentially doubling their capacity. which would, of course, lower the price and the risk of global fuel transport or oil transport. Do you understand or do you recognize and know what the timeline for a proposed timeline for completion of that pipeline is?
Yeah, I'm aware of those efforts. They actually pre-exist the conflict in terms of a desire to do so. These things, I can't tell you specifically. I'm not a pipeline building expert,
Right.
but I can tell you it certainly is going to take more than a week or a year. I mean, these are complex. I think the broader point, which your question touches on, is I do think you're going to see a reshifting of where the world gets its energy from in the aftermath of this conflict. You're already beginning to see some of it now. I think you're going to see the United States be a bigger energy provider to the Indo-Pacific. We have the capability to do so, but it's going to take some time to build that capability. So I think you're going to see more of that. And I think you're going to see the establishment of more of these alternative routes as a result of this. Remember, only about 20% of global oil goes through the Straits of Hormuz, but it is about 80 to 85% of the oil that goes to the Indo-Pacific. So in those particular countries, I think you're going to most definitely see them buying more from other places, including the United States.
And that's going to lower the cost for everybody, which is great. Secretary, just moving on, you're of Cuban descent, of Colombian descent. Can you describe, and Cuba has been a sore...
Are you really Colombian? I didn't know that.
Yes,
oh, wow.
Indeed. But Cuba has been sowing the seeds of discord in our hemisphere, inviting China, Russia, North Korea, all manner of communist, oligarch, bad actors into the hemisphere. If you can describe, generally speaking, what the policy where we're headed with Cuba as the United States of America. Where are we headed, and what do you envision being success, and how do we measure that?
In 56 seconds, I will tell you what we want for the people of Cuba is to be able to live in a normal country.
You're here.
I want them to live in the country that looks like the Dominican Republic, like Jamaica, like the Bahamas, like any of these other places where people can own their own business, people can vote for their own leaders. By the way, that's not my desire. That's the policy of the United States. That's enshrined in statute. Here's the problem, and we're willing to do this through a diplomatic means. The problem we have is that country's not controlled by a government. That country's controlled by a military conglomerate that basically controls 70% of the nation's GDP, and none of the profits of that conglomerate goes into the public treasury. None of that money goes to build bridges and roads or to reinvest into their energy infrastructure. All of it goes to build more hotels for tourists that aren't coming and to line the pockets of the people that are involved. So that has to change. My question, I think we all can envision what we want Cuba to look like, and it doesn't have to happen from overnight. Okay, we understand they're not going to go from being what they are now to turning into Belgium or Switzerland in one day to the next. It takes time in these processes. I just don't believe, frankly, at this point, given everything we've seen, that the people in charge of that conglomerate and of that government are capable of making these reforms, at least not yet. Their mindset isn't there. Their incentives aren't there. They have spent, 60-something years waiting us out and holding on, and I think they can still get away with it, and they can't, and they won't be able to.
Time has expired. Representative Liu is recognized.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here today. You have been at multiple meetings with President Trump. In a moment, I'm going to show you a video of one of these meetings. It is from last December. It's a cabinet meeting. I'm going to ask you to focus on President Trump, and you will see that he is sleeping while you are talking.
Oh, my God.
Please show the video.
Products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money.
Secretary Rubio, have you been at more than one meeting where President Trump has fallen asleep?
That's false. That's false. I've never seen him fall asleep. On the contrary, the guy doesn't sleep, which is a big problem because he calls me at 2 in the morning, he calls me at 5 in the morning, and I like to sleep a little bit, maybe not 12 hours, but at least 6. So he works. The other day he was at the Oval Office until 12:30 p.m. 12:30 a.m. I don't know what you're talking about.
Secretary Rubio, I'm going to show you in a moment a video that shows you just lied to Congress.
Oh, okay.
So this is a video of a cabinet meeting literally from last month where Donald Trump is sleeping while you're talking. Please show this video.
A coalition of countries that line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace, and it's still every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling. Imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So I'm going to ask you, have you been at classified meetings where Donald Trump has fallen asleep or had trouble staying awake?
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep. And I think
so
it's
you're
outrageous
lying
that I'm before the
again.
Foreign Affairs
You're lying
Committee of the United States
consistently
House of Representatives
to
asking
Congress.
questions about sleep.
You're
This is
lying
a
to
joke.
Congress, Secretary Rubio. So I'm going to show you another video in a moment. The
You show me all
president's
the videos you
inability,
want.
the president's inability to stay awake on the job has caused other countries to perceive him differently. They mock him. They see he is weak and he is feeble. This is a video of a French news channel talking about Donald Trump falling asleep at a Memorial Day ceremony. Please show this video.
Well, Mark, a video that appears to show Donald Trump falling asleep at a Memorial Day ceremony this Monday has been circulating heavily online. And internet users have a lot to say about it. It's also reignited rumors about the state of the US president's health. Now, in the video, social media users say that Trump is fighting sleep whilst he listens to the speech given by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and that his eyes appear to be closed for a large portion of the ceremony. Now, we need to remember here that this is a ceremony to honor and remember those US military personnel who have died while serving in the armed forces. And the idea that Trump was asleep at a somber ceremony like this, well, that has triggered outrage online.
Donald Trump's inability to stay awake on the job shows that there's something very wrong with his health or cognitive abilities. And in fact, on a number of occasions, Donald Trump will contradict himself in literally the same meeting or interview. In this video I'm about to show, it shows that Donald Trump says the Iranian military is both destroyed and not destroyed at the same time, something that Dina Titus alluded to. Please show this video.
Of leadership, we've actually left their military alone. People would be surprised to hear that, because mistakes have been made in wars where you wipe out everybody and then you have a country that's, for 40 years can never rebuild. You look at what happened with Iraq. We did so. Iran is in a very bad position. They have no military. All they have is good talk, and they have a fake press.
So, Secretary Rubio, instead of holding North Korean-style cabinet meetings where everyone goes around the room kissing Donald Trump's ass, I'm going to ask you to come clean with the American people and the White House as well. There's something wrong with Donald Trump's health or cognitive abilities. There's a reason he keeps going to the hospital and they keep giving him cognitive tests. We have not seen the president in 8 days. The American people deserve the truth. I yield back.
I don't even know how to respond to that, other than to tell you that it's absurd and ridiculous. And I can't believe we're in a Foreign Affairs Committee meeting in front of the House, an important time in American foreign policy.
Just keep lying,
answering
Secretary Rubio.
questions
Just keep
from a
lying.
supposedly someone who thinks he's a medical expert when he's not. The truth of the matter is we had a cognitively impaired president in office a few years ago. That's a cognitively impaired president, but I don't like to talk about that because it weakens America. This president we have, this is a guy that literally doesn't sleep. He works day and night, long hours, every single day. I don't know if you haven't seen him in 8 days. I saw him yesterday. I didn't see him yesterday because I was in Congress the day before. I talked to him at all hours of the day and night. He works inhumane hours. Okay, I've been on foreign trips with the president that he doesn't sleep in the whole flight. And everyone else is sleeping on the plane, and he's, wandering the hallways looking for someone to wake up and talk to that people are. So I don't know what you're referring to, but he has an incredible amount of energy. I'm just telling you, you may not like his policies. You may not like his policies, you may not like the decisions he's made, but I assure you, this is not a president that sleeps or is cognitively impaired in any way, shape, or form, and in fact is incredibly active, much more so in many cases than much younger people that are around him. Those are facts. I see it every day. You're not going to agree because you have another narrative that you want to push, but those are the facts.
I just showed you 3 videos of him sleeping. Secretary
Representative
Rubio.
Issa is recognized.
Thanks for waking me up, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, if you'd gone to sleep during those videos, I would not have blamed you. I, too, have received those calls at all hours of the day and night. I'm, like you, aware that the president works harder than any other person here in Washington. But moving along, a number of things have been said that I find just incredible. First of all, the whole question on whether or not we support Lebanon and whether or not we support Israel. Is there any real contradiction between what Israel is trying to accomplish and what your aid to the Lebanese armed forces over decades is trying to accomplish?
Contradiction?
Is there any light between those two efforts?
They're aligned. What we would like to see is a Lebanese armed forces with the strength and the capability to disarm Hezbollah and reclaim the entirety of the country on behalf. The country should only have one armed forces. It shouldn't have an armed political party, which is what Hezbollah is, and then the LAF, the Lebanese Armed Forces. So and the Lebanese want that too. And that's what we work very closely with them on, and that's what our engagement with the Lebanese is about.
And, Mr. Secretary, just for the record, in one of the last times I was in Israel, I asked Prime Minister Netanyahu if we should cut off aid, as some have said, to Lebanon. He said, to Lebanese armed forces, he said, no, give them more. Give them what they need to take back their country. So I do believe that we couldn't be more aligned with the efforts of Israel and the present government of Lebanon. Moving along, you did a great job of going around the world and outlining the mess that was left to you as you pick each of them up. One that you didn't touch on that I'm concerned about is actually a democratic one, which is the democracy of South Korea has taken a strong bent to the left, opening up more avenues toward China and, in fact, beginning to oppress many of our companies, including Meta, Coupon, and others. Can you tell us what can be done and what this committee should do with countries who, through democratic means, are beginning to become anti-U.S.?
Right. So there are a couple points I would make. The first is that, and this is the unique aspect of dealing with democracies, and we see it in our hemisphere quite often. Sometimes in a democratic country, they will elect leaders that are friendlier to U.S. national interests, such as what we have now in Japan. And sometimes they will elect leaders that have a different perspective. We respect the sovereign choice of the people of that country. That's a legitimate election. That's who they chose. In those instances in which a democracy and their elected leaders are taking positions that run contrary to the national interests of the United States, it doesn't mean we want to overthrow the government or get rid of the government because it's a democratic government. It simply means we have to engage them in the fact that they are doing things that are irritants to our national interests. You point to some of our companies. Our companies aren't just facing challenges and, I would say targeting in South Korea. They're facing it throughout Europe. And the European Union, as an example, is targeting our technology companies and conducting what we believe is unfair. So I think this becomes a feature of our engagement with South Korea, even as we have things that we're strategically aligned on. These are areas we've expressed and I think have, frankly, impacted our ability to conclude a trade agreement with them because of some of their behavior towards American companies.
Iran obviously was going to dominate a part of today, and I'd like to close my questioning with a question for you. In 1979, if my math is correct, you were 8 years old when they took our embassy and then lied about it, claimed it was students doing it. That's 47 years ago, has been said many times. Is it fair to say that President Trump, no matter what the people on the other side of the aisle want to say, is not in the 60th or 70th day of action, but in fact in the 47th year of an ongoing war with Iran that has spread to Yemen, to Lebanon, and even to South and Central America?
I think I would start, well, absolutely, first of all, with Hezbollah. Hezbollah is an agent of the Iranians, and they've carried out terrorist operations around the world, including the recent anniversary of what they did in Argentina, the Jewish Center. But let's not forget those IEDs that were used to maim and kill our troops in Iraq were all innovated by Soleimani and the IRGC, which strongly supported that. Let's not forget that we have these Iranian proxy militias operating inside of Iraq that as recently as 2 months ago kidnapped an American journalist. And let's not forget that there are people that are both charged and convicted in the United States for participating in Iranian assassination plots against the president and against other former and current government leaders. So we've been facing this from Iran for 47 years in a variety of ways, some more open than others.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the Wall Street Journal article entitled "South Korea Takes a Hard Left Turn Against America" be placed in the record.
So ordered.
Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection. Representative Jacobs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, good to see you. I'd like to talk about the war in Iran. Yesterday, in your Senate testimony, you told Senator Booker that the war in Iran is over. this is news to me. It's also news to my 2,500 constituents, Marines, San Diego Marines in the Middle East off the coast of Iran, the other of my constituents who are deployed there, and the thousands more of my constituents who have 48-hour deployment notices whose families are still very concerned. But okay, I will take you at your word. If the war is over, I have a simple question. Who won?
First of all, Epic Fury is over, which is what you would consider the war. That operation is
So you agree
concluded.
it's a war, then?
No, those are hostilities. They called it a war. I'm
Okay.
just responding to the Senator
Mr.
Booker's
Secretary,
question.
you can change the name of the operation. It doesn't change the fact that the strait is still closed and my service
Yeah, but
members
that's
and
not-
all of our service members are still in
I know, but
harm's
that's
way.
not
The
what you
war
asked me.
is not over. But I'm agreeing with you. Okay, fine. We're taking you at your word. The war is over. Who won?
Well, first of all, you're not taking me at my word. It's a fact. We're no longer conducting sustained strikes inside of Iran to degrade their military because Epic Fury is over. The second point is on the question of who won, I can tell you this. We defined victory as destroying their defense industrial base, significantly reducing the number of missile launchers that they possess, significantly reducing their stockpile of drones. And we achieved all of those in addition to destroying what they had left of an Air Force and wiping out their entire conventional Navy. Those are all gone. So I consider that victory, and we did too, and that was the purpose of Epic Fury.
Okay, well, good. Based on the metrics that you just said, okay, there's actually, our intelligence community has said that Iran is reconstituting its military industrial base faster than we had predicted. And analysts assess it still holds roughly 70% of its missile stockpile and 70% of its mobile launchers. The Strait of Hormuz was open before the war. It is now closed. We have lost 14 brave American service members, over 400 are injured, and the Iranian regime remains largely intact, but now with a more hardline leader who has more incentive to try and get a nuclear weapon. So I guess I have to ask you again, Mr. Secretary, does this actually look like winning or losing to you?
Well, first of all, I don't know what intelligence assessments you're referring to. We wouldn't discuss intelligence assessments if they were real.
These have been publicly reported.
Well, if they're publicly reported, someone committed a crime, and by the way, is also lying. And this happens all the time. People manipulate intelligence and analysis for purposes of furthering a narrative. On your point about the regime is actually deeply fractured, which is why it takes 7 to 10 days to get an answer from them for anything. Meanwhile, they
fractured, but still intact.
Well, intact in the sense they can't even reach agreements that they can get back to us. So I don't know how intact that is. What they have is people that are afraid to go into the streets. Their repressive operations have held people back, in addition to the fact they've cut off the internet. But this is a country right now, in this regime, that is facing hyperinflation, a completely devalued currency, hundreds of billions of dollars in damage to their military infrastructure, and frankly, all of the pre-existing problems that Iran had in their economy, which is why people were protesting, are worse, not better.
Sure,
and
but
they have to deal with that too.
Mr. Secretary, so you're saying we're winning because the Iranian economy has inflation, it's cost them millions of dollars a day in lost revenue, and because it's going to cost them billions of dollars to rebuild. Well, we are having inflation. It's already cost us an estimated $100 billion. Gas prices are up with no end in sight. The average family is paying an extra $450 on gas and could pay an extra $2,000 by the end of the year. The American people are not stupid, Mr. Secretary. We all know that this war is not over. Just last night, the U.S. and Iran exchanged fire again, this time over Karg Island. We still have not reached a deal, despite the president's promise that a deal is right around the corner. The president even said today the blockade could last until Labor Day. It's now day 97 of the war that the president said he wanted to end quickly. So I have one last question for you. Mr. Secretary, who won the 2020 presidential election?
I'm not here to answer a question. We're talking about 2020. This is a Foreign Affairs Committee.
Okay, great. You can't answer the
political
question,
No, I
even
don't
though we
answer
all
no,
know that
I
President
don't answer
Biden
the
won.
question because as Secretary of State, I do not participate in domestic
This is
political
not about
issues.
domestic political issues.
certainly
This is about our democracy.
You're asking me to opine, just like I don't do campaign
It
rallies.
seems like
I don't
you-
do because as
it's-
Secretary of State, we're not supposed to. That's been the long tradition of the department, and you should know that if you've been on this committee for any period of time. And
Mr.
you're-
Secretary, it seems like you have an issue admitting facts. You can't say that the president lost the 2020 election, just like you won't admit President Trump is losing this reckless war of choice, and just like you couldn't admit that the shoes the president bought you were too big. You clearly don't know what winning means, and not because the facts are unclear to you, it's because telling the truth would cost you your job, and the American people are entitled to a Secretary of State who tells them the truth even when the president doesn't want to hear it, and my constituents, our service members, deserve better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I don't know what shoes she's talking about. What is she talking about?
Representative Burchett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'd like to answer any of that.
Yeah, I don't know about the
I'll
shoes.
give
I mean,
you a
he gave me
minute.
some Florsheim shoes. They're actually pretty good. They fit fine. I don't know what she's talking about, and maybe that's what she's referring to.
Your shoes look very nice today, Mr. Secretary.
How can you see them? They're way down here. We're talking about shoes. Are you guys kidding me? I mean, is this the Foreign Affairs Committee, or is this like a circus? What is this?
I think it's a
Let's go.
circus, but I appreciate you being here, Mr. Secretary. The United States is NATO's largest financial contributor. Why does NATO consistently ignore our call to share more of the defense burden in Europe? And is it our national interest to continue participating in NATO?
Well, I can give you the why, okay? And the why is pretty, and is the following. Especially in Western Europe, for the better part of 20 or 30 years, they have not had to spend on defense because the U.S. security shield has allowed them to instead spend their money on building up a very vast and robust social safety network. In my time as a senator and before that as a state representative, you would hear often from constituents about how come they have this and that in Europe and we don't have it here. Well, one of the reasons why is because these very rich countries were spending their money on social programs instead of defense because we were covering their defense. That paradigm has to shift. It has to shift for two reasons. The first is these are very wealthy countries that should have the ability to spend more to build up their defenses and need to. And this is not unique to President Trump. Multiple American presidents in both parties have complained about NATO burden sharing. This is just the first president that actually is doing something about it. The second point is the United States has global obligations. Just as I can leave a meeting with Europeans that want to talk about NATO, and the next meeting will be with someone from the Indo-Pacific that would like to see a greater U.S. military presence in the Indo-Pacific. And then you can talk to Gulf partners that want to make sure we're still committed to defending and being involved there. And then you can go to Africa and talk to countries that want to see our cooperation on counterterrorism. And then you can go to the Western Hemisphere where they want us to do more with them as well and pay more attention. So the U.S. has global obligations, and while we have vast resources, we do not have unlimited resources. We have to allocate them, and that will include constantly re-examining what our force posture looks like in Europe in comparison to other theaters and potential contingencies around the world.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I also wanted to thank you in the White House for supporting the bill that I've been pushing to defund the Taliban. You're very kind to me to meet with me, and I appreciate that very much, and the President's support as well. As you know, we're the UN's largest financial contributor, but it consistently pushes liberal policies like abortion and gender ideology in spite of our opposition. And every time there's a new council or whatever, and it's always our enemies that seem to be on there. Why is the U.S. still a member of the United Nations?
Of the United Nations?
Yes, sir.
Well, twofold, I would say. The first is the United Nations, of course, is a very frustrating thing for us, primarily because it's been unable to intervene or play a constructive role in most of the major crises around the world. It's lost its purpose, it's lost its mission. I think our UN mission is doing a very good job of driving substantial reforms at the UN and using our fees as leverage to achieve those reforms. Last year, actually, we had some pretty substantial successes, some real reductions in the size, in the bloated budget of the UN. And by the way, this is not just a U.S. position. Multiple countries agree with us that the UN had grown too large and it lost its core mission. On the other hand, there have been instances, and we try to use the UN where possible as a viable forum in which to solve problems. It was helpful as a forum in the Security Council, for example, in standing up the new mission in Haiti, in which the U.S. contribution is dramatically reduced, and partner nations around the world, because of the UN approval, are now able to step forward and provide not just money, but actual troops for the gang suppression force. Likewise, we have 130 some odd co-sponsors of a resolution, the largest number of co-sponsors ever for a resolution in the Security Council condemning what's happening in the Straits of Hormuz and authorizing countries to potentially do something about it. Unfortunately, it's facing a veto threat from China and Russia, so no vote has been scheduled on that yet. So there are organizations in the UN that we've partnered with. We've been able to partner with them on making contributions to humanitarian relief around the world. And we actually struck a pretty good deal with them in which we can ensure that that money is going to be spent in a way that furthers our national interest, not go to fund the NGO industrial complex, but also provide aid, critical aid to areas that badly need it. So there's been some utility with some of it, but the UN is in need of continued dramatic reform, and we intend to continue to use our fees that they claim we owe as leverage for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last thing. Is there any mutual Anything UN and NATO could do that would be mutually beneficial, any reforms.
But I'm sorry?
Any reforms that the UN and NATO could do that would be mutually beneficial.
Well, with NATO, it's a much deeper conversation that involves basing rights that have been denied to us by a handful of countries. And I think this is just it's going to feature prominently in the meeting in Turkey, as it did last week in the meeting with the foreign ministers. On the UN, I can provide you the list of the reforms we are asking for. They've imposed last year more reforms than ever before, but there are a few more that need to happen. And I can share that list with you and with the whole committee.
Representative Stanton is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I do want to talk to you about the blurring of lines between public service and private enrichment at the highest levels of this administration's foreign policy leadership. President Trump has placed Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in charge of addressing some of the world's most intractable conflicts, including the war between Russia and Ukraine and cleaning up the president's self-made mess of war of choice in Iran. Let me start with Mr. Witkoff, Trump's special envoy to the Middle East. He co-founded the cryptocurrency venture firm World Liberty Financial alongside President Trump and President Trump's children. Days before President Trump's inauguration, a firm controlled by a member of the royal family of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Taghnoon, bought a 49% stake in the company. That was a $500 million investment. $31 million of that went straight to the Witkoff family. Witkoff was still a financial stakeholder in World Liberty as he was simultaneously leading high-level U.S. government negotiations in his role as special envoy. One of those negotiations was over the export of America's most advanced AI chips to the UAE, negotiations personally attended by Sheikh Taghnoon. In the spring, another company chaired by Sheikh Taghnoon, MGX, deposited $2 billion in World Liberty Financial's stablecoin, the single largest investment in the crypto company ever. Weeks later, the chip deal was announced despite national security concerns. Secretary Rubio, do you believe that Mr. Witkoff has an unacceptable conflict of interest?
I have never seen any evidence that he's made any decisions or advocated for any position that's to his personal benefit. On the contrary, and again, I can't speak to all the things you're saying now because that's not, Mr. Witkoff is an employee of the White House and he undergoes the ethics vetting and the procedures for disclosure that are appropriate to them, not to the State Department. But I would just add, I want to be fair, okay? I've never seen the guy ever say anything to me that makes me think this is personal rather than, the only thing he's ever done is spend his own money. Yeah. I know he has spent his own money at great personal expense to fly around the world on his own airplane, not on the government bill. He has, done it, but everything out of his own pocket.
Are you concerned about the appearance of a conflict of interest in Mr. Witkoff?
I've never seen anything that leads me to have that concern. Again, you've cited a bunch of things. I'm just not aware of those but I'm just telling you my personal interactions with Mr. Witkoff are of a person who just thinks he's serving the country and is happy to do so, not out of any personal gain, but because he wants to serve the country.
As Secretary of State who's in charge of the foreign affairs of the United States, have you spoken to President Trump about any concerns about conflict of interest with Mr. Witkoff?
I haven't had to. I've not seen any.
Let's talk about Jared Kushner. His private equity firm, Affinity Partners, has raised more than $6 billion since it was founded in 2021, including $1.2 billion just over the last year. Mr. Secretary, are you aware of how much of that $6 billion has been raised from foreign nationals?
I don't know anything about it.
And the answer is 99%. These include sovereign wealth funds operated by Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. The Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund is the largest investor in Affinity Partners. In fact, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman personally recommended that Saudi Arabia invest in Affinity Partners. The Crown Prince has also personally urged President Trump in multiple phone calls to continue the ongoing war of choice in Iran. Let's put it another way. The man who bankrolled Kushner's business venture is the same man who is lobbying for the war Kushner is tasked with ending. Mr. Secretary, same question. Are you concerned about any conflict of interest by Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law?
Again, in Jared's case, Jared is a private citizen who's been advising and participating in this voluntarily. He's not compensated for it or in any way. But I've never seen from either Steve or Jared on the contrary, all I've ever seen them do is put tremendous amount of time and energy into trying to solve problems, like the amount of time they put into Gaza and the Board of Peace and all of that process. I think, I believe they've done it out of the kindness and goodness of their heart. They think they're serving the country.
The goodness of their heart. Mr. Secretary, what Jared Kushner said on 60 Minutes on this very issue, when asked about it, he says, what people call conflict of interest, Steve and I call experience and trusted relationships that they have throughout the world. Reclaiming my time, let's recap. The two men tasked with resolving this country's most sensitive national security issues, including meeting with Iranian negotiators, are profiting off the same countries that they are engaging with. One thing we know for sure, while the Ukraine peace talks are going nowhere and the war of Iran has no end in sight, Witkoff and Kushner are making out like bandits. Meanwhile, a gallon of gas is still hovering about $4.67 in Phoenix, Arizona, that I represent, up nearly 40% from just 18 months ago. The American people are paying more for gas, for groceries, for everything. They're footing the bill while representatives of our government are cashing in. I yield back.
Representative Jackson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Secretary Rubio, for being here today. Thank you for your work to execute an America First foreign policy that is making America safer, stronger, and more prosperous. From confronting the corruption of the Maduro regime to negotiations with Iran to stabilize the Middle East, you have played a crucial part in spearheading the administration's Peace Through Strength initiative. Secretary Rubio, I want to reiterate what you wrote in your opening statement, that American leadership should always be on behalf of American interest. Thanks to President Trump's historic foreign policy initiatives, the USA has no longer sit idly by as other nations take advantage of American funds and military support. My question, global commerce and diplomacy rely on coordinated strategies with allies to combat illicit trade and support U.S. exporters. To support the Trump administration's efforts to enhance U.S. national security while advancing strategic American investments, I recently introduced the Strategic Export Controls and Border Security Enhancement Act. This bill would codify the State Department's Office of Export Controls and Border Security to strengthen the operational capabilities of allied countries to better protect U.S. critical technologies from diversion and misuse by our foreign adversaries. Secretary Rubio, how is this office being utilized to prevent the illicit trafficking of sensitive and dual-use technologies, and how do you see this office being used to advance America First diplomacy moving forward?
Yeah, I think at the core of what you're trying to get to with your bill, and we're trying to get through with our sources, with our resources, is as follows, and that is that you will say you can't sell a certain product, or a certain product can't be exported because it provides it would be the detriment of the national interest of the United States. But it's prohibited for one country, but it's not prohibited for some other country. They will then set up a company in a third country and use that to evade the sanctions. In essence, you will find a company, let's say it was a sanction against a transfer of technology to a Chinese company that's linked to their military. But they will then figure out a way to set up a company in a third country, in a country that's not barred for export. And they will use that vehicle and that route in order to be able to export a valuable technology. And so what we're trying to get at through our efforts is identifying those countries where that is happening and those companies that are being used for that purpose. And I think your bill, though I haven't read it, sounds like what it would do is it would codify this effort so that it exists beyond this administration.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm anxious to partner with you from a legislative standpoint on that. So if there's anything in the bill when you do see it that you would recommend, please let me know. Under this administration, the Foreign Service has refocused its diplomatic corps on merit and performance. The State Department has eliminated internal DEIA programs, slashed woke investments, and neutered NGOs that were working against U.S. national interest. We finally have got away from trying to force other governments to adopt the crazy woke social agenda of the failed Biden administration, the same agenda still being promoted by many of the progressive Democrats on this committee, unfortunately. And we are now ushering in a new era of American efficiency and strategic diplomacy. Mr. Secretary, how can this committee continue to provide the State Department with the tools in the upcoming Foreign Service Act reauthorization to advance President Trump's American First agenda and continue this progress?
I mean, I think codifying these policies are important so that they exist for the long term. And I want to just say one thing when it comes to the issues that people use the term diversity. The Foreign Service will always be diverse in comparison to maybe some other agencies, simply because foreign service and international diplomacy often attract people that are first generation or maybe even immigrants themselves. They have language skills, they have cultural skills or what have you that sort of attract them to diplomacy to begin with. I think you see it reflected in ambassadorial posts around the world as well, the ones the president has nominated and so forth. I would also add something that's very unique to the State Department, which other agencies don't have. The majority of our employees, over 47,000 of our total employees, about 70,000, 47,000, are locally employed. These are nationals of other countries that work for us, and they're a key part of our missions. We couldn't carry out our mission function in many of these countries without these locally employed individuals that are not even American citizens, but they're valuable resources. They've been there for 15 or 20 years, so in and of itself, I would say the State Department, but ultimately, we want to hire the best people for the job. And that's what we should always want. We want to hire the best people for the job, the ones who are most capable of doing the job. And I think we can do that and still have a very diverse workforce, but not because of the diversity, but because of their skill, their merit, and their abilities.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative Jackson is recognized.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Great to see you again. Thank you for your forceful words in support of diversity, although there are some conflicting claims to what it means. Secretary Rubio, I stand before you not simply as a legislator, but as a witness to a moment in our nation's history when we are threatening to sever the sacred connection between our national interest and our moral obligation. This is a budget hearing, of course, but more than numbers on a page, we have to wrestle with the meaning of what those numbers mean to the lives of real people in real places, whose very existence is bound in no small way to the decisions that we make in this room. I want to start by showing the American people what the dismantling of the diversity, equity, and inclusion means. Under your leadership, we are abandoning the continent of Africa. Would you put this up, please? The question is not what can we afford, but what we are willing to become. Under your leadership, the U.S. effectively has closed 31 consular operations across Africa and has 34 ambassadorships vacant. Under your leadership, we froze student, refugee, and valid visa processing to 26 African nations. Under your leadership, we have raised the tariffs on 30 emerging economies. Under your leadership, we have pulled out of the pandemic and healthcare aid for over 40 countries. Our diplomats used to operate in every region, culture, and society on earth. A workforce that reflects the diversity of our country is not a political objective. It is indeed, as well as you know, a strategic advantage, as you articulated. Africa and other developing nations are fast-growing and young populations represent one of humanity's greatest opportunities for shared prosperity, climate resilience, and democratic transformation. On global health, last year, the Trump administration cut off all funding to the World Health Organization. However, to prevent diseases from reaching our shores, the U.S. still needs the global outbreak and disease surveillance functions that the World Health Organization offers. Diseases, as you know, do not need passports or visas. In March, the Washington Post reported that the administration is proposing to spend more than $2 billion a year to recreate a system that you dismantled, such as laboratories, data sharing networks, and rapid response systems that you abandoned when you withdrew from these programs. This is more than 3 times what we had contributed to the World Health Organization. That's waste, fraud, and abuse. How is reinventing the wheel at a significantly higher cost efficient for the American people? You know that, let me just answer that. Since Eastern Congo and Uganda are currently experiencing the 3rd largest outbreak since it was discovered half a century ago, and your response was to criticize the World Health Organization that you had retreated from. Your statement in the administration's action revealed a retreat from our responsibility, a shrinking of the vision of America, and a devastating abandonment of those who have long looked to the U.S. not as a savior, but as a partner in the difficult work of survival and dignity. Moving forward, we would have questions on how the Trump administration plans to address global health crisis, if that is something the United States still wishes to have leadership in. Prior to 2026, U.S. global health was a model for the world. Its initiatives helped contain more than 250 diseases across more than 40 countries. But DOGE and this administration have not told the truth. They told the American people these cuts were necessary. Because I can assure you there's nothing necessary about denying medicine when people are suffering. There's nothing justified in weakening initiatives like PEPFAR and the Global Fund. I'll give you some time, which have stood as shining examples of what this country can achieve when it chooses compassion over indifference. As we look at the HIV crisis, and specifically in Zambia, according to a draft memo that was shared with you, prepared for you by the State Department and African Bureau staff, something that you care about, you considered withholding life-saving assistance to 1.3 million people with HIV in Zambia to force the government to sign a deal giving the U.S. more access to critical minerals. Do you consider it acceptable to use life-saving HIV/AIDS treatment as leverage for economic advantage? And in closing, over the Easter weekend, I was in Cuba doing an oversight to see, and your State Department refused to meet with members of Congress while they were out gallivanting and partying. In closing, I would like to ask you, will you invade Cuba? I yield back.
Well, I have 1 second to answer. What do I do? I mean, you guys tell me your rules here. I tried to write down all the stuff
Will you invade Cuba?
Well, that's not the only thing you said.
Mr. Secretary, I'm going to take my time to ask questions at this time, and I'll give you some time to answer.
Okay, because I do want to answer a lot of the points he raised.
So my questions are going to bear on this. I think there is a significant difference in the State Department today, and since you've taken the reins, versus the State Department under Secretary Blinken and under President Joe Biden. I'd like you to expand upon the changes that have been conducted. I think it's also incumbent for us to speak about things that just not everybody follows these things all day. I spoke about these things a little bit in my opener. The amount of attacks that have come against the United States of America by the hand of Iran, not in 47 years, just in the last 30 months prior to Epic Fury beginning. I referenced over 350 attacks, 200 wounded, multiple Americans dead, to include Specialist Moffett, Specialist Sanders, Specialist Rivers. We have been ongoingly attacked by Iran just recently. And the United States has largely done nothing about it. I think one of the things that's changed about us is that we are not going to be an America that gets attacked and pretends it never happened, ignores it, does nothing. That was a way of the past. So, Secretary Rubio, I'd love for you to discuss this and discuss the questions that were asked previously, and you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds to do so.
Okay, good. And I actually think they dovetail because there's a couple points. First of all, it's just absolutely false that we've abandoned the continent of Africa. As I've highlighted multiple times here on the diplomacy front, we are deeply engaged in the DRC and Rwanda peace negotiations. In fact, if it wasn't for us, there wouldn't be any negotiations. We are deeply involved in the Quad effort with Sudan that involves the UAE on one side, Saudi Arabia on the other, and it's deeply complicated that we actually have helped host donor conferences. So we are very involved in all of those issues. As I pointed out earlier, we've been working very cooperatively with the government of Nigeria to go after a common threat, terrorists that want to aim at us but are threatening the nation state there now. And by the way, we're opening new areas of relationship like Equatorial Guinea, which is a country we really hadn't had much interaction with for many years, and now that's begun to flourish, and hopefully we can build upon that. In the case of the consular services, we've consolidated consular operations all over the world. And one of the reasons why is you can do it more efficiently. There are areas where literally the number of either visas that are not accepted or even applicants do not justify having a full-time station. We've done this repeatedly, not just under this administration, but previous administrations have done that. And so consolidation of consular services is not unique to the African continent. We've seen it in Mexico, where we're going to close one consulate because the cost-benefit analysis doesn't add up. On the World Health Organization, they basically covered for China during the COVID pandemic. Openly covered for China, refused to disclose the reality of what was happening soon enough, and didn't put the blame quickly enough on where it belonged. But not just the blame, it didn't allow researchers to be able to begin the work of, it took longer than it should have to develop a vaccine and other things because of their attitude towards that. And we have deep problems with the way the World Health Organization seems to play politics on behalf of some countries, and we pointed that out. Now, let me talk about a couple other things you raised. The Global Fund. The Global Fund is very happy. You should call them. They're very happy with us. They put out multiple statements about the work we're doing with that. We are fully compliant.
Can I challenge his assertions, Chairman?
It's my time.
No, but I'm just telling you, the Global Fund, we are, for example, there's a 33% cap on what we give. The rest has to come from other donors. We are at that level right now. And if donors give more, we'll give more. We're committed to that. They're very happy with what we have worked out with the Global Fund. I think the other thing you didn't point out is we are not abandoning these countries or these programs. We're entering into compacts, 32 compacts, the majority of them in Africa, in which we go to a country and say, look, rather than force a bunch of NGOs from Northern Virginia on you, we are going to work with you. We are going to give the money government to government, and we're going to work in cooperation with your government to build up your national health system. So not only can you care for the patients you have now, but ultimately you won't have this problem for 5 or 10 years. And they want that. They welcome that. They do not want the ongoing dependency of aid.
Mr.
These countries
Secretary,
clearly
you know
want to
these
establish their own
people even
systems.
come over here because of visa.
Representative Jackson, you're not recognized.
I know, but on Zambia, look, we're not threatening them with anything. They just don't want to sign a compact. But you do raise an interesting point, not specific to Zambia, but broadly. Okay, there are a lot of countries we give a bunch of money to. You sit there and you say, okay, we donate $50, $80 million a year to this country. We do all the aid for that country. But all of the contracts, all of the rare earth minerals, all of the financial benefits, all of the commercial deals are with China. So explain to me, how is that good for the American people that we are in a country that we take care of all of their problems, but then all the economic benefits flow to China or some other country? That has to be talked about. How can I justify to the American people that we flood a country with American aid, but all of the commercial benefits in that country go to China or someone else over us? That is a legitimate thing to discuss with every country in the world that we give a lot of aid to. That is the reason why aid should not be separated from policy, because it has to reflect our national interest.
Thank you, Secretary Rubio. Representative Kamlager-Dove.
So, Mr. Secretary, 5 months ago, you essentially became the new overlord of Venezuela, taking control of the country's oil revenues and giving foreign companies access to its oil and minerals. But you have provided no real transparency about where the money is going and who is benefiting from this arrangement. I want to now talk a little bit about Mauricio Claver-Carrón. So, Mr. Secretary, you've known Mr. Claver-Carrón for many years, correct?
I don't know how many years, but sure.
Okay. We know that he was special envoy to Latin America. He's also a former lobbyist who supported your presidential campaign, I think in 2016. And now he runs a private equity firm that is seeking $1 billion in investments in Latin America. Apparently, he is seen as your right-hand man on Venezuela, but he's not a federal employee, and he's not bound by rules about financial disclosures or conflict of interest. According to the Washington Post, he acts like a kingmaker in Venezuela, helping to determine which private companies get contracts and access. And that's concerning because in January, you gave confidential licenses for Venezuelan oil to a company that had been charged with bribery by the Department of Justice and employs a trader who gave $6 million to Trump's campaign. Some have said that Mauricio is the Jared Kushner of Latin America, but Mauricio has said that Jared Kushner is the Mauricio of the Middle East. So who is Mauricio, and why is he riding on private jets to Caracas with executives from firms trying to get contracts? And why is he texting Delcy Rodriguez on the regular? Who is he working for?
Okay.
I'm going to allow you to respond. I'm setting this up because it looks unseemly that essentially you are taking Venezuelan oil money and sending it through a network of campaign donors, corrupt politicians, and lobbyists, and we can't get any documentation on that. We don't have any receipts. So the question is anyone from the administration, directly or indirectly, benefiting from the contracts being doled out in Venezuela?
Is this where I get to answer?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Number one is the number of people. Mauricio is one of many people that are involved in what's happening in Venezuela. There's not a day that goes by that we don't have someone who's interested in what's happening in Venezuela for a variety of reasons. Nor is he the only person in the United States that directly contacts Delcy Rodriguez and others. There is a stampede of people that want to be involved in Venezuela. Mauricio is one of many, but by the way, not involved in Venezuela. I am not knowledgeable or know of any financial links he has to anybody in Venezuela.
So I'm going to reclaim my time, Mr. Secretary, but I'm glad that you said that. Because you have said these things, you have shared these talking points before.
They're not talking points, they're the truth.
But it is hard to take your word for it when this is the most corrupt administration in American history.
Well, that's
we're
your
talking
opinion.
pardons for sale, we're talking about no-bid contracts to those on Trump's family and friends plan, we're talking about a $1.8 billion slush fund. And I think that's corruption. The American people think that's corruption. They want to know if you think that's corruption.
Okay. Number two, this goes right to the point of transparency. You're absolutely wrong about the way the money flows. It's pretty straightforward, and I'll share.
So I'm going to have to reclaim
So
my
when-
time again because
well, then, so
the
what kind of
question about
process is this? They get to
corruption-
ask
the
questions and you don't get to
question about-
answer?
It's my time. The question
I don't know
about
about you. When
corruption
is it
is
my
really
time?
important.
So why am I
because
here if I don't
you
get to answer
can't
your
call
questions
out
or your
co-
defamatory
I'm
statements?
reclaiming my time,
Reclaim.
Mr.
I want
Chair.
you to, but I want to reclaim. Well, do I get time?
This
Because you
is
make
my
these
time, Mr.
defamatory
Chair.
statements and no one can talk here.
If
This
you
is crazy.
can't call out corruption in this country, then how can you call it out in another
Well, I can't say
country?
anything 'cause you
That
won't
is
let me
the
speak.
question. It is about credibility and your credibility. And your credibility meter is on empty right now. This
See,
oil.
these guys
who
just get to talk and I don't get to
who
answer?
determines the barrels of oil that get sold?
What?
How
But you
many
won't
of
let
them?
me
At
answer your
what
question.
price
I have
does
an
it
answer
get
for your
sold?
question.
Where is it going?
Oh, I get it.
will
They
let
have to
you.
use their time for me to answer
The
your
onus
question.
is on you to
a
prove
joke.
that there is no corruption happening.
Well, how do I
That is
prove it if
your
you don't let me talk?
responsibility as the Secretary of State. And you know what? Normally we would have access to that data. That's the
You do. You
transparency.
just don't know where to
But you're
look.
not showing us any receipt. Well, then show us.
But
Do you
you won't.
commit? Do you commit to coming back here with whoever the person is who is monitoring the sales of the oil? Bring them before this committee.
Can I
Show the
reclaim my
receipts.
time?
Have the documentation. You don't have this time yet. I am talking about your credibility and evidence, not your talking points, because talking points are never a replacement for transparency
agree,
and
but that's what you're saying. You're saying
documentation.
talking
And
points
we
without an
have not-
answer.
We are 5 months into this and no audits. Zero visibility into the
100%
contracts that are
false.
awarded.
100%
Zero
false.
Unfortunately,
transparency about where
Representative
the money
time has
is
expired.
going.
Representative Salazar is recognized.
And giving contracts with no transparency
Can I
is
borrow your
exactly
time
the
to
reason
answer?
why you shut down USAID. So practice what you preach. I yield my
Oh,
time.
she gets to scream now too? Scream
Chairman,
and
can we
shout.
take down her words?
I'll give you some time. I'll give
Yeah.
you some of my time. Let me just
Okay.
just
Oh God,
change
what
the
kind of thing
energy.
is this? What is this? You get asked questions for 5 minutes and you don't get time to answer. It's not a hearing.
I think you said clown
Like
show
a dunk
before.
tank.
I
What
don't,
is
I don't
this?
have to tell you. I don't. I'll
I've
give
even
you
used
ti-
their time. How can I answer the question? They don't even give me time. I've had to use their time to answer your questions.
Yes.
All right, whatever.
All right, so I don't need to tell you that in my community, the city that I represent, the city of Miami, you're one of the most illustrious representatives, and that we're very proud of you, not only the Cuban Americans, but the Hispanic Americans in my
Why is she
community.
leaving? I'm
So
going to answer her questions.
I will.
Oh, she's going. Okay, I got it. Well, thank you for coming.
All right, so we're going to talk about, I just want to give you time to answer and then talk about Venezuela and talk about Cuba. So let's go back to Venezuela. Let's start with that. You said that stabilization, recovery, and transition. Those are the three steps that the State Department was going to implement in Venezuela. I believe that transition is the free and fair elections. The Venezuelan has a very robust opposition forces. We have Maria Corina Machado. So the big question here is that in order to avoid any type of misunderstandings like the one that we were hearing from my illustrious colleague, is that we should have free and fair elections that will bring rule of law, and the rule of law will then be able to bring in a lot of investments from the United States with transparency. Why can we not start right now the process of sending the message that we are going to establish, let's say next year, at the end of next year, a free and fair election sponsored with the United States, or by the United States?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it all ties together, so I'm going to try to use the...
It all ties together,
Okay.
correct.
So let me first say about the oil stuff, which is a bunch... I don't even remember half the stuff that was being screamed at me because most of it, not entirely, is false. Here's what happens. When there are sales of oil from Venezuela, they used to, sell it at a discount because of sanctions, and they had to do all kinds of evasive matters. Now they're able to sell it at market price to great benefit to the Venezuelan people. That money and those proceeds are deposited in a treasury blocked account at Citibank. That account, by the way, is audited by KPMG. KPMG has been hired and paid by the Venezuelan government out of those funds to audit every single expenditure. There is a list that's been agreed to by both sides, the Venezuelan side and the US side, on what the allowable expenditures are for. So for example, they've used 250...
I need to go to 3 other countries, so I'm not sure what the chairman wants to do, but I need to, I understand that you're answering her question.
Oh, but this is but it's tied to your point because
All right.
they'll be able to do the other ones quickly thereafter. Again, I know this is outrageous because I have to use your time to answer
That's
questions when
correct,
she
but I
leaves.
need to serve the community. I need to
Okay.
ask you about other countries. So
Well,
then
bottom
tell me.
line is the money that's spent in Venezuela is audited by KPMG. It only goes to certain determined points, and it doesn't go to the individual benefit of anybody. Those are just false, outrageous
So
religious
When can we
statements.
pivot to free and fair elections?
So the second point is on the transition phase, which is the third phase. The second is
Correct.
stabilization and recovery. Part of the recovery phase is creating the conditions for a free and independent press. You need to have independent press in order to have free and fair elections. We've seen an uptick in that activity. It's not 100% there, but it needs to continue to grow. You need to give space for the political parties to organize and to mobilize, because you can't participate in an election if you haven't had the time to do so. And you need a new electoral commission. We've said that repeatedly.
And when
that
are
needs
we
to happen.
starting?
Well, we'd like to see it as soon as possible, but the reality, just remember, it's been 5 months, not 5 years,
Correct.
not 50 months, 5 months. 5 months is not a long time for a country that had gone through what that country went through. But clearly, we need to have a new electoral committee, and ultimately, Venezuela's future is free and fair multi-party elections.
Correct. Let's go to Cuba. We know that your office is talking to the Castro family, and you're sending the message that the game is over, that they need to open up the democratic game. We know that, all right? So the question is, what's delaying that process?
Well, it's not that it's delaying the process. We've had conversations. We have diplomatic engagements with the Cubans consistently over time, over multiple reasons, and for many reasons over the years. In fact, the CENTCOM was just down at the fence line in Guantanamo, not CENTCOM, SOUTHCOM, over the weekend as well. Our message to them is very clear. If they want a path in which they can recover their country and
But we
save
understand that they are not understanding that. So then
correct.
what's next? So what can we do in order to make them understand that the game is over?
Well, we're not going to allow them to benefit from the game that they've been playing, in which they're stealing money from the Cuban people to the benefit of this conglomerate at the expense of the people of Cuba. What we are offering to do is distribute $100 million in humanitarian aid
But
through
they're not
non-governmental
accepting.
organizations. Well, now they say they've accepted it, but they're
But it
creating
has to
impediments.
go through the Catholic Church, and they're not willing
And
to do
others,
that
Samaritan Purse. We have a whole host
Representative's
of
time is
organizations that are prepared to do it.
Representative Costa is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary of State. Appreciate your presence. A lot of area to cover, but I'm concerned about America's presence and the international arena that we live in today. Ronald Reagan once described America as being the shining city upon the hill, one that other countries sought to emulate. You're familiar with that quote. I'm worried that our smart power that underpins our global standing, gives us credibility, clout, and coherence, is today in a democratic recession. That's my view. And I think American leadership is more important than ever before, and I think it's lacking. Do you agree that our smart power remains an important tool of our U.S. statecraft?
Well, absolutely.
But we're vacating the field. 2/3 of our ambassadorships or posts are empty. Our alliances, we hit our friends with tariffs, berate our partners for not supporting a war that they were not ever brought into in Iran, and only later walk back the plans to withdraw troops from our European allies. On foreign aid, we've scrapped USAID and dismantled our global humanitarian networks. And in the vacuum, as you know, China has come into that breach. I want to talk. We have a deal. This is, I think, a good example. You've not granted final approval on $14 billion arms deal for Taiwan, which I want to emphasize was a sale, not a gift. Do you think that protecting Taiwan is still important?
It is. We gave them we had an $11 billion sale, the single largest in history, just in December.
But it's not a gift; it's a sale. And why are we withholding? Why are we withholding the $14 billion?
We're not withholding. It's just under review still. It has, but we just executed one in December, which was more than Biden did in 4 years.
Let's move on to NATO. You know, the president's described as a paper tiger, and he's made no hidden about his disparaging comments about our allies, which I think are dangerous. And undermines the longest, the strongest alliance that we've had post-World War II. Do you think that NATO is a paper tiger?
The big what, I'm sorry?
Do you think NATO is a paper tiger?
I think NATO's in need of deep reform, and part of the
Well,
reason,
but I mean, that reform's taking place. I mean, we can talk about it, and you ought to be able to take some credit for this. Look at Poland's up to 5.0, their GDP for defense.
Poland's not the problem.
Well, a lot of Eastern, but we're working on this and we're making progress. Would you not agree?
I don't agree. I think we're
You
making
don't agree
progress.
that we're making progress?
Well, I agree we're making progress with some countries, but others are saying their 5% or even their 3.5% includes, for example, pensions to veterans. That's not defense spending.
Well, of course not. But I mean, I don't think that the confidence and the support that used to be a part of that transatlantic partnership is still there today. And you go to Europe, and I go to Europe, and we sense that in the people that we talk to. Let's move over to Ukraine. I've spent a lot of time and engagement there. I know you have. You talked about it earlier today. 4 years ago, it was seen about good versus evil, right? Russia's invasion of a country that was unprovoked. And there was strong bipartisan perception that that was the case. A year ago, the president indicated that Ukraine had no cards to play anymore. I think that President Putin, today, modern Russia is a syndicate masquerading as a country with a mob boss called Putin. He bombs hospitals, schools, churches, kidnaps over 20,000 Ukrainian children. And yes, we have leverage, but we're backing out of our economic commitment there, our military commitment. But yet, we see these brave Ukrainian people standing up for their sovereignty and actually taking a whole new page out of warfare in terms of something that we could learn from. When is the president and the administration going to use the leverage that we have over Russia?
We have, and unfortunately, the talks have not yet borne fruit. But I want to disagree on something. So we continue to sell weapons through the Pearl program, which has been a great success. That's an ongoing program with Ukraine, and we continue to have massive number of sanctions on Russia as we speak. The problem has been,
we've put the sanctions on and off again.
No, most of the sanctions are still on. The only one that's been waived for a limited period of time in order to provide more oil to the global market and stabilize prices is oil, and those are time determinate. These are 60-day waivers. These are not permanent.
Is it the intention to re-engage in the efforts to form a ceasefire and a peace agreement?
Oh, we're prepared to do so. Unfortunately, those efforts proved less than fruitful. We spent a year on it last year, but we're prepared to do it as soon as they're prepared to do it. That offer, we've made it repeatedly. We're ready to go. We're prepared to play that role.
More to be continued, but thank you very much for your time.
Representative Huizenga is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Rubio, good to be with you. And while we're addressing all the important issues like your shoes, I just want to formally invite you to DJ my next event. I would recommend maybe DJ Overlord be your new nickname. I apologize for many of my colleagues here because you're right, they are not giving you the opportunity to answer extremely important questions. I'm going to hit a number of issues very quickly. Coidoy prison in Venezuela. I believe yesterday you were quoted as saying that it had been closed down. I've got some close friends, contacts there that believe that there are still 25 prisoners that are still there. So I don't ask you necessarily to address it, but I'd love for you to take a look at that and get
Just to be clear, the interim government has said they intend to close it, and we will hold them to their promise.
Please do, and make that as rapid as possible. Along the lines of where Dr. Jackson was talking, Ronnie Jackson, one way we've maintained our lead regarding the AI arms race is cutting off China's access to essential chip-making tools made in America and by our allies. Unfortunately, the Netherlands and Japan continue to sell their critical tools, while here in the U.S. we maintain stricter controls. Those exemptions continue to be exploited by the allies today. Do you agree that export controls on chip-making equipment play a critical role in constraining the CCP's AI and military ambitions, and that allies should not be allowed to exploit exemptions to those controls?
Correct, and that features prominently in all of our engagements with the countries you just mentioned.
All right. Shifting gears, last November, President Trump hosted all 5 Central Asian presidents. I happen to chair the South and Central Asia subcommittee for the C5+1 summit. That was a historic movement. And what I would like to know is, do you recommend that Congress send a strong signal to the of the U.S.'s commitment to Central Asia by repealing the Cold War-era Jackson-Vanik Amendment, which only serves to chill U.S. investment in the region?
Absolutely. We want that repeal. We think it would be helpful.
And what would be the positive steps? What are those
I think
next
it would
steps?
signal that these impediments that have existed in the past and being able to deal with these countries commercially are being removed. So this came up in my confirmation hearing, and I don't know what the holdup has been, because every committee I go to, they ask me why. Everybody seems to agree they want to get rid of it, but no one gets rid of it. So you should. And by the way, we intend to have a C5+1 meeting that I'll be attending at some point this year in the region.
Wonderful, and they will be thrilled to have that. And then you recently, excuse me, you recently returned from visiting India. India is a critical economic and security partner for the U.S. across the Indo-Pacific. Could you please share with the committee the outcomes of your recent visit and how the Trump administration is strengthening the partnership while simultaneously addressing longstanding market access issues?
Well, India is an important strategic ally of the United States. We do a lot of things together, and there's tremendous opportunities to do more. The 2 points we focused on are, one is the hopes that we can wrap up the negotiations on our trade agreement, which we think we're a few weeks away from being able to conclude. Obviously, I don't negotiate those. That's a USTR function. So I refer you to them as to the timing of it, but we think we're pretty close in getting that done, and both sides want to see it done. The other reason I was there was, in addition to the bilateral meetings, we were able to host a meeting once again of the foreign ministers of the Quad, which is the cooperation between the United States, Australia, Japan, and India. And there are a number of things we're working on, and now we have actionable items that we're beginning to focus on. There'll be a new port facility in the region that we're going to work together on for one of the small Pacific islands. I think that is an important show.
Can you name which one?
Well, I think we're talking to Fiji right now about the ability to be involved with them. And then the second is, I hope I didn't misspeak on that, but I believe that's the case. And on the second one that we are working together on
Trust me, somebody in the media will hold you accountable.
Well, we'll get but the second one that I would tell you is that one of the things we've agreed to work on is domain awareness, working together and pooling our resources so we can have domain awareness about what's happening out in the sea. Is there someone out there trying to impede traffic? Is there someone messing with undersea cables? Is there, sanctioned ships that are moving through? This domain awareness is critically important. If we can pool the resources of these 4 countries, it would be a benefit to the region writ large.
Thank you. And I'll just leave one last comment. It's been my observation, going back to whether it's Russia, Iran, other places that have been bad actors, sanctions are only as good as your willingness to enforce them. And we are finally seeing this administration, with your advocacy and others, and Treasury, to enforce those sanctions. Anthony Blinken sat there where you are not that long ago, and I had to remind him he had a problem on his hands because I'm vice chair of the Financial Services Committee. There's a number of Financial Services Committee members who are on this committee. We actually write the sanctions, and he basically would come in and say, don't worry your pretty little head about all these confusing sanctiony things. We got a handle on it. You finally do. Thank you.
Representative Amo.
Secretary Rubio, welcome back. I want to start where we left off last year. You told me, quote, we're going to do more food aid than any country on the planet times 10. That was your promise. But the facts tell a different story. America might still be the world's largest food aid donor, but we certainly don't provide 10 times more food aid than our peers. In fact, under your watch, America's food aid contributions have been cut by more than half to roughly $2 billion. It should be very clear that America's strength has never come solely from our might. It comes from our alliances, our credibility, and our values. You didn't just eliminate programs, you created vacuums. Vacuums where violence and instability are rising, that extremist groups are filling, that competitors like China are exploiting, and vacuums that are making Americans less safe and less prosperous. And you hurt Americans here at home with your policy decisions. Shuttering USAID wiped out more than 23,000 American jobs, while Donald Trump and his billionaire buddies got rich off of corrupt deals. Peanut farmers in Texas and sugar farmers in your home state of Florida lost market access because of your cuts. So Secretary Rubio, before slashing food aid programs, did you conduct any analysis whatsoever on how many American jobs would be lost, how many farms would be hurt, and how much damage would be done to local economies and small businesses?
Well, because we know all of those will still be part of the new programs we've created and are creating. But the second point I would make, American foreign aid programs are not a jobs program. Although they employ Americans, and we want it to be helpful to Americans, and that's why.
So you're okay hurting the farmers in your home state?
The World Food for Peace program, for example, now we've transferred it to U.S. The Agriculture Department. They're in a better position.
Well, you're talking about a hypothetical future where you fix past mistakes, but farmers have been struggling over the last year.
That's where it belonged in the first place, because it's helpful. The farmers have more direct input there than they would at the State Department. As to your point about us cutting aid, not only are we we donate more than the next 4 countries combined. We do more than anybody else.
But we went down, and there are consequences. Look, From where I sit.
But why are
so
we
fr-
in charge
fr-
of feeding everybody?
This
I mean,
is not about charity. This is about our economy and values. I didn't say that you got to do it all, but you can't cut when you know without analysis that bad things are going to happen.
But we replaced. We have new programs that are actually working better.
Well,
It's getting food to
Mr.
people
Secretary,
faster.
if I may, from where I sit, you, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, you got together, you made these cuts blindly because you did not say that you conducted any analysis. You just said we cut because we have a hypothetical future that we are trying to create, which is not a serious plan. And that's not regard for the economic damage to our farmers, to our small businesses here at home who are feeling that pain. And moreover, you've had lives lost. And I want to get to that point. I want to introduce you to Mary Sunday. She is behind me. And after your food aid cuts decimated the World Food Program's ability to feed the Kenyan refugee camp she lived in, Mary's 7-month-old daughter, Santina, died of malnutrition. This is the only photo Santina's parents have of their daughter. Before Santina died, you looked me in the eye in this room and you said, "No children are dying on my watch." She was a child. She had a name, a family, a future ahead. Now she's gone. She is one of over 500,000 children who died last year after your administration pulled the plug. Yesterday, I heard your testimony. You said you're seeking outcomes with foreign aid programs, but the outcome that I see is dead kids. So, Mr. Secretary, I want to ask you again, and with a real direct answer, please. Were you lying to Congress when you claimed no children were dying on your watch, or did you simply never bother to calculate the human cost of your decisions?
That number you're throwing around is a false number. It's a false number. And not only that, you're equivocating that the death of an individual's responsibility of the United States.
There are 500,000 others.
No, those are false. That's a
Mr.
false
Secretary,
statement.
the numbers are there.
No, the numbers are not
Here's
there. The
thing.
numbers are opinion
you
of
have,
experts
you have
who
a
got their
narrative to
contracts
share. Mr. Chairman,
These
I
are
want to
people that
enter
got
into
their
the record these
article.
articles that show last year alone, over 155,000 children died from malnutrition. Over 126,000 children died from diarrheal diseases. Over 165,000 children died from pneumonia as a result of these cuts. So here's the deal. You promised more food aid and said there were cuts. You promised America first and said American workers, who you said aren't a priority for you. You said it's not a jobs program. They lost their jobs. You promised strength. Instead, we have lost influence, credibility, and trust. And you promised children weren't going to die. You said that to me right here. You promised peace as well. Instead, your illegal war of choice with Iran is driving up fuel prices and grocery costs while putting millions more at risk of hunger worldwide. This is not about charity. This is about values. So whether it's negligence or ideology, the result under your watch is the same. Weaker alliances, higher costs, dead children, and a less secure America.
result is
so
we
my
spend more money than-
my time is expiring. So I'm going to take these seconds to say, what are you going to do to clean up the mess that you
Representative's
created?
time has expired. Representative Davidson is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for your faithful service to our country. Your leadership as Secretary of State provides confidence at home and abroad. And I would like to highlight that your personal testimony at Charlie Kirk's memorial service and your remarks at this year's Munich Security Conference resonate with me and with many of my constituents, so thank you. I only have time for a few quick topics. So first, thank you for leading one of the most thoughtful national security strategies I've seen in the post-Cold War era. I thought last year's national security strategy was well done, and the national security strategy poses, quote, the cynical manipulation of our immigration system to build up voting blocs loyal to foreign interests within our country. The State Department has also made it clear that we object to the UN's efforts to advocate and facilitate replacement migration across the United States and broader across Western countries. Immigration was a driving issue behind President Trump and Republican electoral victories, and I commend your department for making this a priority. Could you please highlight your approach beginning at our own borders and extend it especially through the Western Hemisphere to addressing this as part of the national security strategy?
In terms of migration?
Yes.
Yeah. Look, mass migration is a national security threat to any country that experiences it. It's bad for the transit countries too, by the way, because it fuels and feeds these transnational groups that traffic not just in human beings, they traffic in drugs, they traffic in weapons and anything else you can imagine. So I think one of the biggest threats specific to the Western Hemisphere, but be true throughout the world, is these transnational, they call them criminal groups, they're really transnational terrorist groups, that among many of the things they do is traffic in human beings. So mass migration is not good for any country that has to absorb it, and Europe is now facing the consequences of that, but mass migration is also not good for the migrant. because they're abused along the way, and it's destructive and disruptive to all the countries in the region that have to experience it. So today we do not have a mass migration event, and every country along that route in Central America is grateful for it, because that's less money and that they have to spend and less resources that are being taxed and less of a burden that they're having to carry.
Thank you for that. And frankly, thank you for demonstrating that we just needed leadership to apply the laws to secure our own borders with this administration. I'm a former infantry officer. The oath our military swears is similar to the oath we swear in the House or the Senate or for cabinet members. It's to support and defend our Constitution. You know, generally we say, first define the mission, second authorize the mission, and then execute the mission. So I'd like to call your attention to the 2001 AUMF. It was, I think, the 01 AUMF and the 02 AUMF that I thought brought justice to Qasem Soleimani. As you highlighted previously in dialogue today, you know, the IEDs and efforts of the Quds Force killed many Americans in Iraq. And he's, you know, Iran has been the biggest state sponsor of terror. Unfortunately, the 01 AUMF, which still survives, doesn't, it authorizes a war on terror for Al-Qaeda and their affiliates. Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthis, and numerous other proxy forces for Iran aren't affiliates of Al-Qaeda. Would your administration support a modernization of an authorization of military force so that we could have a full authorization to provide full authority for our military to carry out these operations?
Yeah, twofold. The first is we haven't asked for one. Obviously, anything that allows or provides congressional support for the president's efforts to take on Hezbollah, Hamas, the threats they pose to the United States and ultimately Iran, it would be a positive, but we haven't asked for it. We believe every operation that's been conducted is well within the law as it exists.
Well, Article 1 gives Congress a duty to do something about authorizing force. And I've tried the whole 10 years I've been here to modernize it, so maybe next year will be the magic year. But I think it'd be due that we actually authorize these things because our military needs it. They need to know that the American people have their backs, and particularly when you look at people like the seditious six making threats to our military, I don't want them to have a second thought ever about their cover for the authority for the things we ask them to engage in. Because frankly, the problem in the post 9/11 era hasn't been whether there's a just cause, it's been whether we've given our military everything they need to achieve it. They've been tactically brilliant and operationally brilliant, and I'd say that's true even in Iran. But they haven't strategically been able to succeed, and part of that's because the United States hasn't been united behind it. And I guess towards that end, you've stated missions here, we're clearly not united as a country in Iran. So briefly, you know, what authorization do you need to carry out further operations in Iran?
Well, that's contemplated now. They're all within the president's powers, in our view, under the Constitution, to address imminent and emerging threats against the interests of the United States. If those circumstances were to change, we would obviously engage Congress in that conversation. We would always welcome congressional support. We'd like congressional support, but that's not going to stand in the way of the president addressing an immediate threat to the United States or an emerging threat to the United States that requires him as commander-in-chief to protect our people and our country.
Well, the cause is just.
Representative Mfume is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but it's starting to run past us. We all obviously sit here in America in what has been known as the greatest deliberative body in this democracy, and in a nation that is the strongest, the wealthiest, the most powerful, the most influential nation that the world has ever seen. America's military might has no rival. However, America's moral obligation continues to be called into question. And I want to talk a little differently about something that doesn't get the attention that it should get, and I want to associate myself with the remarks from my colleague from Rhode Island. Globally, over 122 million people are forcibly displaced all over the globe due to conflict, due to persecution, due to human rights violations. They are in the Sudan, they're in Syria, they're in the Ukraine, they're in Myanmar, they're in the Congo, and they are in Gaza. And so I want to take the time that I have to talk about Gaza, since no one seems to want to talk about it anymore. Now that there is a tentative ceasefire But there's also a number of children, teenagers, seniors, and others that are living in Walla. They have no real medical care that is sufficient for their needs. They are displaced because of this humanitarian crisis that we see. And for months, the issue was that Hamas was not allowing people in. Well, that's not the case right now. And we see what was supposed to have been tens of trucks going in each day down to a trickle, not carrying food, but carrying a lot of commercial supplies. More than 6 months into the ceasefire, about 1.7 million Gazans, Palestinians, are still living in tent camps. They're facing a surge, as you probably know, in rodent-borne disease, with reports of more than 70,000 cases of parasite infections, related illnesses, since the beginning of this year alone. Many, if not most of them, are children, young children, who are trying to find a way to survive, who are also growing up with memories of what happened to their parents, with a great deal of hatred in their heart towards America, towards Israel, toward anybody that they thought may have been a part of that. I just want to point out two things. When the 20-point peace plan was enacted and talked about by President Trump, it included point number 7, which doesn't get a lot of attention, and that is that the mandate that a full amount of aid would be sent into Gaza and into the Gaza Strip at a quantity of 600 trucks a day. It also included another point, point 8, that entry and distribution of this aid would proceed without any interference from any outside or internal force. So if we are, in fact, the strongest, the powerful, the most wealthy, the most influential nation on the face of the earth, it would seem to me that while we are doing all these other things around the globe, Mr. Secretary, that we ought to have a humane reaction and response to what we helped to create there. I mean, it is not just war-torn, it's ravaged, and people are dying every day, even as this hearing takes place, because they can't get medical attention. And so Gaza is not over with. That chapter and page is not turned. Those persons, the Palestinians that live there, really need help. And I would strongly urge the State Department, in addition to what you may be doing, to have someone and to have a process to come up with ways through UNRWA and other organizations to meet the need. Many of the international organizations are facing a monetary crisis, and so they don't have the ability to do what they are empowered to do. But this is still the United States of America, and we still have an obligation. And we cannot let children die en masse because we think that a ceasefire has created a new reality. The reality is still the same on the ground there. So I would urgently ask that when you come back before the committee, that you try to address that, or even before then, or if you want to share some information, please do, because time is of the essence. I yield back.
Representative Lawler.
Mr. Secretary, as chairman of this committee's Middle East and North Africa subcommittee, I've been monitoring closely the administration's operations in Iran and appreciate the many conversations that we have had. I commend both you and President Trump for your decisive actions against the regime and that of our military. Last summer, we significantly set back their nuclear objectives. And in the past few months, we have systemically decimated their military infrastructure, including their naval fleet and ballistic missiles program and drone capacity. And we eliminated the Ayatollah, the clerics, and much of the leadership of the IRGC. And now you are working to get the Strait of Hormuz reopened. And to my colleagues, I would say to you, imagine what this regime would do if it actually had a nuclear weapon and tried to extract and extort by shutting down the strait. They didn't just think of this as a result of this operation. This is something that they had been planning for years. We are working to diminish their nuclear capabilities for good. and to expand the Abraham Accords across the Middle East and actually ensure peace, stability, and economic prosperity. It is bold, it is innovative, and for the first time in 47 years, somebody actually followed through on the bipartisan threat that Iran could not have a nuclear weapon. So I applaud you for the work that you have done during your tenure, and wanted to ask you a few questions. Specifically, would the president sign a deal that doesn't deal with the nuclear threat and Iran's enrichment capabilities?
Well, that would be what the deal is about. So it would be impossible to sign a deal that doesn't deal with enrichment and the highly enriched uranium.
Right. And would you say that Iran, for the first time, is finally willing to at least discuss these issues?
Well, I can tell you a few months ago, they refused to discuss the issues of both enrichment and the highly enriched uranium. I think now in some of the papers that have been exchanged back and forth, it's clearly addressed, but we still don't have final sign-off from their system as of this morning.
And there have been reports that sanctions relief and release of frozen assets are on the table. As I understand it, you shut down those rumors yesterday in your testimony. Can you confirm that's the case?
Well, first of all, there are sanctions that are specifically related to their nuclear program. Sanctions because they enrich, sanctions because they have highly enriched uranium. And so none of this would be done at the front end. There's no signing bonuses here. But ultimately, it would all be conditions-based. The sanctions that are directly related to the nuclear program would be discussed as if, in fact, they go through all the way on the things that we're asking them to do. But that would be part of the negotiation. It wouldn't be at the front end.
Now, as you and I well know, during your time in the Senate, we worked together to pass the SHIP Act. And it was the Biden administration that not only released billions in frozen Iranian oil revenue, but it was the Biden administration that eased sanctions on the illicit oil trade between China and Iran. And that's what allowed the Iranian regime to finance terrorism. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. That's what allowed them to finance their ballistic missiles program. And it's what allowed them to finance their nuclear capabilities. So as you look at all of this, the bottom line is, from our perspective, we want the nuclear materials out. And so ultimately, no dust, no money, correct?
That's right. And to be clear about we're talking about 60% highly enriched uranium that has no peaceful purposes. The only reason to have 60% highly enriched uranium is to be one step away from turning it into 90% highly enriched uranium, which you would weaponize. So that has clearly been one of the things that has to be part of this agreement.
Okay.
The disposition of it.
One thing I just wanted to say as part of any negotiation, please keep in mind the U.S. Victims of Terror Compensation Fund and make sure that our 9/11 families continue to be compensated on the sanctions for Iran's terrorist activities. You know, a number of my Democratic colleagues have pushed war powers resolutions. From your experience and position, does this grandstanding benefit the United States, or does it benefit the Iranian regime?
You know, the Iranians have misunderstood it in the past. They think, and I've seen others, not just the Iranians, but on different war powers resolutions, they think that if this thing passes, that means the president will not be able to come after us, so he no longer has any leverage. I think I've seen reflections of that from them in the past. Obviously, look, Congress has its prerogatives. You'll vote on what you're going to vote on. You're asking me whether it's had an impact. I think if you see how it's reported on Iranian state television and things of that nature, it makes them think that somehow our hands are going to be tied and we won't be able to do anything to them, so why make a deal?
Appreciate it.
Representative McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for joining us today. Like you, I attended the Munich Security Conference earlier this year, and in a meeting that I had with several European prime ministers and several of your colleagues within the administration, your colleagues recognized that NATO is both bigger and better funded today than it was 10 years ago. And I am fully willing to admit that that is a byproduct of several factors, including Putin's aggression, previous administrations, and indeed a byproduct of actions by this administration and this president's first term as well. But I want to focus in today on statements and actions that I believe go beyond pressuring and leverage and actually fundamentally undermine the foundation of NATO. On January 21st of this year, in the president's speech in Davos, he said, we, quote, never got anything from NATO. 2 months later, the president said on Truth Social, speaking of NATO, they will do nothing for us. Mr. Secretary, do you share the president's assessment that we, quote, never got anything from NATO?
Well, I think what the president was speaking to at that moment, and was what I'll speak to you about now, is One of the reasons why I've been such a strong supporter of NATO is because they allow us to use these bases, because it allows us in a time of contingency, like the one in Germany and others. And for the first time, we see NATO countries denying us the use of their bases, which undermines the purpose of our involvement.
These statements, including the one, "we never got anything from NATO," happened before the war in Iran, which falls outside of the Article 5 invocation. It falls outside of a war of defense. Do you share the president's assessment that we, quote, never got anything from NATO?
I share the president's assessment that on issues that are a priority to the United States.
I'll take that as you disagree with his assessment that we never got anything from NATO, because, Mr. Secretary, let me reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I'm asking very specifically about a specific quote. I'm not asking whether NATO can be better or reformed. I'm asking if we never got anything from NATO. And I want to specifically ask you, Mr. Secretary.
Well, why are you asking me if I can't answer?
You're not answering the question that I'm asking. You're answering a different question about whether NATO can be better or reformed. And so I'm going to move on, Mr. Secretary. Are you aware that the only time Article 5 has ever been invoked is after 9/11 in defense of the United States?
Of course I'm aware of that,
okay.
Yeah.
And are you aware that more than 1,000 Europeans died in the subsequent war on terror that was invoked after?
They participated in the Middle East, correct.
Yes. And I assume you're aware that the NATO ally that lost more service members per capita is Denmark?
Denmark, I thought it was, that the UK had suffered more.
More per capita.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. And I assume you're aware that Greenland is indeed part of Denmark?
For now.
Okay. Well, I want to focus in on Greenland. I joined the bipartisan bicameral trip to Copenhagen as the administration that you're a part of sought to seize Greenland. In the president's speech at Davos, he said, referring to Greenland, quote, "You need ownership to defend it." Mr. Secretary, does the United States need to own land within NATO to defend it?
And the truth be told, we are actually involved in conversations with Greenland and Denmark on the use of Greenland for collective defense for all of us. It's a key part of missile defense, but we're involved in those talks right now. So I think we're in a good place on it now. But I don't want to put stuff out there in the public record that would undermine the conversations we're having with them on it.
So specifically, I'm not asking about whether we're going to do more within Greenland for our collective defense. I think all of us share that goal, including Denmark and Greenlandic people. But does the United States need to own land within NATO to defend it? That's what the president said, and that was the justification for those statements and the attempt to seize Greenland several months ago.
The president's view is that it's a lot easier to defend it when you have control and complete control of it. We are obviously having conversations with both Denmark and Greenland. They are ongoing on a monthly basis now. I think we'll have pretty good news on it at some point.
So I take that as you disagree with the literal words of the president of the United States, and I want to put a finer point.
I think he's right. If we owned it, it would be easier to defend it. But
that's not what he said. He said you need to own it to defend it, which fundamentally undermines the central tenet of Article 5 of NATO, which states that the parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against all of them, and if such an armed attack occurs, each of them will assist the party or parties attacked. So sitting here with, I'm sure, many leaders across Europe within NATO and many leaders beyond, including Vladimir Putin, potentially watching the words and listening to the words that you are saying, can you reassure our NATO allies and make it clear to Vladimir Putin that if a NATO ally is attacked and Article 5 is invoked, that we will defend them?
The United States is still in the NATO alliance, and we'll be there in Turkey to talk about all these topics. The president himself will be attending the next NATO meeting of heads of state, where all these points will be made clear. We're still in NATO, but NATO needs significant changes, and the president has made that clear.
And he's
very disappointed in NATO.
Representative Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. I want to continue on NATO, but first of all, would you like 30 seconds to respond to the last questioning?
Well, thank you. The bottom line is the United States, look, with the NATO, I've been a strong supporter personally in the Senate and otherwise of NATO, and I still see the utility in it. The problem with NATO, as I want to point out, is those bases that we have in the region is one of the reasons I used to argue why NATO was so important, is it allowed the U.S. to project power and have power in case of contingencies. And we had a contingency, and we had countries in NATO that said, no, you can't use our bases, particularly Spain. Now, I want to be fair. There were other countries that have been extraordinarily cooperative in what they've helped us to do, some publicly and some privately. But I think the president's irritation with NATO is that in a time of conflict and crisis where the United States had a need, you had members of this alliance who are constantly asking us to get involved in European matters, like Ukraine and things of this nature, who in our time were actually telling us, no, your tankers can't use our airbase. No, you can't use it to refuel. No, you can't use it for logistical support. And he's very what kind of alliance is that? I think the other thing that's concerning is that apart from NATO, you have this European effort to stand up some sort of a military force, some of which may trigger actions that would then lead to an Article 5 invocation. That's a separate topic, but one that also needs to be discussed. So I think the next meeting of NATO in Turkey in July is probably the most important meeting in NATO's history, because there are some things here that need to be cleared up and fixed.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I chair the European subcommittee on this committee. I was in Europe for 8 years on active duty to include European Command and NATO-shaped military headquarters. I want to point, you gave us a really masterful review of the global situation early in your spoken remarks. I want to ask you to comment on another part of Europe that we've not talked about that I consider very fragile, and that's the Balkans, particularly the Western Balkans. I just completed a trip through Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia, and Kosovo. I talked to government officials. I talked to opposition members, students, obviously the country teams, KFOR, NGOs, talked to everybody I could talk to. It's extremely fragile right now. Thank you for the ambassadors that were recently nominated for that region. I noticed that Kosovo did not have an ambassador nominated, and I would ask for your support there. We have 4 NATO allies that are also blocking Kosovo's entry into NATO. Obviously, we have the intractable issue between Serbia and Kosovo, that Serbia considers Kosovo a province. Most of the world recognizes Kosovo as a sovereign nation. We have the change in the high rep coming in Bosnia-Herzegovina. This is an extremely fragile area of Europe, and I would ask for you to support Kosovo's membership in NATO with those 4 countries at the meeting in Turkey that you just mentioned. I'm looking for stability and balance in the Western Balkans. Our troop presence is very, very important in that region of the world in terms of the KFOR particularly. And I know we're looking for a high rep, and I just ask for any comments you have on the Western Balkans. I consider them fragile.
Well, as you know, the pre-existing high rep has resigned, and so there's a new candidate that we'll be supporting. He's an Italian gentleman that we think would do a good job of helping provide some stability to that position. Beyond that, we remain engaged on this topic, as you've pointed out, and have so done privately as well. The last thing we want to see is any sort of conflict in there, any sort of partition, division, things of this nature, and that would create further conflict. I can't speak to expansion of NATO. I'll be frank with you. Based on my last meetings with the foreign ministers, and obviously perhaps Secretary Hegseth has additional comments on this point, but at least what I perceived is that, right now, generally speaking, NATO is so focused on some of these other issues that have been raised here today that expansion, particularly in the case of Kosovo, but other topics, isn't really on the forefront of some of the agenda of these countries. But that doesn't mean it will never happen. It just means it's not really, given these other sort of friction points, it has not featured prominently in recent conversations with our NATO allies.
Yes, Mr. Secretary, you look at the Western Balkans, there's kind of a hole there in terms of EU membership and NATO membership. So there is a lack of stability. With that, I have 30 seconds left. I'd like to yield to my colleague.
Thank you very much, Honorable Congressman Self. I just want to finish with what I was trying to ask you, Mr. Secretary. Let's go to Colombia. President Trump just endorsed Abelardo de la Espriella. We have information, sir, that there are forces preparing a major election fraud coming up in 3 weeks. My question to you is very clear. We need to send a message to the Colombians that they need to have free and fair elections. So are we prepared to say that whomever participates in that type of fraud process during the presidential election, can we sanction them with OFAC sanctions, canceling United States visas for them or for their family members?
Look, I can't make that. I would say to you that we are going to be very forceful in ensuring that there is a free and fair election in Colombia and do everything within our power to ensure that that happens.
Specifically,
time's expired.
OFAC,
Representative Dean is recognized.
OFAC.
Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member Meeks. Welcome, Secretary Rubio.
I want to take a moment to echo the sentiment about this administration. Under your leadership, we are going backwards. We're losing our moral standing. We're alienating our allies. Our status as the indispensable nation is in question. I had hoped that President Trump would have used you more. I had hoped he would have used diplomatic tools more instead of family deal makers. A prime example of where we have lost ground is the destruction of USAID and the U.S. foreign assistance apparatus. Secretary Rubio, I agree with your stated intention to spend foreign aid effectively, efficiently, and aligned with American values. Your written testimony certainly paints a rosy picture of the State Department's progress in achieving those goals. I quote you when you say, every dollar we spend today is 100 times more effective, efficient, and aligned with the American interest than it was when President Trump took office. We know such huckstering is not the reality. Last year, a new and untested organization called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was set up by Israel and the United States within a few short months to take over distribution of emergency food assistance amid catastrophic food insecurity and famine in Gaza. GHF had no track record of providing humanitarian assistance, and it relied on private subcontractors to transport the food, to provide food distribution sites, and then you saw the reporting. Hundreds of Palestinians, including women and children, were killed just trying to get to those sites. Secretary Rubio, can you tell us, can you tell the world how many people were killed simply trying to access those sites?
Well, since Hamas killed them, you should ask what Hamas's role was.
IDF soldiers shot some of them.
No.
Yes.
Let me tell you the reason why food wasn't going in there is because the convoys were being hijacked by Hamas.
I reclaim my time because propaganda ain't going to work with me.
Well, it isn't going to work with me either, and what you're saying is propaganda.
Nearly 1,400 people were killed, and that was as of last March. Secretary Rubio, why did the State Department approve the $30 million to GHF at a time when other well-tested agencies were there and able to provide distribution?
Well, because one of those were in cahoots with Hamas. And we saw an incredible amount of the aid flow into Hamas's hands.
Reclaiming my time, the aid was held up at the border by Israel, and you know it.
You guys got to fix your rules here. You can't even answer a question.
You're not following the rules. You're very familiar with how this works.
No, I don't. I never served in the House. This is a weird rule where you ask a question and I can't answer.
Would you please add time to the clock?
Nope.
He's a comedy show over there.
I'd say on the
left. This is serious stuff.
I agree. That's why I shouldn't have to answer questions about shoes.
Mr. Rubio, according to public reporting, 9 counterterrorism and anti-fraud safeguards were waived to approve this. I wonder who specifically made the decision. I wonder, were you aware of this decision? I'm not asking you a question. And was there any written justification? I don't want an answer. You know why? Because now GHF is closed. It was abysmal. It was a legacy of disaster. Nothing about our investment, our taxpayers' investment, seems to have been effective or efficient or in the interest of the American people. I would call that waste, fraud, and abuse. Moving on. I'm a member of the Appropriations Committee. I'm concerned that you're flouting Congress's constitutional power of the purse when it comes to foreign aid. For FY25, Congress appropriated and the President signed into law more than $690 million for international basic education. I don't need to tell you that investing in basic education is critical for empowering children, creating economic opportunity. It's also had a long-time bipartisan support. You personally, as a senator, supported authorizing legislation, the READ Act. How much of this funding has been spent so far?
I don't have that figure in front of me, but I can tell you we're not going to fund puppet shows.
Can you get it for us?
Yeah, I'll get it for you, but I'm going to tell you the number of puppet shows and all these other stupid things they were spending money on is going to be zero.
Well, you supported the legislation.
I didn't support the legislation to have puppet shows.
Mr. Rubio, Mr. Secretary, the Trump administration will be remembered for rubble and rot. I had hoped you would have been able to distinguish yourself above that rot. I bet you hoped it too. Sadly, you have not. I yield back.
Well,
Representative Baird is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here.
and giving us an update on the Department of State. We really appreciate that. You know, in your testimony, you stated that the foreign assistance is a key instrument in America's ability to build partnerships and trust with developing countries. And President Trump has put forth a clear plan about America First in all aspects of our policy and his policy. Our focal point that the State Department has spearheaded, which is I am very excited about, is the American First Global Health Strategy. The U.S. is a global leader in health innovation, particularly with pharmaceutical applications and biotechnology. African countries overwhelmingly have been the beneficiaries of American First bilateral global health agreements. 21 of the 32 signed agreements that you mentioned in your early presentation have been with nations in Africa, resulting in 40% of African nations being partners of the United States that have taken a responsibility to invest in their people instead of asking for a blank check from America's taxpayers. So I'm proud as a representative of Indiana to see that the drastic increase in domestic investments is innovative for global health problems and biotechnology. So can you walk me through the process for sending America's medical and health innovation abroad to assist with global health threats? And additionally, what plans does the State Department have to expand those global?
Yeah, and let me just say, this goes right to the criticisms that I keep hearing from that side over there about us not spending the money because we got rid of a USAID program. USAID basically was a program, was a system that was completely devoid of our public policy. It operated almost as an independent State Department, and oftentimes USAID was operating in contravention and contradiction of what the embassy was trying to accomplish in the host country. And one of the complaints you would get from many developing countries is that they would get flooded with NGOs that were picked for them. These NGOs would then operate in the country without even coordinating with the government, doing whatever they wanted and pursuing what they wanted. And in some cases, it extended well beyond food and medicine. It extended to political interference and all sorts of other activities in these countries that were undermining the national interest and the credibility of the United States. Now, these compacts in particular are promising and exciting because they are government-to-government arrangements. No longer do we put money into a bucket and says, this is for vaccines, or this is for medical care, or this is for standing up clinics globally. We are doing it individually, country by country. And the reason why that makes sense is because every country has unique needs. Some country may need more help in some area than in others. But at the core of this arrangement that we're making with countries is their desire and our goal to ultimately help them build their own national health systems so that eventually they no longer are dependent on foreign aid in order to be able to conduct that. Some countries it may take 5 years, some countries it may take 15. It depends on which country. But that's the goal of the compact. And these countries are happy with the compact because for the first time ever, their government leaders have control over how the money is spent, where it's being spent, and it's being spent in a way that builds their domestic capacity inside of the country. That's a much better way to do it than to flood these countries with NGOs accountable to nobody, run by, in many cases, through a USAID program that was undermining our foreign policy in that country in many instances.
Well, I appreciate that answer very much. I was really shocked to see where some of the funds were going in Africa, for example, through those the USAID and the USAID program. And I know that was not what was intended in the beginning. So thank you for taking care of that and making an effort to do that. Let me change to one other thing. During the Biden administration, the FSOs were evaluated in the service based on a meaningless criteria like DEI and woke politics. So this arguably drowned out the vital U.S. interest, like beating back the Chinese encroachment and advancing new technologies abroad. I commend you for stripping the Department of DEI and other woke policies, and we should renew our focus on reinforcing our edge against China, and we certainly can use tech diplomacy to do that. So we have about 42 seconds, so would you mind sharing with me how to agree with the diplomats should be trained in emerging technologies like AI and telecommunications?
Yeah, well, I think given the dramatic transformations happening in the world today, our diplomats of the future are going to have to be trained in multiple fields that previously we didn't, not just in the role that technology broadly plays, but the rapidly evolving role that AI plays, and economics. I think economics have become a central core, have always been an important part of our diplomacy, but have become at the core of much of our diplomacy around the world now. So it's one of the areas where I think in addition to knowing how to write non-papers and all the other normal diplomatic things, I think it's going to be really important for foreign service officers in the future to have an understanding of economic factors.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Representative Schneider is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here today. I'm going to talk about areas on which we both agree, specifically addressing the threats from Iran and seeking stability, prosperity, and peace for all the peoples of the Middle East, including our Arab Muslim allies and the Jewish Democratic State of Israel. Like you, I've spent much of the past 2 decades working to block and ultimately permanently close any path Iran might pursue to acquire nuclear weapons capability. And like you, I've argued that the international community must work together to eliminate Iran's conventional weapons threat, including ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and now drones. Like you, I've worked to thwart Iran's support for terrorist organizations around the world, including Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza, and the Houthis in Yemen, among others. And like you, I believe we should do all we can to empower the good people of Iran to free themselves from the evil regime that has oppressed them for more than 47 years. And now we can add the imperative to reestablish freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. I know you and this administration are working to reopen that strait. Mr. Secretary, assuming an arrangement is soon reached to reopen the strait, have you or anyone in the administration calculated or even estimated the economic impact on Iran's economy through the remainder of the year versus the baseline that was expected before the war?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I want to understand your question. Are you saying if the straits are open, how much have they lost?
If an agreement is achieved, do you have an expectation of what's going to happen in Iran's economy going forward? How much money will come in with the straits
Well, I can
open?
tell you, so for example, with the blockade now, their inability to get ships out is costing them hundreds of millions. Right, so if it's costing them hundreds of millions of dollars a day now not be able to get their ships out, that would be theoretically what they could gain back, except that they still face sanctions. Now, the sanctions haven't been enforced necessarily, but in many cases in previous administrations, but they still face sanctions. What you've seen happen now that has never happened before.
Let me just, I just, for the sake of time,
Yeah,
I appreciate
understand.
that. The administration is looking at give and take to get the straits open. Have you estimated how much of the cash that will flow into that economy? As you
I
said,
got
$100
you.
million a day will make its way ultimately to Iran proxies like Hezbollah, Hamas, or Palestinian.
Well,
Islamic
obviously, we assume a lot of it, but they also have significant reconstruction costs. But let me be clear, I don't think that's what you're asking me. No, the straits are not in exchange for sanctions relief. The straits are in exchange for the blockade.
That's not what I'm asking.
I just wanted to be clear on that point.
But there will be economic inflows to the regime and
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the case, and that continues to be the case. That will have to change as well as part of this negotiation.
So, and just because time is so tight, my request is, can you commit to giving this committee a classified briefing to share what the administration is doing to thwart the efforts to get money to Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, and Hamas?
Yes, and I think you'd also benefit from hearing from Treasury on that topic as well.
We will ask that and I asked the chairman to do that. Way back in May 8th, 2018, the Trump administration laid out a fact sheet making the case why it was leaving the JCPOA. I'm going to just go through some of the points and ask you to confirm that the administration's red lines are still the same. Quote, this is May 8th, 2018, there's a quote, the JCPOA failed to deal with the threat of Iran's missile program and did not include a strong enough mechanism for inspection and verification, end quote. Can you commit to this committee that any resulting deal will include a strong mechanism for inspections, ideally anytime, anywhere inspections and verification of Iran's missile program?
Missile program?
Yes.
Well, the missile program is being discussed partially because Epic Fury destroyed much of it, but it still needs to be discussed because there's a delivery system for these. So that's been a part of the negotiations, correct?
Again, quoting from the May 8th document, the JCPOA foolishly gave the Iranian regime a windfall of cash and access to international financial system for trade and investment, end quote. Can you commit to this committee that any resulting deal will not foolishly give the Iranian regime a windfall of cash and access to the international financial system for trade and investment?
Yes, because they're not going to get any sanctions relief of any kind unless they get rid of enrichment and they get rid of the highly enriched uranium.
Thank you. Third point, and I'm again quoting from the original document, the Iranian regime must never have an ICBM, cease developing any nuclear-capable missiles, and stop proliferating ballistic missiles to others, end quote. Can you commit to this committee that any resulting deal will cause Iran to cease developing its nuclear-capable missiles and stop proliferating ballistic missiles to others?
We consider delivery systems to be a part of them having a nuclear weapon, which we said they'll never have.
Right, and just because you have 40 seconds, again quoting, quote, the Iranian regime must stop its threat to freedom of navigation, especially in the Persian Gulf and Red Sea. That was in 2018. Can you commit to the committee that any deal will cause Iran to stop its threats to freedom of navigation, especially in the Gulf?
Now, if you're not commit to that, we won't even be able to enter negotiations until they do that.
Okay. And finally, can you commit that any agreement this administration enters into will ensure Iran cannot develop a nuclear weapon?
That's the whole goal here, absolutely.
In that vein, and most importantly, can you commit to this committee that any documented agreement related to Iran's nuclear program will be brought before Congress as required by ANARA, which I believe you voted for?
We will comply with ANARA.
Thank you. I yield back.
And thank you, Mr. Schneider, for letting me answer your questions. Representative Barr.
I was efficient. This guy's.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for the great job you're doing. Some Democrats are making the laughable claim that Iran is stronger today than they were before Epic Fury started because of the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz. You've seen the Trump derangement syndrome in the hearing today. Can you set the record straight on whether or not Iran is stronger today?
Well, they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no air defenses, they have they have massive destruction to the defense industrial base. They've lost a substantial percentage of their missile launchers and of their drone launchers as well. They're not benefiting from the straits being closed because the blockade is keeping them from hundreds of millions of dollars a day in revenue. They've had their ships seized in the Indo-Pacific. Their leadership is fractured. They have hyperinflation. Their currency is worthless, and they're having trouble making payroll. I guess other than that, they're doing well.
Thank you. Do you believe that keeping the credible threat of kinetic military force on the table and the president's willingness to use such force is important to your diplomatic leverage?
Yes, because unfortunately we are dealing with a group of people that don't understand anything but that.
And so the resolution that's on the floor in the U.S. House this week would do what to the U.S. leverage?
I don't think technically it does anything. I think perceptionally it allows the Iranians to believe that somehow they don't have to make a deal because there's no threat of something bad happening to them if they don't.
And just as a follow-up to my friend Congressman Schneider's line of questioning, can you describe the key differences between the terms of the deal that you all are negotiating with Iran today versus the terms of the JCPOA?
What we're discussing now is what the negotiations will be about. And it will be about no enrichment, what they're going to do with their enrichment, and what they're going to do with the highly enriched uranium being removed and being disposed of. That wasn't a part of JCPOA. The other thing is the JCPOA was time limited. In fact, the prohibition on certain enrichment would have been expiring this very year. This very year would have been expiring. So JCPOA right now would be expiring, and they would be able to be in a position to then ramp up and do whatever they wanted in compliance with the JCPOA. So there are major differences even in the text of what we're discussing the negotiations are going to be about. But ultimately, any deal we do will be a good deal or it won't be a deal. And it'll be better than JCPOA.
Absolutely, and I think that's a key point is that this idea that you could draw any analogy between what's happening now, where the administration has totally obliterated the nuclear capabilities of Iran, plus their conventional capabilities. You're negotiating from a position of strength that the Obama and Biden administration was not negotiating from a position of strength at all, and provided upfront sanctions. We know what the result was. I want to shift to the Indo-Pacific real quick. As you know, the Taiwan Relations Act states that it is the policy of the United States to provide Taiwan with arms of a defensive character. Consistent with that policy, the Trump administration announced in December of 25 an $11 billion arms package for Taiwan, the largest ever, including HIMARS, howitzers, drones, Javelin anti-tank missiles. As a result, the Taiwan legislature passed a $25 billion special defense budget that included funding for an even bigger arms deal for air and missile defense totaling $14 billion, a deal that is not final, and a deal that is under review. As you know, one of the 6 assurances states that the U.S. will not consult with the PRC on arms sales to Taiwan. Now, you've heard this. Critics of the administration have alleged, the media has alleged, as a result of the Beijing summit, that President Trump's recent meetings with Chinese leader Xi in Beijing not only paused Taiwan arms sales, that's their term, paused arms sales, but also violated the assurance that the U.S. will not consult with the PRC directly. Can you clear the air on this?
First of all, the $11 million in December was the single largest arms sales ever to Taiwan. It was more than happened cumulatively under 4 years of President Biden. And in fact, I recall that for 6 years, President Obama offered zero to Taiwan during his presidency. So it was such a big deal, by the way, that the Chinese reacted to it with really hyper activity in terms of military exercises around Taiwan. We don't consult with the Chinese on these arms sales. We're aware of their position. They talk about it all the time, and I don't need to tell you, it wouldn't be breaking news that they're not in favor of these arms sales. They raise it, but they are not negotiated, and they're not consulted. That second deal, the $14 million one that's currently under review, and that would not be unusual for something
So
of that
that's not a
magnitude.
pause. That's not a pause. That's under review, and we've already done an $11 billion deal.
Just did one in December.
Right. So I think the mischaracterization of this as a pause doesn't reflect the administration's commitment that they've already made on the $11 billion deal. I yield back.
Yeah, correct.
Representative Barra is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary, for being here. I'll admit that I was hesitant and skeptical and did not support the actions that took place in Venezuela. I also will admit that thus far it's working out better than I would have expected. And long-term stability, if we can create a better life for the Venezuelan people, is a good thing. If we can reduce a threat in our hemisphere, that's a good thing as well. To the line of questioning that Ms. Kamala-Gordeev asked, I think it would go a long way. You mentioned that there's a KPMG audit of the Venezuelan funds, how the revenue is being used, how it's being reinvested in Venezuela. Would you publicly commit to providing that audit to this committee? And again, I think it would go a long way to...
It's an ongoing audit, so it's not a once-a-year audit. It's on every expenditure. Every single disbursement is audited by KPMG. I would also add one more point. There's a second layer of control here, and that is Citibank itself, because they hold the account. They also do the Know Your Customer regulations on it, which, by the way, has slowed down the disbursement in ways that have been problematic.
Would you
but
commit
nonetheless
to
necessary.
providing all that information
Yeah,
to the committee?
no, absolutely. And that's why we're doing the audit. We want people to see that it's not being stolen or pilfered. We think that's part of this recovery is so critical.
Again, I think that would go a long way to assuaging some of the concerns. I'm going to follow. Mr. Barr is a co-chair with me on the Taiwan caucus, and some of his line of questioning. I was going to ask you yes and no questions, but I'll ask a series of questions I think that go along with his line of questioning. Some of the comments that the president's made recently have created a little bit of ambiguity. But again, what you just suggested, nothing's changed in our relationship. In the Taiwan Relations Act, it states that the United States will make available to Taiwan such defense articles and defense services as may be necessary. The six assurances states that the United States does not agree to consult with the People's Republic of China regarding arms sales to Taiwan. The Taiwan's Relations Act, the three joint communiques, the six assurances have guided our one China policy for decades. And again, I think in your previous statements, nothing has changed with our commitment to upholding the U.S. one China policy. Is that correct?
Our policy on Taiwan has not changed.
Oh, great, thank you. Switching over to something that the administration's put a lot of focus on is our critical minerals, rare earths, developing our own capacity. I was supportive of the Mineral Security Partnership, now the Forge Act, working with our allies, super important. Work with Congresswoman Kim on the Dominance Act, which passed out of this committee, which I believe will be coming to the floor on suspension, hopefully on Monday. I think this is a strong bipartisan piece of legislation that supports a lot of the goals of the administration. It does, create redundancy and, not a reliance on China. It does help build refining capacity. It helps reinvigorate a workforce. There's a bipartisan companion bill in the Senate. I do think this would go a long way to achieving national security goals for the United States and is a good piece of legislation, and certainly would want you to take a look at that.
I will, and to be more consistent on this topic, on the critical minerals, literally every engagement we have, every country in the world is now discovering they have critical minerals and rare earths, even though they're not that rare. That's the mining part of it. The second part of it, as you know, is the processing and refining. We need to have that capability built too, and we're trying to create these global alliances to do that so that we're not overly dependent on these one source, particularly China.
Right. And third piece of questioning, I recently was in Korea meeting with the new Korean president. Lots of conversations taking place with the Koreans. One area we did talk about was, our commitment to being the nuclear deterrent for the peninsula and so forth. Has anything changed there? Just
No,
curious.
our posture there remains the same. And in fact, we have new partnerships that we're trying to, now we're not trying to trigger a crisis there. We're not trying to trigger a war or anything problematic. But, at the mill-to-mill level, we have very strong relations with Korea.
Great. Also, have been talking to Australians, paying close attention to AUKUS. Again, our commitments to AUKUS, to that partnership, which is critical to our geopolitical security in the region, that commitment stays firm.
Correct. And not only that, with Australia is also part of the Quad that we have with Japan and India. They were at our meeting last week. We have a lot we're working on together with them and seek to expand it.
Great. And you mentioned that the Quad expects to have a leaders summit. I know that's been delayed a couple times. Do we expect the leaders
We
to
are hoping to be able to do one this year, maybe on the sidelines of another global gathering in the region, but nonetheless a meeting. Not a standalone, but as part of, where they're all going to be at the same time. It would be easier. We're working on getting that scheduled.
Great.
Representative Fine.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I firmly believe God puts us where he wants us to be, and I'm grateful every day he's put you where you are. So thank you for all the hard work that you're doing. I want to read you a couple statements and see if you agree with them. I suspect that you will. The first statement is, heaven forbid Iran were to ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Do you agree with that, I presume?
Yeah, I would use even stronger language.
Okay. Second one would be, Iran must never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. Would you agree with that?
Baseline policy.
Okay. And then the third is, the Iranian regime must not gain nuclear weapons. Would you agree with that? These are statements, these are actual quotes from 3 members on the other side of the aisle who today gave you a whole lot of grief about what you're doing and what the president is doing to make sure those statements don't come to pass. Representatives Meeks, Liu, and Sherman. So my question to you is, what changed? I mean, why would people say they must never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, and then when we're actually doing what is necessary to make sure they don't, all of a sudden, there's a very different tone as they ask you questions?
Yeah, I would say that the notion that they shouldn't have a nuclear weapon is widely held, and not just widely held by members of Congress. It's widely held by countries around the world. In fact, I don't know a single country in the world that says it would be a good idea for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I think what's changed, or where the difference comes in, is, okay, what are you going to do about it? You ultimately have to do something about it. And when we saw that they were building up this conventional shield behind which they were going to hide their nuclear program and hold it immune from action, we had to address it. And that's what the president did with Epic Fury. So that was the difference. The difference is we actually did something about it, something that multiple administrations have held as their position. It was the Biden administration's position. It was the Obama administration's position. But this president actually did something about it. And many countries around the world aren't willing to do anything about it except complain or sign on to some letter somewhere. But we actually did something about it, because if we had not done so, in about a year, Iran would have had a conventional shield. And they could have been able to threaten not just the region, but parts of Europe. And they would have said, if you come after us in our nuclear program, we will impose costs on you you cannot bear. So now you have to let us have a nuclear weapon. We were never going to let them have that conventional shield.
So what happens, in your opinion, if we did what they're asking? We stand down, we stop, we go back to the strongly worded letters and lots of talking, but we don't take the action. We just go, well, we don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, but they're going to do what they're going to do. What do you think? What would your prediction be? What happens?
I think the long-term trajectory of Iran remains the same in that regard, as their ambition is to ultimately have a nuclear weapon. That is ultimately their ambition. They probably view it not just as regime security, the way that they do in North Korea. They view it as an ability to become the dominant power in the region. Once they possess a nuclear weapon, nothing stops them from sponsoring proxy groups all over the region to destabilize Jordan, Saudi Arabia, multiple Sunni countries, and of course wipe out Israel.
So it would be fair to say then that standing in the way of what you're trying to do over there, what we're trying to do over there, effectively is emboldening and enabling Iran to get that nuclear weapon.
Well, ultimately, anytime they don't fit, the only reason they would not go for a nuclear weapon is because they're forced not to. They're never going to do that voluntarily. And they've never agreed to anything voluntarily. Even the small concessions they made in JCPOA were in exchange for some benefit to them. So clearly, this is a regime that only understands that they will only do these things if they're compelled to do so, either through an incentive or through a punitive matter.
Okay, changing topics to UNRWA for a minute. As you know, on October 7th, 2023, there were employees of the United Nations in the form of UNRWA who actually participated in the terrorist attack that killed 1,200 people. What are we going to do to make sure that the UN can never, ever again employ terrorists that are going to go and kill people?
Well, obviously, we're not going to be working with UNRWA any longer. As you know, we've removed ourselves from that, and we refuse to engage them or be a part of the solution now in Gaza. There are plenty of other organizations that can play that role without having the sort of cooperation that they've had with Hamas elements, including the presence of Hamas elements within their ranks, as we've seen. And it's part of the thing that was being talked about earlier in Gaza. What they don't tell you is a significant percentage of the aid, even the non-UNRWA aid that was entering, was winding up in the hands of Hamas, and they were reselling it in the black market and, of course, keeping it for themselves. That was not the purpose of the aid. What they're also not telling you is that one of the reasons why the World Food Program would not go in or could not go in is because their trucks were being hijacked, and their truckers would not go because they were putting their lives in danger. And this was all being systemized, weaponized, and manipulated by Hamas to their benefit.
Well, thank you again for everything you've done. Everyone in Florida is very proud of you, and we're cheering for the work that you do every day. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ocheski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Secretary Rubio's earlier testimony referenced the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, as a private citizen. But in President Trump's own words, Kushner is an envoy of peace alongside Steve Witkoff. So I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a political article from February 19th detailing the president's announcement, which makes clear Kushner is more than a private citizen.
It's ordered.
Thank you. Secretary Rubio, as a senator back in 2023, referencing Hunter Biden, you said, quote, if his last name wasn't Biden, there's no way in the world that he would have made the millions of dollars he made. You also said we can't abandon common sense when someone profits from a family member in power. Is it fair to say that you agree that it's wrong for elected officials and their families to profit from positions of power?
To use government service to make money, yeah, of course.
Great. I appreciate that, and I share that sentiment with you, sir. I want to revisit some of the details that were brought up earlier and put into the record about the president's own stock transactions, a form which he filed that shows he completed more than 3,700 stock transactions in just the first 3 months of this year alone. The president bought hundreds of thousands of dollars in Palantir stock shortly before he publicly praised the company on his social media site. As if the name drop itself wasn't enough, he included the company's ticker symbol for good measure, hardly subtle to me. On March 23rd, after nearly a month of war with Iran, the president said talks were, quote, very good and productive, and extended his deadline for a deal by 5 days. Oil prices dropped and energy stocks fell, while Trump bought shares in companies like ExxonMobil, Chevron, and other firms positioned to benefit if the war continued, which it did at the president's direction. He bought a dip that he created. Then there's NVIDIA. The president bought as much as $1 million in stock just 1 week before the Commerce Department formally approved the sale of NVIDIA chips to China. 1 week. He bought up to $5 million more in NVIDIA stock in February, right before the company announced a major chip deal with Meta. It's pretty good luck if you ask me. If that's not bad enough, the president's son struck a multi-billion-dollar crypto deal with a UAE state-backed firm. After the deal, the administration reversed AI chip restrictions, approving transfers of sensitive technology to another UAE-related entity, chaired by the very same royal family figure involved with the deal with his son. That seems like hardly a coincidence to me, and indeed, it is self-enrichment tied directly to the president's foreign policy agenda, and it's how the president's net worth has grown by over $4 billion since he started this term. As the president gets rich, his wars and tariffs are crushing hardworking American families. And I think the American people see through the BS. This is the most corrupt administration in American history. So, Secretary Rubio, earlier today you said you didn't know the facts about the president's financial dealings. I'm happy to share them if you want to see it specifically, but having run through that, now that you do know, would you agree? And do you have concerns about the fact this administration is in fact profiting from their position of power?
Well, first of all, what I said is the information you guys were putting up, including on this board, first, that's not in my purview as in the Department of State, and these are things you're producing. I don't know if they're accurate or not, but let me just say this. I've been in every foreign policy and national security meeting for the most part this administration has had, not once, Not a single time have I ever seen even the hint or the indication that any of the decisions being made are for the financial gain of anyone in the administration. Those are my observations. That's what I can speak to. I have not once seen a directive on our foreign policy or our national security policy that in any way indicates that it's being done to the benefit of anyone personally. That's what I've seen as a firsthand witness, and that's what I can testify to today.
With all due respect, Mr. Secretary, I may have to get you a new pair of glasses because the facts are right in front of you, and it seems like malpractice for the Secretary of State to not be able to see this president and his family enriching themselves by billions of dollars. So the only thing I can, from my
No one has ever said in a meeting, let's go do this because it's going to help me make money.
Of course he's not going to say that.
But not even hint at it. Not even hint at it, not even, on the contrary.
You don't have to hint at it. The facts speak for themselves, sir. They're in the record. They're in the forms the president put forward himself. It's in the billions of dollars he has put in his pocket. It is the timing of the deals and the announcements. And the only thing I can see is, my question to you as I conclude my time, Mr. Secretary, is what's changed in your perspective? Is it the party affiliation of the president, or is it your own political ambitions?
I already told you at the outset, people don't make, and I've seen the president say this, people should not be making money off of their government service. He said that repeatedly. I've heard him say that, but not once. I want to reiterate this. There has not been a single decision that's been made that I have witnessed or been a part of that in any way indicate to me or to any reasonable mind that this was linked to some financial agreement or arrangement.
And I think the facts clearly are differently, and I hope you take a look at them. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Kim.
Thank you, Chairman Mast. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for joining us right here at the corner. Thank you for being with us today. Secretary Rubio, diversifying critical mineral supply chains away from China is a priority of both of us. I want to thank you and the Department for your collaboration with my subcommittee on related legislation, which was already mentioned, Dominance Act, that we recently passed unanimously through this committee. The FY27 budget requests $5 billion for New America First Opportunity Fund, including $250 million for critical minerals. So can you expand on that request and clarify whether these funds are intended to support Forge, Pax Silica, the economic security zone in the Philippines that was announced on April 16, or other priorities?
Yeah, all of the above. We want to have the flexibility to jump on these opportunities in a very nimble and effective way. We have a couple things going on at the same time. The first is, I would say, a feature of our bilateral engagement all over the world. In every one of our embassies you travel to, and many of you have traveled, you will see that critical minerals and supply chains feature prominently in all the diplomatic work that we're doing. And we're actually having countries approach us and say critical minerals should be a part of our agreement and our relationship because they want to see those resources used to the benefit of their people in a responsible way. The second thing is we hosted this ministerial we followed up on, in which we brought together dozens of countries from around the world who are all agreeing to this compact that we're going to cooperate with one another, not just for access to the minerals, but for access to the refining and processing capability that turns those minerals into useful parts of our supply chain. The third on Pax Silica is very focused on the specific supply chain critical to the growth in AI and what you'll need in order to power AI in the 21st century. And when you point to the Philippines, that's a very creative opportunity in which there was this land that they control, that's in the government there has, actually used to have a military presence on it by the United States. And now that's going to be turned over as an innovation zone for this entire ecosystem. And we want to be nimble enough to be able to jump on these opportunities. Sometimes present themselves outside the regular, earmark process or the regular financing process, appropriations process of Congress. We don't want good opportunities to pass us by because our competitors around the world are much more nimble and able to move much quicker, and we've lost opportunities in the past because of that.
Thank you very much. This is exactly why we appreciate working with the administration and the priorities in this breaking that critical mineral supply chain from China. So thank you. In February, the administration released its long-anticipated Maritime Action Plan that rightly focuses on reindustrializing American shipbuilding and reducing reliance on Chinese-built ships. The plan notes but does not focus on the need to work with our international partners to address the short-term gaps in our shipping industry. My international counterparts have noted that absent a Ministry of Industry, they are unsure whom to engage on the U.S. side for international shipbuilding matters. So, Mr. Secretary, do you agree that the State Department should be the primary point of entry for these discussions? And if so, which office within the State Department should lead that?
Well, I'm not prepared to claim that as belonging to us, but I certainly know that our Economic Bureau will play a key role in it. Maybe it's better positioned in commerce. Potentially, the Department of War will have a role to play in this as well, because some of this involves shipbuilding for our Navy. I can say that in the case of Finland, we're entering into that agreement on the icebreakers, which will help. They'll help us, and they're very good at the construction of that. I know with South Korea, there's been part of our agreement with them is the ability to not just build ships here in the United States, but they may be able to build a few in South Korea as well that would be helpful to us. So we are looking to this. Unfortunately, what has happened in the world is that the capacity of other than China, very few countries have invested heavily in their shipbuilding for a long time. That's an industrial capacity that's been lost because they've been subsidizing their industry and producing it at such a high rate. So that's one more thing that we need to reindustrialize to the broader world and ultimately, hopefully, to the United States and our shipyards here as well.
Thank you. Very quickly, on the Taiwan arms sales, it's already been addressed many times, but given the growing PRC threats against Taiwan, there is a strong bipartisan consensus here in Congress that Taiwan must receive the defensive system it has already purchased and paid for without undue delay. So can you provide an update on the current status of these deliveries and the administration's plan to expedite them?
Well, the first tranche, which was the single largest sale to Taiwan ever, was the $11 billion in December. That was approved and is moving. The second is, I think, the $14 billion one that is still under review. And it's under review for a variety of reasons that don't necessarily just include Taiwan. It includes the availability of the stocks in the short term. We have to balance that with our own procurement process. So it's normal to review it's a large sale. I mean, it's not small. It would be the biggest one ever. And I just remind everybody, the $11 billion we did in December, I believe, was more than was sold to Taiwan the entirety of the Biden presidency, and that just happened 5 months ago.
Representative Moskowitz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today, and also thank you for staying until the end so all members can ask questions. A lot of secretaries don't do that, so thank you for doing that.
Tell me that was an option.
Take that up with the chairman. I want to talk. You went through a list of successes for the administration, one of which was the Shield of the Americas, and I thank the administration for creating the Shield of Americas and sending Kristi Noem out of the country. I want to focus on Iran for a second. I think when we talk about success, right? Success is Iran is no longer pursuing nuclear weapons. Success is that the uranium they have is gone. And it's fulfilling 30 or 40 years of U.S. policy, right? That's success. Do you agree with that?
I mean, ultimately, we did it for a reason. We don't want there to be a nuclear-armed Iran.
So, look, Iran can make whatever pledges they want. It's not worth the paper it's written on. But making sure the nuclear dust is out, making sure the facilities that they have underground are gone, that is success. And I assume you would agree that any deal that you think the president should sign or not sign has to address those core issues.
Absolutely. So the removal of highly enriched uranium is an irreversible step. You remove it or you destroy it, it's not there anymore. On enrichment, those are limits, but if you're not inspecting it, they can always violate it. And as long as they have the equipment and the know-how, they could always violate it in the future as well. So that would have to be, that's the one that would have to be monitored. But the enrichment you could verify immediately because you either have it or you don't.
Yeah. And for me, I think you have to dismantle what's there and you have to get out what's there. I think that's the most critical piece because, Iran has survived multiple administrations. That's their whole goal. Their whole goal is just run out the clock. They've run out the clock previously. And so the idea that they'll pledge to do something in the future, I just don't think we can trust that. Once we pull away the military, once we move on to another topic, their pledge is kind of irrelevant. Getting what's there removed, I think has to be the most important thing. Otherwise, it's hard to convince, I think, the American people that it was worth the success. We talked a lot about critical minerals. I think the administration is doing a really good job on critical minerals, these rare minerals that we need for our military, for technology.
but I don't think the American people understand how important it really is and what China is doing around the world. I mean, do you think the administration could do a slightly better job on educating the American people why this is so important and why they should care about that?
Yeah, I think we all need to do a better job. And I started talking about this issue when I was in the U.S. Senate, but frankly, it's not sexy. You know, I mean, you have to explain it to people because they have to understand that you can build the greatest car in the world. You can build the greatest plane in the world. You can build the greatest weapons system in the world. And you can build the greatest technology and infrastructure in the world. If it's missing one little thing, one chip, one element that you need to build it, if it's missing that, the whole thing doesn't work. You can't do it.
Yeah.
I think back to the magnets that are critical to the cars. And when the Chinese cut us off and the world off of those magnets that they were producing for cars, no, I wasn't even that conversant in the issue before it happened. So I think there are vulnerabilities like that. We've mapped out those vulnerabilities. I would agree. I think this is going to require a sustained public campaign to tell people when we talk about critical minerals, what we're actually talking about and why it's important.
And I think that's right. And I think people don't understand exactly the long game that China is playing. And I think it's important for U.S. foreign policy around the world. Mr. Secretary, you know, the war in Gaza is all over my algorithm, all over my feed every day. But you know what's not on my algorithm or anyone else's algorithm here or the kids in college? There's nothing about the Ukraine-Russia war, about the hundreds of thousands of people that are dead in that war, or the 25,000 people that were kids that were kidnapped, or all the kids that were killed in that war, the terrible images that exist in a real war. Why is it, do you think, and is it the Chinese again, that, you know, the algorithm is full of what's going on in the Middle East, but the Ukraine-Russia war, nothing. No images, no stories about the kids, no stories about the hundreds of thousands of people that are dead.
Yeah, I can't speak to the algorithms and what those systems are doing with regard to that. I can tell you that in addition to what you've just mentioned, I do think that, this is my observation, this war has now lasted longer than the Second World War. I don't want to use the term stalemate, but clearly both sides are trading a kilometer for a kilometer, an incredible death rate. The Russians are losing 5,000 soldiers a week, which is a crazy number. And the Ukrainians are losing people too, but not nearly as many are at the rate. It's sort of a stalemated, stagnated fight that now I think threatens to escalate because we're seeing these deep strikes into Russia and deep strikes into Kyiv.
And I don't want to cut you off, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I have only 9 seconds left. Cuba, real quick. Thank you guys for indicting Raul Castro. I wish it would have happened years ago. The Cuban people deserve to be free. The time has come. I'd love just to give you a minute or to talk about what you see for that island in the coming years.
And just to be clear, we didn't indict Raul Castro. A grand jury in South Florida indicted him, and then
Americans indicted.
Yeah, no, but I know what you meant. I'm just saying I want to be clear. It was done through a grand jury. It wasn't. I've spoken to this a few moments ago as well. We'd like to see a better future in Cuba, one in which the Cuban people have something that looks like the way every other country in the Caribbean lives. The impediment there, unfortunately, is this military conglomerate that controls 70% of their GDP, and none of its revenue translates to the Treasury, and therefore doesn't translate to the benefit of the Cuban people. So we're open to an arrangement that allows that process to begin. They're the ones that have been recalcitrant. In the meantime, we're prepared to provide humanitarian assistance to the people of Cuba, so long as it's distributed by non-governmental organizations that are trusted, like Samaritan's Purse, Caritas through the Catholic Church, the UN, others. But it can't be stolen and wind up in the Gaesa dollar stores. That can't happen.
Representative Zinke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, always great to see you. And just to change little topics where it isn't Ukraine or Venezuela or Cuba or Taiwan or one of the big ones, Congress passed a U.S. Foundation for International Conservation in the 2025 NDAA. It passed with a wide bipartisan effort. I think you probably voted for it. But as you recall, what it was really an effort to have a public-private partnership to remove anti-poaching and cut off the funds for terrorist organizations in Africa, primarily, and you know the list. But I'm concerned, obviously, on it because per the law, it said that State Department was going to establish the board in consultation with Congress. Before, and the money's already been allotted, there's a lot of money in there, and I just recently came back from Africa, and it's happening every day that the poaching activities are again funding the terrorist organizations who are going out. And what I'd like is a commitment from the State Department to move forward on appointing the board, because at the end of the day, nothing can happen until the board meets. to unleash the leveraged private dollars, which are, I think, 2-to-1 ratio. That can't happen. The program is at all standstill until the State Department appoints the board in consultation with Congress, but the first step is with you. Could I have your commitment that you're going to prioritize this?
And I told others we're going to follow up on that, but I believe there's a presidential appointment role in that board, if I'm not mistaken about the, so we'll have to check with White House and personnel as well, but I'll get you an answer. The board has been the impediment. You're right.
Yeah, and my understanding is reading the law, it's the State Department appoints. Yeah, no doubt in coordination with the White House, but if you would prioritize it, because I think this program is an incredibly important and effective program because it leverages private dollars like we haven't seen in Africa, and it is a problem. And with that, Mr. Secretary, let me yield to my colleague from Florida, Ms. Salazar, who would like to ask you some questions and follow up.
Thank you very
Thank you
much,
again for your service.
Yes. Mr. Secretary, I just want to continue with Cuba to see if we can finish your thoughts on it. As you were saying, ISA controls 70% of everything, the resources in Cuba. We know that the Castro family is the one in charge of that military mafia. Is there any way that we could find another DLC #2, following the same example that we have in Venezuela, where we removed Maduro because the grand jury indicted him and he was in the transnational criminal organization lists? If that were to happen, could we find a DLC #2?
Well, first of all, I think that some of the models you want to look at is the way the Czech Republic or Poland transitioned out of and one of the things they did is they did preserve certain institutions in their society in order to provide stability and longevity to the project they were in. Even in the midst,
understand that there are no institutions in Cuba.
well, I think you're asking me to identify, is there specific individuals in the Cuban government? I think there are specific, maybe technocrats that you could work with.
And would you
I think
be
it's a little
okay?
harder when you get higher up because of the ideological bent that some of them have.
And I agree with what you're saying. People that are not, their hands are not full of blood. Could we consider the possibility in order to avoid civil wars and instability and chaos?
I think the United States is open to a negotiated situation that puts Cuba on a path towards democracy, prosperity, freedom, normalcy. We would be open to that, and we would work with whoever is open to doing it. Obviously, it'll be challenging, and that system is all I've said. I mean, some of these people have committed 67 years to this viewpoint. It isn't hard, it's not going to be easy for them to pivot away from it.
Have we identified, we know that very well in our community, but have we been able to identify someone that could fill that role?
Well, I wouldn't say that we've identified a specific individual that could play that role. I think there are clearly people within the technocratic realm of the government that could play some role in all of this. But ultimately, if you're asking me, is there a singular individual right now that we would trust and rely on to lead this transition from start to finish, I can't give you that name right now.
I understand. Now, we know that today Raul turns 95 years old. At 95, you're pretty old, and making decisions is very hard. We know that El Cangrejo is his grandson, he's younger, 41 years old. Don't you think that maybe are you sending messages to the younger generation to convince Raul in order to make it easier for that island, like you said, to become Jamaica or Dominican Republic, Taiwan, Singapore, and Hong Kong?
Yeah, I think that there are clearly individuals within the apparatus of power in that country that understand that what they have now is not sustainable and needs to be fixed.
But they don't have power, do they? They cannot make decisions.
Even if they have power, they don't know how to do it, or they don't have enough power because so much of it has to be consensus built internally. But there are clearly people that are aware that what they have now is not sustainable.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. I know that my colleagues have addressed the Iran and affordability of energy prices with you during this hearing already. Being from Texas, obviously energy is a big issue in our state, and I've heard repeatedly on the, I just want you to know, I've heard repeatedly on the campaign trail and then from just my constituents in general, just how much the rise of gas prices is really hurting our economy. And I just want to express my concern that the administration did not properly analyze the effect of this war on gas prices, the effect of this war on the economy, the effect of this war on affordability. And I hope that you will take that into consideration as you make your further decisions, because it's very concerning. It's really hurting a lot of people at home. I'd like to focus my time with you on Afghan allies. I don't think that topic's been really brought up much today. The Trump administration continues to treat our Afghan allies with dishonor, in my opinion. In my district, Mohammed Nazir Paktawali who fought alongside U.S. Special Forces in Afghanistan, died in ICE custody after participating in the Afghan evac program. The United States brought him and his family here to this country. He was wrongfully detained and was, as a 41-year-old man, was dead 24 hours later. I'm very concerned what's happening with our Afghan allies and what we're doing in this country. Under your leadership, U.S. State Department dismantled the Office of Coordinator for Afghan Relocation Efforts and halted the visa processing for Afghan allies, abandoning thousands of our allies that are here. In my opinion, it's dishonorable and it's damaging. America will face fights tomorrow, and thanks to the Trump administration's treachery to this community, we may face them alone. I don't know how this administration can expect citizens from other countries to rise up and stand with us at great personal peril to themselves, based on a promise that we'll take care of them when they see how we have failed our promises to those from Afghanistan. Since you've been forgotten what this country stands for, I'd like to remind you of your own words from your own 2016 presidential campaign. Wherever freedom and human rights spread, partners of our nation are born. But whenever foreign policy comes unhinged from its moral purpose, it weakens global stability and forms cracks in our national resolve. I believe that this is what's happening with Afghanistan, sir. What is your plan to deal with our Afghan allies, with the brave men and women that stood alongside our military that are here in this country? Is your plan to return them to the Taliban?
No, but that's not anyone's plan. I think the plan is to find a third safe country where they can go to that they're comfortable and choosing voluntarily to go there. And we're looking for more and more countries to step forward and assume it. As you know, the issues you raise are also tied into the broader migratory decisions that have been made by this administration. We're operating under an executive order right now that does not allow any Afghans into the country after the aftermath of the National Guard attack against the National Guard here in Washington, D.C. a year ago. And then there are also other DHS determinations. Our role, we continue to process the folks that are applying so that their paperwork is in order, but ultimately we don't want them stranded forever in where they are. We want them to be able to go to somewhere that's not Afghanistan, that they choose to want to go to and that are welcoming of them. And we actively are engaging countries around the world. There are 3 or 4 that have already spoken to us about their willingness to do it. Obviously, they're not going to take 1,000, but we might be able to get 300 here, 400 here, places where they feel comfortable going to and that are assuming and welcoming to them. We're not returning them to the Taliban. We understand that would not be the outcome we want to see.
Right. I do think that the position of the United States to now, by bringing these families to our country after they honorably served our country, alongside our men and women, and now to say, now get out, we don't want you anymore, based on one isolated incident is morally reprehensible. It does a disservice to them, and it's wrong, and it's bad policy. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter the record on April 21st, the New York Times article, Trump is said to be in talks to send Afghans who aided with U.S. forces to the Congo. Mr. Secretary, is it the policy of this government to send these Afghan folks to the Congo?
That's just one country. The policy of the United States is to find multiple countries, and they would be able to choose which one they want to go to of the options that they're presented. And that was based on a leak of an internal document. That was just one country that expressed interest, but there are multiple others that have as well.
And so are they going to be forced to go to the country? What if they don't want to go to the Congo? What if they don't want to go to Afghanistan? What is their option?
No, we don't want to force any. That's why I'm saying we want to have multiple countries so they can choose. Here are the 5 or 6 countries that will let you go. Which one of them do you want to go to? It's not to force them. It's to give them options about places they can relocate.
Representative Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary Rubio, thank you for your service. This country finally has a Secretary of State who puts America first, and I'm very proud to stand with you. In February of 2025, the State Department eliminated nearly $60 billion from over 4,000 ongoing grants and another $54 billion in multi-year USAID awards. Money that was on autopilot, flying out the door every single year with zero accountability to the American people. Programs that spent $70,000 on a DEI musical in Ireland, $2.5 million on electric vehicles in Vietnam, and $6 million on tourism development in Egypt. That is waste, and that is fraud, and that is abuse of the American taxpayer dollars, plain and simple. I'm proud to stand with an administration that had the backbone to do what Washington has refused to do for decades. What has been eliminated is very significant. It is historic, and it is just the start. The savings from USAID cuts have already sparked serious proposals to redirect billions towards something that actually matters, like repairing veterans' homes. I'm talking about long-term veterans' homes like those in South Carolina and throughout this country. That is what America First looks like, not Sesame Street in Iraq, not transgender opera in Colombia. But Secretary Rubio, I would like to know what is still in that remaining portfolio that should not be there. What programs are still drawing a check that wouldn't survive 10 seconds of scrutiny in front of a working family in my district, like the 3rd District of South Carolina? And how do we complete the mission of putting America first in every single line item of this budget? Because I can tell you, the people in my district are not going to accept it. They are tired of hearing, well, we got most of it. What is your commitment, Mr. Secretary, to finishing the job?
Yeah, well, it's happening already. So USAID no longer functions. There is a USAID, but it's largely now operating as a wrap-up and wind-down operation. So that's what's happening in USAID. We took all the programs that were worth preserving and all the programs that were worth doing, and they're all under the State Department now. So you have the State Department is conducting foreign aid and foreign assistance within the context of the criteria that we've created, and those are outlined in this year's budget request. And then there are legacy programs that we did not bring over to the state that are still at USAID, some of which may not be operating any longer, but are tied up in litigation. They claim that they're owed money. They got a judge trying to get us to pay them, or if not, there's wind down costs in unwrapping those programs. They're not active programs, but some of them are under active litigation because the NGO is suing the government, and a judge is saying, well, you may have to pay them, so make sure you preserve the money until I rule on it. So those may take years to clear out. They're not active programs, but they're involved in litigation. But those are under the USAID portfolio, not under state. And I no longer am the acting official at USAID, and that's being run through the Office of Management and Budget.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate the work and the efforts that you're doing, and I know our taxpayers in my district do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Secretary Rubio, they've called our votes, but we have this last row of individuals to your left. Do you think we have time to work through them?
Yeah, we can't. I have to go to the Senate in a little while, but I'll talk fast.
Thank you. Representative Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you very much. We've been talking regularly. I appreciate all your interest into the Indo-PACOM. And last time we were out here at the hearing, we spoke about the importance of establishing a passport issuance office in Guam. And as you know, residents in Guam must have their passports issued from Honolulu, which creates a huge barriers in emergency situations. So I want to thank you again, your staff, for working with us on this issue. And can you briefly say, touch on where we're at with this process of establishing the passport issuance office in Guam, please?
We are on the status of it?
Yes.
I think we're working on trying to do it. We'd like to do it. I think there's, we may have news for you on that in a couple weeks as we're going through our review of our visa offices around the world. And it's part of our consolidation efforts is to free up resources for other places where it may be more useful. So I think we'll have news for you in a couple weeks if you just bear with us.
It's quite exciting. Thank you, Secretary. And last year, I introduced a bipartisan Clean Pacific Act with Rep. Case, Radaragan, and King Hines to establish Pacific Islands Counter-Narcotics Initiative to assist partner nations with counter-drug interdiction efforts. This year's budget request contains strong support for INCLE and outlines the strategic priority disrupting U.S. inbound illicit drug flows, especially fentanyl, meth, and cocaine, and expanding U.S. advantage and access in regions critical to the national security like Indo-PACOM. Can you speak how the State Department is working with partner nations in the Pacific to combat narcotic trafficking in the region?
Absolutely, and our Department of War partners and our DHS partners are also involved in that effort. And it involves two things. Number one is allowing us, in some cases, to cooperate with them, to work alongside them in this work. And the other is building their domestic capacity so they can have better awareness. Some of it is domain awareness, radar systems. In other cases, we're providing that to them, the intelligence that they need to action. The third is training and equipping, which obviously is a key part of being able to take on these groups. The challenge with these transnational groups is that in some some cases, they have more money and better weapons than the actual host government. It's been a problem in place after place. But as you've seen more recently, Guatemala's now entered an agreement with us. We're cooperating very closely with Ecuador. El Salvador has been there from the beginning. We're hopeful that we can increase our cooperation under the new administration in Honduras. So I think we've made good progress in that regard.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And how do you believe Guam and the other territories can leverage their strategic location for promoting foreign policy interests in the Indo-Pacific?
Well, a couple of points, obviously. Number one is many of these, as a domain awareness, just from a geographic perspective, the ability to be there allows you from the military side to be able to station forces, but also allows you to do more activities regarding the safety of navigation, the freedom of navigation, domain awareness to control, to support that, the safety of undersea cables that are increasingly under threat from being disrupted. There's a whole host of areas, illegal fishing. There's a whole host of things of cooperation that we could reach, and that the Pacific Islands are geographically prime located to really help us. And we've given them more attention. We've been more engaged at a bilateral level than we've ever been with Pacific Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And final question. In the recent years, we've seen malign influence grow in the Indo-Pacific and threatening the stability of the region. How is the State Department responding to the increased CCP-related funding and police training across the Pacific?
Again, it's a topic that we're raising with our partners, but first on awareness. It's not just in the Pacific. We've seen extrajudicial, extraterritorial efforts on the part of the CCP in multiple places around the world. And so in all of our diplomatic engagements, we raise these issues with these countries. The opening of police stations, the sending of individuals to harass Chinese nationals that are abroad, who they view as a threat or what have you. It's become a feature of much of our engagement in many countries around the world.
Mr. Secretary and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield my last minutes to Rep. Salazar, please.
She's got this thing rigged. Her time, that's great.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes.
And, I know, I understand.
So, okay, so let's continue then with the Cuba issue and with the Venezuela. I was asking you earlier today that Venezuelans have a desire to have free and fair elections. So we know that we are in the country, that we've liberated them. But the big question and you answered me partially. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to finish. Why can't we just establish and send the signal to the Delcy group and to all the Maduro people that were cooperating with the Maduro regime that are still in power because of Delcy? Why can't we just send a clear message that elections will be coming, let's say, December of 27, beginning of 28? In that way, I think the rule of law will start. They will have the impression that the rule of law will be established.
Yeah, I think that impression's been clear. I mean, the Venezuela that everyone wants for the future is not possible without free and fair elections. They have to understand that it's been a feature of all of our engagements with them, and it continues to be. I'm not sure it would serve that purpose to announce a date certain, in a public forum, because the conditions have to be in place. It's not just about saying I'm going to call elections in December or January. It's about, is there a free press? Are political parties able to organize and operate? That has to happen, too.
And we agree, Mr. Secretary.
Your time's expired. All right, your time's expired.
Mr. Chair,
we do want to get through multiple members and get to Mr. Miller, so if you could go as quickly as you can before votes
Thank you.
causes
You spoke about the 60% enriched uranium. Iran also has significant amounts of 20% enriched uranium. The more difficult part is to go from 5% to 20%. What is your view in negotiations of the 20% uranium?
Well, I've used the term highly 60% because that's the one that clearly has. I mean, even 20%, you could argue, not that I claim that they are, but you could argue they're being used for medical isotopes and things of this nature. But 60%, there's no reason for it. The only way you get to 60 is because you're on your way to 90. But the term we actually use in the talks and in everything is highly enriched uranium.
So it would be correct.
That would cover the 20, correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, listen, I want to congratulate you for the impressive job you're doing for the American people. My only critique would be that we need to hear more from Marco Rubio. President Trump is obviously in a class by himself, but you're the best communicator in the administration on complex foreign policy issues. I was in the room with you in Munich, so I know you wear a lot of hats. There's a lot of memes about you, but please continue to be as vocal and upfront as you can. A question I have about is expeditionary diplomacy. I had the privilege of serving as a State Department officer in Iraq during the Iraq surge. I had twice passed A100 classes and had offers to be FSO, but I actually came in as a 3161 hire at the time because the State Department did not have a capability for expeditionary counterinsurgency. This is something I've been working on with former Ambassador Ryan Crocker to both develop this capability, look at something like a State Department Reserve Corps, and also as a legacy of Benghazi, there has been, because of the politics around it, there has been sort of this mindset set in that we can't take any casualties amongst State Department officers. We need to have people in the State Department that can push out and can serve. And I wish if you could speak to the American people and to State Department officers about what your view is about a more expeditionary function.
It's a concept we're very interested in, and I know you're interested in it as well. And just to, I can put it in simple terms, it's basically the ability to deploy diplomats in a place where we may not have an embassy and we may not have all the trappings. Obviously, diplomatic security and others get concerned because in their mindset, the risk factor should be zero. They don't want anyone being harmed. But I think the point you're raising is there are some instances in which you will take some risks. People know they're signing up for a risky proposition, but it's a high reward for the country if, in fact, they're successful. So we're interested in the concept. We obviously have to work through our system to make sure we can align it and create something that's functional. And I'd love to work with you on it because I see the promise in the concept for sure. And it's a concept that's existed in the past.
And thank you. Just finally, and being mindful of our time considerations, I think you guys have done an amazing job of needed reforms of bringing USAID under the province of the State Department and certainly de-wokifying some of the nonsense that was going on. We still do have a lot of great State Department officers out there that are very proud to serve our country, and under your leadership, I do talk to some of them from time to time, and they do have some worry and some questions about the overall direction of the institution. So I'd just like to give the ability in the context of this budget request you're making to Congress to sort of sum up your thoughts of the vision of our current State Department officers for the future.
Yeah, I think for the futures, we're trying to empower our we're trying to empower our embassies through our regional bureaus around the world. We want them to be the center focus of how we conduct foreign policy because they're on the ground. Too often in the past, foreign policy was mixed between, or diplomacy was mixed between the regional bureaus, and then you had these functional bureaus that had a worldwide mandate on a topic, and they ended up crashing into each other. Now what we want is to truly empower our ambassadors and the people in the field in these embassies that are on the ground every single day. We want decisions to be driven from the bottom up, not from the top down. Some of our best ideas come from the cables that are coming out of the field and back to us. And we want regional bureaus that are empowered as well to be able to coordinate all this when the lines cross between different countries in the same region. We're also encouraging greater regional integration. So for example, our Western Hemisphere ambassadors are now all are about to start a monthly conference call so that they're all coordinating with each other on regional affairs. These are the kinds of things that we're trying to encourage, but ultimately what we want is a State Department whose foreign policy is driven by the national interest and understands that first and foremost, you have to define what's in the national interest and you have to pursue it in a pragmatic and effective way. That's what we want our diplomacy to be about, and I think some of that mission had been lost. And that's why multiple secretaries of states before me had tried or wanted to reorganize the State Department and were unable to do it. I'm glad we did, and I think it's going to get stronger every year under this new organizational scheme.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yield back.
Representative Luna.
Secretary Rubio, thank you for being here today. I was wondering if you could let me know if you are familiar with the name of Neville Roysingham.
Yeah, he's I think an American millionaire living in China who's funding all of these left-wing radical loons.
Correct. When you were on Senate Intelligence, you had actually sent a letter encouraging the Department of Justice to look into him for a FARA violation. For those people who will see this clip later on the internet, can you just briefly explain what FARA is?
It's the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and it means if you're operating on behalf of a foreign country, you have to register and declare yourself as such.
To provide some context for those looking at this, Mr. Singham's in total given $1.3 million to an organization called Code Pink, as well as over $278 million to various nonprofits since 2017. Secretary Rubio, it's in my opinion, observing what's been happening on both sides, really contributing to the political divide in this country, that many countries are engaging in influencer operations to include psychological operations on the American people with the intent to undermine not just our foreign policy from the administration's perspective, but also to pit us against one another. Would you concur with that statement?
There's no doubt, absolutely.
Are you aware of any countries in particular that are currently engaging in this?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that we see evidence of it from the CCP. We've historically seen some of it as well from Russia historically in the past in a different way. I think you're starting to see some of it from Cuba, and I think some of these are linked with one another. In fact, that group that you just mentioned actually traveled to Cuba, stayed at a very fancy and expensive hotel that is sanctioned, and I think are now being looked at by the appropriate officials to see if they violated U.S. law in the trips that they're taking. But there's no doubt that when you have people showing up with pre-printed signs 24 hours after Nicolas Maduro was arrested and extradited to the United States, that's not an organic movement. Someone's paying for that.
I think one of those organizations would be the National Network on Cuba, which is a pro-communist, anti-American organization comprised of dozens of member organizations to include Code Pink, the Communist Party USA, Democrat Socialists of America, Socialist Worker Parties, and various organizations to include Armed Queers of Salt Lake City, which Tyler Robinson, the individual who murdered our friend Charlie Kirk, has loose ties to an association with at the time of the assassination. I just want to point out that from my perspective and in talking with you personally, I can see that you are very much of the mindset of peace through strength, but also pursuing peace first before you hit people with a big stick. So I appreciate that perspective because it is refreshing and not common in Washington, D.C. But with that being said, I heard a lot of talk today on Russia specifically. I understand that peace talks are very much so alive and well, and that the United States, for the first time ever, at least with this administration and you heading as the Secretary of State, have been instrumental in those talks. I would like to, though, ask you, for the first time in 20 years, recently, we had the Russian Duma come here to meet with members of Congress. What is the end result when Congress fails to open up dialogue and at least maintains communications with another superpower like Russia?
Well, I think there's two things to discuss. One is the war in Ukraine, which we'd like to see end through a negotiated settlement. And separate from that is a bilateral relationship with a country that possesses, if not the largest, the second largest nuclear arsenal in the world. At a minimum, we have to have relations and conversations with Russians. We just do, whether we like what they're doing or not, because given those factors that I just pointed to. I've had multiple conversations with the Foreign Minister Lavrov, and we have to, because that's mature diplomacy and it's important. It's the same with China. We have to have communication with them, and there are issues in our bilateral relations that have nothing to do with Ukraine. So now, I think our relations with them will be friendlier and easier to pursue once the war in Ukraine is wrapped up, and we've made that point in this engagement. But I think what we've learned, and certainly I think has been affirmed to us in the last year and a half, is you're much better off having someone to talk to on the other side than not. And this is a president who's willing to meet with and talk to anybody. He doesn't view talks and engaging a foreign counterpart as a concession, the way it's been treated in the past. Sometimes it leads to something, sometimes it leads to nothing. Sometimes that vehicle of communication proves incredibly valuable in a potential conflict or crisis.
I'd like to end by saying this. I completely agree with you. I think that it is our job and responsibility in Congress to maintain open dialogue and discussion. But I do think that you guys will be successful in this peace deal. And so I want to be the first to congratulate you on that, because I think that sometimes in this instance, having the courage to step up and do the right thing and lead by example is a big thing. So with that, Chairman, I yield the rest of my time.
Representative Miller. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's good to see you. You were the first person I worked for when I started in politics, and this is very unique for me. But first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for the job that you've been doing. People back home, they comment on your stability, your bearing, and how you represent our country on the world stage. Thank you for doing that. And look, you're sitting here today and for several hours, and our colleagues on the left, for the vast majority of them, they want to get a political stunt. They don't want to hear your answers. And that's why they wouldn't let you and afford you the ability to speak, because they know that you would school them in every which way possible and actually tell them that 2 + 2 = 4. And for a lot of them, that's hard to understand. So I respect your ability. But look, you have been asked a ton of tough questions. This is your time, if you would like it. I know you have spoken a lot today, but if there is anything that you would like to correct the record on, by any of our colleagues on the left or even on the right that may have misspoken, I'd like to give you this time if you would like it. And just one last thing. When you're done with all of this, if you could come to Cleveland, Ohio, I know it's not where you're from, but the Cleveland Browns could use a really good coach. And so with all the different hats you've been wearing, maybe you could take us to a Super Bowl. But at that point, I leave the rest to you, sir.
Well, I don't claim I can lead that to a Super Bowl, but I wish them luck in Cleveland on that. Look, I thank you for the opportunity. I think we've covered almost everything, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to do that. Unfortunately, I have to be in the Senate here in just a few minutes, and they get really mad if you're late. But I just want to touch off by saying, look, every element of our foreign policy and everything we do, including aid, is now synergized, and it's about the national interest. And I do think it's important to point out and continue to point out, we are the most generous country in the world. By far, we give way more money than anybody else does to all of these things. Other countries who are very rich, powerful countries should step up too if they want to join in helping. There's no evidence that that's the case. We've seen a little bit of an increase among some countries, but it's not just us, the Canadians, the UK, other European countries have cut back in their expenditures as well on foreign aid, not timed with us. It just happens to be they have those domestic considerations to take into account. This is the most generous country in the world. This year alone, there will be millions of people around the world that will receive food and medicine and medical care and in a way that furthers our national interest, but is also good for them. And we do that more than anyone on the planet. Foreign aid and what this country does to help people around the world is something we should be proud of, but it has to be done the right way. We can't be spending money on things that don't further the national interest, and we can't be spending money on things that waste the taxpayer dollars, and we can't be spending money on social experiments around the world that further the aims of an ideological movement in the United States. That's not what foreign aid is ever supposed to have been about, and that's what we're going to get it back to. On foreign policy, we're going to be pragmatic, but we're going to be principled at the same time. We have to understand that when it comes to foreign policy, oftentimes you're not given the choice between the clearly good one and the clearly bad one. Sometimes you're given two bad choices, and you're trying to figure out which one of these two bad choices is the least harmful to the country. In the end, at the end of the day, foreign relations between countries is about one thing, the national interest. I expect that every time I meet with a foreign minister of another country, that foreign minister is going to push for what is in the interest of their country. I need to push for what's in the interest of ours. Not what's in the interest of the world, not so what's in the interest of what's in the interest of ours. In those cases where where our national interests align, that's where cooperation happens. That's where alliances are formed. In those instances where our interests don't align, that's where you hope that diplomacy and cooperation can find a way through. But in the end, our foreign policy must always be about what is best for America before anything else. This is not a novel concept. It is a classic concept and one that was lost for a long time in American foreign policy, and I'm happy and honored to be a part of trying to restore it.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, you're back.
Final member, Representative McKenzie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Rubio, for joining us today. I have the pleasure of representing Allentown, Pennsylvania. It's home to one of the largest Syrian-American populations in the country. And obviously, there have been a number of atrocities in that country during the ongoing conflict there, some of them targeting the Christian population. On June 22nd of last year, the Mar Elias bombing happened at a church, and we are coming up on that one-year anniversary. I'd like to just ask you very briefly if you can give us an update on what's going on in Syria, what we're doing to achieve stability in that country with the leadership that is now in place, and also any updates on religious minority protections.
Yeah. Well, we talked a lot today about Venezuela and other places. Syria is far more complicated. First of all, Assad deliberately divided groups in that country against each other. And some of those frictions and some of those resentments exist. That wasn't always the case in Syria. It's one of the few places in the Middle East where you actually had Sunni, Shia, Christian, Druze, and other communities living, and Kurds living alongside one another. But Assad, and especially during the Civil War period, pitted these groups against each other. So in many cases, when you're seeing these atrocities, what you're seeing is some unit of some fighting group from one side going after and seeking retribution against a group in another. And it's a real challenge. I think you've seen a diminution in this, but nonetheless it exists, and it's already happened too much. The second is, the core here, and our goal is to have a nationalistic government in Damascus that seeks not to expand power or not to turn Syria into a base of operations for a foreign power, but to build a Syrian state that's inclusive of all of the elements in it. That's what we have engaged with the interim government there on. That's what we've given them and tried to give them every opportunity possible to succeed. We've had some successes. As an example, when we had some fighting break out, especially in the Northeast, and we had these ISIS prisons. This is an underreported story, but we had these ISIS prisoners there. They agreed and were very cooperative in getting those prisoners transferred out of Syria and into Iraqi prisons before there would be a jailbreak that could threaten them and also threaten the region. I think we've seen significant progress in the relationship between Kurds and the central government. There's more work to be done, but some of that tension has now been downplayed. Down in the south, there's more complexity, of course. There are different Druze elements and Bedouin elements that have been more difficult to deal with. But we're trying to give the Syrian government there that's in place every opportunity to succeed And obviously, there's a trust but verify component to this. I will say this, and I want to be, everything we've asked them to do, they have tried to do or have done, including counterterrorism cooperation. But they have some capability gaps. They still have individuals within their armed forces, quote unquote, that are members of radical groups and have certain ideologies and aren't necessarily neatly disciplined. I think they're working through that, but there's a challenge again because of capacity. So this is a long-term project, one that I think is going to exist long after this administration. I hope the next administration will pick up the baton. But I remind everybody that just 2 years ago, Syria was an operating base for the Iranian regime and all of its proxies. And had Syria stood on the table for them, it's interestingly enough, in the midst of epic fear and everything that's happening in the region, the one country that didn't see any of this. You saw it in Lebanon, you saw it in Iraq, you didn't see it in Syria. And I think that alone is a sign of why what's happening there has been good, but not good enough. We have a long ways to go.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that detailed answer and your continued focus on Syria and improving stability in the country. The Syrians I know and the Syrian Americans say that they don't see those differences along religious lines. That is, as you pointed out, divisions that were created by somebody else. So what we can do to heal those divisions, protect religious minorities in the country, and ultimately get back to a stable and safe Syria for all those individuals is a
We agree
great goal.
100%. The future that the government in place now claims to want is impossible unless every element of Syrian society is incorporated in power sharing and has a voice and influence over its own future, and of course isn't being killed.
Thank you again, and look forward to working with you as we move forward. I yield back.
Mr. Secretary, I thank you for your valuable testimony today. Members may have some more questions for you. They will have 5 days to submit statements, questions, and extraneous materials for the record, subject to length limitations. And without objection, this committee stands adjourned.
The patently obvious, Madam Speaker, I am rising today to speak, and to speak, and to speak for the people who have no voice, the people who have been silenced for too long, the quiet ones, the ones who toil away to pay their bills but have no means to pay any longer. They're the ones that cannot hire lobbyists to make their voices heard in the halls of power. They have no connections to get their concerns in the headlines of the newspapers. But they are the quiet ones who do the nation's work, who carry the country on their back. They are the ones who rise when it is still dark and work until it is dark again. But lately, for them, it has felt like nothing but darkness. In this period of difficulty, everything feels broken, and the government is broke. These are the people who skip meals because they cannot afford the price of food. These are the people who quietly go to food banks because they know it is the only way they will have a chance to feed their children. These are the 33-year-old men and women who did everything we asked them to do, worked hard, paid off their bills, had a job or two or three right through university, and yet still cannot afford a home and have calculated that they will never be able to afford a home because prices are too high and rates are too burdensome for them ever to do so. So when the Prime Minister rose today to complain that I would be on my feet for hours and hours at a time to block his latest assault on the paychecks of these quiet, patriotic, working people, let me inform him that I was not deterred. I will speak for those people who cannot speak for themselves because they are too busy carrying the nation on their backs. Je me lève à la Chambre des communes aujourd'hui pour parler, oui, pour parler au nom des gens qui ne peuvent pas parler pour eux-mêmes. Pourquoi? Parce que la lourdeur de l'État sur leurs épaules est trop difficile. Je parle des mères monoparentales qui ne monteront pas parce que c'est la seule façon de pouvoir payer les épiceries pour leurs enfants. Je me lève à la Chambre des communes aujourd'hui pour parler des camionneurs qui travaillent 7 jours sur 7, qui ne voient même plus leurs enfants parce que c'est ce qu'il faut pour payer les factures. Je me lève pour le 9 sur 10 jeunes Canadiennes qui disent qu'ils ne vont jamais pouvoir avoir une maison après 8 ans de ce premier ministre. Je me lève à la Chambre des communes pour parler des contribuables qui ne peuvent plus payer une taxe carbone, une taxe que le gouvernement veut augmenter à 61 sous le litre. Madame la Présidente, je parle au nom de tous ceux et celles qui ne peuvent plus payer et qui ont besoin d'un voix à la Chambre des communes et finalement de l'action pour leur permettre de gagner une vie respectable, d'avoir une maison, de vivre en sécurité financière, une sécurité qui est menacée l'un jour après l'autre à cause de ce budget déficitaire et inflationniste, un budget qu'on va travailler et se battre pour empêcher, Madame la Présidente. But in order to understand where we go from here, we have to understand how we arrived in the first place. To understand the future, you have to understand the past. To know tomorrow, you have to know yesterday. Now, this is not a unique concept. In fact, I learned it from the great Winston Churchill. He was probably the most prescient statesman of the 20th century. We know that he predicted the ravages of the evil Hitlerian regime in the early 1930s, before many of his own countrymen had realized the risk that was gathering. He predicted in a 1931 essay that he wrote in Maclean's magazine, 50 years hence, he would predict everything from the iPad, which he described as a device that one would hold in one's hand and talk to a friend on the other side of the world as though they were just sticking their head out the window to talk to a neighbor. He predicted that we would have wireless modems in houses. He used other words to describe them, but he described them with incredible precision. He described the fierce power of the atom. He even wrote back then, at the beginning of the 1930s, about how we would one day unlock the force of hydrogen as a fuel source, something that the government is celebrating as completely new as a concept here almost a century later. He said at Westminster College in Missouri that an iron curtain was descending across Europe, and at that moment described what would become known as the Cold War before anyone else was able to predict such a thing. Now, how was he able to see so far into the future? Well, of course, because he had been so capable of seeing into the past. He had written 58 volumes of Nobel Prize winning literature. And I see there's been an improvement on the government side of the, by the way. Big improvement, if only the cameras could see the very impressive people sitting there. He'd predicted all of these matters into the future because he had so completely understood the past. He wrote 58 volumes of Nobel Prize winning literature, almost all of it historical in nature. And because he understood history, he could tell where the future was going. He understood that our imagination is really just fragments of memory put together, and that we can have no imagination of what is to come without those fragments from the past. And so that is how he was able to see forward. And today, I will use the methodology that he actually gave, a kind of an IKEA instruction manual on how to tell the future. It would be like a pocketbook for every fortune teller. And what he said is that there are two ways you can predict the future. One is to look at where you are, where you were, and you can project to where you will be. It is obvious this method is based on trajectory. The second way is that there is something called the cycle of history. That things that have gone around and around again will come around and around in the future. Now, Madam Chair, I'm going to use both of these methods to foretell where we are headed, and unfortunately, to deliver some dark warnings about the perils that accumulate in front of our eyes if we do not change course and do so very quickly. So let us start with where we were, where we are, and where we're headed. And Madam Speaker, I start by pointing out that only 8 years ago, the average cost for a house in Canada was $450,000. The average mortgage payment, a mere $1,300 or $1,400. The average rent, $900. But unfortunately, because the government has unleashed a torrent of government spending, they have doubled the national debt, increased the size and cost of government, delivered us a 40-year high in inflation, all of which has doubled housing prices, doubled rent, doubled monthly mortgage payments, and doubled the necessary down payment needed to buy a home. How did we get here? Madam Speaker, I know that the members across the way would like to continue to talk me down, to silence my voice, because they do not want, Madam Speaker.
Order, order, order. I seem to have one of the official opposition members heckling him as well. So I would just ask members to please not interrupt. I just want to, I want to remind members that while someone has the floor, it is not very respectful for others to be speaking. If they wish to have conversations, they should take it out and allow the honourable member to have the floor to be able to do a speech, because I know they'll have questions and comments to ask. The honourable have a
respectful to leave no one in the room on the government side when.
So again, there is people in the room, there is individuals in the room, and I would just, it's not a point of order at this point, unless and I don't think that the honourable member can even call for quorum. So I would just ask, and there is quorum, so I would just say the honourable member, leader of the official opposition. Again, it's still happening. I think we can have it quiet as a mouse. Is that possible? Order, order. If honourable members want their own members to speak, I think that they should be quiet as well. The honourable leader of the official opposition. Point of order. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've been in the House many years, and I've always enjoyed the leader of Stornoway's stunts. But are we actually saying that there's going to be historical precedents, that they're upset that nobody bothers to listen to them? Is that literally a point?
It's not a point of order. It's a point of debate. So again, order. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was good to hear from the honourable member for Timmins. He does make a lot of noise, but that's because an empty wagon rattles the loudest, doesn't it? That's okay. The people of Timmins keep telling me, I've been there 4 times in a year, they say they see more of me in the last year than they've seen of him in the last decade. And they're happy about that. Madam Speaker, over the last 8 years, we've seen a massive, possibly unprecedented mounting of both public and private debt. We have to understand where we were, where we are, in order to understand where we are going. In the last 4 years, the government has doubled our national debt. That's more than $500 billion of new debt. The Prime Minister has added more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. Now, he will be quick to point to many different excuses that have caused this run-up in our national debt. But I will point out that while there was a COVID pandemic, this is not the first crisis we've ever seen in the history of the world. And while there has been a war between Russia and Ukraine. This is not the first war ever fought in the history of the world. We had the great global recession under the previous conservative government. We had two wars, one in Afghanistan, another that was in Iraq and Syria. And we managed to do so while managing to keep the debt the lowest in the G7 and to balance the budget, Madam Speaker. Other countries faced similar challenges without adding as much debt. For example, the Swiss, who are right in the center of Europe, closer to the conflict in Ukraine, and more dependent on global supply chains than we are because they are a landlocked nation surrounded by the European Union, were able to balance their budget, pay down their deficit, pay down their debt, and keep interest rates, inflation, and unemployment lower than all of the other OECD countries, proving that just because there is a pandemic or a war in one part of the world does not force a government to completely bankrupt itself. Now, let us recall that this Prime Minister added $100 billion of debt before there was even the single first case of COVID, and he's added roughly $100 billion since COVID came to an end. And during the COVID pandemic, 40%, or $200 billion of the new debt that he added, had nothing to do with COVID whatsoever, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer. So the idea that we can blame all of this new debt on factors out of his control is provably false. He had a choice, and his decision was to spend without any thought for future generations or for the financial viability of the country. And in order to enable his spending, he unleashed nearly unprecedented monetary printing of cash. Now, this was done through something called quantitative easing, where the central bank purchased government debt at exceptionally high prices, driving down yields on that debt, now ultimately pumping $400 billion of new cash into the economy in less than 2 years. Now, many will say they had no choice. There was a pandemic after all. Let's review that excuse. One, the pandemic did not bring a liquidity crunch. In fact, the economic phenomenon of the pandemic was that people had more cash than ever before, but they were banned from spending it. The problem was not the lack of cash, as had been the case in the previous great global recession. The problem was that people and businesses had bank accounts that were overflowing with cash with nowhere that they were allowed to spend it. In that kind of environment, the worst possible thing one could do is to print more cash and further overflow bank accounts with that money, which in the end we knew would ultimately have led to inflation. And during that run-up of the size of our monetary base, of that money printing, the Minister of Finance, always looking for the trendiest new slogan that would win her applause in Davos or in Brussels or at some other international symposium, said that all this cash that was filling up bank accounts was like a, quote, preloaded stimulus, something that could be unleashed to revive a dead economy. Of course, the economy was only dead because governments had shut it down, not because there was a lack of cash with which to facilitate commerce. And so when the economy opened, all of that excess cash was unleashed, and the goods we buy, the interest we pay, were automatically and predictably bid up. Now, we do not fault the government for having created programs to pay people's bills while governments locked them down and prevented them from paying their own. Where we did object is to the government giving out $2,000 a month payments to prisoners, to dead people, to teenagers who didn't have that kind of money before the crisis had occurred, and in many cases had no jobs at all. We objected to them continuing to pay out these benefits well after there were more than 1 million vacant jobs. In other words, we were paying people not to work while there were 1 million vacant jobs they could have been filling, simultaneously driving up unemployment and job vacancies, an unusual coincidence of achievement, or in reality, negative achievement in the use of this policy. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the reality is that we warned them at the time that if they did not restrain themselves, that this would lead to a crisis. It would start with inflation and be followed up by an interest rate increase. Now, this was not based on some invention. I would love.
Point of order. Sorry.
The members on the other side are speaking even louder than he is. I'd ask that they show us just...
Point of order from the Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn. I do want to remind members again to please ensure that if they want to have conversations, to please take them out, to allow the Speaker to be heard so that MPs, can be ready for questions and comments. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that the Liberals across the way would love to silence my voice. They want to silence Canadians by censoring the internet. They want to bring their woke censorship ideology to university campuses.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary knows full well that he should be role model and should be a role model to its members and should not be disturbing, making any disturbance while someone else has the floor. I would ask him to put his eyeglass piece away as well. Order, order, order. I'm sure we can get through this evening to run. It would be beautiful if we could run through this evening smoothly. I got a feeling that's not quite going to happen, but I'm going to try. So again, I want to remind all members, if they want to have conversations, to take them out. Order. Even when I'm speaking, I think I deserve the respect of this House. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Well, I think we can all agree that if the member for Kingston is our role model, that's a good reason why we're in so much trouble today. Now, Madam Speaker, the spending that has led to the inflation was utterly predictable, but its consequences have been utterly devastating. The obvious is by looking at the lineups at food banks across the country, which in many cases actually go many blocks down the street and around the corner. There are the cases of the young people who now estimate they'll be in their 50s before they'll be able to move out of their homes. These are not anecdotes. Just the other day, one prominent financial institution estimated that if you are earning $250,000 as a family, it will take you 25 years in Toronto to save up for a down payment. It used to be that 25 years was the term it took to pay down a mortgage. Now it takes that long just to get a mortgage, Madam Speaker, to illustrate the immense contortion that our economy has suffered. This is not without notice around the world. The IMF now says that Canada has the economy that is most at risk of default crisis out of all the countries in the advanced and developed world. Right now, household debt is 107% of GDP. That is to say that the combined debt of Canadian families is 7% bigger than the entire GDP of our country. And we have the worst household debt of any G7 country. This debt was not an accident. When governments create cash, they're sloppy about it. They don't simply print the money and hand it over to the Prime Minister to spend, although I think he might prefer that kind of efficiency. Rather, what they do is they have the central bank purchase government bonds on what is called the secondary market. In other words, the government sells the bond to the financial institutions, the central bank buys it back. This creates an artificial private sector demand for government debt, which means it makes it very easy for government to borrow money. After all, if I say to you, Madam Speaker, that I'll sell you a bond today for $1 and I'll buy it back to you tomorrow for $1.10, it's pretty easy to imagine that you would accept that transaction so that you could arbitrage the $10 profit on the back and forth. And that allows government to spend cash very easily. It also increases the money supply. What it does is it balloons government and the financial industry. It's why when the Federal Reserve is engaged in this practice of so-called quantitative easing, it has been wildly popular in both Washington and on Wall Street, among Democrats who like big government and among Republicans who like big banks, because both of them actually profit when government creates cash to inflate financial assets and to inflate the spending capacity of itself. And therefore, what ends up happening is that those who benefit off of government expenditures profit, those who benefit off the financial sector profit.
Made aware that there's someone who is taking pictures from the lobby into the chamber. So I'm going to ask one of the clerks to just go over there and ask anybody who's been taking pictures from the lobby into the chamber here to delete those pictures. And so I want to remind members that they're not to be taking pictures whether they're in the House or in the lobby into the House. If they want to take some pictures, they can take pictures from the TV. So I just wanted to indicate that, and I'm hoping that someone will take care of that. L'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable, un point d'ordre.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, on a juste entendu une députée du gouvernement présentement nous dire directement à nous qu'elle avait pris une photo en cette chambre. Je lui demande donc de l'effacer puisqu'elle a été, et tout, nous en avons tous été témoins. Donc je lui demande d'effacer la photo de son appareil, s'il vous plaît.
Alors, je vais demander que si les députés ont pris des photos, d'assurer qu'ils enlèvent les photos. Ils savent qu'ils ne devraient pas prendre des photos dans la Chambre. Si c'est difficile pour eux de ne pas prendre des photos, je demanderai qu'ils laissent leur téléphone sur l'autre bord, puis peut-être qu'il n'y aurait pas le... Maybe they just won't be so eager to do that. So I just want to remind members that they're not to take pictures in the House. If they have, they are to delete them. Anybody in the lobby that has taken picture inside the chamber from the doors, they are asked to also delete those pictures. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, and I do want to remind members again to please not to be talking to each other across. If they want to talk to them, they can go and ask them to leave and go out into the lobby. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
As I was pointing out, this practice of so-called quantitative easing was not invented in Canada. In fact, it started long ago in Japan, which caused a massive gap between the rich and the poor to appear because the Japanese government printed cash, inflated asset values, left the working class behind, and inflated the wealth of the super rich. This led to a long-standing slump in Japanese economic growth because investors no longer had to invest in productive assets that would generate wealth for the Japanese economy. Rather, they could just sit on their property or their stocks or their bonds and allow the Japanese central bank to inflate their values. The Americans then replicated this idea of quantitative easing in the US financial crisis. And the result was a disaster, a decade of very slow economic growth. Furthermore, a major expansion in the gap between rich and poor. Because while the working class in America was losing its jobs to automation and outsourcing, they weren't enjoying any of the lower prices that those competitive forces should have provided because the central bank was neutralizing cost savings by inflating the cost of living in printing cash. We saw a massive explosion in the wealth of Wall Street and Silicon Valley, while the working poor in industrial states like Pennsylvania, Ohio, and elsewhere found themselves more and more disenfranchised. Their wages were going down, and yet their prices were going up. And they looked around at incompetent CEOs and other financial sector insiders, the same ones who had caused the US financial crisis, not going to jail where they belonged, but rather getting richer and richer and richer. And therefore, they came to believe that the system had ultimately been rigged against them. Now, I bring this to the present because the government claims that because all central banks were engaging in quantitative easing, we had to do it as well. The American Federal Reserve, our big friendly neighbor to the south, does something. The argument goes that we have to do it too. Only that is provably false. In the 2008-2009 financial crisis, the American government printed cash to buy government debt. They did something called quantitative easing. In Canada, we did not do that. Our government signaled to the central bank that it would not be authorized to participate in fiscal policy by printing cash to buy government bonds. Yes, we ran small, temporary deficits to get through that financial crisis, but we did it by borrowing real money, not by printing cash. And that's why we were able to rebound faster than the Americans, to have lower unemployment, to be the last into the recession, the first out, and never to have inflation above 4%. We were back to our inflation target in a year. That proves that we did not need to do what the Americans did, just as our mothers taught us. Just because your friends are jumping off a bridge does not mean you have to do the same. And we know that the Swiss did not print cash during the COVID crisis. Rather, they used real money, and when they ran deficits, they borrowed real money. They quickly returned to balanced budget, and the result was the lowest unemployment, the lowest interest rates, and the lowest inflation, despite the fact that their European neighbors all had massive inflation crises because their central bank in that continent had behaved differently. All of these experiences are laboratories to demonstrate the folly of this government's actions. Folly that I called out on the floor of this House of Commons as early as the fall of 2020, when all that cash was moving into our economy and beginning already to inflate the cost of living. Already, core inflation was rising and starting to break above the 2% target. But yet, they continued and continued and continued when it was clear that there was...
I have a point of order. The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Nobody was
Thank
clapping.
you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, an agreement could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78-1 or 78-2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-33, an act to amend the Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marine Act, and to make consensual amendment to another act. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78-3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting of the House a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, so now that we know what worked and what didn't work, we have to understand the consequences of the fact that the government took the wrong path. I don't need to go on at any length about the ravages of inflation. We all know, we all hear the stories. All of us can tell heartbreaking stories of families that are, I see a member right now who is just looking at an email on his phone of people who can't pay that cannot pay their bills. Now, I see that the members across the way say that our member for Barrie is in trouble for looking at an email from a constituent. He should be looking at those emails, and maybe she would benefit if she actually looked at the emails from her constituents as well. I understand that if she were to do so, that it would be a great burden on her personal guilt. If she understood the single mothers who are skipping meals, if she understood the families that are now defaulting on their loan, a 16% year-over-year increase already in the number of Canadians who are missing mortgage payments, if she took a moment to look in the eyes the 37-year-old who has been working all of his adult life and still can't afford a home, if she took a moment to talk to the farmer who borrowed so that he could expand his farming operation under the government's promise that interest rates would be low for long, if she looked at his email, then maybe she would be less arrogant in supporting the very inflationary policies that have caused all this misery. Maybe if they would just for once listen to the people who pay the bills in this country, we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in right now. And this was also predictable. The great Nobel Prize-winning economist, Milton Friedman, said, and I quote, "Inflation is taxation without legislation. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, in the sense that it is and can be produced only by a more rapid increase in the quantity of money than in output. Central bankers always try to avoid the last big mistake. So every time there's the threat of a contraction in the economy, they'll overstimulate the economy by printing too much money. The result will be a rising roller coaster of inflation, with each high and low being higher than the preceding one. Rapid increases in the quantity of money produce inflation," said the greatest expert on monetary economics in the history of the world, so recognized by the Nobel Laureate Committee, the great Milton Friedman. Or there's Thomas Sowell, one of the greatest economists ever. He said, "It is a way to take people's wealth from them without having to openly raise taxes. Inflation is the most universal tax of all." The first lesson of economics is scarcity, he said. There is never enough of anything to satisfy all those who want it. The first lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson of economics, said Thomas Sowell. And the great Hayek said, "With government in control of monetary policy, the chief threat in the field has become inflation. Governments everywhere and at all times have been the chief cause of the depreciation of the currency. Though there have been occasional prolonged falls in the value of metallic money, the major inflations of the past have been the result of governments either diminishing the coin or issuing excessive quantities of paper money. A great many of the activities which governments have universally undertaken in this field and which fall within the limits described are those which facilitate the acquisition of reliable knowledge about the facts of general significance. The most important function of this kind is the provision of a reliable and efficient monetary system, something this government has failed to provide." And furthermore, the great Frédéric Bastiat, and philosophe français, he had said, "Money serves only to facilitate the transmission of these useful things from one to another. When legislators, having ruined men by war and taxes, persevere in their idea, they say to themselves, if the people suffer, it is because there is not enough money. We must make more." Madam Speaker, this tactic the Prime Minister deployed was nothing creative or new. It has been the tactic of all the emperors, the kings, the presidents, the prime ministers, the incompetent, the self-indulgent leaders who run out of other people's money and so create more cash. I think of the story of Henry VIII, who spent lavishly on himself and without restraint, who spoiled his court, and of course ran out of money. But it was a difficulty in creating cash in his time, and that is that the British pound was actually a pound of silver. And when you run out of silver, you run out of the ability to make money. So he had this coin, a silver coin. What was he going to do? How could he create cash when it was created by silver? And he had no more silver left. He'd already spent all of the silver. You know what he did? He had his smelters melt it down and remint it with copper on the inside, a tiny little layer of silver on the outside. And then he could multiply the number of coins almost without limit. I know that you're anxious to hear the rest of the story.
So I do want to remind members, I know that they may be very interested in the story, but I don't think that they should be chatting between each other at this point, or trying to answer some of the questions that the official leader of the opposition is asking during his speech, because it's not quite time. But I just want to remind members to please afford the Speaker the respect that he deserves. I'm sorry. I want to also remind members and not to refer to other members by their names, but I didn't recognize anybody, so I would just say that, you know, aside from the person who has the floor, I would ask members to please be quiet. If they're having a hard time doing that because they're sitting together, I can do what teachers do and separate them. So, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I know that they're just excited to hear the rest of the story, Madam Speaker, and that's why they're having trouble containing themselves. So what was Henry VIII to do but to use copper on the inside of his coins and silver on the outside to multiply the coins without limit? There was only one problem, and that is that he put his big, ugly, fat mug on the front of the coin, facing outward. He wanted everyone to see him straight on. That meant his nose protruded, and his nose would rub on the inside of pockets, and that silver would rub off, and then you would see the red nose. And every time an Englishman pulled out a coin and saw a silver coin with a big, ugly red nose in the middle of it, they knew they had been robbed of the real purchasing power of their money, and that old Copper Nose had stolen from them again. That was an illustration. By the way, the money supply in that period increased by 80%. Guess how much prices went up in the same time period? 80%. He wasn't the most creative, though. The House Leader knows. He's the most ambitious student in the lecture hall today. In fact, he knows he could give the lecture. He knows more about it than I do. The great House Leader of the Conservative Party is here today. But he was not, you know that Henry VIII, despite his creativity of his copper coins, was not the most creative at all. I would say that Dionysius was even more creative in generating new cash. Dionysius was, let me tell you about Dionysius, then you can tell me about Diocletian afterwards. Dionysius was a Greek ruler of the island of Sicily. Yes, the Greeks at one time ruled Sicily. I know it's now Italian. You don't have to tell me that. I know that. But back then it was Greek. And Dionysius could not control his spending either, just like Henry VIII. He would run out of money. So he sent his men out to take all of the jewelry off of the statues of the gods so that he could sell them off, saying that they were merely loans that had come from the gods above, Madam Speaker. But when those riches ran out as well, he had to resort to other tactics. And so what he did is he took all of the coins that he had collected. They were called drachmas. That is the Greek word for what we would call a dollar. And every coin was 1 drachma. So he said, I have a simple answer. Why don't we just mark a 2 in place of the 1? And all of a sudden we'll have twice as many drachmas. Now, I hesitate to share this story in front of the Prime Minister because I do worry that he might simply turn every loonie into a toonie and every toonie into 4. You run out of money, you can always create more, right? But so please, to the Liberal friends across the way, please don't tell this story to the Prime Minister, okay? Thank you very much. We have a bargain. This is strict secret. And by the way, if you're listening out there, you were sworn to secrecy as well. Do not tell the Prime Minister. We do not want to give him any ideas. But the result, of course, was that all of the working people on the island were effectively had a real cut in their purchasing power of 50%. Yes, they had the same number of drachmas, but half as many coins. And so each drachma would buy half of what it would. He literally cut the wages of the people in half, but he was able to spend those coins before the inflation had sat in. So in other words, he was able to enjoy the newly created riches for the brief instant in time that they lasted before inflation melted them away, and then it was the people that lost the purchasing power. And so it is with so-called quantitative easing. It is always the bankers and the government insiders that touch the new money first and therefore enjoy the riches most splendidly. And the working class only get those dollars when they trickle down from the top, and they no longer have their purchasing power. That is why we must, and when I am Prime Minister, we will, once and for all, put an end to trickle-down economics. It doesn't work, it never works, and I will never allow it. Now, we know that the creation of cash has caused the inflation that existed today, the massive poverty, the misery, the feeling of brokenness across the land, the tent cities. All of that has been the result of what this government has caused through the creation of cash. But I am here today to warn of a much graver and insidious risk that is still ahead of us. And this is where I rely on Churchill's second method of foretelling the future, and that is the cyclical method. To look at what has happened in the past to predict the cycles of the future. Now, we know that this is not the first time governments have created cash or run up massive debts. But we need to understand where it leads after the inflation cycle is gone. What can often come next? And here today, I rely on the wisdom of the Stoics. The author of Stoicism, the modern author of Stoicism, Ryan Holiday, wrote of the quote-unquote premeditation of evils, a Stoic exercise of imaging things that could go wrong or be taken away from us. As Seneca would say, the unexpected blows of fortune fall heaviest and most painfully, which is why the wise man thinks about them in advance. And so I regret that I have to think about these unfortunate and possible blows of fortune that are coming our way. Madam Speaker, I have a question for you. If you had a time bomb ticking away under your home, what would you do about it? Well, if you didn't know it was there, you wouldn't do anything at all because you would have no reason to respond. Assuming that after you survived its detonation, you would have to scramble to rebuild your life. Now, we know what it's like to be struck with unexpected blows. We've seen them. The attacks of 9/11, the COVID pandemic, of course, the U.S. financial crisis, all things that were little foreseen and little foretold. And as a result, we all had to scramble to respond to what we did not prepare for. So why is it that Western nations have such difficulty foretelling the dangers that are coming? In recent decades, we have been breathtakingly unprepared for terrorist attacks, natural disasters, mortgage crises, Al-Qaeda. All these things were words that were unknown until all of a sudden they struck. I quote again from Ryan Holiday, "It's impossible to prepare for or prevent something you're unaware of." Yet in each of these recent crises, the warning signs were there if we had looked for them. If we had only listened to the ticking time bomb, we could have found that bomb and detonated it before diffused it before it detonated, saving the world untold misery. Now, a new danger gathers in this country. It is the growing probability of a debt crisis. Here is the simple math, Madam Speaker. When governments and their people amass a total stock of debt that is three times bigger than the size of their economy, they become predisposed to experiencing massive debt crises. I regret to report to the House of Commons that
some feedback from the honourable, from the government side, and I would ask them to please be respectful and to please be quiet. The honourable leader of the official opposition.
I regret, Madam Speaker, to inform the House that while history shows that countries where the debt is more than 3 times the size of the economy have a strong propensity toward debt crises, according to S&P, Canada's total public and private debt is now 474% of GDP. That includes government debt, household debt, business debt, and financial sector debt combined. This makes us the second most indebted country relative to GDP of any country in the G7, with only Japan being worse. Now, I spent a lot of time when I was the Shadow Minister of Finance studying debt crises, and there is a phenomenal book called Big Debt Crises written by Ray Dalio, the single most successful hedge fund manager in the history of the world. And in it, he quantifies the precursors to debt crises. He put together the 48 biggest debt crises that have happened in modern world history. And he put together a chart of the debt to GDP ratios of all of those countries. And I'm talking now here, I'll list off some of the crises that might come to mind. There was the Greek debt crisis that happened roughly just over a decade ago in Europe. That crisis then spread to Spain and Portugal and other European countries. There was the US financial crisis, which of course was ultimately a mortgage debt crisis. There are examples of the Argentinian debt crisis of 1998, 2001. I could go on. But in putting together all 48 of these biggest debt crises, he recreated the debt to GDP that all these countries had, public and private debt as a share of GDP. And I took the liberty of taking Canada's current debt to GDP ratio and putting it in that list. And what did I find? That our current debt to GDP ratio is bigger than all of those other crisis countries except for 2. In other words, there were 46 countries in this world, who had massive financial meltdowns with significantly smaller debt levels relative to the size of their economy than we have here today. So the question is, why have we, up until now, not had a full-scale meltdown? And the answer, of course, is obvious, because we have had such inordinately and artificially low interest rates. Even today, as rates rise, much of the debt that is in the current stock of the country is still locked in at lower rates. But that is not a permanent phenomenon. In other words, as every passing day, somebody's mortgage comes up for renewal, and the artificially low rate that they had up until then renews at a much higher rate. And this is the fundamental risk we have. The same goes for government debt. Some of it is locked in at lower, earlier rates. But governments have mortgages. Bonds are just mortgages. They are just varied terms. Some of these mortgages are 90 days. Some of them are 30 years. Most of them are somewhere in between. But all of them at some point come up to renewal, and when they renew, they do so at the rates that are present when the renewal occurs. And slowly but surely, that is happening already. Where do we manifest the higher rates? Well, ironically, in the Bank of Canada itself, because the bank purchased government debts and government bonds when rates were low, and is therefore collecting a small yield on those debts. But how did it purchase it? By depositing money in the central bank's accounts of financial institutions who sold the bonds back to the bank. Now, those deposits are receiving the policy rate of interest that the central bank pays out, which is now 4.75%. So in other words, the Bank of Canada has bought government bonds that pay out 0.6% and paid for it with deposits that they now have to pay out 4.75% on. So our central bank is losing money every single day. In fact, the central bank, were it not backed up by the government, would be bankrupt today, because its liabilities are worth so much more than its assets. This is a very unusual situation, but it is a precursor for what everyone else is facing. I ask you, Madam Speaker, what happens in the year 2026 when all of the mega mortgages that people took out 5 years before at artificially low rates with artificially high home prices all come up for renewal, and the rates are 3 or 4 times higher than the families have been paying up until that time? All of a sudden, we are going to have hundreds of thousands of people renewing their mortgages at the same time at an increase of interest rates of 3 or 4%. That is not a 3 or 4 percentage point increase. That is a 300% increase, because 4 is actually 300% higher than 1. The artificially low rates then create a multiplying effect when they collide with newly and real higher rates. So imagine then that you have hundreds of thousands of people who can no longer make their monthly payments because they've gone up by $1,600 a year, and because the average family $1,600 a month, and the average family only has $200 extra in their bank account. They're now paying $15,000 or $16,000 more per year in interest on their mortgages, all at the same time. So what do they all think to do? Sell. What else are you going to do? You can't afford the place anymore. You can't pay for it. So what do? You sell. And what if everyone else is selling? Then all of a sudden you have a fire sale. Now, furthermore, who's going to be around to buy? Are other people going to be able to come forward and pay 5 or 6% mortgages on $1 million homes? Of course not. So you will have a preponderance of sellers without buyers to match them. And then what happens? House prices. There is no guarantee. No.
Questions and comment time. I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to hold off until it's time for questions and comments. There's still a little while for that, so I would just ask him to be patient. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
That was an unusually helpful comment from the member across the way. Yeah, he says there's no guarantee that interest rates will be that high when people are up for renewal. There's no guarantee I'll get into a car accident, so why should I wear a seatbelt, Madam Speaker? There's no guarantee that the plane can't land itself, so why can't the pilot just have a nap while the flight is in course? There is no guarantee that I'll die if the parachute doesn't open, so why don't I just forget to pull the cord? You know, that is the kind of logic we get from the other side. It's so ridiculous. And we wonder why we're such a mess. Oh my goodness. You know, there's no guarantee the house will get robbed, so why bother locking the door, right? Like, why would we? There's no guarantee I'll get into a car accident. Why buy insurance, right? Like, why would we mitigate against any risk? Because there's no guarantee that risk will manifest itself into any mal, right? That is exactly the kind of mentality that is getting us into this trouble. He's saying, because there's no guarantee that things will go wrong, we should do nothing to protect against it going wrong. That makes, what would I do? Well, he asked me what I would do. I've been telling them what to do for the last 3 years, and if they had listened, they wouldn't be in this mess that they're in today. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, what can be done? Obviously, we have to find a way to bring rates down before those mortgages come up for renewal. And we know, as I said earlier, why do the rates go up in the first place? Government deficits led to higher inflation, which led to higher interest rates, which will lead to higher defaults. So, how do you reverse that? You bring down the government deficits so that you can bring down the inflation, which allows the Bank of Canada to bring down interest rates, which will allow us to bring down the defaults. So that is my IKEA instruction manual for the honourable member today. You know, and so that is obviously what we need to do to avoid the crisis that is ahead of us. But make no mistake, this is a crisis, and it is one that is coming quicker and quicker. It is like a train that is coming down the track, and if we do nothing to prepare ourselves to get off the track now, we will face that very real threat. Now, the member across the way might say, oh, debt crisis, who cares? That's something accountants and economists will fray about. They'll wring their hands, and there'll be discussions on business channels about what that means. Why should anybody really care? Well, let me tell you, Madam Speaker, that a debt crisis is a massive humanitarian crisis. The human toll of debt crises are staggering. They produce massive unemployment, which leads to increased depression, suicide, alcohol, opioid addiction, overdoses, and other miseries that we're already beginning to see. Two Harvard economists who studied over 800 years of debt crises, Kenneth Rogoff and Carmen Reinhart, found that debt crises typically bring a 35% decline in house prices, leaving people with mortgages that are worth more than their homes. On average, GDP falls 9%, roughly twice the GDP drop during the COVID recession of 2020. Unemployment rises on average 7%, which lasts on average 4 years. That means not just a loss of livelihoods, but a loss of lives. A University of Calgary study found that a 1 percentage point increase in unemployment increases the suicide rate by 2.1 percentage points. A paper by the British Journal of Psychiatry estimated that in Europe and North America, the Great Recession is associated with at least 10,000 additional economic suicides between 2008 and 2010. 10,000 people killed themselves. More people killed themselves during the Great Global Recession in the United States than would otherwise have done so absent that financial crisis. The same thing happened in Asia. Quote, it is estimated that the 1997 economic crisis in Japan, South Korea, and Hong Kong resulted in over 10,000 excess suicides, according to researchers in the British Medical Journal. The long-term job loss from a financial crisis would be at least as bad as what we experienced during the COVID lockdown, with the devastating personal consequences. Unemployed men and women have no job to go to in the mornings and nowhere to come and nowhere they can go to afford to go in the evening for recreation. As a result, they end up isolated and alone. Many turn to alcohol and drugs. Alcohol and drugs. We already see these pernicious mals exacting themselves on our people today. Quote unquote, and I quote, calls to one national suicide prevention line rose 200% over the period of COVID, according to CBC, prompting one of our members, the member for Prince George, to introduce a bill creating the 988 suicide prevention line. But make no mistake, the unemployment, the forced unemployment that happened during COVID led to more suicides, and if there is the kind of financial crisis that I'm trying to avoid, then there will be similar desperation, I am afraid, to report to the House. The number of overdose deaths in BC alone in 2021 was by far the highest on record and more than twice as high as it was in 2019. In Ontario and Alberta, opioid deaths spiked almost 50% during the lockdown periods. All of this can be associated with unemployment. Madam Speaker, researchers have found that when unemployment in a country rises 1 percentage point, the opioid death rate jumps 3.6%, and opioid overdose emergency room visits jump 7%. When the Greek debt crisis happened, wages, pensions, social programs, desperate people flooded into the psychiatric units across the country. The Council of Europe's Commission of Human Rights wrote that, and I quote, most patients admitted under this regime are unemployed persons, bankrupt businessmen, or parents who have no means of taking care of or feeding their children. Most are reported to be over 40 years old and have never shown previous signs of mental illness. Then there's the painful government policies that follow debt crises. Some of the harshest austerity measures, of which we've been warned by this Prime Minister, happened in Greece under a Marxist government, that was led by something called the Coalition of the Left. That was their name. An alliance of communists, eco-socialists, and anti-capitalists. Now, why would parties of an ideology that believes in boundless government programs slash public spending so dramatically in Greece? Well, for the same reason that the federal Liberal government slashed health care and 45,000 public servant jobs in the 1990s, and the same reason that the Saskatchewan NDP, a party that credits itself with inventing Canada's Medicare program, shut down 52 hospitals in Saskatchewan in the 1990s. Why? They ran out of money. That is what real austerity is, when you run out of money. And that is the result of major debt crises like the one I'm trying to warn against right now, which proves that debt crises actually don't care about ideology. Numbers are not partisan. Merciless mathematics trump political philosophy in a debt crisis. When the money is gone and no one will lend more, Where the funds have exhausted, then how do you pay the wages of the public servant, the pensions of the retiree, the hospital bills, the schools, the food, and other essentials? As Pythagoras said, numbers rule the universe. Austerity is almost never a choice. It happens when irresponsible governments like that one over there make it mathematically unavoidable. Those Harvard economists, Reinhardt and Rogoff, also found that financial meltdowns cause government debt to further explode, an explosion within an explosion, a crisis on top of a crisis. That is why it is always most humane to protect the country's finances in advance to avoid the need for austerity. And that is what we as conservatives do. We protect the finances, not just so that an accountant can be happy with the balance sheet, but because we care about the health care and the education and the social safety net that we desperately need to protect. That is why we want to protect our finances, and that is why we want to avoid the nasty and ruthless cuts that the Prime Minister has in store for this country if he succeeds in bankrupting the nation's finances. And we've seen this ruthless mathematics under his father, who gave us not just inflation, but stagflation. He was successful at delivering both record highs in inflation and unemployment at exactly the same time. And look at the years of 1980 and 1983. During those years of the Trudeau debt crisis, unemployment and inflation both hit 12% at the same time. That means that we had a misery index of 24. Inflation plus unemployment gives you your misery index. This drove interest rates up to an almost unimaginable 19% a year. I remember those days, Madam Speaker. In fact, some of my earliest memories. I was born in pretty close actually. A member says I would have been in diapers. I was born in 1979. I just turned 44. And so my earliest memories started to appear around 1982, 83. And I remember the horrible strain and stress my parents faced. Now, there was actually the National Energy Program whereby the Trudeau government demolished the Alberta economy where I was growing up. We were largely protected from that because my folks were teachers, so they didn't lose their jobs, unlike many of the unfortunate but greatly patriotic and courageous Albertans and Saskatchewanians who were hit directly. However, my folks had a few little rental properties that my mother had scrounged and staved to make possible, and we were all hit with the higher interest rates that could not be paid with the rent the tenants were paying. And then we couldn't pay our mortgage, so we had to move to a smaller house. And that period was very stressful. There was massive dislocation. It's no wonder that the misery index reached its highest level, because misery is the best way to describe it. Now, Madam Speaker, some people can't take the misery. And during that time period, the suicide rate reached a record high. In 1983, I would have been 4 years old. The suicide rate hit 14.8% per 100,000 people, an 8% increase from 1980. 7 of the 8 worst years for suicide rates in Canada happened when Pierre Elliott Trudeau was Prime Minister. And that is because people's lives were coming apart. You just imagine, it's not just money. It's not just the desire to have more stuff. It's the shame of coming home to your kids and saying, you can't go on that little camping trip. I'm canceling your hockey. We have to leave this house and move into a tiny little apartment. That's the real human anxiety, the guilt, the pain, the frustration that literally breaks families apart, causes divorce and suicide. People lose hope and everything falls apart. So when I talk about the possibility of a very real debt crisis, when all of these mortgages that were locked in at low rates 3 years ago, 2 years ago, even 1 year ago, I'm not talking about an accounting phenomenon. I'm talking about a human phenomenon, one that we have a duty to avoid. We have a duty now to foretell the dangers that are coming, to protect our country against the ravages that it would mean for our population. And we know how to do that. We know that there are simple, common sense decisions that we can make in order to avoid such an eventuality from producing here in our country, as we have seen all around the world, and that we could replicate if we do not change course now. We know what the necessary steps are today. It is about spending less and creating more. Now, the member across the way will instantly assume that if something costs less, it must be of less value. And this is a fundamental breakdown in his understanding. The Prime Minister is the worst for this. He thinks that if something costs more, it must be worth more, right? As though the $500 million he wanted to give the We Charity was worth more than, for example, just having a passport that actually delivered to the people on time, right? Just because something costs more doesn't mean it's better. For example, government has a housing program. They've spent $89 billion on it. In fact, the number one bragging point they have is that their housing plan is really expensive, right? It's like you could almost imagine a restaurant running advertisements. Come dine with us. We have terrible ambiance, the service is garbage, the food is rotten, it might even make you sick. But guess what? It costs $1,000 a plate, and therefore it must be the best because it is the most expensive. Now, let's take this back into the government realm. So when I was employment minister, we had a program, which I believe is still in place today, to help people, visually impaired Canadians, read books by sending them CDs with the books on them. And they could then put them in their computers and they could hit play and listen to them. And one of my constituents she was actually capable of listening to books at 4 times the speed because she had trained herself. To the rest of us, it would sound like gibberish, but she had trained herself to speed read using audio players. It was a wonderful program. But the Canadian National Institute for the Blind came to us and said, there's one problem. We don't use CDs anymore. So you don't have to pay Canada Post to ship these CDs to our house. We've come up with a technology that will allow the Canadian government to simply pay the cost of having radio personalities go into an audio room and record the book, and then we can send them as audio files, particles of light through cyberspace, and people can read the book without having to have a cassette. Now, it turned out this reduced the cost of the program by about 80%. And furthermore, we signed a deal with the other countries who have the same English-speaking and French-speaking books as we have. We said, we'll waive copyright on all of our recordings, and all the authors will agree to waive copyright if you do the same. That way, you can give all of the books you have to us, and we can give all the books we have to you, and therefore everyone will have more books. And because there's no longer a physical copy of any of these books, we're going to I think we increased the number of books by something like 500,000 all of a sudden. Now, the cost of the program went down by 80%. Using liberal logic, they would say, this is a savage cut! How could you do such a thing? Even though it meant more convenience, more books, and faster turnaround and customer service for the people, right? Just because it cost less doesn't mean it wasn't worth more. This is common sense, right? This is common sense. Think about it this way. We've had these arguments with the Prime Minister. He says that my time as housing minister was no good because I didn't spend $89 billion on housing. Yeah, but housing cost half as much. When I was housing minister, the average mortgage payment was $1,400. The average rent, $900 for a single bedroom. The average needed down payment for a house was $22,000. Now it's double, double, and double. But the Prime Minister would say that his is a success. Because even though 9 in 10 young people believe they'll never be able to afford a home, he has the most expensive program for housing in Canadian history. Therefore, it must be the best. There you go. He thinks that the price is equal to the value. There is a difference between value and cost, a distinction that this government never makes. And that's why they have spent so much to achieve so little? How can we organically impose discipline on government to ensure that it gets more for less? Well, one way is to impose the simple law of nature called scarcity. Every creature in the universe, every bird in the trees, every fish in the sea must live with the law of scarcity, maximize use of scarce resources. This or that, not this and that, or find a bargain on this and that, right? You know, the single mother who wants to build a new porch, she might pass up on the vacation. Or she might go to the local lumber yard and see if she can get a bargain on the lumber to build the porch for a lower price, and maybe get a bargain on kids' camp so that she can do both. That's the common sense budgeting that families do every single day. Now, politicians are the only creature in the universe that don't have to live by the universal law of scarcity, because using inflation, taxes, and debt, they externalize the scarcity on everyone else. They push austerity out of government and into the living rooms of the people, into the small businesses, onto the farm gate, where someone else has to deal with more scarcity because government is pushing its costs onto everyone else. So what if we internalize that scarcity? What if we require that government make the same trade-offs, the same common sense bargains that single mom, small business person, or farmer make every single day? What if we passed a common sense law called the dollar for dollar law that requires a politician to find $1 of savings for each new dollar of spending? Sure, you have a bright idea, yeah, you can. Common sense. Common sense. Common sense. Common sense. Common sense. Common sense. I promise, by the way, to be conservative in my remarks if you promise to be liberal in your applause. That would make it That's my idea of a bipartisan speech, okay? Conservative content, liberal applause. But, Madam Speaker, oh yeah.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for is it North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't say anything previously, but I just noticed another government member coming into the House actually eating something. And as we all know, especially these members that have been here for a long time, we're not allowed to eat in the House glasses of clear water. If you could.
I do want to remind members not to eat in the House. From what I understand is the member was finishing up what he already had in his mouth, so he didn't have it physically in his hand. But I do want to remind members that they're not to be eating in the House. The honourable order. Now it's becoming a little bit of a debate or discussion, and I would just ask members that let's let the official opposition leader finish his speech. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member across the way accused one of our MPs of sleeping during the remarks. What he doesn't understand is that was mindful meditation. Mindful meditation. That's all good.
I would ask the Leader of the Official Opposition to stick to his speech and not to what is going on in behind him or trying to have a conversation with the honourable members. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker. And I will obey your edict and stick to my speech. And I was speaking about the common sense idea of a dollar for dollar law. Now, I would love to be the originator of the law, but actually it came into place during the Clinton era in the United States of America. You'll recall that during that time, the American government had racked up massive debts. And so Congress passed this law. They called it the pay-go law, requiring the U.S. administration find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending. So what happened? Well, they balanced their budget for the first time in half a century. They paid off $400 billion of debt. And now we know that we're always told that when you balance budgets and pay off debt, the Liberals say, well, that will just shrink the economy. Actually, the economy underwent one of the most spectacular expansions in American history, with unemployment dropping to its lowest level in the post-war period. Inflation stayed low, and the American government was able to restore its solvency and its financial foundation. Bad news is that when the law lapsed, the U.S. government went right back into deficit and has not emerged ever since. So why is that? Because it is proof that politicians need legal limits on their spending. Otherwise, they will find it impossible to control themselves. They will want to spend more and more of other people's money to aggrandize themselves and buy votes. We need to impose legal limits on government spending, the same limits that every other Canadian imposes on themselves. So that is one common sense idea that would cap the cost of government while the economy and the taxpayer catch up. The solution is not only to control spending, but to ensure that the size of government grows more slowly than the size of the private economy. We know that all prosperity flows from the production of goods and the free exchange of product for payment, investment for interest, and work for wages. That is the miracle of the free market economy. And let me talk a little bit about this incredible miracle. You know, I was in a coffee shop the other day. I walked up, bought a cup of coffee, and paid for it, and I said, thank you. And you know what the lady said back to me? Do you want to guess? She can't imagine. Well, it doesn't take much imagination. Some people would think that, that she would have said, you're welcome, thank you, you're welcome. That's the sequence we're taught as kids, thank you, you're welcome. But actually, what she said was thank you. You ever notice that? When you make a transaction, a purchase in the free market, it's never thank you, you're welcome. It's always thank you, thank you. The double thank you. Why? Because both participants in the voluntary transaction are better off than they were before, right? Each of them has something worth more to them than they had before the transaction occurred. If they didn't, they wouldn't have agreed to the exchange. If I have an apple and you have an orange, I want an orange and you want an apple. We trade, we're both better off, even though between us we just have an apple and orange. Why? Because we each have something worth more to us than what we had before. And thus is the miracle of the free enterprise system, the voluntary exchange of work for wages, product for payment, investment for interest. It's voluntary, so we know that everyone entering into the transaction is better off because otherwise they wouldn't agree to do it. What's different about government? Well, every transaction is done by force. Everything the government does, even the good things, is done by the coercive force of taxation, a gun to the head. You cannot get away from paying the price. Even when government does perfectly justifiable things like funding a military, building a hospital, it has to force the money into the pockets of the people. And we all admit that some force has to be applied. But it is force. And we believe as conservatives that it should be the minimal amount of force and the maximal amount of freedom. You know, that's the fundamental difference, because when you're paying government taxes, it's done by coercion, and that's why no one writes thank you on their tax forms, right? Isn't that true? But shouldn't they? If it is just if it's just a transaction like me at the coffee shop, you're buying all these services off the government, shouldn't you just, wouldn't the Liberal tell you that you should be writing thank you because you're doing this wonderful transaction, you're getting back more from government than you're paying? Well, we don't know that because you have no choice in the matter. So every time the government creates a new program that purports to give people more than they paid for it, it has to impose it by force. And that can never be a relationship that favors the weak. Always in relationships of force, it is the powerful that benefit. And this is the great lie of the socialists. Now they claim they always want to aggrandize the government because they want to protect the weak from the strong. But since when, in relationships of force, is it the weak that benefit? We know that it's always the strong. We know that in societies where government gets big and powerful, the small group of wealthy elites get more and more powerful themselves. Why? Because they have more proximity to the power that controls the money. If all the money is in the vaults of the state, well, the people with the keys to the vault are the ones who are going to get rich. Now, theoretically, for example, they will say that we need for G to take from A in order to give to B, because G is determined that B doesn't have enough and A has too much. But what then happens? Well, then A goes to G and says, well, I want some back, so I'm going to make a donation to somebody who's part of G. in order to get you, G, to give money back from B to A. And before you know it, it's not A or B that are benefiting, it's G, right? Because it's G that decides who gets what. And that is ultimately what government, when it gets too powerful, it doesn't take from one to give to another, it takes from everybody to give to itself. And that is what we see with this government, an ever increasing size of the state, an insatiable appetite for other people's money that we see playing itself out in very real human consequences for the people who can no longer pay their bills. And those with power and influence, well, they're better off than ever before. Why? They can hire the lobbyists. And you know, lobbyists is probably, other than marijuana, probably the biggest growing industry in Canada is lobbying. We've seen under this Prime Minister a 100% increase in registered lobbying interactions. Now, why is that? Well, because businesses have judged that the way that you get rich is not by investing in a new product, but by investing in political influence. It's the best return on investment that you can get anywhere in the Canadian economy today. There's a company in New York that did a study on the amount American business spends on Washington relative to the size of the US government. They found a near perfect correlation between the amount of money that Wall Street and businesses spend lobbying Washington and the amount of spending that Washington does as a share of GDP. As government gets bigger and more powerful, businesses shift their focus from making profit by serving customers to making profit by influencing politicians and bureaucrats. The number one commodity goes from being a product that people buy, or food they consume, or entertainment that they enjoy, to the most important commodity of all in a government-controlled economy, which is power and influence. And so it goes. And so we see today that the very rich and the very powerful get richer and more powerful every single day. Look at, for example, our friends at McKinsey, or I should say the Prime Minister's friends at McKinsey, right? First of all, he gives them over $100 million of contracts to do we don't know what. We investigated, we can't figure out what value they provided anybody, but they have proximity to power. And they were able to get close to the Prime Minister throughout his entire political career and ultimately dominate his political agenda, right? And so they get the money. But not only that, they avoid culpability. This is a company that helped bring about the opioid crisis. They designed plans to have bonuses for distributors of opioids that caused overdoses, literally. They had a plan to supercharge the opioid crisis because they knew that it would profit their powerful clients. And guess what? What has been their reward for their friendship with the Prime Minister? The federal government has thus far not sought or received a single penny in settlements from McKinsey, despite the fact that Canadian taxpayers are paying a fortune for the opioid crisis that that company helped to cause. In the United States of America, the US government has actually obtained awards from McKinsey and other companies for having caused that crisis, but because of the immense political influence of that company, this government in Canada has not been able to do that. $600 million have 49 jurisdictions have taken from McKinsey because of the opioid crisis that they caused. But here in Canada, this Prime Minister has not been able to get a single solitary cent, or perhaps more accurately, he has not wanted to get a single solitary cent back from this corrupt enterprise which helped cause the immense misery and loss of life. Madam Speaker, all of this to say that in a socialist or a government-controlled economy, those with political influence are always better off because they can pull the strings and get what they want. But the working class people, the families whose lives have been destroyed by the opioid crisis, they got nothing at all. Now, I try not to assign ugly motives to the Prime Minister for the decisions which are so obviously destroying our working class people. I try to never assign, to ascribe to malice what can be explained by incompetence. But sometimes, when you look at the ideology to which he adheres, by his own words, you have to wonder if some of the damage he is doing is actually by design. This is a guy who actually said he admires the basic Chinese communist dictatorship. Those are his words. I mean, you know, if one of us had accused him of that, it would seem totally and utterly ridiculous, but he accused himself of it. He said it. He was asked not if he admires the Chinese communist dictatorship, but what is the government in the entire world he admires the most? And he volunteered that it was the basic Chinese communist dictatorship. Ever since that time, we've seen the reciprocal admiration that Beijing has for his regime, having intervened in 2 successful elections to help him win, having donated $140,000 to the Trudeau Foundation. We see that the Prime Minister has said he admires Fidel Castro. So when we witness the policies that he unleashes on the Canadian people, you wonder, is it really just incompetence? Or is it because he subscribes to an out-of-touch ideology that is radically different from the common sense norms that everyday Canadians believe in? You know, as he destroys our money with these reckless deficits, you know, he does so knowingly. Now, I used to think he just didn't know any better, that he was perhaps naive, that having been raised with a trust fund bequeathed to him by his multimillionaire petroleum grandfather, that perhaps he just didn't know how money worked because he had had it all given to him. He didn't come up through a working class family where scarcity is a daily a guest in the house. He lived in a place where there was no scarcity, where things were provided to him at will, so perhaps he just doesn't know any better. But 6 months ago, his own finance minister admitted that deficits cause inflation, an admission that I found quite encouraging if she had stuck to it. But then the Prime Minister tapped her on the shoulder and said, they may cause inflation, but that's just fine. We're going to go on with $60 billion more in deficits. Is this a design? Is this part of his ideological objective? You know, to quote the great John Maynard Keynes, Lenin is said to have declared that the best way to destroy the capitalist system was to debauch the currency. By a continuing process of inflation, governments can confiscate, secretly and unobserved, an important part of the wealth of their citizens. By this method, they not only confiscate, but they confiscate arbitrarily, and while the process impoverishes many, it actually enriches some, end quote. Is that actually the Prime Minister's purpose here? Is it to enrich a small group of people who can protect themselves by holding on to assets that are inflation-proof and protected while ripping away the purchasing power of Canada's working class? Is it all an accident? Is it a function of his total incompetence? Is it just because he is a naive trust fund baby? Or is it because he deliberately believes in an ideology that concentrates wealth and power in fewer and fewer hands? I want to know, what does my caucus think, Madam Speaker? Do they believe, A, by showing their hands, that it is incompetence that has led to this inflation, or do you believe that it is the Prime Minister's malice? Hands up for incompetence. There's a third option. The third option is both. Both. Okay, both incompetence and malice. Madam Speaker, I've always said that I was a Democratic leader, and we hold votes right here in the middle of my speeches in the House of Commons to get these answers. We have a point of order.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill on a point of order.
The members opposite in the government don't know what it's like to sit in the front row, but their voices really carry from there, and I can't hear the member.
I have just asked precisely for order, and I would repeat the request that we maintain decorum and let the Honourable Leader of the Opposition pursue on his speech. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am immensely enjoying the remarks of the leader, but these members in the front row, well, not normally in the front row, I should say, but in the front row this evening, are repeatedly interrupting with regular points of order. But Madam Chair, I actually had another point of order I wanted to raise just briefly while I'm on my feet, and it's regarding.
We're dealing with one point of order at the time. Yes, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to just briefly, while I have a chance, raise concerns about the response I received to Order Paper Question 1398. This was a, and I think I did not receive a response to this question. So I wonder if the chair could just review the matter and return to the House on it. It was a question regarding gender parity and among staff, and the question identifies a number of specific areas where I'm looking for information about the gender parity among chiefs of staff, directors of policy, directors of communications, and other political exempt staff. The response that I received doesn't provide any of that information. It says that the government is steadfast in its commitment on
Well, I will definitely take it under advisement. Could you, the Honourable Member, just provide the number of the question so that we can...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you taking it under advisement and returning to the House at the appropriate time. The question is question 1398, and it was tabled. Pardon me. It was submitted on April. Pardon me. No, the response was tabled on April 13th, 2023. Thank you.
I will take that, or the chair will take that under advisement. The Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies on a point of order.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I know there's been a changeover in speakers, and I think the previous speaker has seen them acting like this for a couple of hours now. And considering the financial situation that we have in our country, we were talking about a very important issue with the budget and the impacts to regular Canadians and the possible defaults that will, sorry, Madam Speaker, the possible defaults that could happen to thousands of Canadians. That's what our leader is trying to say. And the group across the way, that's the government representatives, are being extremely disrespectful. And I just would ask for the benefit of all Canadians watching tonight that are concerned, that are losing their homes.
It's well taken, and I have repeatedly asked the Honourable Members to please keep order and give the Honourable Leader of the Opposition the chance to complete his speech. The Honourable Member for Peace River. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier this evening, I was voting on via the hybrid parliament, and I just wanted to bring to the attention of the House the fact that when I went to vote this evening, when I clicked the camera on, my camera, when I was looking at the screen, my camera did not, or my screen did not light up. My stock image stayed there. And actually,
that has been brought to the attention of the speaker who was taking the vote at the time, that there were technical difficulties, and there is.
The people want their money back.
May I hear the rest of the Honourable Member's point of order? Yes.
I did not.
We will finish with the Honourable Member for Peace River. Yes.
So it was just interesting that when I turned my camera on, I had the grid of members of Parliament up there, and when I turned my camera on, another member of Parliament's picture disappeared and my picture appeared there, and my stock image was still there. When
I've just informed the Honourable Member that I cannot resolve that issue. The IT services can, and it has been brought to the attention of the Speaker, and it will be looked at. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, we can only in times like these quote Ecclesiastes, what has been will be again. What has been done will be done again. There is nothing new under the sun, Madam Speaker. But when the Prime Minister claims that he's invented some marvelous new concept, that if, government taking over the economy, taking people's money, supposedly giving it back, worth more than it was when they lost it. This is a brand new idea. In fact, all of his ideas are very old. They've all been tried before, and with exactly the same disastrous results. And all we try to do here is to remind them a little bit of history. The reason you study history is to avoid repeating its mistakes. And maybe, just maybe, that's why this Prime Minister is so fond of deleting our history. right? Right? If we can forget about the history, if you can wipe away the past, well, then you have unlimited power to control the future. Orwell warned of this, actually, in 1984, which unfortunately this Prime Minister thought of as an instruction manual instead of as a cautionary tale. Madam Speaker, he wanted to delete some of the most beautiful images of our history and our past from the passport. Images of the great Terry Fox, a man who ran across the country on one leg to fight cancer. Images of the great Quebec City, the most spectacular and possibly the most historic city in all of North America, washed away. Forget about it. We need not remember the great cities that built our country. He wanted to erase the RCMP. The victory at Vimy over tyranny, a victory the French and the English both were unable to achieve, but one on which Canadians triumphed the first time. All of the divisions of our Canadian forces fought together as one, the first great triumph, one of which we could all be proud. And why delete it? Why delete it? Why delete all of those beautiful images of history? Well, I'm going to posit a few explanations. Let me posit a few explanations as to why the Prime Minister is so determined to delete our history. Just as this member tries to silence me with his overbearing voice right now. And it is this, that if the government can delete our heroes, it can make the people feel weak and helpless, and therefore reliant on a powerful state. Make the people think that they can't achieve great triumphs on their own, that only great things can be done by the government. I note, and by the great leader. I note that the Prime Minister deleted all of these great images so that he could put a childhood picture of himself swimming at Harrington Lake in Quebec, doing a little splash into a pond, as though that little trivial moment in his life was more important than all of the great historical triumphs of our nation. And that is the triumph of egoism. That is what the statist really cares about, the idea of concentrating everything in the state, because l'État, c'est moi. L'État, c'est moi. Je suis l'État. I am the state, said King Louis, and that is the thinking of this Prime Minister. He wants to control everything because it is the aggrandizement of the state, is the aggrandizement of the head of the government. That is exactly what he tries to achieve. By making the people small, he can make himself big. That is why he's always hectoring and lecturing the people, telling Canadians that they're not allowed to use basic common language. One time, I remember a young lady innocently used the term mankind, and he admonished her that it was people-kind, right? Trying to make her feel small for using common and well-understood language that he believed was offensive and unacceptable, constantly talking down our history and our past, treating Canadians as though they have nothing but shame that has brought us thus far, treating our country as though it has nothing for which to be proud. He understands that by making the country ashamed of its past and its history and its people, that he can aggrandize the state. He has recently become very angry that I pointed out that everything feels broken. I'm speaking of the airports that the federal government manages, the passport system that it runs, the inflation that it has caused, the housing market that it has inflated, the red tape that prevents people from achieving anything in business or even in human mobility. I point out all of those things that are broken. Now, he says that I'm not allowed to say everything is broken. But the truth is, he believes the country is broken. It's just, we both agree that things are broken. We disagree on who and what broke them. I think the government broke these things. He thinks the people and our history broke things. That's what he thinks. He thinks we have a broken people and a broken past. I believe we have a broken government, a government that we can fix by electing a new and common sense government that stands up for the common people. The great Thomas Sowell pointed out that for those on the hard left, it is not so much a view that they have of the world, but a view they have of themselves. as higher beings that are capable of deciding for everyone else. That is actually the core ideology to which they adhere. Because when you really look at the inconsistency in application of their woke ideology, you see that there's nothing underneath it other than the concentration of power. So, for example, the Prime Minister likes to preach about woke identity politics. But that did not stop him from firing the first Indigenous Attorney General. He had no problem doing that. And why did he fire her, by the way? Because she interfered, because she would refuse to interfere to protect a wealthy multinational corporation from prosecution after it had stolen from Africa's poorest people. So here we have this woke Prime Minister protecting a multinational corporation that stole from the poorest people in Africa, and doing so by firing the first female Indigenous Attorney General. Didn't he violate all of the precepts of wokeism all in that one act? Of course he did. But why? Because wokeism was never about any of those things. It was only about giving him more control. Wokeism is only about control. It is about dividing people based on their group identity rather than celebrating them for their individual humanity. We believe in judging people based on their personal character, not based on their group identity. And you know what? Liberals used to believe that too. That used to be the basic precept of a liberal ideology. Just let's look past people's race, their sexuality, their gender, and just judge them as individual human beings. That's what liberalism was. That was the meaning of the word. Now, it means exactly the opposite. It means that there is nothing more important than a person's group or otherwise identity. They should only be judged, according to modern-day woke thinkers, by the group to which liberals and wokeists identify them. We believe in the traditional view of individual freedom and responsibility, where we see each individual as a precious and unique creation that can live out their life based on their merits and be judged for those merits, rather than being wrapped up in divisive ideologies that base their judgments on race, ethnicity, and other irrelevant characteristics. Now, Madam Speaker, I point out the reason for dividing people by group is that it allows the woke estate to control people. It's always easier to control groups than it is to control individuals. And we know that the Prime Minister's objective is to control them. It also creates the justification for all the censorship. The government can say that there's new language that is no longer allowed. For example, mankind versus peoplekind. Now, what has he done? Created the justification for censorship. Because if people are allowed to freely express themselves, they might violate some of the new woke rules that have been invented. The rules that are invented every day, the new words that must be stated and can't be stated, can only exist if you have a powerful state to impose those rules. So the rules are for the rulers. And that is what the Prime Minister attempts to do through this ideology, this corrosive ideology of wokeism that does nothing but to divide. We as Conservatives do not believe in divide and conquer. We believe in uniting for freedom. Hear, hear. Unite for freedom. Hear, hear. Unite for freedom. Let's unite for freedom again in this country of ours. Why don't we judge people based on their individual character? Treat them as people rather than as groups. Why don't we let individuals make their own decisions? Why don't we look past irrelevant characteristics like sexual orientation, gender, race? These characteristics should not define any human, because at the end of the day, we're all of the same people. We're all one common people, aren't we? You know, I go out across this country, and one of my favorite things to do is to visit with people of different cultures and different backgrounds. And every time I do, you know what I discover? how much we have in common. And with the other side would love to focus and obsess about the differences of the various traditions in our land. I believe that we should celebrate what we share in common, the common people, right? Now, for example, I'm very proud that I have the occasion to spend so much time with the Sikh community in this country, who've welcomed me with open arms into their gurdwaras, and to learn of their legends and their stories. And I found that they're the same stories that I grew up with, just different names, just different characters, but all leading to the same human outcome. Now, I give, for example, I've learned from my shadow minister of finance the story of the Khalsa. The story of the Khalsa is that the 10th guru of Sikhism, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, came and abolished the caste system. It said that there should no longer be different castes in society, but that all should be equal. Everyone should eat from the same bowl, he said. And he got rid of all of the caste-based names. So everyone became known as Singh. Now, they had different first names, but they had the same last name, which is Singh, and Singh means lion. No longer would there be little people, everyone would be a lion. And that, to me, is an incredibly inspiring story. That was actually what I meant when I ran for Prime Minister. I said, I'm running for Prime Minister to put people back in charge of their lives by making this the freest nation on earth so everyone can decide.
To interrupt the Honourable Member, I have the Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap on a point of order. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been here for, this is the 8th year now. I think the members across the way that I'm witnessing has been here that same period of time. It was brought to his attention earlier that we're not to eat in the chamber.
Not hear the Honourable Member. Can I have some silence in the House so I can hear the Honourable Member? Yes, the Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The absolute disrespect being shown on the government side of the House. We've already discussed this once today. And the member said he was only finishing what was in his mouth at the time, even though I'd seen him shoveling stuff into his mouth on his way into the chamber.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The same member is now sitting there putting food into his mouth in the chamber. It's not what he walked into the chamber with in his mouth at the time. He's actually sitting in the chamber eating food. You instructed him yourself not to do this earlier. He's been here many years, should know that. Thank you.
With the Honourable Member, I haven't noticed it, but I will look more closely, and if I do see it, I will call the member on it. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I understand the member is enjoying a little bit of popcorn. He's enjoying the show. I agreed to put on a show for the members of the government here today, and I hope that they've learned a little bit here today, because the message that I'm bringing to them is one that they should already have known if they'd spent more time talking to truckers and waitresses and welders and other great Canadians, and I do include truckers among the greatest of Canadians. If they had listened to those people, then we would not be in the mess we're in. You know, it's funny. When I would go out to my riding, let me start back. When I would say on Parliament Hill, as the Liberals were printing all this money, we're going to have inflation. They'd say, the Liberals would say, oh, that's so simplistic, that'll never happen. Then I would go out to my riding, and I would say it to farmers and truck drivers and welders, and they'd say, yeah, of course. And who was right in the end? The farmers and the truckers. The everyday, hardworking people with common sense actually had the right answer. In fact, I think we would all be better off if fewer of these so-called self-appointed experts who consistently get it wrong were in charge of the country, and more of the common sense of the common people were brought forward. And that is really the purpose of my candidacy for Prime Minister, to bring forward the voice of those common people. A voice that these Liberals would like to drown out, as they try to right now. They try to shout me down and talk me down, but they can't silence me, Madam Speaker, because the voice of the people is growing louder and louder. It is growing into a chant. The common sense of the common people will prevail against this tiny group of elites that continually tries to silence them as it pushes us further and further into the trouble we face today. Now, Madam Speaker, we need to discuss how we're going to fix the mess that I will inherit when I become Prime Minister. Canadians deserve to know that there is a way to transform the hurt that this Prime Minister has caused into the hope that Canadians need. And so it is today that I bring forward that hope. We're going to bring home lower prices by capping government spending, cutting government waste to eliminate inflationary deficits. Now, this is a point on which the government agreed with me only 6 months ago, when the finance minister said that she would deliver a 2027 budget balance, something that surprised but impressed me. Only 6 months later, half a year, she has plunged us deeper into debt with a $60 billion of additional inflationary spending that is $4,200 per person. But by cutting waste like the ArriveCan app, the $35 billion infrastructure bank, the contracts to the McKinseys and the other consulting insiders, by rooting out waste and corruption, by finding ways to compress internal and back office budgets, we will get back to a balanced budget, and in so doing, we will lower inflation and lower interest rates. That will allow those hundreds of thousands, if not millions of families who will be renewing their mortgages to do so at a moderate rate in order to avoid the mass bankruptcies that I warned against earlier on today. This kind of common sense fiscal management is not foreign to Canadians. In fact, it was common across this country for a quarter century. From the mid-1990s until 2015, there was a consensus that government should balance the budget unless there was a recession or some major temporary crisis. This was a consensus, believe it or not, across all political parties, NDP provincial governments, Conservative and Liberals here in Ottawa, a consensus that was shattered by this Prime Minister whose radical leftist agenda took us into the permanent deficits, the permanent borrowing, the money printing that created the chaos that we have today. But what did that quarter-century consensus give us? It gave us a massive increase in our quality of life as Canadians. Housing became more affordable. Paychecks became more powerful. Taxes were much lower. The cost of the government went from 52% of GDP in 1993 to approximately 37% of GDP. That meant that Canadians had more money to make their own decisions, to raise their families, to start their businesses, to build the future. We developed the lowest debt in the entire G7 as a share of our GDP, something that we protected and something that allowed us to be a shock absorber against the crises of the 2008 recession and the COVID pandemic. All of that was enabled because governments accepted a common sense approach to balancing their budgets, to reducing debt as a share of the economy year after year. A Conservative government led by me as Prime Minister will re-establish that common sense consensus and make balanced budgets the norm and deficits the exception again. That will allow for our debt to decline, for our interest rates to be low, for our purchasing power to be maintained, or perhaps in some cases even grow. Now, I see the members across the way say there's no way that purchasing power could ever grow, but why not? We have an increase in technology every single year. We have incredible technology that is able to generate more output with every hour worked. That's what technology does. We're actually able to produce more food on less land than ever before. We're able to produce more milk with fewer cows. We're able to produce more beer cans with less tin. We're able to produce more output with each hour. So why doesn't this translate into lower prices? Shouldn't it? If the input is lower to produce the output, then why isn't the cost lower to the end user? The answer is that the government continues to print cash, which neutralizes the cost savings and prevents people from truly benefiting from the massive productive power of the free enterprise economy. But by reinstating disciplined spending, our central bank can focus exclusively on preserving and protecting the purchasing power of our money. The Swiss did this for 25 years. Their average inflation rate was 0.8%, half of what it was here in Canada during the same time period. They have the lowest inflation today. But what this means is over a 25-year period, the Swiss franc has now about 25% more purchasing power than the Canadian dollar. Why? Because they disciplined themselves to protect purchasing power so that their money would be worth more. And that means that the paychecks of the Swiss are more powerful, and the money that those paychecks represent buys more. That should be our goal, to have powerful paychecks, but also more powerful money with which you can buy things. And that is the dream that we must aspire to by disciplining government spending and respecting the currency with which we use. That is why I will get the central bank back to its core mandate of protecting our money and ensuring that it does not engage in social and economic engineering. No more money printing. No more social causes, no more pushing governmental agendas that have nothing to do with the purchasing power of our money, and no central bank digital currency. I will never allow the government to force people to put their money into a government bank account. Rather, we already have digital money. It's called a bank account. We already have digital money. It's called a credit card. People can already send e-transfers. We don't need the government to nationalize electronic financial transactions, because we know that would only mean one thing. It would mean government bank accounts, which would mean government surveillance and government control. And after the abuses that we saw with this government cracking down on the bank accounts of the people who disagree with it, I will make sure that this country never allows the government to take control of people's personal bank accounts. The central bank digital currency. So by bringing common sense back to our money, we will bring home lower prices for our people. That also includes getting rid of the carbon tax, the inflationary carbon tax. This government has brought in a 14-cent a litre carbon tax, which has increased the cost of living for everyday Canadians without benefiting the environment. Today, the Prime Minister went so far as to claim that the carbon tax would mean fewer forest fires, something that is utterly contrary to the basic science and basic reality. His carbon tax has not been able to reduce emissions, far be it able to eliminate forest fires, Madam Speaker. The way that we combat climate change is with technology and not taxes. It is by, yes, it is by lowering, yes, it is real, but your policies to respond to it are not real. The policies to respond to it by this government are designed to raise money for the politicians to spend, not to protect the planet. Our approach will be to deploy technology, not taxes. Technology and not taxes to defeat. She wants me to name across the way she has. That's okay. This could be a conversation.
Well, not really, because if we want to respect the standing orders, this is not a conversation. So I would ask the honourable members from the government side to please let the honourable leader of the opposition pursue in his speech.
The member asked for an example of a technology that could defeat climate change. Well, there's one that the government killed, and that is the tidal power that the private sector was trying to build in Nova Scotia. A tidal power system that would allow the forces of the ocean to turn propellers and generate electricity, which could be beamed to the shores and put into the electrical grid without a single ton of emissions going into the atmosphere. What could stop such a common sense idea from happening? Why? The federal government could stop it. By imposing 6 years of delays through Fisheries and Oceans Canada, without even proving that a single solitary fish or frog would lose its life, they managed to kill this common sense idea and prevent Nova Scotians from powering their electrical grid with the forces of the seas, Madam Speaker. Under my government, we will greenlight green technology, allow for our brilliant engineers to invent the technology that will bring about cleaner, greener, and more affordable electricity. A second example, I'll give her a second one, I'll throw it in for free. Hydroelectric dams. I wish I could say this was a new idea, but fortunately, the brilliant Quebec engineers and construction workers mastered it, and the Manitobans did just as well in massive hydroelectric dams that use the force of gravity and H2O to generate the electricity necessary to power our homes, again, without a single ton of emissions going into the atmosphere. But what stands in the way? Duplicative bureaucracy, the government gatekeepers. The Prime Minister insists on doing a second level of environmental evaluations stacked on top of the first. The exact same process done twice over twice the time, making the projects back up their completion and increase their costs. Quebec, for example, needs to increase its electricity by 100% over the next several decades. They can only do it if they build more hydroelectric dams. Only a conservative government led by this Prime Minister will get out of the way and let Quebecers build hydroelectric dams more quickly. And then there's the mighty power of the atom, nuclear power. Here in Ontario, if you look around this room, 1 in every 2 light bulbs that illuminate this room so that you can hear this wonderful speech is powered by nuclear energy. The nuclear power is safe, reliable, and emissions-free, and yet it takes up to 15 years to get a nuclear plant approved. Now, listen, we all agree that nuclear power should be supplied safely, that all of the necessary steps to protect surrounding communities should be followed. That said, what are we going to learn about safety or environmental protection in years 14 and 15 that we could not have learned in years 1, 2, 3, and 4? So why can we not do the exact same strict environmental and public safety protections, but do them faster so that we can bring nuclear energy? Small modular nuclear reactors. Where, they ask? Where goes the chorus from the other side? The answer is Alberta, Saskatchewan, New Brunswick, Ontario. They've all signed a memoranda to create these small modular reactors. That's where, Madam Speaker. This is what I know that this is not in the standing orders for them to ask and me to answer, but we need practice because soon I'll be answering lots of their questions. And you know what? It will be refreshing. It will be refreshing to actually have a Prime Minister that answers questions, unlike this one, who doesn't even acknowledge them, Madam Speaker. This is what it means to green light green projects, right? This Prime Minister stands in the way of the very projects that would lower the cost of carbon-free energy while he simultaneously raises the cost of traditional oil and gas on which Canadians continue to rely. His approach to the economy is as President Reagan described. If something moves, he taxes it. If it keeps moving, he regulates it. If it stops moving, he subsidizes it, Madam Speaker. That is the approach that he takes to the economy. My approach would be none of the above. Get out of the way. Let our creators create. Let our builders build. Let the great Canadian people do what they do best, which is to build it. And my friends across the way are starting to get the point. I hear the echo of bring it home from across the other side of the House of Commons. Bring it home indeed, Madam Speaker. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to bring home our jobs back to this country. Because I'm glad the member reminded me of that. Because all of these regulatory all of these gatekeepers that stand in the way of our economy are driving industry and resource production out of Canada. That's right. For example, according to Liberal former central banker David Dodge, a hardcore, dedicated establishment Liberal who was the central bank governor, he said that Canadians now invest $800 billion more in other countries than the rest of the world invests in Canada. Why? Because money goes where it can get things done. And this is not one of those places now. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, we rank second worst in the entire OECD for the time it takes to get a building permit. That's right. You want to build a mine, a pipeline, a shopping center, an office building, a house, God forbid. You have to wait longer in Canada than in every other OECD country except one. The average building permit here, now this includes for very small things like home renovations, is 250 days. In South Korea, it's 28 days. Why do you think that countries like that are leaving us in the dust? We are being left behind because we're a place that can't get anything done. You know, my grandfather came, my biological grandfather came to this country from Ireland about 60 years ago. Why? Like most Irish, they came here because Ireland was poor and Canada was a land of plenty. So he came here and started a life, built his dream, wonderful man, lived a great life, and unfortunately we lost him a few years ago. But you know something today? The GDP per capita of Ireland is 70% higher than Canada. Wow. 70. Wow. They have none of our resources, none of our landmass, none of our proximity to the United States of America, the most lucrative economy in the history of the world. They have none of those natural advantages, and yet they're 70% richer than we are. Why is that? Because they removed the gatekeepers, they knocked down the government barriers, they sped up permitting, they cut taxes, they rewarded work, they reformed their tax system so that hard work would pay off, and money from all around the world poured in, and the great Irish people rose up to become among the most prosperous on planet Earth. We all know that the Irish invented civilization, and now they're reinventing free enterprise capitalism, and that's why they're one of the most prosperous people on planet Earth today. But the Irish have done it. The Singaporeans have done it. The Australians, the New Zealanders, the Swiss have all done it by unleashing the fierce power of the free enterprise system, by getting out of the way of entrepreneurs and workers, by lowering taxes to reward work, industry, and savings. We can create a cornucopia of opportunity that can supply every Canadian with the life of their dreams. That is the country that we want to fulfill. That is the country we owe to our kids, and that is the country that will generate the necessary wealth to avoid the debt crisis I warned of earlier. I warned earlier on that the problem we face in Canada is the debt to GDP. There is a numerator and a denominator. If you can grow the denominator, that is to say, the size of the economy, you can reduce the overall ratio. If you unleash the productive forces of our economy, have a bigger and more powerful economy, then we can pay off that debt, pay off the interest, reduce the debt without having to reduce our quality of living. That is the real opportunity that we face before us if we make Canada the fastest place on earth in which to get a building permit. What a goal to strive towards. One of my first goals. I will show up at the annual meeting of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and I will show up at the First Minister's meeting, and I will challenge the cities and the provinces to join with me in a single goal. Let's make Canada the fastest place in the OECD in which to get a building permit. Would you agree with that? The fastest place. Get it done, bring it home. Bring it home. Bring it home. Bring it home, right? That's how we'll bring all the money back. They're even nodding over there, Madam Speaker. I think we're actually seeing a kind of convergence of opinion. There's some excitement over there. I don't know if it's my words or the clear liquids they're drinking, but something has raised their spirits on that side of the House of Commons. Whatever they are drinking, I want some over here. So, and whatever I don't finish, I will bring it home. But Madam Speaker, the reality is we can do this. We can unleash the productive forces of our economy. And what would this mean for housing? Well, what do we need to do to allow our young people to again afford a home? There is no natural reason that our young people cannot find a place to live. We have the second biggest land mass on earth. We have more space where there's no one than we have space where there's anyone. If we spread out Canadians equally across the country, every single Canadian would have 33 NFL-sized football fields to himself. It would be the perfect place in which to be a hermit. You'd never see another human being if you spread Canadians out across the country. That's how much land we have. It's a staggering amount of land. And I think there's a few hermits on the other side of the house. They're sitting all by themselves with no one around them. There's nothing wrong with me. Some of my best friends are hermits. There's nothing wrong with being a hermit, okay? There's nothing wrong with being a hermit. But the reality is we have so much land. How is it possible we can't house our people? We have among the biggest supply, the 5th biggest supply of land per capita of any country on earth. And yet no one can find a home? Why is this? It's crazy. The Americans have 10 times the people to house on a smaller land mass, and yet housing costs are roughly half there as they are here. We have the highest house, for example, Vancouver is the 3rd most overpriced housing market in the world when you compare median income to median house prices. Toronto is ranked 10th. Both are higher than Manhattan. They're higher than Singapore, which is an island. They have nowhere to move in Singapore because there's nothing but sea that surrounds them. And yet somehow Vancouver is more unaffordable than Singapore and Manhattan. Why is this happening? The answer is that we have the fewest houses per capita in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. Why? Because it's the slowest place in which to get a permit. The permitting and other government costs are $650,000 for every home built in Vancouver, and slightly less than that in Toronto. The reality is that government at all levels is partly responsible for delaying these permits. But we know that cities that are controlled by woke, left, NDP Liberal mayors are the worst gatekeepers of all. Ironically, they are the most determined to keep poor people from owning homes. So, what are we going to do about it? Well, listen, the federal government gives tens of billions of dollars to the cities for infrastructure. I'm going to start to make this infrastructure money an accelerator of home construction. I'm going to say to the cities that the amount of dollars you get for infrastructure will be linked to the number of houses that actually get completed. That's right. And I will require all big cities increase housing construction by 15% per year, or they will lose some of their infrastructure money. Those that exceed the 15% target will actually get a building bonus. And I'll require that every federally funded transit station be surrounded by and even built over top on by high density housing. Why does Hong Kong have the only profitable transit system in the world? They build the housing right on top of the transit. They sell the air rights. It makes sense. The young people get on the elevator, go down to the bottom, hop on the train. It's the only city in the world where you can leave late and arrive early. Why? Because the housing is right next to the transit. Why don't we require every single transit station funded by the federal government have high-density apartments all around it? I do not want to drive by another transit station built by our federal tax dollars, handed out by this government, that has no housing behind it. We don't need transit stations in the middle of nowhere. We need housing all around transit stations, and that's what I will require when I am Prime Minister. And then we're going to sell off these, we've got these big, ugly, empty federal buildings. How many do you think we have? Any guesses? How many? 20,000, someone said. 5,000, he said?
30,000?
We're getting close. 30,000? 37,000. Many of them, as I said, to be redundant, many of them big, ugly, empty buildings. Why don't we sell them off and turn them into housing? Use the proceeds to pay down the deficit. This is common sense. We're going to take that money and we're going to pay down the deficit. We're going to turn the housing, turn the buildings into housing so that young people have a place to live. We're going to bring in faster immigration for the building trades. I'm going to allow the unions to sponsor immigration so that they can, people like unions like LIUNA can bring in laborers from other country to fill the 50,000 job vacancies that they desperately need to fill. That'll mean more builders in this country. And I'm going to give parity of esteem. I'm going to give the same respect and funding for the trades that we give to the universities. We should honor the people who build stuff, fix stuff, and move stuff. They need the same support as our professionals. This is the common sense of the common people, Madam Speaker. So that is how we are going to bring home powerful paychecks, bring homes that people can afford by getting government out of the way. But still, we're going to need people to have bigger and more powerful paychecks. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's look at our immigrants. We have 20,000 immigrant doctors and 32,000 immigrant nurses banned from working in our hospitals because they can't get a license to practice, even though many of them actually have practiced in more sophisticated healthcare systems in places like Singapore. But the gatekeepers block them from getting medical licenses. Now, the federal government is not responsible for regulating those sectors. However, the federal government does provide money for both immigration resettlement and for health care. I believe that we should use that money as leverage to get all the provinces to agree with a common national testing standard for all of the regulated professions. That would allow our brilliant immigrants to take a test, not to get a shortcut, but to take a test to prove that they meet the Canadian standard, and that within 60 days of an immigrant applying to work in their profession, they should get a yes or no based on their tested ability, not based on where they come from. I call this the blue seal standard. We have a red seal for the trades. Let's have a blue seal for the professions. What has the federal government done? In the last 8 years, they've done absolutely nothing. We, at least, were in the prior government, were able to reduce the wait time for an immigrant applying to work in their profession to 1 year, which I admit was too long, but it was shorter than prior. But since that time, there's been no progress whatsoever, and the list grows longer and longer of engineers, architects, nurses, personal support workers, doctors who could be helping our economy and serving Canadian patients, but who are left on the sidelines in low-wage jobs because there's no simplified, streamlined process to accredit their abilities. And by the way, I will back up 30,000 small study loans so that working-class immigrants who need a few months off work to study up to the Canadian standard can do so. Then they can get licensed, get practicing, get a bigger paycheck, pay back the loan, and that same money can then be lent out to the next deserving immigrant who can then be propelled into a wonderful paycheck and opportunity serving Canadian candidates. This is just common sense. I'd love to say that this is some work of art that I'm presenting to the House of Commons, but really it's the common sense of the common people that I hear out on the street talking to those people every day. And speaking of common sense, Madam Speaker, we need to bring home safety again. There is no way that we can have a secure economy if we do not have safe streets. Crime has been raging out of control. Drugs, disorder, crime, and chaos have become common in our streets under this Prime Minister. He has brought in catch and release, which allows the most violent repeat offenders to be released again and again and again onto our streets. We've had to arrest, in Vancouver, they arrested the same 40 people 6,000 times, 150 arrests per offender per year. If those same 40 offenders were just behind bars, we would have had 6,000 fewer people hit over the head with a baseball bat, stabbed with a knife, thrown onto a train track. Why not focus on putting those same repeat violent offenders behind bars? I believe in a second chance. I believe in redemption. But I don't believe in a 75th chance. Yeah. If you've committed 75 crimes, you belong in jail. You should not have bail. You should not have parole. After that many offenses, the public safety is more important than the criminal's right, and we should protect the people and keep them safe. And that's what we'll do with a common sense criminal justice reform. And we're going to bring home our loved ones recovered from drug addiction. We know that drug addictions have raged out of control under this Prime Minister. He has unleashed a wave of drug addiction since he became Prime Minister. Maybe he's trying to medicate poverty. Maybe he's trying to tell people that they should simply take drugs rather than have a future, because so many people are feeling hopeless and helpless after 8 years of his leadership. They lose their jobs. The pain and the suffering of being unable to pay their bills. They're losing their homes. Many of them cannot take the suffering, and then they end up addicted to drugs. Drugs that were originally prescribed by doctors and pushed by powerful pharmaceutical companies. Under this Prime Minister, there has been over 200% increase nationwide in the number of drug overdose deaths. His solution has been to give people more tax-funded drugs. Tax-funded narcotics, hydromorphone, a opioid more powerful than heroin, now handed out with hundreds of millions of dollars of Canadian tax dollars. We now know that those drugs are being resold by addicts who no longer find them powerful enough to get them high. They're selling them to kids, and the kids get addicted to those, and then they sell them to other kids. And they use the profits from selling these free government-funded drugs to buy more powerful fentanyl. And thus, the places where this experiment has been most enthusiastically tried, like Vancouver, have been the places where the overdose rates have been the highest. There is a correlation both across time and across space of people dying the more these government-funded drugs are available. The current approach is not working. The answer is yes, I will shut down taxpayer-funded drugs, and I will put all of the money into recovery and treatment. Recently, I was able to visit an incredible treatment facility in Winnipeg. The story has a tragic beginning, but a happy ending. The story starts with a young man, Bruce Oak, who died of an overdose in Calgary. His father, a legendary sportscaster, Scott Oak, he said he was going to make it his life's mission to make sure that no other parent would suffer the same tragic loss that his family had suffered. And so he raised the money to create a beautiful, gleaming place where people who had lost all hope and were addicted to drugs could go and have counseling, detox, job training, reconciliation with their family, sweat lodges, yoga, mandatory exercise. They help them to regain their health and cleanse their body of poisons. And not only that, to build sober homes attached to the treatment facility so that when the graduates come out of treatment, they go into an apartment that is right next to the treatment facility. They can come back anytime to see a counselor or maybe to mentor a new person who's coming in. I was amazed to see that the people there, most of the people there doing the work, including right up to the accountants and the administrative staff, were all recovering addicts themselves. They said it's one thing to have book learning, but it's much more powerful to have real life experience when you're sitting down with someone who's an addict, who's going through the desperate pain of withdrawal, when all they want is that one more hit that will relieve their immense suffering. They want to be able to talk to someone who knows what they're feeling. Right. Compassion. So true. The word compassion comes from the Latin pace, to suffer. Passion is to suffer. Compassion is to suffer with someone else. They sit together in those rooms in that wonderful facility and share in each other's suffering, knowing that when suffering is shared, it is relieved and it is replaced with hope. And we are going to replace people's pain with hope by ensuring that places like the Oak Recovery Center are replicated hundreds and maybe even thousands of times across the country so that young people can go into those places, cleanse their bodies, get their lives back, and then mentor the next crop of addicts to give them their lives back. This cycle of hope will be repeated again and again and again as a conservative government gives people the chance to bring home their loved ones drug-free. The most beautiful thing at all, just reminded by the member for Brandon Souris, that in the big gymnasium, have a big, beautiful gymnasium in there where they do their exercises and play some sports. They have jerseys, and every graduate has a jersey raised up to the ceiling with their name on it. After 1 year of being clean, with the number 1 on the back of every jersey to recognize the single year, the full year they have gone drug-free. And what they told me, the pride on the faces of those young men when they saw their names go up on that jersey, up in front of all their families. And they were able to say, that jersey means that I won, that I scored the biggest goal in the history of the game of life. I got my life back. I've been through hell. There's nothing more that life can throw at me that I have not already been through. Madam Speaker, that is not a weakness. That is a superpower, one that we should celebrate and recreate right across this country. There is hope. And that's what I want for anybody who might be listening tonight, because I know that there are a lot of people suffering across this country. And I meet these people. You know, one of the things that I find most emotional about being a leader of a political party is how much people vest in you, how much they rely on your success, that we have to come through for them. And, you know, most times when there are elections, we're really just debating about who's going to manage, who's going to run the store. And the differences are fairly small in most occasions. But we're in an unusual time. Right now, people are suffering like I've never seen. It is really bad out there, Madam Speaker. And when I hear the stories of people who come up to me at the gatherings I hold, people in tears who tell me that I'm their last hope, that they don't know what they're going to do because they're just hanging on by a thread. I want those people to know, hang on, keep on fighting. There are better days coming. Help and hope is on the way. That is what we are going to deliver to all the Canadian people who are thinking about giving up. Don't give up. Never give up. Better days are coming ahead. I want to take a moment now to talk about why this has been such an extraordinary country. I am deeply grateful to this country. This country has been very good to me. And I think sometimes we talk about the country, in particular in the modern sense, the modern woke ideology, what it lacks is gratitude. It's become very trendy to talk down our history, talk about all the horrible things that we as Canadians have represented. I think that is the wrong mentality. Yes, we must acknowledge the flaws and failings of history to correct them. But we do that not by deleting parts of our history, but by painting in the entire story, the good and the bad, and being honest and debating all of those parts of the story. But also about being grateful and showing gratitude for what this country has offered. Why do you think it is, Madam Speaker, that 300,000 to 500,000 people a year would want to come here? If this is such an awful place, if we were such an awful country that is so filled with injustice, the answer is they wouldn't. They come here for the promise of freedom. They come here not because there's anything special in the water that we drink, or that because the land or its weather are more inviting than any other place. There are more tropical and sunny environments where they could go, but they come here for the unique foundation that we have in the form of our freedom. You know, the great Prime Minister, Wilfrid Laurier, he was asked to define our country. He was actually a good liberal. He was a good liberal. I will give him credit. He would not be in that party today. He would not recognize the Liberal Party of today, because he was a liberal that believed in liberty. He understood the meaning of the word, the real word, as it was meant in its origins, not the illiberal, wokest liberalism that we have on the side of this Prime Minister today. You know, listen, what he taught, what he understood about this country. He was asked, "What is Canada's nationality?" What is Canada's nationality? You know, in most countries, this would have been a very easy question to answer. If he had been in France, he would have said French. If he had been in England, he would have said English, Scotland, Scottish, etc., etc. Most places define their nationality by the ethno-cultural makeup of the country, but that was impossible even back then because we were already mixed up. We had Scots, Irish, Indigenous, French, English, Scottish, we had Catholic, a Protestant, we had people from Asia, we had people already from Africa back then a century ago. So it was impossible to define our nation or our nationality on the basis of race, ethnicity, religion back then. So what he said was Canada is free and freedom is its nationality. And so it is today. It is our freedom that fundamentally distinguishes us from so many places on this earth. That is the reason why people come from such far distances to live here in this country. It is not because of any new grand invention that this Prime Minister has created. It is because people want to come here and live their own lives, make their own decisions. And that's what I want to empower them to do. You know, some people asked me when I was running for leadership of the party, yeah, but can you win power? Can you take power? The answer, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is I don't want to take power. I'm running for Prime Minister to give power back.
That's leadership right there. That's it.
I don't believe that there is this special species of humans that are able to make decisions for everyone else. I believe that every human being is endowed with their own ability to make judgments about their own lives. And when I go around the country and I meet with the mechanic who can take apart a transmission and put it back together, or the farmer who can master meteorology and economics and soil chemistry, and I meet with the waitress who can balance 10 plates on her hand, deal with 15 tough customers at once, go home, teach her kid math, and balance her budget on a minimum wage salary. I look at these people and I say, what business have I to run their lives? They know better than anyone else in this House of Commons. Our purpose is to put them back in charge of their own lives. I don't want to run their lives for them. I want to give them the freedom to make their own decisions. And that's why immigrants come here. They don't come here so that because there's these really brilliant politicians that can decide for them. They come to get away from politicians that think that they can decide for others. That's why they come to our country. Now, it takes a different kind of humility to be that type of leader, because, you know, if the government is small, then the leader's power is small and his reach is small. That's not what this Prime Minister wants. He wants big and powerful government because he thinks that it will make him big and powerful. It takes humility to be a leader who withdraws his control so that he can cede it back to the people to whom it truly belongs. It takes humility to lead a small and lean government, the small government with big citizens. That's the kind of humility that we need back in Ottawa, a humility that accepts the wisdom of the common people to decide for themselves. And that is the fundamental essence of why I'm running. What does this come down to in the specifics? It means limiting the government's role in the economy, not throwing away money on corporate welfare, but rather lowering taxes for all productive businesses. It means allowing workers and parents to spend their own money rather than having politicians spend it for them. It means allowing people to see and say on the internet what they think and they want to see and say on the internet without censorship by the state. That everything that is legal in the real world should be legal on the internet, and everything that is criminal in the tangible world should be criminal on the internet. But no special censorship should be imposed on the people's thinking on the World Wide Web. This Prime Minister has passed C11, a law that empowers the bureaucracy at the CRTC to manipulate the algorithms of the internet to control what people see, to give a bigger voice to the government's favored broadcasters, rather than like the CBC. He just very honestly spit out that he wants that the internet to be controlled by the state broadcaster. And you know, it's nice when they accidentally tell the truth over there, Madam Speaker, because it's so rare, but so unintentional at the same time. And Madam Speaker, in real free countries, they don't believe that a state broadcaster should have the monopoly on what people see on the internet. And that is only the case in dictatorships like Communist China, like North Korea, like Cuba, places the Prime Minister admires and wishes to emulate. This bill has been called creeping totalitarianism, not by me. My criticisms hadn't even gone that far, but by Margaret Atwood, a famous and I believe liberal-leaning author who testified that when you allow bureaucrats to control the creation of art and culture, then you are heading towards a very dangerous place. And this Prime Minister has mused recently about going even further. Let me give you an example of one of the justifications he's been giving lately. So he's over at I think it was a fire hall, and he started rambling about how much time he spends studying people who believe in a flat earth. He claims that this is the next big risk, that there's all these people who believe in a flat earth, kind of like people who believe budgets balance themselves, right? That type of person. Those are the kind of weirdos you really have to watch out for. The ones who think budgets balance. Anyway, so he said, we have to be careful. There's all these people who believe in a flat earth. They're going to invade the world, and we're all going to forget, according to him, that the earth is actually a sphere. And so he also said that this is the first time in human history that anyone has believed that the world was flat, and it is because the internet has too much freedom of speech that this crazy idea has spread. Now, never mind that there have been many civilizations that believed the folly, and yes, I point out it is the folly, so the Prime Minister is not fooled into thinking it is anything but, that the world was anything but round. Now, there have been others that believed this over the years, but what he realized, what he failed to realize, is that there have been many falsehoods about the physics of the earth and its relationship with the sun. But all of those, I mean, for example, they used to believe that the earth was stationary and the sun went around the earth. But why did that falsehood perpetuate for so long? Because censorship prevented anyone from thinking otherwise. So in reality, the real purveyors of falsehood, of fake news, of information that is untrue, of conspiracy theories, actually happens when the state has too much control over the thinking and not too little. It is by challenging false ideas that we overcome those ideas. It is by smashing bad information with good information that the better information comes out on top, and it is precisely in the pursuit of truth that we must allow freedom of expression online and everywhere to prevail. Speaking of misinformation, the Prime Minister says one of the reasons he needs to have censorship is to stop all this misinformation. Well, I believe it's still on the Liberal Party's website that the budget will be balanced in 2019. Right? I believe it was the Prime Minister who spread the misinformation that the Globe and Mail story about his interference in the SNC Lavalin story was false. It was the Prime Minister who spread that misinformation. It was the Prime Minister's own fall economic update that said we'd have a balanced budget in 2027. Once again, the reiteration of misinformation. So here's the problem, Madam Speaker. If the government's mission is to stop misinformation, what happens when it is the government itself that is spreading that misinformation?
I apologize for interrupting, but can I invite the honourable members, if they'd like to chat, that they have a wonderful lobby to chat at. We'd like to hear the honourable leader of the opposition conclude his speech.
What happens when it is in fact the government and not the people that is spreading misinformation? Isn't it then more dangerous to have concentrated the power over what is seen and said in the hands of those few people? It goes back to the fundamental and basic question. If a man is not capable of governing himself, how can he govern others? That is the basic and fundamental question and the contradiction that those who believe in the superiority of the state over the citizen fail to answer. If everyday humans are so flawed that they can't decide for themselves, how can those same humans decide for anyone else? Well, their answer over there would be that there's this small group that are made of finer clay, that just have intellectual and moral superiority, and therefore if we just handed over all of our decisions to them, that they could correct all the flaws and frailties of humankind. Madam Speaker, we know that the opposite happens, that when you concentrate more power in fewer hands, what you attract is power-hungry individuals, people who are more flawed and less capable, more incompetent, and with less common sense, who then exact all of their failings and their bad behavior on the rest of society. And that's why a limited and smaller government is always better, because it allows everyday individual people to make their own decisions and to have personal responsibility and personal freedom in how they do so. That's why one of my first actions as Prime Minister will be to repeal C-11. I will repeal the censorship law. I will repeal the censorship law to let people express themselves online. Let freedom of debate reign so that everyday people can hash out their differences. It is, the member just mocks the word freedom. You know, it shows how far they've gone. That only a short time ago they used to celebrate something called the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And now they think freedom is something that should be mocked. Everybody should know, Madam Speaker, that they mock freedom because they want to take away freedom. They don't believe that Canadians should have the freedom to make their own decisions. We on this side of the House of Commons will always defend freedom. My purpose in running for Prime Minister is to put Canadians back in charge of their lives by making Canada the freest nation on earth. Madam Speaker, and they have the freedom to leave anytime they want. Some bring happiness wherever they go, others bring happiness whenever they go.
Can I ask all honourable members to please respect decorum and wait? Yes, the honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a former teacher and I've had 4 kids. And I would be absolutely embarrassed if my kids were acting like that, and they never would. And I think that's the point I want to make. My kids know better and how to act in this place than members of Parliament across the way should know. I would expect the respect of our leader, who's making a great speech tonight about a very important issue to all Canadians. I would wish that they would grant him that respect.
That has been asked a few times by chair occupants, but I must remind the honourable members that heckling and this happens on both sides of the House. Not that it is an excuse. We do wish to have some decorum and allow the honourable leader of the opposition to be able to read his speech or make his speech in peace.
All of this chaos, all of this yelling and screaming, all of this rambunctiousness here on the floor of the House of Commons proves once again that Parliament is the worst system of government except for all the others, Madam Speaker. The great debates are meant to be uproarious, distracting. That was Winston Churchill, a great member of the British Empire, alongside whom we fought for freedom in the Second World War. And today, here in Canada, we continue to stand for freedom here in the New World. And Madam Speaker, we will continue to stand for freedom in this country. I've already just said, I will repeal the anti-freedom legislation that the government has brought in, Bill C.
Could the conversation stop between members? No, it's on both sides right now. It was literally on both sides. Both sides were talking to one another, and I would like to give the honourable leader of the opposition the possibility to pursue in his speech.
It's a great speech. Madam Speaker, this demonstrates again the peril of freedom of expression. It is frustrating. It is difficult. It is hard, but it is the best thing we have. Freedom is the only way that we can clash good ideas against bad ideas so that the good can triumph over the bad. And that is why I accept all of the aggravations, all of the petty interruptions, all of them are worth it. Canada is worth it. Putting up with them, it's worth it to fight for this country. It's worth it. Our country is worth it. Our country's worth it. I think that's an inspiring, uplifting message for all of us, isn't it? That even putting up with this is worth it. And you know what? That's what brings me to my next point. You know, campus life is filled with all of these kinds of petty arguments. I think Churchill, if I can quote Churchill one more time, do I have permission? He said of student politics that many never have so few argued for so long about so little. But those petty arguments are part of the open debate that exists in campus life. Unfortunately, we have seen of late a movement by the woke totalitarian left to shut down that debate, to prevent students and faculty from expressing opinions that are not authorized by the academic consensus. The academy is losing its very purpose, which is the pursuit of knowledge and truth through open inquiry. A true marketplace of ideas where people come together without fear and without violence to share and express, to, yes, sometimes have their feelings hurt, sometimes to be frustrated, sometimes to be angry with what they hear, but ultimately to allow inquiring minds to compete and for the best to come out on top. Now, one of the most revered and cited, academically cited professors in modern Canada, of course, is Dr. Jordan Peterson. He was one of the most cited before he gained notoriety around the world. He was one of the most academically cited, this is a statistical fact, cited professors because of his prolific writings that were respected by people across all of the social sciences and humanities. But he expressed views that were not acceptable to the new totalitarian one-size-fit-all groupthink. And as a result, he was driven out of the University of Toronto and silenced. Now, more recently, he has been told that he might lose his license to practice as a psychologist because in one case, he had a complaint against him because he retweeted me. In another case, he tweeted a criticism of the Prime Minister. And the association that licenses psychologists in Ontario said that this could provide great danger to his patients if they were to see a tweet by their psychologist criticizing the Prime Minister. This might cause a massive psychological breakdown. My goodness, how fragile a supporter of this Prime Minister might be if they shatter like glass at the mere tweeting out of a criticism. Maybe the Prime Minister himself